Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story.
The Sword Prince. Chapter 23. Ace stood firmly in the center of the large room on the 37th floor, staring into the darkness that surrounded her. In her mind, the nightmare she experienced last night was still fresh, making her chest feel tight. She recalled seeing Shirou die in front of her, just like her parents once did. Clenching her fists, she steeled her resolve. I won't let that happen again. I'll become stronger. I will protect the people around me, she thought. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from above. Ace, Riveria, and Shirou looked up and saw something falling from the dungeon ceiling. A large and terrifying figure crashed down hard, hitting the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Ace saw it with wide eyes, a giant skull, with bones glowing a greenish hue and a deadly aura. The monster Rex of the 37th floor, Eudeus. Eudeus. Riveria whispered warily, a very dangerous monster Rex. Ace, be careful. But Ace had already drawn her sword. This is the opportunity I've been waiting for, she said firmly, her eyes full of determination. I'll defeat it. Alone. Riveria furrowed her brow. Ace, this is dangerous. You don't have to do it alone. Shirou stood behind them, alert, observing Eudeus as it began to rise with a growl, its bones moving with a loud creak. He was already considering the worst-case scenario and began imagining the form of Calibog II in his mind, ready to act if the situation became truly critical. I must. Ace replied quickly, without looking back. Don't interfere. This is my fight. With a single leap, Ace charged forward, her sword gleaming as she approached Eudeus. The monster swung its massive arm, attempting to smash her with its giant bones. Ace deftly dodged, spinning her body and slashing at the monster's leg, but only leaving a small scratch. Eudeus roared in anger and launched a surprisingly fast counterattack. Ace continued to dodge and look for openings, but every attack she made felt insufficient to cause significant damage. Even so, she remained relentless, her face creased with intense concentration. Riveria gritted her teeth, her heart pounding anxiously as she watched Ace struggle. Unable to hold back, she raised her magic staff and chanted a protective spell, Heavenly Wind, protect her with your divine shield, Veil's Breath. A shield of wind enveloped Ace's body, deflecting Eudeus's incoming side attack. Ace paused momentarily, glaring at Riveria with annoyance. Riveria, don't interfere, she shouted. Riveria smiled slightly. Sorry, Ace. But I can't let you get seriously hurt, she replied in a warm but firm tone. Ace gritted her teeth, feeling a mix of frustration and gratitude. She knew Riveria was only trying to protect her, but she had to do this on her own. With renewed determination, Ace took a deep breath and leaped toward Eudeus again, dodging the monster's attacks with remarkable agility. Meanwhile, Shirou continued preparing Calibog II in his mind, visualizing every detail, from its sharp blade to its hilt. He only needed a second to summon it if things got worse. However, Ace seemed to find a new rhythm in her fight. Using her speed and agility, she danced around Eudeus, waiting for the right moment. And when the monster attacked again in rage, Ace saw her opening. With a loud cry, she put all her strength into one slash. Fall. Ace shouted, her sword tracing a glowing arc in the air. Her slash severed the neck bone of Eudeus, and with a powerful motion, its head separated from its massive body. The monster Rex let out one final roar before collapsing to the ground, its body dissolving into black mist that eventually vanished. Ace stood tall amid the fading mist, her breathing heavy. Sweat dripped from her forehead, but a smile slowly appeared on her face. I did it. I did it, she murmured. Riveria smiled proudly from afar, while Shirou, still on guard in the back, relaxed his hand used for projecting Calibog II. He knew now it wouldn't be needed. Ace had proven her resolve and had succeeded in the challenge she sought. Riveria chanted a healing spell over Ace, her palm glowing with a soft green light. Restore her wounds, heal her pain, heaven's embrace. The light enveloped Ace's body, her wounds beginning to heal and the fatigue in her body slowly fading. Riveria then handed Ace a potion to restore her remaining stamina. Thank you, Riveria, Ace said, her voice still tired, but calm. I feel much better now. Riveria smiled gently. Don't worry, Ace. You've done something amazing today. Shirou approached them, carrying a large black sword that was a drop item from Eudeus. We should head back to the surface soon, he said. Our supplies are running low. Ace and Riveria nodded in agreement. The three of them started moving toward the exit to the upper floors, beginning the long journey back through the dungeon. As they arrived on the 18th floor, they saw an adventurer sitting by the roadside, his face looking weary and dirty. The adventurer, Mord, quickly stood up and approached them with hopeful eyes. Hey, you've got something interesting there, he said, pointing at the black sword Shirou was carrying. How about a trade? Ace looked at Mord for a moment, considering his request. Why do you want it? She asked, her tone flat but sharp. Mord shrugged and gave a nervous smile. I just need something to prove myself. That sword would make me look more respectable in front of my peers. Riveria glanced at Shirou, who merely shrugged, seemingly indifferent about the sword. If that's what you want, Ace finally replied, I don't mind. Besides, the sword is too heavy to use effectively by us. Shirou nodded and handed the large black sword to Mort. May it serve you well, he said with a slight smile. Mort seemed very grateful. Thank you. Thank you so much, he said, bowing several times. He took the sword with both hands, struggling to lift it. It's heavier than I thought, he muttered, but still tried to show bravery. As Mort walked away, Shirou went to retrieve his large bag where he had hidden it. He easily lifted the bag and slung it back over his shoulder. All right, he said, let's continue to the surface. Ace and Riveria nodded, and the three of them continued on, leaving the 18th floor with lighter hearts after the exhausting battle and valuable achievement. They continued their journey to the surface, ascending the floors of the dungeon one by one. When they reached the 6th floor, Shirou suddenly stopped. In front of them lay a young man with white hair, his body weak and covered in sweat, his face pale. Ace immediately recognized him. That's him, the boy I saved from the Minotaur before, Ace said, her eyes widening with concern. What is he doing here alone, and in this state? Riveria knelt beside the boy, carefully feeling his pulse. He's unconscious, out of magical energy. It looks like he pushed himself too hard to keep fighting. Shirou looked at the boy with close attention. I know him. Belle Crannel, he said while leaning closer. I once asked Seer about him. She said he's a member of the Hestia Familia. Ace hesitated for a moment but still felt concerned. What should we do, Shirou? She asked. Shirou took a deep breath before answering. I know Hestia. I think we should take him back to her place. She must be very worried. Riveria nodded in agreement. That's a good idea. Besides, he can't be left here in this condition. It could be very dangerous. Shirou carefully lifted Belle's unconscious body and positioned it on his back. Let's get him to the surface. Hestia will likely be there, he said attentively. Ace walked beside him, constantly watching the surroundings. Belle. He must be very brave to fight alone here, she muttered softly. But also very reckless. Riveria gave a small smile. Sometimes, courage and recklessness go hand in hand, she said, her eyes glancing at Shirou, who was carrying Belle. But hopefully his luck hasn't run out this time. Shirou just gave a slight smile and began walking steadily, carrying Belle on his back. Let's hurry. He needs help right away. They continued their journey to the surface, with Shirou carefully carrying Belle, hoping Hestia could provide the necessary assistance for the young man. As Shirou carried Belle toward the headquarters of the Hestia Familia, an old abandoned temple, the sound of their footsteps was the only noise accompanying them on the quiet path. Belle, still unconscious, began mumbling in his sleep. The words coming from his lips were faint but clear enough to hear. Mother, Belle whispered, his voice filled with longing. Shirou gave a faint smile and murmured, Sorry, Belle, I'm not your mother. There was a gentle tone in his voice, understanding the sadness the boy might feel in his dreams. Ace and Riveria, walking beside him, couldn't help but smile. A soft laugh escaped Riveria, followed by a gentle giggle from Ace. You're really kind, Shirou, Riveria commented, her eyes glowing warmly. However, the little commotion seemed enough to wake Belle. Slowly, his eyes opened, and he found himself on someone's back. Confusion crossed his face as he tried to remember what happened. When he realized that he was being carried by Shirou, with Ace and Riveria walking beside them, Belle's face flushed instantly. What's going on? Belle exclaimed in a panic, his body tensing as he immediately tried to get down from Shirou's back. You fainted, Belle, Shirou calmly replied, trying to soothe the young man. We're taking you back to the base. However, Belle's embarrassment was unmistakable as he realized who was around him, especially when his eyes met Ace. Nervously, he tried to jump off Shirou's back, but his weakened legs caused him to stumble and nearly fall. Oh no. I'm so sorry. Belle apologized nervously as he tried to steady himself. Without thinking, he quickly ran away, his face completely red. Ace watched him with curiosity, while Riveria covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. Shirou could only shake his head, slightly worried but also amused by Belle's antics. Before Belle could get far, Hestia appeared from the front, jogging toward them. Belle, she called out, full of relief as she saw her child safe and sound. Belle didn't have time to react before Hestia embraced him tightly. Hestia-sama. Belle stammered, his face flushed, but he couldn't hide the small smile that appeared on his lips. He felt relieved to be in his goddess's arms, though his embarrassment still burned brightly. Belle, you idiot. Why did you push yourself so hard? Hestia scolded him with a worried tone, still holding him tightly. I was so worried. Shirou, Ace, and Riveria approached them, small smiles on their faces. He's okay now, Hestia-sama. We found him just in time, Shirou said, trying to reassure the visibly concerned goddess. Hestia let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Shirou. I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't found him. Belle, still caught in Hestia's embrace, couldn't suppress his gratitude. Despite his embarrassment, his heart was warmed by the care he received. Thank you, everyone, Belle murmured softly, his voice full of gratitude. Hestia looked at Shirou with sparkling eyes, delighted to see her friend here with Belle. Belle, this is Shirou. My friend who helped me cook Jagamarakuan before, she said enthusiastically. Belle nodded, recognizing the name from Hestia's previous stories. Ah, so you're the one who helped Hestia-sama before, Bell said, his voice filled with admiration. Thank you for your help, Shiro-san. Ace, standing not far away, seemed to smile faintly when Jagamaru-kun was mentioned. I remember that. I often bought Jagamaru-kun from you, Shiro, she said, recalling those times. Shiro smiled back, a bit surprised that Ace remembered. Yes, I remember. You were one of our regular customers, he replied in a friendly tone. I'm always glad to hear you liked it. Hestia, who only just noticed Ace and Riveria's presence, suddenly froze. Her eyes widened in surprise. Wait. Shiro, you're walking with Ace Wallenwatsit and Riveria Joe's elf. They're so famous. She exclaimed with awe and a bit of disbelief. Riveria just smiled calmly, while Ace looked at Shiro with the same curiosity as before. Shiro, feeling a bit awkward with the praise, quickly downplayed it. Oh, no. I'm just a lucky supporter, he replied, scratching his head, trying to hide his embarrassment. I'm just helping from the back. Supporter. Hestia looked at Shiro with a confused and slightly disbelieving expression. You're adventuring with Loki Familia as a supporter? Yes, as you can see, Shiro said with an embarrassed smile. I'm not strong enough to be a frontline fighter, so I help in other ways. Bell looked at Shiro with admiration. Even so, that's still amazing, Shiro-san. Adventuring with Loki Familia is a big deal, he said with enthusiasm. Ace glanced at Shiro for a moment before offering a small smile. He might be modest, but he was very helpful on this expedition, Ace added, praising Shiro without hesitation. Shiro blushed, feeling both awkward and a little shy. Thank you, Ace. But I'm just doing my best, he said humbly. Hestia looked at Shiro proudly. Still, Shiro, you're really impressive, she said with a broad smile. I'm glad to see you're doing well and have come this far. Shiro nodded, his heart warmed by the support of his friends. Thank you, Hestia-sama. I'll keep doing my best, he replied with determination. Ace looked at Bell with a gentle gaze, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking. Bell. I want to apologize for what happened during the Minotaur incident, she said with a sincere and honest voice. I didn't mean to make you feel scared. Bell was surprised to hear A's words. His face immediately turned red, and he was flustered, not knowing how to respond. The woman he admired and respected, even considered his hero, was now apologizing to him. And no, Ace-san. There's no need to apologize, he quickly said, his voice slightly trembling. I'm actually very grateful to you. If it weren't for you, I might not have survived that day. Thank you so much, Ace-san, he added, bowing his head deeply. Ace gave a faint smile, feeling relieved by Bell's words. I just wanted to make sure you're okay, she replied briefly but with genuine care. Bell lifted his head, smiling brightly despite his still slightly red cheeks. Yes, I'm okay. Thank you, Ace-san. Riveria, watching the interaction, smiled slightly. It seems everything has ended well. We should head back now, she said, looking at Shiro. Shiro nodded in agreement. Yes, we've been here long enough. Thank you for your time, Hestia-san, Belkowen, he said politely. Hestia smiled widely. Of course, Shiro. It was great seeing you again. Take care of yourself, okay. Bell bowed respectfully to Ace and Riveria. Thank you so much for everything. I hope you all have a safe journey back. Ace nodded. I hope you stay well, too, Bell. With that, they all said their goodbyes. Shiro, Ace, and Riveria slowly turned to leave the old Hestia Familia shrine, while Bell and Hestia waved at them with warm smiles. In the fresh morning air, a new bond seemed to have formed between them, a deeper understanding and appreciation. Upon arriving at Twilight Mansion, the atmosphere was full of energy. The other members of Loki Familia quickly gathered around Shiro, Ace, and Riveria, who had just returned. Loki herself stood in front with her arms crossed, her eyebrows raised curiously. Heh, you three. What were you doing on the 37th floor all this time? Loki asked, half joking but clearly wanting an answer. Riveria smiled slightly, stepping forward. Ace, she insisted on fighting Eudias alone, she replied in a calm voice. Finn initially forbade it, but after a little persuasion, he allowed it on the condition that Shiro and I keep watch. Loki listened to Riveria's explanation, nodding with an expression that was hard to read. Oh? Eudias, huh? That's not an easy opponent, even for you, Ace, she said with a serious tone. Ace bowed slightly, looking a little embarrassed but also satisfied. I wanted to test myself, and I finally managed to defeat it, Ace said in a soft but firm voice. Loki suddenly smiled broadly, her eyes sparkling. All right then. Ace, let's see how much you've gained this time. Let's update your status. Ace nodded. Without saying much more, she followed Loki into a private room for the status update. Shiro stood a little way off, but he could still hear the voices from inside the room. Loki's excited voice could be heard. Wow, Ace. Look at this. You leveled up. You're now level 6. Outside the room, Shiro heard Loki's cheerful shout. He smiled to himself, feeling relieved and proud of Ace's achievement. Some of the other Loki Familia members nearby cheered, celebrating the good news. Finn, standing near the door, glanced at Shiro and smiled faintly. It seems you've also learned a lot from this expedition, Shiro. How did it feel working with us on the deeper floors? He asked in a friendly tone. Shiro nodded, returning the smile. There's a lot I could learn from all of you. This experience was invaluable. Finn patted Shirou lightly on the shoulder. Good. I hope you continue to grow, because this journey is still long. The atmosphere in Twilight Mansion grew more lively with cheers and laughter. Ace came out of the room with a slight smile on her face, greeted with pats on the shoulder and congratulations from her friends. She blushed, but it was clear she was happy with her latest achievement. Loki approached Shirou. Hey, Shirou. Don't think you can escape a status update too. I want to know how far you've progressed, she said with a mischievous grin. Shirou raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, chuckling softly. All right, Loki-sama. I'll take my turn after Ace. Loki smiled meaningfully. Good. The sooner we see, the better. I'm curious about all the new things we might discover. A faint smile appeared on Shirou's face as he saw Loki's enthusiasm. He knew that his adventure in Orario was just beginning. Shirou sat down in the chair in front of Loki, ready for his status update. After Loki channeled a bit of blood onto his back, she began to analyze Shirou's progress. Quickly, Loki's expression turned slightly awkward as she looked at the results. Well, Shirou, the results aren't too bad, Loki said, trying to sound positive, but there was a hint of confusion in her voice. But, well, it seems there hasn't been much change since the last time. Shirou nodded, having anticipated this. I've only been fighting weaker enemies, so I wasn't expecting too much. Loki rubbed her chin, thinking for a moment before finally smiling. Don't worry, Shirou. You don't need to rush. You're still new in Orario, and this dungeon is more complicated than it seems. It's better to take it slow and get used to the dungeon environment first. Besides, we all know how strong you really are. Shirou gave a faint smile, feeling comforted by Loki's words. Thank you, Loki-sama. I will be more careful and continue to grow. Loki then handed Shirou the updated status sheet. On the sheet, Shirou's new status was written. Level 3. Strength, I0, I20. Endurance, I0, I13. Dexterity, I0, I17. Agility, I0, I23. Magic, I0, I40. Archer, I. Magic resistance, I. Magic. Magecraft. Skills. Underdog. Reduces Excelia gained when fighting weaker enemies and increases Excelia when fighting stronger enemies. Looking at the status displayed on the paper, Shirou examined the numbers presented. Although his status growth wasn't particularly significant, he felt satisfied because he understood the reason. Loki observed Shirou's reaction with a more sincere smile. You've done well, Shirou. Keep it up, and when the time comes, you'll be ready for bigger challenges. Shirou grasped his status sheet firmly, then stood up. Yes, I will keep trying, Loki-sama. Loki patted Shirou's shoulder once more before winking at him. All right, carry on. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Shirou nodded and then left the room, his spirits still high despite the modest results. He knew this journey was still long, and every small step was still important. Chapter 24. The next day, as usual, Shirou and Riveria met in a secluded storage area at the corner of Twilight Mansion's garden. The fresh morning air surrounded them as Riveria sat with her eyes closed, focusing on her training. Shirou stood beside her, watching calmly, ensuring everything was going well. Riveria took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. She began imagining the trigger she had created in her mind, a tree growing rapidly from a small seed, a mental trigger she had been practicing for the past few days. Gradually, she felt something warm begin to flow through her body, starting from her core and spreading throughout. That comforting sensation made her smile, knowing she had succeeded. Just like that, Shirou said softly, nodding. You're almost there. Riveria opened her eyes, and suddenly a glow of happiness shone from within her. She could feel the steady flow of energy from the magic circuit she had managed to open. Unable to contain her feelings, Riveria jumped for joy. I did it. Shirou, I did it. Shirou smiled, but he couldn't help but chuckle softly at Riveria's excited reaction, so different from the calm and wise demeanor she usually showed. However, when Riveria realized how excited she was, a blush spread across her cheeks. She stopped jumping and covered her face with her hands, feeling embarrassed for showing a side of herself rarely seen. Forgive me, Shirou. I don't know why I acted like that. Shirou laughed lightly, raising his hand to calm Riveria. It's okay, Riveria. This is a great achievement, and you have every reason to celebrate. Besides, I'm happy to see you so enthusiastic. Riveria lowered her hand slowly, still blushing, but she smiled softly. Thank you, Shirou. This is all because of your help. I wouldn't have been able to do it without your guidance. Shirou shook his head gently. This is all your hard work, Riveria. I just pointed the way, the rest was your effort. Riveria nodded, feeling more confident than before. I never imagined I could learn something new like this. But now, I feel like a whole new world has opened up for me. And this is just the beginning, Shirou said with a spirited smile. There's so much more for you to learn. This is the start of a new journey for you. Riveria wiped away a few happy tears that formed at the corners of her eyes. Yes, and I can't wait to see where this journey will take me. Shirou could only smile, pleased to see Riveria's strong determination to keep moving forward. That morning, Amid the sunlight streaming through the cracks in the roof of the storage area, they both felt they had achieved something special. Shirou and Riveria exited the small storage shed in the garden corner, both still panting and sweating dripping from their foreheads. The morning sun had just risen, casting warm rays on their faces. Shirou wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, while Riveria took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heartbeat after the intense training session. In the garden, Lafia stood with a watering can in hand, busy watering the newly planted flowers. When she saw Shirou and Riveria coming out of the shed, sweating and looking exhausted, her thoughts immediately went in the wrong direction. Her face flushed, and her eyes widened with a mix of shock and jealousy. Lafia approached them quickly, her eyes fixed sharply on Shirou. "What did you do to Lady Riveria, Shirou?" Lafia shouted accusingly, her cheeks flushed with emotion. "Don't tell me that you..." Riveria quickly realized what Lafia was thinking and swiftly stepped forward, trying to calm the young girl. "Lafia, calm down. It's not what you think," she said with a gentle smile, though there was a slight awkwardness in her voice. Shirou raised an eyebrow, confused by Lafia's sudden reaction. "Eh? What do you mean, Lafia?" he asked innocently, unaware of the strange assumption that crossed Lafia's mind. Lafia pointed at Shirou with a slightly trembling finger. "Don't pretend you don't know. The two of you, coming out of the shed, sweating, and..." Riveria immediately cut in. "We were just training, Lafia. Shirou was teaching me something new, that's all." She tried to explain calmly, though it was clear she was also a bit awkward about the situation. Lafia looked at Riveria suspiciously, but seeing Riveria's honest eyes and Shirou's genuinely confused face, she started to feel a bit ashamed of her own accusation. "Oh, really?" she asked, a bit quieter, though she still seemed doubtful. Shirou chuckled softly, realizing the misunderstanding. "Yes, really. I was just helping Lady Riveria with her training. Nothing else, Lafia," he said with a smile. Riveria nodded, adding, "We did some pretty intense physical exercises, so it's natural we'd be sweating." Lafia's face turned an even deeper shade of red, now from embarrassment. I'm sorry, I jumped to conclusions too quickly," she said in a small voice, looking down at the ground. Shirou smiled wider and said, "It's okay, Lafia. It's natural, you just care about Riveria." Riveria nodded, gently patting Lafia's shoulder. "Right, there's nothing for you to worry about." Lafia nodded slowly, still feeling embarrassed by her overreaction. "Yes, I understand," she said, then turned back to watering the plants with a little more force than necessary, while Shirou and Riveria exchanged glances and chuckled softly between themselves. Lafia looked at Shirou with enthusiasm, a new idea spinning in her head. Then, "Shirou, may I also join your training?" she asked with shining eyes. "I want to learn new things too, like Lady Riveria did." Shirou paused for a moment, looking hesitant. Lafia. Magecraft isn't something easy to learn, especially if you don't have a magic circuit," he replied cautiously. "And there's a big risk if you try something without enough knowledge." However, Lafia's enthusiasm was not easily shaken. "I'll be careful. I promise to listen to all your instructions," she insisted. "Please, Shirou. I want to become stronger so I can protect Lady Riveria better." Shirou finally sighed deeply. "All right," he said with a small smile. "If you really want to try, I can't say no. But remember, Magecraft is very different from the magic you're used to, and it will require a lot of practice." Lafia's eyes sparkled with joy. "Thank you, Shirou. I promise to do my best," she exclaimed happily. Behind them, Riveria watched closely. When Shirou agreed to teach Lafia, a small sense of discomfort arose within her, though she wasn't sure why. As the three of them walked toward the small training shed in the garden corner, Riveria felt like something was missing, a familiarity that was usually shared only between her and Shirou during their morning training. Now, there was a third person present. Riveria bit her lower lip lightly, trying to dismiss the feeling that was bothering her. "Why do I feel like this?" she muttered softly, almost inaudibly. Shirou turned to her. "Did you say something, Riveria?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. Riveria quickly shook her head, smiling to hide her feelings. "Oh, no, nothing," she replied. "Come on, let's continue." Lafia must be eager to start. Lafia followed them with a cheerful step, unaware of the mixed feelings that Riveria was experiencing. When they arrived at the shed, Shirou began explaining the basics of magecraft to Lafia, patiently repeating some things he had taught Riveria earlier. However, Riveria could only stand behind them, feeling strange about having to share this moment with someone else. She realized something odd, that she felt a little uncomfortable and, perhaps, jealous. "Why am I feeling this way?" she thought to herself. "I should be happy that Lafia wants to learn something new. But why does it feel like something's wrong?" Despite her mixed feelings, Riveria continued to listen carefully to every word Shirou spoke, trying to maintain a professional and calm demeanor. However, she couldn't deny that her heart was beating a little faster than usual. Shirou looked at Lafia's body awkwardly, noticing the difference between the young girl's form and Riveria's more mature and developed one. For a moment, his mind began to wander into thoughts it shouldn't. "What am I thinking?" he muttered internally, shaking his head to dispel the unwanted images. He took a deep breath and started placing his hand near Lafia's shoulder, using structural analysis to check if there were any magic circuits in her body. Just relax, Lafia, Shirou said, his voice sounding calmer than before. I'll just check this as quickly as possible. Lafia closed her eyes, holding her breath, but the tension was still evident on her face. Shirou closed his eyes, sensing the flow of energy within Lafia's body. Just like with Riveria, there was a different pattern, this time more subtle, but clearly shaped like ancient runes. Shirou frowned. It seems. You also have something similar to what Riveria has, he muttered thoughtfully. Lafia opened her eyes with hope. Really, Shirou? So I can use Magecraft too? Shirou sighed slowly. Not exactly, he carefully explained. The runes are there, but they seem incomplete. The patterns are broken in several places, which means they can't be activated. Lafia fell silent, disappointment clearly visible on her face. So, I can't use Magecraft? She asked sadly. Shirou nodded slowly, feeling bad for raising false hopes. It seems that way, Lafia. I'm sorry, he said sincerely. Lafia lowered her head. It's okay. I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up, she replied softly. Thank you, Shirou, for trying. She pulled her clothing back on, ready to leave. I'll return to the mansion, she continued, walking away without looking back. Riveria watched Lafia leave, and although there was a slight feeling of guilt in her heart, she also felt relieved. Now my time with Shirou doesn't have to be shared. She thought for a moment, but soon after, the guilt crept back. Why am I feeling like this? She asked herself, frustrated by her conflicting emotions. Shirou, still feeling a bit uncomfortable with the situation, tried to change the atmosphere. All right, Riveria, he said, smiling gently. Let's continue our training. I think there's still a lot we can learn today. Riveria nodded, trying to push aside the guilt and refocus. Of course, Shirou, she replied with a small smile. I'm ready. They resumed their training, the atmosphere becoming calm again despite a lingering bit of nervousness. During the morning practice, Shirou stood facing Riveria in a warehouse filled with fresh air and a faint scent of damp wood. Shirou gave a small smile. Today, I want to teach you how to sense magical energy more clearly, he said, his eyes radiating the enthusiasm of a teacher. Riveria nodded, showing her interest. How do I do that, Shirou? She asked, her pointed ears twitching slightly as she focused on his words. Shirou stroked his chin for a moment, thinking. I've always felt my nose is quite keen when it comes to sensing mystical things, he said. Like how a hunting dog can detect the scent of its prey. Riveria gave a small smile. So, you want me to be like a hunting dog? She teased. Shirou chuckled lightly. Not quite. But, maybe you can rely on another sense. What about your ears? Have you noticed any changes since opening your magic circuits? Riveria nodded, recalling her experience. Yes, it seems so. My elf ears have become more sensitive to sounds, like hearing soft whispers or tiny vibrations that I never heard before, she answered seriously. Shirou nodded enthusiastically. Then let's test this theory. I'll use a little magical energy to create subtle vibrations in the air. Try to listen for them and sense them with your ears, he said, raising his hand. Riveria closed her eyes, trying to concentrate, and focused all her attention on the surrounding sounds. Shirou began channeling a small amount of magical energy through his hand, creating gentle waves that were barely audible. A soft sound, almost like the rustling of leaves in the wind, began to flutter in the air. Riveria suddenly opened her eyes, her ears twitching. I hear something, like the rustle of wind, but softer and more directed, she said, looking pleased with the result. Shirou grinned widely. That's great, Riveria. That's the magical energy I released. You really can hear it. He seemed satisfied with their experiment's outcome. Riveria smiled happily, her eyes sparkling. I can't believe this is possible. With a little more practice, maybe I can become even more sensitive to unseen things, she said excitedly. Shirou nodded. Of course, Lady Riveria. You have a natural talent. Plus, we can keep developing this technique further. Riveria looked at Shirou with a grateful smile. Thank you, Shirou. I'm truly grateful that you're sharing this knowledge with me. Shirou shook his head with a smile. I'm also glad to be learning together. We're both learning from each other, he replied. They continued their training, trying various ways to sharpen Riveria's sensitivity to magical energy, while Riveria felt more confident and enthusiastic in her new journey. That morning's practice continued with high intensity but also full of laughter and fun. Shirou kept guiding Riveria to focus on the subtle vibrations of the magical energy he created in the air. However, something caught his attention more than usual, Riveria's long ears that twitched with every change in sound. The ears seemed very sensitive, and Shirou couldn't help his curiosity. Without thinking, his hand reflexively moved to touch the tip of Riveria's ear. Your ears are really interesting, moving on their own, he muttered quietly, his eyes still focused on her ears. Suddenly, Riveria was startled. Shirou. She exclaimed, her face turning bright red, but she didn't immediately pull away. Her ears twitched under his touch, as if responding very sensitively to it. Shirou realized and quickly withdrew his hand. Sorry. I didn't mean. I was just curious, really. He said quickly, guilt clearly visible on his face. I didn't know it was inappropriate. Riveria, though her face was still red, simply nodded slowly. Most elves don't like being touched by non-elves, especially on their ears, she said in a slightly nervous voice. It's a very sensitive part for us. Shirou immediately bowed his head deeply. Sorry, I really didn't know. I won't do it again. But Riveria shook her head slowly, a slight smile gracing her still flushed face. It's okay, Shirou. For you. I'll make an exception, she said, her eyes looking at Shirou gently. You may touch my ears, as you wish, she continued in a softer voice, almost whispering, as if embarrassed by her own words. Shirou was surprised. Eh? Really? He could hardly believe what he had just heard. Riveria nodded slowly, though her cheeks grew even redder. Yes, as long as it's you, Shirou, she replied, lowering her face slightly, trying to hide the blush on her face. Shirou smiled, feeling both relieved and confused. All right, but I don't want to make you uncomfortable. Thank you, Riveria, he said in a softer tone. Riveria looked at him for a moment, then averted her gaze, unable to hide the small smile that appeared on her lips. I don't mind, she whispered again, more to herself than to Shirou. They continued their practice, but the atmosphere between them now felt warmer, with a growing understanding between them, as well as a new closeness that hadn't been there before. A few days after that incident, Riveria couldn't erase the smile that constantly appeared on her face. Whether while having breakfast at the large table in Twilight Manor, leading magic training, or just walking through the corridors, that smile was always there. The other members of Loki Familia began to notice and wonder, but none dared to ask Riveria directly. They could only exchange confused looks. Riveria-sama, is there something that has made you very happy lately? Lafia asked one afternoon in a gentle voice, trying to figure out what was going on. As someone who always idolized Riveria, Lafia felt the need to know what was making her mentor so different lately. Riveria, who was holding a magic book in the library, just smiled softly. Ah, it's nothing, Lafia. Maybe I just feel a little more calm and happy lately, she replied in a casual tone, trying to hide the truth behind her smile. Lafia looked at her with a curious gaze but decided not to push further. All right, Riveria-sama. I'm glad if you're happy, she said before returning to her own magic training. But nighttime was the time when Riveria truly reflected. Every time she lay on her simple bed in her small room in Twilight Manor, her thoughts always returned to the moments in the small warehouse with Shirou. That place, which was once just an ordinary training space, now held sweet memories that always warmed her heart. Shirou. She whispered softly in the dark, her soft voice almost drowned among the pillows and blankets that wrapped around her. Remembering how Shirou always looked at her with full attention, how he was always patient and never pushed her, made Riveria feel very special. Not just because Shirou was kind and wise, but because he saw Riveria as an equal, not just as a mentor or a respected member of Loki Familia. Why are you the only one who can make me feel like this? She thought, allowing herself to be lost in feelings she had never felt before. As an elf over 100 years old, Riveria knew she was considered mature and wise by many. But behind all that, she was still a young girl in the age of the elves, a girl who also wanted to feel affection and care. Riveria's green eyes gazed at the dark ceiling of the room, recalling Shirou's warm smile, his attentive gaze, and how he always knew what to do to make her feel comfortable. You are truly special, Shirou. She murmured, a small smile reappearing on her lips before she slowly drifted off into a peaceful sleep, her mind filled with the image of the man who had made her heart flutter for the first time. Chapter 25. The next day, in the main room of Twilight Manor, Loki was seen lounging with her feet propped up on the table. Her smiling face seemed to hide something important. Members of the Loki Familia gathered around her, including Shirou, Lafia, and Bet. The atmosphere was slightly tense, as Loki rarely held sudden meetings like this. All right, listen up, everyone. Loki began in a cheerful tone, though it was clear there was a serious purpose behind her casual demeanor. You three, she pointed at Shirou, Lafia, and Bet, will be following A's to the 24th floor. There are some minor issues there that need your help to resolve. Lafia nodded eagerly, her eyes shining with enthusiasm. Yes, Loki-sama. We'll set off right away. Bet, with a slightly lazy tone, grunted. Huh, just the 24th floor? Shouldn't be too hard. Loki smiled wider. Ah, don't underestimate it. You won't be alone. You'll also be going with Filvis, the captain of the Dionysius Familia. Shirou raised an eyebrow. Filvis? Why is she coming along, Loki-sama? He asked, curious. Loki glanced at Shirou with a mischievous expression. She has business with A's, and she'll be helping you. But more importantly, Shirou. Loki leaned forward, staring directly into Shirou's eyes with a sly smile. You don't need to hide your level anymore. Shirou was silent for a moment, then asked quietly, What do you mean, Loki-sama? Loki chuckled. I fooled Dionysius into thinking you've been level 3 for a while now, even before joining the Loki Familia. There's no point in hiding it anymore. They won't be able to verify it with the guild. Shirou felt somewhat relieved, but also curious. Why did you tell Dionysius that, Loki-sama? Loki shrugged casually. Because I don't want them to underestimate you. You're part of the Loki Familia now, and I want others to know that we don't accept weak members. Bet chuckled lightly. So we're bringing along a level 3 supporter who's actually stronger than most of the other Familia members. Lafia smiled proudly at Shirou. Shiro-san, that means you can fight more freely this time, without worrying about your status. Shirou nodded, though a bit awkwardly. Thank you, Loki-sama. I'll do my best. Loki waved her hand nonchalantly. Ah, that's what I like to hear. All right, get ready and head out as soon as possible. Don't keep Ace waiting too long. Shirou, Lafia, and Bet quickly went to their rooms to prepare their gear. When they exited the manor, Philvis was already waiting at the gate with a serious expression, wearing her shining silver armor. Philvis looked at them calmly. I hope you're ready. We can't waste any time. Shirou gave a polite smile. Of course, Philvis-san. We're ready anytime. Philvis gave a brief nod. Good. Let's go. We need to reach the 24th floor before dusk. With thorough preparations and high spirits, the four of them set off toward the dungeon. Though their goal was clear, Shirou couldn't help but feel a mix of quiet anxiety, but also excitement, about what awaited them in the depths of the dungeon this time. When they arrived at the dungeon, the group quickly moved. They descended floor after floor with high efficiency, their focus fixed on one objective, to reach the 18th floor as quickly as possible to catch up with Ace. Philvis led the group calmly and confidently. Whenever monsters appeared, she faced them with graceful but deadly movements. Philvis wielded her rapier with incredible precision and speed, each thrust hitting a vital point, eliminating the monsters instantly. Even in dangerous situations, her expression remained calm, almost emotionless, as if she was well accustomed to facing such peril. Lafia, following behind Philvis, couldn't contain her admiration. Philvis-san, you're really amazing, she murmured, her eyes sparkling at how graceful Philvis was in battle. Not only was she fast, but every move looked like an elegant dance, leaving Lafia mesmerized. Shirou, on the other hand, maintained his pace behind Lafia. He decided not to use magecraft during this journey, keeping his abilities hidden from Philvis. Instead, he relied on his conventional weapons, Kancho and Bakuya, which he kept securely, ready to use at any moment. Even though he wasn't using his full strength, Shirou still contributed significantly in battles, ensuring no monsters got close to Lafia or Bet. As they made their way through floor after floor, Shirou occasionally glanced at Philvis, impressed by her extraordinary combat skills. Though she didn't use spectacular magic like Lafia or brutal speed like Bet, Shirou could see that Philvis was a highly experienced and well-trained fighter. Bet, despite maintaining a grumpy expression, couldn't help but acknowledge Philvis' efficiency. At least we don't have to waste time with someone who can't fight, he muttered, half praising her, though in a not-so-friendly tone. Philvis remained focused on her goal, unaffected by any compliments or remarks. When a large number of monsters appeared, she quickly moved along the battle line, directing Lafia and Shirou with calm yet firm hand signals. Lafia, stay back and support us with your magic. Shirou, cover the rear and make sure nothing attacks us from the blind spots, Philvis ordered with a calm but authoritative tone, showing her experience in leading dangerous situations. Lafia nodded quickly, casting protective spells for the group. Meanwhile, Shirou, just as calm, ensured they weren't ambushed by monsters from behind. Although not using his full power, Shirou felt comfortable in his role, providing protection without drawing too much attention. After some time cutting through the dungeon with high efficiency, they finally reached the 18th floor. This floor was relatively safer and served as a resting point for many adventurers. However, their group had no time to rest. They continued to search for Ace, who had arrived earlier. Where's Ace? Lafia asked, a bit anxious, her eyes scanning their surroundings. We can't stop now, Philvis replied without losing her composure. She can't be far. Stay alert. Shirou nodded in agreement, silently observing their surroundings. In his mind, he was already preparing for whatever they might face next. He knew the real challenge might still be waiting on the floors ahead. Upon reaching the 18th floor, Shirou's group quickly headed to Rivera, a small town located on this relatively safe floor. Although this floor often served as a resting place for adventurers, they didn't want to linger. Their focus was on finding information about A's whereabouts. They began searching the streets of Rivera, asking residents and other adventurers if anyone had seen Ace. But no one could provide a definite answer. Some simply shook their heads, while others had no idea at all. We haven't found anything, Lafia said, a little frustrated. Where could she have gone? Philvis remained calm, though a hint of confusion began to show on her face. She can't be far. Maybe we just haven't found the right person to ask. Shirou glanced at Bet, who looked more impatient than usual. Bet, any other ideas? Shirou asked, trying to keep the group focused. Bet snorted and directed his gaze toward a suspicious-looking man in the corner of the street. Wait here. I'm going to try something, he said in a flat tone before walking toward the man. The man was Mort, a notorious adventurer known for being cunning and often involved in shady dealings. Oi, you. Bet called threateningly, making Mort turn quickly. Seen a blonde girl with a sword recently? Mort glanced at Bet nervously, trying to act tough. Oh, Ace Wallenstein? Huh? Maybe. But, that kind of information isn't cheap. Bet quickly closed the distance, grabbing Mort by the collar. I'm not in the mood for games, Mort. You want to talk now, or do I have to make you? Mord tried to laugh, though fear was clear in his eyes. Hey, relax, I was just joking. Yeah, I saw her. She left with a group of other adventurers heading toward the pantry on the 24th floor. Lafia, standing near Shirou and Filvis, breathed a sigh of relief. Asan. All right, we know where to go. However, before Mord could slip away, he glanced at Filvis with a strange look, almost as if he feared something unseen. Hey, kids, he said, more serious this time. Do you even know who you're bringing with you? Shirou and Lafia exchanged glances, while Bet kept a firm grip on Mord. What do you mean? Shirou asked cautiously. Mord gave a short, uneasy laugh, his voice trembling slightly. Filvis Chalia, or better known as the Banshee. Ever heard of that story? Lafia frowned. Banshee? What do you mean? Mord nodded, his gaze fixed on Filvis, who remained silent and calm. She's the sole survivor of the nightmare on the 27th floor about 6 years ago. Her entire party was wiped out, except for her. That's why they call her the Banshee, like death follows her wherever she goes. Shirou looked at Filvis, trying to understand what she might be feeling as the story was brought up again. However, Filvis only stared straight ahead, her face showing no emotion, as if the story was nothing new to her. Bet growled, disliking the direction of the conversation. Shut up and mind your own business, Mord. You've said enough, he barked, giving Mord a hard shove that made him stumble backward. Mord quickly backed off, not wanting any more trouble. All right, I'm leaving. But remember what I said. He muttered before disappearing into the crowd. Lafia looked at Filvis with concern. Filvis-san. I'm sorry about what happened earlier. I didn't know. Filvis raised her hand, signaling Lafia to stop. There's no need to apologize, Lafia. It's in the past, and nothing could change it. What matters now is finding A's and completing the mission. Shirou nodded, though his heart felt heavy after hearing the story. He could sense the emotional weight Filvis carried, even if she didn't show it. We should stay focused. Let's continue to the 24th floor, Shirou said, trying to refocus the group. With renewed determination, the four of them resumed their journey, leaving Rivera and descending deeper into the dungeon. Despite the shadow of the past lingering over them, Filvis walked with her head held high, focused on their real goal. After getting information from Mord about A's and the other adventurers heading to the pantry on the 24th floor, they pressed on. But the atmosphere between them grew tenser. Mord's story about Filvis being called the Banshee and her past as the sole survivor of the nightmare on the 27th floor 6 years ago echoed in their minds. Lafia looked uneasy, glancing at Filvis with sympathy from time to time, while Bet scowled in frustration, irritated by the growing tension. He finally couldn't hold back any longer. So, you were the only one who survived that nightmare, huh? Why did you run and let them die? Bet provoked, his tone sharp and his eyes fixed on Filvis. Filvis paused for a moment, her face pale, eyes closed as if reliving painful memories. I had no other choice, she replied quietly but firmly. I couldn't save them, and I couldn't save myself. Every day, I live with the shame and regret for those who died. Shirou, walking behind, felt deep sympathy for Filvis. He remembered his own childhood in the burning city of Fuyuki. He, too, had felt alone, powerless, and guilty for surviving when others didn't. But then, Kiritsugu had saved him and given him new hope. Filvis, Shirou called gently. I know what it feels like to carry the guilt of being the only one left. I once felt that way too. But someone saved me, gave me a second chance to live and do more. Kiritsugu, the one who saved me from the Fuyuki fire. Filvis turned toward Shirou, her eyes softening slightly, though sadness lingered in them. Someone saved you? She asked, her voice curious, as if searching for confirmation that someone else could understand her pain. Shirou nodded. Yes, and I believe at some point, we all meet someone who comes to save us and gives us new hope. Just like I was saved, I believe you will be, too. Filvis fell silent for a moment, her face showing a mix of pain and a small glimmer of hope. She smiled faintly, though it was a bitter smile. Dionysus. He was the one who saved me, she said softly. He gave me a purpose, a chance to make amends, and a reason to keep living. Lafia, seeing this, tried to offer encouragement. Filvis-san, you don't have to feel ashamed. Many of us would do anything to survive. But you endured, and that alone is remarkable. But just scoffed. TCH, whether you live with shame or not, that's up to you. Just don't slow us down on this mission. Shirou shot a sharp look at Bet. Bet, we all have our reasons for what we do. Maybe we should focus on our mission now. Bet shrugged begrudgingly but didn't say anything more. The journey continued in silence, but the tension between them eased a little after the conversation. Though there was still unease, a sense of mutual understanding slowly grew among them. Filvis, though still anxious, seemed to feel slightly relieved by Shirou and Lafia's support, and they continued onward with lighter hearts. Lafia walked beside Filvis, feeling anxious. She stole a glance at Filvis, noticing that her hands were trembling slightly. Filvis-san, Lafia called softly, trying to find the right words to comfort her. I know. Your past might make you uncomfortable, but you're still here, and that's what matters, right? Filvis lowered her head slightly, as if struggling to control her emotions. You don't understand, Lafia, she replied coldly. These hands, they're stained with the blood of those I couldn't save. I don't deserve sympathy or understanding. Lafia felt a sudden surge of emotion. Without thinking, she reached out and gently held Filvis's hands, which were shaking with the weight of her guilt. "No," Lafia said, her voice trembling but firm. "These hands. I'm willing to hold them, even if they're covered in blood." Filvis was startled, her body tensing at the unexpected touch. She wasn't used to being touched, especially by someone who wasn't an elf. She looked at Lafia, her eyes wide in disbelief. "Lafia, you don't need to." Lafia smiled gently, though her eyes were filled with tears she held back. "I know, Filvis-san. I may not understand everything you've been through, but I understand the pain and regret you feel. I want to be someone you can rely on, even if it's just by holding your hand." Filvis lowered her head, her eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. I don't want anyone to touch these dirty hands of mine," she murmured softly, almost in a whisper. "But, thank you, Lafia." Shirou, standing behind them, observed their interaction with admiration. He noticed how Lafia, despite being clearly young and sometimes awkward, had the courage to approach someone known for her dark and painful past. Lafia truly had a pure heart. Filvis slowly loosened her grip on her sword, seeming a bit calmer. Maybe there's more than just regret," she said quietly. "Maybe there's still hope." Bet, who normally didn't care, merely glanced at them with half-closed eyes. Elf drama," he muttered. "As long as you can fight, I don't care about your past." Shirou gave a small smile at Bet's comment, knowing that beneath Bet's rough exterior, he understood Filvis's pain as well. "Let's keep going," he said, trying to lift the team's spirits. "Ace is waiting, and we need to move quickly." They continued their journey, and this time the atmosphere between them was a bit lighter. Filvis, usually cold and withdrawn, felt a small burden lift from her shoulders. For the first time in a long while, she felt like someone understood and cared for her, even though she was still hesitant to open up completely. Shirou, Lafia, Bet, and Filvis finally entered a dark cave on the 24th floor. The cave's eerie atmosphere made them proceed with caution, with only the light from their torches illuminating the winding corridors. The stone walls glistened faintly from the moisture, and the sound of dripping water echoed around them. Their careful footsteps echoed clearly in the stillness of the cave. Filvis, leading the group, raised her rapier, carefully watching for any movement around them. When a few monsters emerged from the darkness, she stepped forward calmly, swinging her sword with graceful yet deadly precision. In the middle of the fight, Filvis began chanting a spell softly but firmly, attacking her enemies without pause. "I can't believe it. Filvis-san can do it," Lafia whispered, amazed at how Filvis could fight on the front lines while performing a concurrent chant, casting spells while attacking. Filvis glanced briefly at Lafia, still focused on the battle. "Don't talk too much, Lafia," she said curtly, slashing at a monster trying to attack from the side. "Focus your energy on your task." The monsters attacked relentlessly, but Filvis remained composed. Her chanting continued, and every time she finished a spell, her magic blasts immediately incapacitated the enemies before her. "Dio Thyrsos," Filvis called out, and a bright light erupted from the tip of her rapier, incinerating several monsters at once. Shirou, watching from behind, observed closely. Such an efficient fighting style, he thought. She's able to combine physical attacks and magic at the same time. Not many people can do that. Bet, running on the other side, shouted a comment aloud. "Look at that, Lafia. Learn from Filvis. She can chant while fighting on the front lines. Unlike you, who always needs protection," he jeered, slashing a monster with his metal claws. Lafia bit her lip, feeling a bit hurt. "Bet. I'm trying." Shirou noticed the disappointed look on Lafia's face and tried to reassure her. "It's okay, Lafia," he said gently. "Everyone has their own way of fighting. You have your own strengths and abilities." Filvis, meanwhile, continued fighting. "Every adventurer has their own method," she said without turning around, her eyes still locked on the enemies ahead. "The key is to understand your own strengths and weaknesses and use them wisely." Lafia nodded slowly, though she still appeared slightly embarrassed. "Yes, Filvis-san. I'll keep learning," she replied in a softer voice. Ahead of them, the monster attacks intensified, but Filvis remained undeterred. "Stay alert," she said curtly. "There are more coming." Shirou nodded, feeling inspired by Filvis's calmness and bravery. He realized there was much more he needed to learn about this world and the people in it. Raising his bow, he prepared to face the next wave of enemies, observing and learning from Filvis, who seemed to never lose focus amidst the danger. They pressed on until they reached a larger cavern. Inside, a horrifying sight greeted them. A group of adventurers from Hermes Familia were surrounded by plant-like creatures known as violas, which extended their massive roots, ready to tear their prey apart. Amid the chaos, a group of fanatics could be seen, having strapped bombs to their own bodies, making the situation even more dangerous. At the center of the group stood a shirtless man wearing an antelope skull mask, looking like their leader. His eyes blazed with madness, and his aura radiated a power that couldn't be underestimated. Without hesitation, Bet lunged forward, directly challenging the fanatic's leader. "You think you can wreak havoc here and get away with it? Fool," Bet yelled angrily before charging at the masked man. They exchanged blows at a terrifying speed, each trying to find an opening to bring the other down. Don't let them get close, shouted Filvis while continuing to fend off the Violas surrounding her. Meanwhile, Lafia began chanting her spell, concentrating her magical energy to assist the others. Shirou, positioned slightly behind, quickly realized the danger posed by the bomb-strapped fanatics. He drew his bow and fired with precision, aiming at the bombs on their bodies. This has to be precise, he whispered to himself. His arrow flew and struck one of the fanatics, triggering an explosion. The effect was a chain reaction. The bombs on the other fanatics' bodies began to explode one after another, creating a series of blasts that destroyed most of the Violas around them, also injuring the remaining members of the fanatics group. Filvis, fighting on the front lines, flinched when the leader of the group suddenly turned his attention to her after realizing what Shirou had done. He leaped forward with incredible speed, ready to strike Filvis with full force. But before he could reach her, Shirou had already positioned himself between them. Using Kancho and Bakuya, Shirou blocked the masked man's brutal attack, protecting Filvis. The sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the cave, showing just how powerful the attack had been. "Don't underestimate us," shouted Shirou, pushing the leader back with his own strength. The leader staggered, clearly surprised that someone had effectively blocked his attack. Filvis, touched by Shirou's actions, gave a quick nod of gratitude before resuming her assault on the remaining Violas. Together, they began to gain control of the battlefield, ensuring that no enemies remained. Meanwhile, Bet and the fanatic leader continued their fierce battle, each trying to overpower the other with their strength and speed. However, with the dwindling number of fanatics and Violas around them, the tide of the battle began to turn in favor of Loki Familia. As the final explosion subsided and the dust began to settle, the cave grew silent. Shirou, Filvis, and Lafia stood in the middle of the battlefield, panting but victorious. Meanwhile, Bet stood triumphantly over the body of the defeated leader, signaling the end of the intense fight. However, the opponent he thought was down kicked him in the chest from his lying position. Bet Loga staggered backward after taking a powerful kick from his opponent, causing him to be pushed back several meters. He landed hard, kicking up dust around him. The antelope mask the man had been wearing shattered into fragments, revealing a familiar face to one of the adventurers present. Asfi Alandromeda, captain of Hermes Familia, stared sharply at the now exposed face. That face, she knew it. Her blue eyes widened as memories from a painful past surged back. "Olivas act," she whispered, her voice barely audible, choked by shock and deep fear. "You were supposed to be dead. You died in the 27th floor tragedy 6 years ago." The man known as Olivas act stared coldly at Asfi, a wicked smile curling his lips. The wounds on his body, which should have been fatal, began to heal rapidly, his flesh and skin regenerating like an unstoppable monster. "Oh, Captain of Hermes Familia, Asfi Andromeda, you still remember me?" Olivas spoke in a mocking tone. "Yes, I was supposed to be dead, but she didn't want that." "She? Who do you mean?" Asfi asked, her voice trembling, though she tried hard to stay composed. Olivas raised his hand, looking up at the dark sky, as if searching for something among the invisible stars. "She, the one who brought me back from the depths of an endless hell. She wants to see the sky again, to feel the sunlight on her hateful face, and to destroy Orario." Olivas's voice became raspy, filled with terrifying intensity. "She wants all the monsters trapped below in the dungeon to crawl out and destroy this city. This is all part of her plan." Bet, now rising from his fall, glared at Olivas with hatred. "You're insane if you think we'll let that happen. Whoever she is, we'll stop her, and this time, I'll make sure you really die." Olivas only laughed, a piercing sound that echoed amidst the frozen tension. "Try if you dare, Loki's dog. This world is fleeting, and I've already died once. Death no longer frightens me." Asfi gripped her magic staff tightly, fear creeping into her heart. Yet, she knew they had to stop Olivas and the sinister being that had resurrected him. Her eyes met Bet's, and in that silent exchange, they both realized one thing. This battle had only just begun, and the fate of all Orario was at stake. "We have to prepare," Asfi whispered to herself, but her words were loud enough for Bet to hear. "No matter what happens, we cannot let him succeed." With hearts full of resolve, they prepared to face a more terrifying enemy than they had ever imagined. Olivas Act, who was supposed to be dead, now stood before them as a greater threat than ever, wielding a mysterious power they had never known. Suddenly, a hole appeared on one side of the cave, while on the other, the sound of rumbling echoed, signaling that a fierce battle was taking place. Ace Wallenstein, with her sword drawn, shot forward like lightning, attacking the figure of Revis, a powerful warrior standing before her. With stunning speed and strength, Ace managed to push Revis back, causing her to stagger. Revis halted at the edge of a narrow chasm, gripping the rocky ledge tightly to stop herself from falling. Her red eyes burned with deep hatred for Ace, who now stood gracefully before her, unshaken. From a distance, Shirou and Lafia watched the battle. Their tense faces brightened as they saw Ace standing tall, bringing hope amid the darkness of the cave. "Ace-san," Lafia whispered with a relieved smile, watching her idol fight with unmatched courage. Shirou nodded, feeling Ace's strength boost their morale. "With Ace here, we can definitely get through this. She's an extraordinary fighter." However, their happiness was short-lived when the sly laughter of Olivas Act echoed throughout the cave. He gazed at Ace with eyes full of hatred and a desire for destruction. So, this is the famous sword princess. Olivas grinned, then raised his hand into the air. Revis, you failed. Let me handle this. Revis grinned, though wounded, and quickly retreated, allowing Olivas to take over. With a swift movement, Olivas summoned a large, terrifying monster, a creature called Viscum. The monster had a massive flower-like body, resembling the red violas with steel-hard skin. Its red petals glowed in the darkness of the cave as it stared hungrily at Ace. Viscum, destroyer. Olivas commanded with a voice full of hatred. Viscum roared with an ear-splitting sound and leaped toward Ace with its massive fangs ready to crush her. Yet Ace remained calm, showing no trace of fear. She raised her sword into the air, and wind began swirling around her, making her blonde hair whip wildly. Tempest, Ace uttered her spell with a voice full of determination and power. The wind swirled faster, creating a small storm around Ace. In an instant, the storm transformed into a destructive force, surging directly toward Viscum. The attack struck the monster with full force, shattering its body into fragments in the blink of an eye. Shirou and Lafia watched in awe as Viscum was obliterated without resistance. Lafia beamed, amazed by Ace's strength. Ace-san is truly incredible, she exclaimed, her spirit ignited with excitement. Shirou nodded, though his focus remained sharp. Yes, she's an extraordinary force. But we need to stay alert. Olivas won't stop here. Ace lowered her sword, staring at Olivas with a cold gaze. If you think these monsters can stop me, you're gravely mistaken. I won't let anyone threaten Orario. Olivas simply laughed, even though his plan had failed. You're strong, Sword Princess. But this is only the beginning. There's much more to come, and I'll ensure Orario falls into chaos. Despite his arrogant words, there was a slight tension in Olivas' expression. He realized that Ace's strength far exceeded his expectations, and it made him reconsider his next move. Lafia, Shirou, Ace called without taking her eyes off Olivas. Get ready, we're moving soon. This enemy isn't finished. The three of them braced themselves for whatever might come, determined to protect Orario from the looming threat. The cave, once quiet, was now filled with an escalating aura of battle, signaling that the next great fight was just around the corner. Seeing the situation turn against him, Olivas made an unexpected move. With a quick and sudden motion, he sprinted toward the edge of the cave and leaped into the large hole that had opened in the middle of the battlefield. Hey, where do you think you're going, coward? Betloga shouted angrily, clenching his fist as he summoned his strength to give chase. Without hesitation, he leaped into the same hole, pursuing Olivas. Shirou, witnessing the scene, felt a sense of urgency in his heart. He knew that if they allowed Olivas to escape, his evil plan could continue. Lafia, help Hermes Familia. He called out. I'll chase after Olivas. Lafia looked at Shirou with concern but knew their mission. All right, Shirou-san. Be careful. Shirou nodded and without hesitation jumped into the hole, following Bet and Olivas. Below, thick darkness enveloped him, but Shirou summoned Concho and Bakuya into both hands, ready to face whatever awaited them. Meanwhile, Ace Wallenstein still faced Revis, who, despite being cornered, showed no signs of surrendering. Revis rose again from her precarious position, fresh blood flowing from the wound on her arm. Her eyes burned with madness. You think you can stop me, Sword Princess? Revis spat her words with hatred. I won't fall that easily. My strength far exceeds what you think. Ace remained calm, her eyes focused on every movement of her opponent. I won't let you or anyone else threaten Orario. Prepare yourself. This is your end. With an angry shout, Revis attacked again, her sword spinning viciously, but Ace countered every strike with extraordinary composure, the storm of wind around her continuing to swirl. Their battle became a deadly dance, both moving with incredible speed. Elsewhere, Lafia and Filvis had joined Hermes Familia. They were facing a new threat, a large group of monsters called violas that suddenly appeared from the cave's corners. The monsters were moving plants with poisonous tentacles and sharp claws, viciously swinging at the adventurers. Lafia. We have to take them out before their numbers grow. Filvis shouted as she quickly cast her spell, summoning her magic power. Lafia nodded, though fear gripped her heart, she couldn't back down now. I'm ready, Filvis. I beseech the name of Wish. Lafia began to chant her spell. Ancestors of the forest, proud brethren. Answer my call and descend upon the plains. Sing, sing, keep singing. Connecting bonds, the pledge of paradise. Turn the wheel and dance. She chose her summon burst. The magic she invoked would replicate Reverio Jozalf's spell, capable of annihilating everything in sight. With this immense magical power, she could wipe out every monster at once. Come, the Ring of Fairies. Elf Ring. Her golden magic circle suddenly turned emerald green. Lafia began chanting Reveria's magic spell. The horn of battle sounds aloud. Come crimson flames, the ruthless inferno, you are the avatar of hellfire and bring the great war to a close. My name is Alf. Afi, who was on the front line with Hermes Familia, jumped back while tossing several smoke bombs toward the violas to give the other adventurers time to regroup. We can't lose here. Defensive formation, quickly. She commanded her team with authority. They're coming too fast. We need more magic attacks. One of the Hermes Familia members yelled, fending off the rapidly moving tentacles of the violas. Lafia tried to focus amid the chaos, raising her staff with both hands, finishing her chant with force. Ray Levitine. A storm of fire erupted in the air, consuming the Violas that were attacking them. In an instant, most of the monsters were incinerated into ash, clearing the way for the other adventurers to counterattack. Phylvis smiled slightly, seeing Lafia starting to take control of the situation, but she knew it wasn't over yet. We need to destroy them completely, Lafia. Don't let a single one escape. Understood. Lafia replied with determination. We can do this. Meanwhile, in the dark hole of the cave, Shirou and Bet continued chasing Olivas, who seemed to be moving with unexpected speed, as if he knew every nook and cranny of the cave. Don't let him escape, Shirou. Bet shouted angrily. I'm going to smash him once I catch him. Shirou could only run at full speed, making sure not to lose sight of Olivas. In his mind, he kept thinking of a plan to stop Olivas before he could do something more dangerous. Olivas, what crazy plan are you hiding here? Thought Shirou as he continued to chase, his resolve growing stronger to stop the revived man. The battle in the cave was heating up, with each side struggling fiercely to survive. Though surrounded by monsters, the fight against this great threat had only just begun. Shirou and Bet ran at full speed through the dark corridors of the cave, their footsteps echoing off the cold stone walls. They could feel Olivas's presence ahead of them, getting closer. But suddenly, the cave ahead split into two paths. Damn. A fork in the road. Bet growled, his eyes scanning the two routes in front of him. I'll take the right, Bet quickly decided without waiting for Shirou's response. You take the left. We can't let him get away. Shirou nodded without hesitation. Be careful, Bet. He called, before running toward the left. Bet just grunted before darting down the right path, his determination to catch and destroy Olivas unshakable. Shirou sped through the narrow corridor he chose. The light diminished, making visibility more difficult, but he pressed on without hesitation. At the end of the hallway, he arrived in a large chamber within the cave. The room was full of massive roots extending from the walls, and there stood Olivas Act, a wicked smile on his face. Huh. I didn't expect the one chasing me to be someone so insignificant, Olivas laughed, his voice echoing through the cave. I almost hoped it was Bet Vandergand. It would have been more fun to crush that dog of Loki. But it seems luck is on my side today. Around Olivas gathered a group of Violas, the terrifying creatures that had already slain many adventurers with their deadly tentacles and poison. They moved restlessly, as if awaiting Olivas' command. However, Shirou didn't seem fazed by Olivas' taunts. Calmly, he drew Concho and Bakuya, the twin blades always ready to aid him in battle. You might think this is luck, Olivas, Shirou spoke with calm but firm confidence, but it won't last long. I'm going to stop you here. Olivas stopped laughing, eyeing Shirou more seriously, though a gleam of contempt remained in his gaze. These monsters will tear you apart in an instant. Maybe, Shirou replied as he advanced steadily, but I won't back down. I'll destroy your plans and make sure Orario doesn't fall into chaos. Foolish idealism, Olivas waved his hand, commanding the Violas to attack. Tear him apart. The Violas hissed, their tentacles moving swiftly, ready to strike Shirou from all directions. Shirou tightened his grip on his swords, bracing himself for the lopsided fight. Trace on. Shirou invoked his signature spell, reinforcing both his weapons and body. He moved forward with swift steps, dodging tentacles attacking from left and right, slashing Concho and Bakuya with deadly precision. In no time, he had cut down several Violas, turning them to ash, but there were still many left. Olivas stood back, watching with hateful eyes. No matter how hard you fight, Orario's fate is already sealed, Olivas said coldly. This world will burn, and you'll be nothing more than dust beneath our feet. Shirou glanced at Olivas, his eyes glowing with unshakable resolve. As long as I'm standing, I'll fight. You won't win, Olivas. The battle in the cave grew more intense. Shirou faced wave after wave of Viola attacks, but he held his ground, swinging his swords with strength and precision. Though under immense pressure, Shirou showed he wasn't a foe to be underestimated. Meanwhile, deep inside, Shirou knew he had to end this quickly. If not, Olivas would escape and continue his sinister plans. With each swing of his blade, Shirou resolved to stop this nightmare before it was too late. Olivas' act began to feel anxiety creeping into his heart as he watched Shirou Emiya swiftly dispatch the Violas he had commanded to attack. Each slash of Concho and Bakuya sent the monsters to their deaths, turning them to ash in seconds. Tension started to build on Olivas' face as he realized Shirou was not the weak opponent he had thought. This boy. How is he defeating them so easily? Olivas muttered to himself, feeling a mix of anger and fear welling up inside him. Seeing Shirou busy with the Violas, Olivas decided to take action. Without warning, he dashed toward Shirou, exploiting a brief opening as Shirou cut down the last Viola. With immense strength, Olivas launched a powerful kick at Shirou, aiming to crush him in a single blow. Shirou sensed Olivos approaching, but it was too late to fully evade. He twisted his body and raised his shoulder to block the attack. Bam! Olivas' kick landed hard on Shirou's shoulder, sending his body flying backward with great force. Though he managed to block it, Shirou felt the tremendous impact of the strike. Pain coursed through his body, reminding him of the significant power gap between himself, a level 3, and Olivas, a level 6. Arg. Shirou grimaced in pain, his knees hitting the ground, but he clung tightly to his swords, refusing to fall. Olivas grinned sadistically as he saw Shirou in pain. You blocked it? Impressive, but it won't be enough. You're too weak to fight me, boy. You should surrender now before I completely crush you. Despite the pain coursing through his body, Shirou's mind remained sharp. He quickly assessed the situation. The cave was too narrow to use noble phantasms or magic arrows. Such attacks could cause the cave to collapse or backfire on him. He needed a smarter strategy, something that could counter Olivas' physical strength. Then, in a flash of memory, Shirou recalled Archer's signature move, a technique used only in critical situations, the triple-linked crane wings. It was a combination attack with Kancho and Bakuya that could deceive the enemy and deliver lethal strikes from multiple angles. This is the only way, Shirou thought, gritting his teeth and pushing through the pain spreading from his shoulder. He slowly rose, his gaze locked on Olivas. Olivas raised an eyebrow, surprised by Shirou's determination to keep standing, despite the clear difference in strength. What now? Are you so eager to die? Shirou didn't respond, his eyes full of resolve. I won't lose. Not here, not now. Despite the pain coursing through his body and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Shirou stood tall. He knew that Olivas' act was physically stronger, but retreat was not an option. With Kancho and Bakuya in hand, Shirou closed his eyes briefly, feeling the flow of energy within him, focusing on the one technique that might save him. He opened his eyes and stared sharply at Olivas, who began advancing toward him, burning with anger. This is it, Shirou murmured to himself, ready to unleash an attack that might change the course of the battle. With swift movements, Shirou raised his swords and began chanting a spell. Spirit and technique, flawless and firm. Olivas paused, sensing a shift in the air around Shirou. A powerful, dangerous aura began to radiate from the young man. Our strength rips the mountains. Shirou continued, channeling his energy and determination into every word. His twin swords started to vibrate, responding to the power Shirou was invoking. Our swords split the water. With each word, Shirou's strength grew, and the air around his blades seemed to ripple like waves on the surface of a lake. Realizing the looming danger, Olivas prepared to strike preemptively, but Shirou pressed on with unwavering confidence. Our names reached the Imperial Villa. The twin swords now whirled around Shirou, forming a complex and deadly pattern, signaling his readiness for the final strike. The two of us cannot hold the heavens together. With a final shout, Shirou hurled Kancho and Bakuya into the air. The swords flew at incredible speed, spiraling unpredictably as they encircled Olivas from multiple directions, creating an inescapable web of strikes. Triple-linked crane wings. Shirou called out the name of the technique with full conviction as the swords attacked from 3 different angles. Olivas, once confident, was now trapped in a whirlwind of attacks he couldn't evade. Kancho struck from the front while Bakuya slashed from the side. In the confusion, Olivas managed to parry one blade, but he failed to notice the other slicing toward his back. Gah! Olivas screamed as Kancho pierced through his defenses and Bakuya slashed his side. Blood splattered as deep wounds opened across his body, causing him to stagger backward in agonizing pain. The swords returned to Shirou's hands flawlessly. He stood, panting heavily but with a triumphant gleam in his eyes. This isn't over, Olivas. You will fall here. Olivas, now gravely wounded, struggled to remain standing, his body weakening. You're no ordinary fighter, he muttered weakly, still filled with hatred. Olivas acted, barely able to stand, trembled as blood continued to pour from the deep wounds inflicted by Kancho and Bakuya. He tried to summon his regenerative abilities, the power that had always brought him back from the brink of death. But this time, the wounds wouldn't heal. Panic began to grip Olivas' heart as he realized that Shirou's swords were no ordinary weapons. Why can't I heal? Olivas asked, his voice trembling with fear. His eyes widened, trying to comprehend what was happening as his consciousness began to fade. Shirou, still standing despite his exhaustion, looked at Olivas with unwavering resolve. It's because of Kancho and Bakuya, Shirou explained calmly, though fatigue was overtaking him. These swords have anti-monster properties. They prevent regeneration in beings like you. The wounds they inflict won't heal. Olivas was silent, his body shaking with pain and fear. No, this can't be. I can't die here. But before he could utter another word, his body wavered and finally collapsed to the ground. Blood streamed from his mouth, and his eyes remained wide open, devoid of life. Olivas' act was dead. Shirou stood there for a moment, staring at the lifeless body in front of him. He felt a mix of relief and emptiness, knowing that though this battle was won, more dangers awaited them. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached quickly, and Bet Loga appeared from one of the tunnels in the cave. His eyes widened as he saw the scene before him. Olivas' act, the enemy he had considered a major threat, lay dead on the ground, while Shirou, whose level was clearly much lower than Olivas, stood with his twin swords, panting heavily. What happened here? Bet asked, disbelief evident in his voice as he looked at Shirou with a mixture of shock and admiration. Shirou gazed back at Bet, realizing he had to act quickly to protect himself. Despite his victory over Olivas, he knew his ability to wield Kancho and Bakuya would raise many questions, especially from the Hermes Familia and the Guild. He needed to keep his status hidden. Bet, I have a request, Shirou said in a low but firm voice as he approached Bet. Please, tell Hermes Familia and the guild that you were the one who defeated Olivas. Bet furrowed his brow. Huh? What do you mean? You did this, didn't you? Why should I get the credit? His voice was gruff, but curiosity lingered in his tone. Shirou sighed, feeling the exhaustion settling deeper. I have my reasons for keeping my status hidden. If they know I could defeat Olivas, they'll start asking questions. I can't explain everything now, but trust me, it's important. Please, help me with this. Bet stared at Shirou sharply, as if trying to gauge the sincerity behind the request. Deep down, he felt confused and slightly disturbed seeing Shirou, who was much weaker by level, take down an enemy that had been difficult even for him. But on the other hand, he respected Shirou's request, knowing the young man must have his reasons. This is weird as hell, Bet muttered, then shrugged. But fine, I'll do it. But remember this, Emiya, I don't like owing favors. So you'll have to repay me someday. Shirou gave a weak smile, relieved that Bet had agreed. Thank you, Bet. I promise I won't forget this. Bet approached Olivas' body and nudged it with his foot to ensure the enemy was truly dead. All right, let's get out of here. We'll tell the others I handled it. You can play along. Shirou nodded, sheathing Kancho and Bakuya. Though his body still ached with exhaustion and pain, he knew the battle wasn't over yet. But for now, he could rest a little, having successfully hidden the truth from those who didn't need to know it. Together, Shirou and Bet left the cave, leaving the body of Olivas behind them, a threat finally vanquished. Chapter 26. In the small hidden warehouse at the corner of the Twilight Manor's garden, Shirou and Riveria stood face to face, ready to continue their magecraft training. The soft morning sun streamed through the cracks in the wood, casting a warm glow over the simple room. Shirou, his expression serious and focused, calmly explained the next technique they would learn. Today, I'll teach you about structural analysis, Shirou said, looking directly into Riveria's eyes. It's a basic technique that allows us to understand the structure of an object more deeply, seeing its components, materials, and even hidden weaknesses within it. Riveria nodded slowly, trying to absorb every word Shirou spoke. Yet, her eyes involuntarily kept focusing on every detail of his face, the sharp line of his jaw, his serious yet soft brown eyes, and the way he spoke with such attentiveness and calm. Over time, Shirou seemed increasingly captivating in her eyes. The first step is to feel the energy around you and focus on the object you want to analyze, Shirou continued, his hand moving slowly to demonstrate the technique. Try to imagine fine threads connecting every part of the object, and let your mind trace those threads to the core. Riveria nodded again, trying to follow Shirou's instructions. She focused on a small piece of what she held, trying to sense what Shirou was describing. But the more she tried to concentrate, the more her mind drifted back to Shirou. Why do I keep thinking about him? She thought, feeling a bit frustrated. Every time she closed her eyes and tried to feel the energy of the object in her hand, the image of Shirou's face appeared unbidden. She felt her cheeks warm, making it even harder to stay focused. Shirou noticed Riveria's unsettled expression. Riveria, what's wrong? You seem distracted, he asked with concern. Riveria started, straightening her posture and forcing a smile. Nothing, Shirou. I'm just having a bit of trouble concentrating, she replied, trying to hide her nervousness. Shirou chuckled softly. That's all right. It's not an easy technique. It takes time to truly focus, he said kindly. Maybe we could try some breathing exercises first to help calm your mind. Riveria nodded, though her heart was still racing. Why yes, that might be a good idea, she said, a little awkwardly. I should be able to focus better. Shirou stepped closer, gently placing his hand on Riveria's shoulder. Try taking a deep breath, and release it slowly. Let every tension flow out with your breath, he said, his eyes soft as they met hers. Riveria followed his instruction, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. Yet, in that moment, she became acutely aware of their closeness. Her heart pounded even faster, and the image of Shirou's face became clearer in her mind. She struggled to calm herself, but every time she felt the gentle touch of his hand on her shoulder, her mind wandered further from focus. Shirou smiled at Riveria's effort. You're doing well, Riveria, he said softly, offering encouragement. There's no need to rush, we have plenty of time. Riveria slowly opened her eyes, her face slightly flushed. Thank you, Shirou. I'll try again, she said with a shy smile. But inside, she knew these feelings wouldn't be easy to shake. In the small warehouse that had become their private training space, Riveria sat with a serious expression, determined to understand the structural analysis technique Shirou had just taught her. In front of her was a sword Shirou had projected. At first glance, the sword appeared simple, but it held secrets only deeper techniques could reveal. Riveria sighed, concentrating hard, trying to use structural analysis to trace the sword's structure. You said I should feel the flow of energy through this sword, but why does it feel so difficult? She murmured, a little frustrated. Shirou smiled gently, standing beside her. Take it easy, Riveria. This is a technique that requires a lot of calm and concentration, he said patiently. Try to feel the sword like you feel the flow of magic around you. Don't just look at its surface. Riveria closed her eyes again, taking a deep breath, and tried to follow Shirou's guidance. She could feel the energy around her, but still, it was hard to get a clear sense of the sword's structure. I still can't see it, she admitted, disappointed. Shirou nodded, thinking for a moment before coming up with a new idea. How about we try something different? He suggested. Riveria looked at him curiously. What do you mean, Shirou? Shirou walked over to his small table in the corner of the warehouse and picked up a wooden board. Quickly, he etched something onto the board with a small sword, writing invisible words. Once finished, he placed another board over it, hiding the writing. I want you to try using structural analysis to read what I wrote inside this board, without opening it, Shirou explained. Riveria raised an eyebrow, feeling challenged by the idea. Interesting. So I have to read through the board using magic? She asked. Shirou nodded. Yes. Think of it as practice. Focus your energy on sensing what's inside the board, just like you were trying to understand the sword earlier. Riveria closed her eyes, took a slow breath, and began channeling her magic, trying to sense what was hidden inside the board. Silence filled the warehouse, the only sound being Riveria's steady, calm breathing. After a while, Riveria opened her eyes with a slight smile. I can feel it. There's something written in there, she said excitedly. Shirou smiled. Great, Riveria. Now, try to read it. Riveria focused her energy again, trying to see more clearly what was written. But after a few moments, she shook her head. I still can't read it clearly. This is harder than I thought, she admitted, a little disappointed. Shirou patted her shoulder gently. Don't worry, this is a very difficult exercise. You're on the right path. Keep practicing, and you'll become more sensitive to what you're feeling. Riveria smiled faintly, feeling a little better. Thank you, Shirou. I'll keep trying, she said with renewed determination. Shirou looked at her with admiration. I know you can do it. It's just a matter of time. With newfound resolve, Riveria continued her practice, while Shirou patiently guided her, making sure that every small step forward felt meaningful. Riveria walked slowly along the corridor of Twilight Manor, clutching tightly the wooden board Shirou had given her. On that board, Shirou had written instructions and notes to help Riveria in her structural analysis training. Though it seemed simple, the board had now become one of Riveria's most treasured possessions. Her usually calm eyes now glowed softly, and a small smile played at the corner of her lips. Each step she took was filled with thoughts of Shirou and the lessons he had given her. Riveria felt a warmth different from before, and unconsciously, she hugged the board even closer to her chest. As Riveria walked towards her room, some members of the Loki Familia who happened to see her exchanged puzzled glances. They rarely, if ever, saw Riveria, the usually calm and wise elf, showing such an expression. They began to wonder what exactly was going on. At the end of the corridor, Finn, who had just finished discussing something with Gareth, noticed Riveria clutching a wooden board tightly. He furrowed his brow, sensing something different about her demeanor. Riveria. Finn called out, curious, stopping Riveria as she was making her way to her room. What is that you're holding? It seems very important. Riveria jumped, startled by Finn's sudden voice. She quickly turned, and realizing how tightly she was hugging the board, her face flushed with embarrassment. She knew her expression might have attracted more attention than she had intended. Ah, Finn. This is just a training board, Riveria replied, her voice a bit shaky, trying to sound casual. But the redness on her cheeks couldn't be hidden. Finn raised an eyebrow, still intrigued. A training board? You seem to be guarding it quite closely. Is it something new? Riveria nodded quickly, feeling awkward under Finn's sharp gaze. Yes, it's something Shirou gave me to help with my training. Nothing special, just a tool, she said, attempting to smile, though her embarrassment was obvious. Finn observed her for a moment before giving a small smile. Well, if it helps, that's good. But Riveria, you don't usually look like this. Riveria paused, realizing she had revealed more of her emotions than she intended. Maybe I've just been too focused on this training, she quickly said, searching for an excuse. However, Finn only smiled warmly. It's all right, Riveria. Everyone deserves to enjoy what they hold dear. Riveria lowered her head slightly, her embarrassment growing. Thank you, Finn, she said softly. I'll head back to my room now. With that, Riveria quickly hurried to her room, her face still flushed with embarrassment. Once she reached her room, she quickly shut the door behind her, leaning against the wooden door as she took a deep breath. Why am I like this? Riveria asked herself, still clutching the wooden board tightly. Her face remained red, but a soft smile crept onto her lips. In the quiet of her room, she gazed at the training board again, feeling a warm, unexplainable sensation. She knew the board was more than just a training tool. It symbolized the growing connection between her and Shirou, something that made her feel special. And with that realization, Riveria understood that Shirou wasn't just another member of the Loki Familia to her. In her quiet room, Riveria sat cross-legged on the floor, her eyes closed. Her hands gently touched a small board Shirou had given her a few days ago, with a message inscribed that could only be read using structural analysis. Shirou had taught her how to use the technique, and tonight, Riveria decided to try it on her own. Taking a deep breath, Riveria carefully channeled her magic energy, feeling the flow of OD within her body. Her elf ears twitched slightly as she tried to focus fully, sensing the hidden writing within the board. Slowly, the letters began to appear in her mind, like a fog gradually clearing. As she concentrated, her thoughts began to wander. What did Shirou actually write here? She mused. A strange feeling arose within her. Could it be something romantic? Her cheeks gradually reddened as she imagined Shirou writing, "I like you." Riveria smiled softly, her blush deepening as she imagined the scenario. However, she shook her head, trying to push away her drifting thoughts. Focus, Riveria, she told herself, bringing her concentration back to the structural analysis technique she was attempting. After a while, Riveria finally succeeded in reading the hidden writing. The letters became clear in her mind. The message read, "Don't give up, Riveria." Riveria's eyes widened, and immediately a warm smile spread across her face. She felt a warmth in her chest, filled with a happiness that was hard to explain. "Shirou." She whispered softly, as if just saying his name was enough to make her feel stronger. Her heart soared with happiness. Though the words were simple, the support she felt from Shirou was profound. Shirou hadn't written something romantic as she had imagined, but this message was so sincere, so meaningful. It was something more than just words. Riveria held back a bigger smile, her heart feeling so light. He's such a kind person, she thought, always knowing how to give encouragement at the right moment. That night, Riveria lay in bed with an uncontainable smile. Shirou's words echoed in her mind, offering her comfort and motivation. Slowly, her eyes closed, and she drifted off to sleep in happiness, thinking about tomorrow's training and about the person who had given her new strength to keep moving forward. The next morning, Riveria walked lightly towards her friend Aina's house, located in the northern part of Orario. The small house was surrounded by a neat garden with blooming flowers, giving a peaceful contrast to the city's hustle and bustle. As Riveria knocked on the door, she felt a bit nervous, remembering what she wanted to share today. Shortly after, the door opened, and Aina appeared with a wide smile on her face. "Riveria, it's been so long since you last visited," Aina greeted cheerfully, inviting Riveria inside. Riveria returned the smile. "Yes, Aina. I'm sorry, I've been busy with familia duties," she replied as she entered the warm living room. She looked around and smiled, noticing signs of a cozy family life and the aroma of freshly cooked food wafting from the kitchen. "Come, sit down. I'll make us some tea," Aina said as she quickly moved to the kitchen. Riveria followed her, sitting at the wooden table surrounded by simple chairs. "How's the family?" "The children must be growing up fast," Riveria asked with a smile, trying to calm her racing heartbeat a little. Aina chuckled softly. "Oh, the little one is growing up so fast, just like Aina," she replied while pouring warm tea into 2 cups. "And my husband, well, as usual, he's busy in the workshop," she added, her eyes shining with happiness. Riveria nodded, feeling comfortable with the light conversation. However, she knew there was something else she wanted to talk about. After a few sips of tea and shared laughter about past memories, Aina suddenly noticed something in her friend's expression. "Riveria," Aina said gently, "you look a bit different today. Is there something you want to tell me?" Riveria felt her face flush slightly. She knew that Aina could read her better than anyone else. "Well, actually, there is something," she said softly, her voice sounding a bit shy. Aina leaned forward, looking at Riveria with curious eyes. "What is it? Don't beat around the bush. You know I don't like waiting." Riveria took a slow breath and lowered her face, biting her lower lip before speaking. I think I have feelings for someone," she said in a near whisper. Aina was silent for a moment, looking surprised before finally letting out a small laugh. "Oh, really? Riveria, are you kidding me?" she said with a grin. "I never imagined hearing this from you." Riveria blushed, feeling embarrassed by her confession. "I didn't expect it either, but he's different," she continued softly, still not daring to look directly into Aina's eyes. Aina stopped laughing and looked at her friend seriously. "Who is he, Riveria? An elf? Or someone from the Loki familia?" Riveria nodded slightly, her face turning even redder. He's from the Loki familia, but not an elf," she replied briefly. Aina smiled widely, warmer this time. "Tell me more. What makes him so special to you?" Riveria bit her lip again, trying to find the right words. He's patient, considerate, and he never treats me differently because of my status. He treats me with respect, but also like a friend." Aina nodded, listening attentively. "So, he makes you feel special?" Riveria nodded, feeling a bit relieved after saying that. "Yes, he makes me feel like an ordinary person, not just a high elf or the leader of Loki familia." Aina smiled wider, happy to see the change in Riveria's expression. "That's wonderful, Riveria. You deserve someone who makes you feel like that," she said, her eyes shining with affection. "But does he know how you feel?" Riveria quickly shook her head, blushing again. "No, I don't know how to tell him." Aina chuckled softly. "You have to find a way, Riveria. I'm sure he'll be happy to hear it. And remember, you're not just a wise and strong high elf, you're also a woman who deserves to feel love." Riveria smiled shyly, feeling lighter after talking with Aina. "Thank you, Aina. Maybe I will try," she said with more confidence. Aina hugged Riveria tightly. "Always, my friend. I'm here for you," she said warmly, while Riveria felt the warmth of her friend's support. and her heart beat with exciting new feelings. The days passed quickly, and during that time, Riveria became more proficient in using structural analysis, a skill taught to her by Shirou. Every night, after finishing her duties and training with Loki Familia, Riveria took time to return to her room, sit quietly, and touch the training board Shirou had given her. The board had become something very meaningful to Riveria, not just as a training tool, but also as a bridge between herself and Shirou. Every night, she used structural analysis to read the hidden messages within the board, messages that Shirou had carefully written. Tonight, like the previous nights, Riveria sat cross-legged on the floor of her quiet room. With steady breaths and closed eyes, she channeled her magic into the wooden board in her hands, feeling the energy connected to the writing within it. Slowly, the letters began to form in her mind, a new message from Shirou appearing clearly. Keep believing in yourself, Riveria. You're stronger than you think. Riveria smiled softly as she read the message. As always, Shirou's words touched her heart. There was something sincere in every message she found, something that made her feel valued and supported. She placed the board beside her and reflected for a moment. Even though Shirou was not near her at that moment, she could feel his presence and support through these simple messages. It gave her strength, not only in magic but also in facing her days as a member of Loki Familia. It's never easy, is it? Riveria spoke to herself, still smiling. But with this encouragement, it all feels more possible. Her smile grew wider as she pondered Shirou's words. She knew that the feelings growing in her heart were not something she could ignore. Every message she read made her more certain that there was something more than just a teacher-student relationship between them. Shirou. I hope you know how much this means to me, she murmured softly, still looking at the wooden board in front of her. After a while, Riveria carefully set the board aside and decided to lie down. The night was late, and she knew that tomorrow would be another busy day. However, unlike usual, she felt her heart was lighter and more at peace. A warm feeling flowed through her, making her feel comfortable and calm. With thoughts filled with Shirou's words, Riveria closed her eyes, letting the day's fatigue slowly fade away. Every night, as she drifted off to sleep, the same smile always graced her face, a smile filled with gratitude, happiness, and growing feelings for someone who had begun to hold a special place in her heart. Riveria knew that tomorrow, and every night thereafter, she would continue to look forward to those messages and the warmth that came with them. And with that feeling, she finally fell asleep peacefully, holding on to the hope and emotions that had just begun to grow within her. The next day, in a small warehouse at the corner of Twilight Manor, Shirou and Riveria met again to continue their training. However, this time, Shirou had prepared something different. In his hand, he held a black ribbon, and there was a mischievous glint in his usually serious eyes. Riveria, today, I want to test how far you've come with structural analysis, Shirou said with a slight smile. Riveria nodded, feeling confident in her steadily improving abilities. All right, Shirou. I'm ready for any challenge, she replied calmly, though a hint of curiosity lingered in her heart. Shirou lifted the black ribbon and stepped closer to Riveria. I'm going to blindfold you with this. You'll use structural analysis without the aid of your sight, Shirou explained. Riveria's eyes widened slightly, and her heart started to beat faster as Shirou began tying the ribbon around her head, covering her eyes. The gentle touch of Shirou's hand on the back of her head made her face warm up a bit, but she tried to remain calm. Is it too tight? Shirou asked with a concerned tone, ensuring Riveria was comfortable. Riveria swallowed and shook her head slightly. No, it's just right, she answered, her voice trembling a little. After making sure Riveria couldn't see anything, Shirou stepped back a few paces and began projecting various types of metals and gemstones in front of them. Around Riveria, objects of different textures and compositions began to appear, each emitting a unique energy that could only be sensed by someone with a high magical sensitivity. Now, Riveria, Shirou said, his voice calm yet firm, use structural analysis to identify these objects. Focus on the energy they emit and tell me what you sense. Riveria took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart. Although her eyes were covered, she could feel Shirou's presence nearby, which gave her additional strength. She began to focus her energy, sensing the flow of magic around her, then channeled that magic into the object Shirou had projected. The first object she touched had a hard, cold texture. Riveria focused her mind, trying to sense what was hidden within it. After a moment, she began to recognize the characteristics of its energy. This is iron, Riveria said, her voice full of confidence. Shirou nodded, though he knew Riveria couldn't see him. Good, continue. Riveria moved on to the next object, feeling a smoother yet heavier texture. The energy it emitted was different, denser, and glittered in her mind. This is gold, Riveria answered again, her confidence growing. Shirou smiled, impressed with Riveria's ability. He didn't give her time to relax and quickly moved on to a more challenging object, a gemstone that emitted a very different energy. Riveria felt the object in her hand, its energy so pure and delicate, almost like light dancing at her fingertips. She thought for a moment, then smiled slightly. This is a sapphire, she finally said, her voice soft but full of certainty. Shirou, silently proud, nodded again and finally decided to end the test. You're right, Riveria. You've identified them all perfectly. Riveria sighed in relief as Shirou approached and removed the ribbon covering her eyes. As her eyes adjusted to the light, she saw the smile on Shirou's face, a smile that made her heart beat faster again. "Congratulations, Riveria," Shirou said with an appreciative tone. "You've mastered structural analysis very well. I know it's not an easy technique, but you've shown remarkable progress." Riveria bowed her head slightly, feeling flattered by Shirou's praise. "Thank you, Shirou. I couldn't have done it without your guidance," she said with a gentle smile. Shirou shook his head, still with a warm smile on his face. "This is all because of your hard work, Riveria. I just helped you find the way." They both stood there for a moment, letting a comfortable silence fill the space between them. In that moment, Riveria felt something more than just pride in her progress and training. There was a warm feeling growing in her heart, a feeling she knew was getting stronger each day. "Thank you, Shirou," Riveria said again, this time more sincerely. "I'll keep striving to get better." Shirou nodded, sensing that her words were not just about their training but also about something deeper. "I'm sure you'll continue to grow, Riveria. And I'll be here to support you." With that warm feeling enveloping them, Shirou and Riveria continued their day with renewed energy, bringing their relationship to a deeper level, filled with hope and trust growing between them. The next day, Shirou and Riveria gathered once again in the small warehouse at Twilight Manor. The morning sun softly illuminated the room, creating a calm and focused atmosphere. Today, Shirou had prepared a new lesson for Riveria, a technique that required precision and high control, reinforcement. Shirou stood in front of a small table, holding a glass cup in his hand. He looked at Riveria seriously, making sure she understood the importance of this technique. "Riveria, today I'm going to teach you about reinforcement," Shirou said as he carefully held the glass. "This technique allows us to strengthen objects by channeling magical energy into them. It's a very useful skill, but it can also be dangerous if not done correctly." Riveria nodded, listening intently. "I understand. What should I do first?" she asked, her eyes full of enthusiasm. Shirou gave a slight smile, pleased by Riveria's eagerness. "First, I'll show you how reinforcement works. Watch closely." He held the glass with one hand and began focusing his magical energy. Slowly, Shirou channeled energy into the glass, concentrating his power to reinforce the structure of the glass without damaging it. A faint light began to glow from the glass, indicating that the reinforcement was in progress. Shirou then released the glass, letting it fall onto the table. However, instead of shattering, the glass landed gently and remained intact. As you can see, proper reinforcement allows an object to become much stronger without changing its appearance, Shirou said as he lifted the glass again, showing it to Riveria. Riveria looked at the glass in awe. "That's amazing, Shirou. So, our magical energy can really strengthen objects like this?" Shirou nodded. "That's right. But there's something you need to remember." He shifted his gaze back to the glass in his hand, his expression growing more serious. "If you channel too much magical energy into an object, the results can be very dangerous." Riveria listened carefully, sensing the change in Shirou's tone. "What happens if there's too much energy?" Shirou sighed, then focused his energy back into the glass. This time, he increased the flow of magic, putting more energy into the glass. The previously faint light now grew brighter, showing that the glass was under great pressure. Within seconds, the glass began to tremble and crack. The glass shattered with a loud noise, sending shards flying in all directions. Shirou quickly moved his hand, shielding Riveria from the flying debris. "This is what happens when you don't control reinforcement properly," Shirou said firmly. "Too much energy will cause the object structure to be unable to withstand the pressure, and it will eventually break." Riveria remained silent for a moment, contemplating what had just happened. "So, control is the key to using reinforcement," she murmured softly, more to herself. Shirou nodded, his expression softening again. "Exactly. It's not just about how much energy you can channel, but also about how well you can adjust it to the needs of the object you're reinforcing. Too little, and it won't be effective. Too much, and the object could break." Riveria looked at the shattered glass on the table intently, feeling that this lesson was very valuable. "I understand, Shirou. I'll practice to make sure I can control my magic precisely." Shirou smiled, satisfied with Riveria's response. "That's what I hope to hear from you, Riveria. With practice and patience, you'll be able to master reinforcement like the other techniques." Riveria nodded resolutely, feeling more motivated to learn. "I'll give it my best." They continued the training that day with renewed determination. Riveria began trying reinforcement on various simple objects, with Shirou guiding her to ensure she understood the limits of the technique. Every time she succeeded, Shirou encouraged her, and whenever she failed, Shirou patiently explained where she went wrong. By the end of the training, Riveria felt that she had learned something very valuable, not just about the reinforcement technique, but also about the importance of control and balance in using magic. With Shirou's guidance, she was confident that she could continue to grow, becoming stronger and wiser in using her power. After that day's reinforcement training was over, Riveria felt satisfied with her progress. Shirou had taught her with great patience, and she felt that she had grown stronger, not only in her magical abilities but also in her understanding of how to control her power. However, as they were about to part ways, something tugged at Riveria's heart. Every night after training, Shirou always left a message on her training board. simple yet meaningful messages that always made her smile before going to bed. Although Riveria didn't show it, she eagerly looked forward to those messages. As Shirou prepared to leave, Riveria glanced at her training board with quiet anticipation. But this time, Shirou showed no signs of writing anything. He simply smiled, as if today's training had been enough. Riveria felt her heart beat a little faster, and before she realized it, the words had already left her mouth. Shirou, are you going to write a message on my training board today? She asked, slightly embarrassed, her face flushing as she realized how much she wanted that message. Shirou looked at her with warmth in his eyes. He understood how important those messages were to Riveria, even though he never intended for her to become dependent on them. With a gentle smile, he drew a small sword from his waist and approached the table where the wooden board was placed. All right, Riveria. This will be the last message I write on your training board, Shirou said softly. Riveria felt a mix of emotions in her heart, happiness, nervousness, and a bit of sadness hearing Shirou's words. She watched closely as Shirou began to engrave something into the board, his careful movements suggesting that each word held deep meaning. Shirou worked calmly, ensuring every letter was written perfectly. When he finished, Shirou looked at Riveria and smiled warmly. I hope you'll like this message, Riveria. Riveria could only nod, too nervous to say anything. She held the board carefully, as if it were the most precious treasure she owned. In silence, she felt the overwhelming warmth of Shirou's newly inscribed words. That night, Riveria couldn't contain her excitement. Once she was in her room, she quickly sat cross-legged on the floor, holding the training board in her lap. Her heart was pounding, eager to know what Shirou had written. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and began channeling her magic, using structural analysis to read the hidden message within the board. The letters began to form in her mind, one by one, creating a sentence that made her heart skip a beat. I'm very grateful to have met you. Riveria felt her heart swell with joy, a soft smile slowly spreading across her face. That simple sentence, filled with warmth and sincerity, made all the days she spent with Shirou feel so special. That warm feeling spread throughout her body, making her feel more alive than ever before. Unconsciously, tears of happiness welled up in the corners of her eyes. In a voice barely above a whisper, Riveria responded to the message, as if Shirou could hear her even though they weren't together. Me too, Shirou, she whispered with deep emotion. I'm also grateful to have met you. That night, Riveria slept with an uncontainable smile, her heart full of warmth and happiness. Shirou's final message became something she would keep in her heart, as a beautiful memory and as a motivation to keep moving forward. And she knew, no matter how far she went, Shirou's words would always be with her. Chapter 27. The next day, Twilight Manor was buzzing with activity. Members of the Loki familia rushed about after hearing an important announcement from Finn. With a serious expression, Finn stood in the center of the main hall, his sharp eyes scanning the gathered familia members around him. Attention, everyone. Finn began in a firm voice. The Loki familia will be undertaking a massive expedition with the goal of reaching the 59th floor. This will be one of the toughest expeditions we've ever done, so make sure you're ready. For those who haven't updated their status, do so now. Upon hearing the announcement, the members immediately headed to Loki's private room to update their statuses. Everyone knew that updating their status was crucial before such a major expedition, especially when they would be facing tougher challenges in the lower floors of the dungeon. Betloga was the last to enter Loki's room. He quickly finished updating his status and stepped out with a more confident look on his face. After Bet was done, it was Shirou's turn to enter Loki's room. Shirou walked in calmly, though there was a slight unease in his heart. He hadn't updated his status in a long time, and after defeating Olivas, he knew that many things might have changed. Loki, who was sitting at a desk with her characteristic sly smile, glanced at Shirou as he entered. Well, you finally showed up, Emiya. It's been quite a while since you last updated your status, hasn't it? Loki asked teasingly, though there was a hint of concern in her voice. Shirou gave a faint smile and nodded. Yes, it has been a while. I think it's the right time to see how much I've grown, he replied calmly. Loki swiftly prepared everything and began updating Shirou's status. As she poured a drop of Shirou's blood onto his back and read the new status that appeared, Loki's eyes widened slightly, revealing a bit of surprise she tried to hide. Wow, you've made quite a significant improvement, Shirou. It seems defeating Olivas gave a big boost to your stats, Loki said, her eyes scanning the new statistics etched on Shirou's back. Shirou listened quietly, but he knew Loki had more to say. After a moment, Loki grinned, but there was a serious glint in her eyes. You know, Shirou, I can sense that you haven't unleashed all of your power. There's something inside you that you're still holding back, isn't there? Shirou lowered his head slightly, reflecting on Loki's words. He knew that there was a lot of power within him that he kept restrained, abilities he avoided using in this world, including his ability to use a reality marble. Loki continued, her voice softer but full of hope. I won't force you to reveal all your secrets, Shirou. But what I do hope is that during the expedition, you'll use your power to protect the other members. We're going to face much stronger enemies on the 59th floor, and I need everyone, including you, to give their best. Shirou raised his head and looked at Loki. He could see the sincerity in her words. Even though Loki was known for her playful nature, There were moments like this where she showed her serious side as a goddess leading a powerful familia. All right, Loki, Shirou responded with a steady voice. I'll make sure to use my power as best as I can in this expedition. I won't let you or the others down. Loki smiled, satisfied, and lightly patted Shirou on the back. That's what I wanted to hear. Remember, we're a family here, and I'm counting on you. Emiya, don't hesitate to show what you're really capable of. Shirou nodded, feeling the weight on his heart lighten a bit. Although he was always hesitant to show his full power, there was something in Loki's words that made him feel more prepared to face the upcoming challenges. After they finished, Shirou stood up and prepared to leave the room. Before he could go, Loki called out to him once more. And Shirou, Loki said with a meaningful smile. Don't forget, if you ever feel the need to talk or ask for help, I'm always here. We'll face this together. Shirou turned and gave a slight smile. Thank you, Loki. I'll remember that. With renewed determination, Shirou left the room, ready to face the major expedition that was about to begin. He knew that the challenges on the 59th floor would not be easy, but with the resolve and strength he possessed, he promised himself that he would protect everyone important to him, including his new family and the Loki Familia. Level 3. Strength, I-20, C-634. Endurance, I-13, C-657. Dexterity, I-17, B-700. Agility, I-23, C-632. Magic, I-40, B-721. Archer, I. Magic Resistance, I. Magic. Magecraft. Skills. Underdog. Reduces Excelia gained when fighting weaker enemies and increases Excelia when fighting stronger enemies. That morning, at the entrance to the dungeon, the atmosphere was filled with a mix of anxiety and excitement. The Loki Familia gathered, ready to begin the grand expedition they had meticulously prepared for. Joining them was the Hephaestus Familia, there to assist in repairing any weapons that might get damaged during the battles in the dungeon. Shirou stood among the members of Loki Familia, observing the preparations. His eyes glanced over at Tsubaki Kalbrand, the captain of the Hephaestus Familia, renowned as a skilled blacksmith. Shirou recalled that he had once copied one of Tsubaki's magic swords, a flame sword with immense magical power. He had since modified that magic sword into one of his magic arrows. While waiting for the order to move out, Shirou noticed Ace Wallenstein standing slightly apart, receiving a necklace from Lillian Louis, a member of the Hermes Familia. Lillian smiled broadly as she handed over the necklace, saying it was a gift from a mysterious figure in a black cloak who wished for A's safety during the expedition. This is from the mysterious figure in the black cloak, Lillian whispered. He wants to ensure A's is always protected in the dungeon. This necklace has protective powers. A's accepted the necklace with a slight nod, ready to wear it. However, as A's lifted the necklace, something made Shirou feel uneasy. He sensed a strange energy emanating from the object. Being skilled in structural analysis, Shirou decided to examine the necklace more closely. Ace, may I see that necklace for a moment? Shirou asked, his tone calm but serious. Ace looked at Shirou with a bit of curiosity but trusted his instincts and handed over the necklace. Sure, Shirou. What's wrong? Shirou took the necklace and focused his energy, using structural analysis to see what was hidden inside. After a few moments, he opened his eyes, his expression turning serious. This necklace, Shirou began, looking sharply at Ace. This necklace isn't just a protective charm. There's something hidden inside, a type of magic similar to a bugging device. Someone might be trying to monitor or listen in on your conversations during the expedition. A's eyes widened slightly at Shirou's explanation. A bug? But why? She paused, trying to digest the information. Shirou sighed, thinking hard. I don't know who placed this magic or what their purpose is, but I suggest you don't wear it. If you have to carry it, it would be better to drop it along the way. That will reduce the risk if this necklace is indeed intended for malicious purposes. Ace nodded slowly, recognizing the truth in Shirou's words. All right, Shirou. I'll follow your advice. She put the necklace into a small pouch at her waist, deciding to discard it at the right moment later. Lillian, who was still nearby, unaware of the serious conversation between Shirou and Ace, simply smiled and waved at them before returning to her group. After that, Finn gave the final instructions before the expedition began. Is everyone ready? Remember, we're heading down to the 59th floor, so stay focused and watch out for each other. The Hephaestus Familia will be with us, so don't hesitate to ask for their help if your weapons get damaged. Tsubaki, standing next to Finn, patted his shoulder with a broad smile. Don't worry, Finn. The Hephaestus Familia is ready to keep your weapons sharp and strong. Members of both familias responded with enthusiasm, ready to face the great challenge awaiting them in the depths of the dungeon. Shirou felt a bit relieved knowing that Ace wouldn't be wearing the necklace, but a sense of caution remained within him. He knew that on this expedition, many things could happen, and he had to be prepared for anything. With thorough preparations and high spirits, the Loki Familia, along with the Hephaestus Familia, finally began their journey into the depths of the dungeon, ready to face the dangers that awaited them on the 59th floor. As the expedition began, Finn decided to split the Loki Familia into two groups. The first group went ahead into the dungeon to clear the path and secure the area, while the second group, consisting of Shirou, Ace, Tiona, Tioni, Bet, Riveria, Gareth, and Finn himself, would follow to ensure the safe passage of all Familia members. They moved quickly but cautiously through the early floors of the dungeon. However, during the journey, they were startled by a novice adventurer who came rushing toward them, his face pale and his breathing heavy. "Help! A young man with white hair. He's being attacked by a minotaur," the novice shouted in a panicked voice. Ace instantly jolted at the description. "Belle," she muttered softly, her voice filled with worry. Without a second thought, Ace dashed in the direction the novice had indicated, the wind following her swift steps. "Ace," Finn called out, trying to stop her, but he knew Ace wouldn't just stop like that. Finn quickly gave orders to the others. "Everyone, follow Ace. We can't let her go alone." Shirou, Tiona, Tioni, Bet, Riveria, and Gareth immediately ran after her, following Ace, who was already far ahead. They knew that if Belle was truly being attacked by a minotaur, time was of the essence. As they neared the scene, Ace suddenly stopped in her tracks, her eyes narrowing as she looked ahead. There stood a muscular man with determined eyes, Otter, the captain of the Freya Familia. He stood firm, as if ready to block anyone who tried to pass. "Otter," Ace said in a cold tone. She knew that Otter was a formidable opponent, possibly one of the most dangerous in Orario. Otter stared at Ace without expression, but his aura of power was heavy, almost oppressive. "I was ordered to watch," Otter said briefly, his voice deep and authoritative. "No one is to interfere with that fight." "Step aside, Otter," Ace responded firmly. "I won't let Belle die here." Otter didn't move, only staring at Ace with a sharp gaze. "That's not your concern, Sword Princess. This fight is part of a test given to him. Freya-sama wants to see how far he can grow." "This isn't a test, it's torture," Ace exclaimed, her right hand trembling as she gripped her sword, ready to fight if necessary. As the tension between them escalated, the other members of the Loki Familia finally arrived. Finn stepped forward, standing beside Ace with a calm but vigilant expression. "Otter, we don't want any trouble here," Finn said diplomatically. "But we can't allow one of our friends to be in danger. Let us through, and there won't be any further issues." Otter glanced at the members of the Loki Familia gathering around him. Although he was one of the strongest fighters in Orario, facing the entire Loki Familia would be foolish. He knew this wasn't the time for conflict. In a low voice, Otter finally said, "I'm only following orders. But this time, I'll step back." He slowly stepped aside, clearing the way for them. As soon as Otter moved aside, Ace shot forward, not wasting a moment. Shirou and the others quickly followed, rushing toward the place where Belle might be fighting for his life. When they arrived, they found Belcranel, the young man with white hair, standing face to face with a large minotaur. Belle's body was covered in wounds, but the determination in his eyes was unshaken. Ace saw that Belle was on the brink, but surprisingly, he continued to fight, even though the odds seemed slim. "Belle," Ace shouted, her sword ready to strike the minotaur. However, Belle only turned his head slightly, and despite his exhaustion, he shook his head. "Ace-san, please let me finish this on my own." His voice sounded desperate yet full of resolve. Ace hesitated, torn between her desire to protect Belle and her respect for his request. Shirou, standing next to Ace, sensed the difficult decision she had to make. He placed a hand on Ace's shoulder and said calmly, "Trust him, Ace. This is his fight. But we'll be here to make sure he doesn't fall." Ace looked at Shirou, then slowly nodded. "All right, but we'll help him if he can't fight anymore," she said firmly. With that agreement, they all stood back, watching as Belle continued to struggle. Despite their anxiety, they respected Belle's request and stood ready to support him at any moment. With everything that had happened, one thing became clear: this expedition wouldn't just be a physical test, but also a mental and emotional one for every member of the Loki Familia. They knew that the dangers in the dungeon didn't just come from monsters, but also from the conflicts and difficult choices they would have to face. Belcranel, still a novice at level 1, fought tenaciously against a level 2 minotaur. The sight left the members of the Loki Familia watching from a distance stunned. They hadn't expected that Belle, who was once considered weak and had even been laughed at by Bet, could now fight with such strong determination. Bet, who was usually cynical, stood silently watching the battle. He didn't say anything, but there was a glimmer of recognition in his eyes. He remembered how he used to mock Belle, considering him useless. But seeing the young man now, fighting with everything he had despite facing a stronger enemy, made Bet realize how much Belle had grown. Tiona, also watching with keen interest, smiled broadly as she saw Belle continue to fight. "This battle," she said in awe, "it reminds me of the story of Argonaut, a hero who bravely faces a much stronger enemy, armed only with determination and courage." Tioni, standing beside her, nodded. "Yes, though Belle isn't as strong as Argonaut yet, he has the same spirit. It's truly impressive," she said in a calmer but deeply appreciative tone. Amidst the admiration, Finn turned to Shirou, who stood with a thoughtful expression. With a small smile on his face, Finn asked teasingly, "So, Shirou, how does it compare? When you were still level 1 like Belle is now, you fought enemies much stronger than you, like Revis who was level 6. What was going through your mind then?" Shirou turned to Finn, realizing that even though Finn was teasing, his question carried genuine curiosity. Shirou recalled his first encounters with opponents much stronger than himself, including Revis, and how he had to rely on more than just physical strength to survive. At that time, there was only one thing on my mind, Shirou said calmly but firmly. I had to survive, no matter how weak I was compared to my enemies. I knew that if I fell, the people I cared about would be in danger. So, even though I didn't have the strength to win, I kept going, hoping that at least I could protect others or make enough of a difference to give them a chance to survive. Finn's smile widened at Shirou's response. That's such a fitting answer for you, Shirou, he said with a small laugh. Like Bell now, you also fight with your heart, not just your sword. Shirou looked at Bell, who was still struggling against the Minotaur, and though he felt sympathy, he also saw incredible resolve in Bell. Bell has a strong will, Shirou continued. He may not have great strength yet, but his determination can lead him to achieve extraordinary things. That's what makes him similar to the heroes Tiona was talking about. Finn nodded in agreement, his eyes returning to the ongoing battle. Exactly. In this fight, Bell might not only be testing his strength but also proving to himself that he can overcome his fears, and that's more valuable than just winning. Every punch and slash he received from the Minotaur was met with a counterattack filled with determination. His perseverance inspired the members of the Loki Familia, who grew to respect the young man even more despite his lower level. Ace, who had been worried at first, began to feel relieved and a little proud seeing how far Bell had come. She could see a bit of herself in the way Bell fought tirelessly, despite the odds. As the battle continued, Shirou realized that this moment was more than just an ordinary fight for Bell. It was a turning point, a test where Bell would prove not only to others but also to himself that he was worthy of being a true adventurer. And with each passing second, Bell Crannel, though still a novice, demonstrated that he had the potential to become someone great, just like the heroes in the stories he had heard. Bell Crannel, though his body was covered in wounds and his breath was ragged, showed no signs of retreating. The Minotaur before him seemed to grow angrier, but Bell only focused all his energy on one spell he knew well. Firebolt. Bell shouted, launching a close-range firebolt spell. The attack hit the Minotaur hard, but Bell didn't stop there. He kept gathering his remaining energy, firing the firebolt spell again and again at close range. Firebolt. 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 Bell cried out, each time unleashing his magic relentlessly. Finally, the barrage of attacks reached its peak. The already badly wounded Minotaur couldn't withstand the continuous blast of magic striking its body. With one final roar, the Minotaur exploded into ashes, leaving Bell standing alone in the middle of the battlefield marked by the traces of their fight. However, this victory came at a high cost. Bell had exhausted all his magical energy, and his body had reached its limit. With his remaining breath, Bell continued to stand, but his eyes slowly began to close. He had no strength left, and his consciousness started to fade. Seeing Bell begin to falter, Shirou immediately moved. He rushed toward Bell, and before the young man could collapse to the ground, Shirou carefully caught him, holding his body to prevent him from crashing down. Bell, you've done more than enough, Shirou whispered softly, honoring the incredible effort the young man had put forth. Bell didn't respond, having completely lost consciousness. However, on his weary face, there was a peaceful expression, a sign that he had given his all in the fight. Shirou calmly lifted Bell's body and carried him gently. Even though Bell was unconscious, Shirou made sure the young man was safe in his arms. As Shirou turned around, he noticed Lilaruka Arde, Bell's supporter, who was also injured and exhausted, lying not far from where Bell had fought. Lily's eyes showed relief at seeing Bell safe, but her body was too weak to move. Finn, Shirou called to the leader of the Loki Familia as he approached. Bell and Lily are completely exhausted. I'm going to take them back to the Hestia Familia. They need immediate care. Finn nodded, understanding the situation. You're right, Shirou. Get them back safely. We'll continue the expedition without you. Make sure they receive the care they need. Ace, who was still looking at Bell with a mixture of admiration and relief, agreed with a nod. That's for the best. Bell has given everything he has. He needs to rest. Shirou looked at them all with confidence. I'll make sure they get back safely. Don't worry. With Bell in his arms and Lily carefully cradled on the other side, Shirou began to walk out of the dungeon. Each step he took was steady, even though he knew this task was vital. He made sure his steps were firm, to avoid jostling their injured bodies. As he walked out, Shirou felt a connection with Bell. Although they hadn't spoken much before, Shirou could sense a similarity in their determination to protect those they cared about. He also understood how important Bell was to many people, including Ace, who clearly cared deeply for him. After exiting the dungeon and reaching the surface, Shirou made his way toward the Hestia Familia's headquarters. Although the journey felt long, Shirou remained focused on keeping Bell and Lily safe. When he arrived, he was greeted by Hestia, the goddess who loved Bell like her own child. Hestia's face turned pale when she saw the condition Bell and Lily were in, but seeing that Shirou had brought them back safely, her worry eased a little. Bell. Lily. Hestia cried out anxiously, running toward them. They're safe, but they need immediate care, Shirou said calmly, gently lowering Bell and Lily. I brought them here as quickly as I could. Hestia nodded, her eyes welling up with tears of relief. Thank you, Shirou. You truly saved them. Shirou just gave a slight smile and nodded. They're our friends. It was my duty to ensure their safety. With Belle and Lily now in Hestia's care, Shirou felt a sense of relief. He had done what he could to help, and now he could return his focus to the ongoing expedition. However, deep in his heart, Shirou felt that the bond between him, Belle, and the members of the Loki Familia had deepened after this incident. He knew they were all part of the same world, connected by battles and the shared determination to protect what they held dear. With that feeling, Shirou took his leave and began making his way back to the dungeon, ready to rejoin the Loki Familia and continue their expedition. As was typical for the Loki Familia, they successfully breached the 50th floor without much trouble. Although this floor was known to be one of the more dangerous sections of the dungeon, they managed to get through it with little difficulty. Shirou, who had rejoined the expedition, played a different role this time. He acted more as a supporter, collecting drop items and ensuring the found treasures were kept safe. One reason Shirou chose this role was that they were working alongside the Hephaestus Familia. Deep down, Shirou still wanted to keep his projection ability hidden, especially since many of the weapons he replicated were derived from the works of the Hephaestus Familia. He knew that displaying his full power in front of them might raise unwanted suspicions. That night, after a long journey and exhausting battles, the two familias set up camp in the safe zone on the 50th floor. Despite being deep within the dungeon, this zone was relatively safe from monster attacks, making it an ideal place to rest and prepare before advancing to the next floor. Around the campsite, campfires were lit, casting a warm glow on the faces of those who were tired but content. Members of the Loki Familia and Hephaestus Familia sat together, sharing food, laughter, and stories about the battles they had faced throughout the day. Tsubaki, the captain of the Hephaestus Familia, sat not far from Shirou, inspecting a weapon she had just finished repairing. She glanced over at Shirou, who was busy checking the drop items. "Hey, Shirou," Tsubaki called out in a friendly tone, "you're pretty good at finding rare items in the dungeon, huh? A lot of what you found today are items that don't appear often." Shirou turned and smiled politely. "Thank you, Tsubaki. I'm just trying to help as much as I can. Besides, with you all here, I don't have to worry too much about fighting." Tsubaki chuckled and nodded. "Well, we do have some pretty reliable hands when it comes to fighting. But still, you did a great job. Don't sell yourself short." Finn, who was sitting across from them, chimed in with a slight smile. Shirou has a talent for keeping the team balanced. Even though he didn't stand out in battle today, his contributions were still important. Shirou nodded humbly. "I just want to make sure everything goes smoothly. Besides, I think keeping our weapons and equipment safe is just as important as fighting." Tiona, who was chewing on some food nearby, joined the conversation. "Right, especially with all the drop items we got today, we can repair and strengthen our weapons. It's all thanks to your hard work, Shirou." Riveria, who had also been listening to the conversation, looked at Shirou with a gentle gaze. She knew that Shirou was holding back from showing his full strength, but she also understood his reasons. "We all have our roles to play in this expedition. And you, Shirou, are playing yours very well." Shirou felt a bit touched by the support from his companions, but he continued to try not to stand out too much. "Thank you, everyone. I'm glad I could help." That night, in the peaceful camp, the atmosphere became more relaxed and familiar. The members of the Loki Familia and Hephaestus Familia spent their time resting and recovering their energy, sharing stories, and laughing together. Aze, who was sitting not far from Shirou, occasionally glanced over at him. She could sense that Shirou was holding something back, a power he chose not to reveal. However, she didn't feel the need to ask further. Aze knew that every adventurer had their secrets and their own reasons, and she respected that. As the night grew late, one by one, the Familia members began to retreat to their tents to sleep. Before going to bed, Shirou took a moment to gaze up at the dark sky above the safe zone, reflecting on his journey so far. He knew that the deeper they ventured into the dungeon, the more likely it was that he would have to reveal some of the power he had kept hidden. But for now, Shirou was content with his role as a supporter, protecting his friends in ways that were not always visible but were just as important. With a calm mind, Shirou finally entered his tent, ready to face the new challenges that awaited on the floors to come. That night, around the warm campfire, the atmosphere in the Loki Familia and Hephaestus Familia camp grew more serious. Finn Dame, the leader of the Loki Familia, gathered all the key members for a strategic meeting. They knew that from the 51st floor onward, the challenges would become increasingly difficult, and every step had to be carefully planned. Finn stood in front of the campfire, his face illuminated by the flickering light, giving him a stern and authoritative appearance. All eyes were on him, waiting for the decisions to be made. "All right, everyone," Finn began in a calm yet firm tone. "Tomorrow, we will continue our expedition to the 51st floor and beyond. These floors will be much more dangerous, so we need to determine who will advance and who will stay behind to guard the camp." Finn looked around, seeing the attentive faces watching him. Aze, Tiona, Tioni, and Bet. Finn started naming names. "You will be on the front lines. You are the best at close combat, and your strength is crucial for breaking through the enemy defenses on the next floor." Aze nodded slightly, her face showing her usual determination. Tiona and Tioni smiled with enthusiasm, while Bet just grunted, but it was clear he was ready for the upcoming challenge. Raul, Lafia, Cruz, Alicia, and Narvi, Finn continued, "You will act as supporters. Your focus will be on supporting the frontline team with magic, healing, and ensuring our path remains secure. Lafia nodded confidently, relieved that she could contribute to the team. Raoul and the others also showed their readiness, though there was a hint of worry in their eyes, knowing the challenges that lay ahead. Finn then looked at Riveria and Gareth, who were seated nearby. Riveria, Gareth, you already know that you'll be joining us. As usual, you'll help lead the team and ensure everything goes according to plan. Riveria nodded calmly, her expression as serene as ever, while Gareth simply nodded in agreement, ready to protect everyone with his immense strength. Finally, Finn turned his gaze to Shirou, who was quietly sitting at the edge of the meeting. The atmosphere suddenly grew more tense as Finn looked at him with meaningful eyes. Shirou Emiya, Finn said seriously, though there was a glimmer of hope in his voice, you will join us as a wild card. All eyes shifted to Shirou, who remained calm despite the increased attention on him. He knew this was an important moment. So far, you've chosen to hold back your power, and we respect that decision, Finn continued, but in the coming floors, we might face threats unlike anything we've seen before. I want you to be ready to show your true capabilities if needed. Shirou looked at Finn for a moment, then nodded firmly. I understand, Finn. I'll do whatever it takes to ensure we all make it through this expedition safely. Tiona grinned widely, encouraging Shirou. This is exciting, Shirou. I've always been curious about how strong you really are. I'm sure you'll impress us all. Tiona added with a more serious tone. If Finn is entrusting you with the wild card position, it means we all trust you. Don't worry, we'll face whatever comes together. Ace simply nodded slightly, her expression calm, though her eyes showed that she too was eager to see how far Shirou could go. Finn continued, for those of you staying at the camp with Hephaestus Familia, make sure everything remains secure. This is our resting place, and we can't afford to lose it. He paused for a moment, looking at everyone sharply. Remember, we are Loki Familia. We always protect each other, and we never leave anyone behind. All the members nodded, feeling the shared spirit among them. Despite the daunting challenges ahead, they knew that with teamwork and combined strength, they could face anything. After the meeting ended, Finn let everyone rest and prepare for the next day. Shirou, still sitting by the campfire, felt a mix of emotions, determination to protect his friends and uncertainty about how they would react if he truly revealed his full power. Riveria approached, sitting next to Shirou. Don't worry, Shirou, she said softly. You're not alone in this. We're all here to support each other. Shirou looked at Riveria and gave a small smile. Thank you, Riveria. I know. And I'll do my best to make sure we all come back safely. That night, Shirou prepared himself for what might be his biggest challenge in the dungeon so far. And though there was tension, he felt a bit more at ease knowing that he wouldn't face it alone. Together with Loki Familia, he knew they could handle whatever came their way. Chapter 28. That morning, the atmosphere at the camp on the 50th floor was filled with new energy. After the meeting the night before, all members of the Loki Familia and Hephaestus Familia knew they had to be ready to face the significant challenges in the lower floors. Sabaki Kalbrand, the captain of Hephaestus Familia, had worked tirelessly throughout the night to ensure that the weapons prepared for the Loki Familia fighters were in their best condition. As the sun began to shine on the camp, Finn, Gareth, Bet, Tiona, and Tioni gathered around Sabaki, who was waiting for them with a broad smile. Before her lay 5 new weapons that glistened in the morning light. Good morning, everyone, Sabaki greeted with enthusiasm. I have something special for you today. They all looked at the weapons with keen interest. Sabaki lifted a large sword that appeared heavy and strong and handed it to Gareth. This is for you, Gareth, Sabaki said with a smile. This weapon has the properties of Durandal, meaning it won't break easily. You'll need this durability in the lower floors. Gareth nodded with satisfaction, feeling the balance and power of the weapon in his hands. Thank you, Sabaki. This will be very useful. Sabaki then handed twin swords to Tiona and Tioni. For the two of you, with your fast and powerful fighting style, these weapons will be extensions of your hands. The Durandal properties will ensure you can strike without worrying about them breaking. Tiona grinned widely, swinging her swords with enthusiasm. Wow, this is amazing. Thank you, Sabaki. With these, we'll crush everything in our path. Tioni also felt the strength of her new weapon, nodding appreciatively. This is perfect. You truly know how to forge weapons that suit us. Bet, who was a bit quieter that morning, received his new weapon, a pair of spiked gloves with Durandal properties. He didn't say much, but his eyes gleamed with determination as he tried them on. These are good. I'll make sure they feel it, he said in a flat tone but clearly appreciating Sabaki's work. Finally, Sabaki handed a spear to Finn. Finn, as the leader, you need a weapon that you can rely on in any situation. This spear will be your mainstay on the lower floors. With the Durandal properties, you can fight without fear of it breaking. Finn received the spear with a grateful nod. This is the perfect weapon, Sabaki. I'll make good use of it. While all the members received their new weapons, Ace approached Sabaki. Even though Ace hadn't asked for a new weapon, she felt the need to speak with Sabaki, who had helped her so much in the past. Sabaki, Ace said softly, thank you for everything you've done for us. Sabaki smiled broadly and patted Ace's shoulder. No need to thank me, Ace. You're all like family to me. She then looked at Ace more closely, her smile becoming warmer. You know, Ace, I still remember the first time I met you. Back then, you were like a sword always drawn, always ready to fight, as if you had no other purpose than to become stronger. Ace looked at Sabaki attentively, recalling those times. Yes. I felt that by fighting, I could find the strength I was looking for, Ace replied softly. Sabaki nodded. That's true, but you've changed, Ace. Now, I see you're calmer, happier. It's as if you found your sheath, a place where you can rest, where you feel comfortable. Ace fell silent for a moment, pondering Sabaki's words. Indeed, since meeting Belle and the members of Loki Familia, her feelings had changed. She was no longer just a fighter seeking strength, but someone who had also found other meanings in life, friendship, protection, and perhaps, hope. Maybe you're right, Ace finally said, with a faint smile on her face. I feel more complete now. Sabaki chuckled and patted Ace's shoulder again. That's what I want for you, Ace. A sword always drawn will quickly dull. But a sword that knows when to be sheathed will remain sharp for a long time. Ace nodded slowly, feeling relieved by the conversation. She knew her journey wasn't over, but with her friends by her side, she felt stronger and more prepared to face whatever came next. That morning, with new weapons and renewed spirit, the Loki Familia prepared to continue their expedition down to the 51st floor. They knew that the challenges ahead would not be easy, but with these preparations, they were ready to face whatever awaited in the depths of the dungeon. With their new weapons in hand and spirits blazing, Bet and Tiona took the lead, guiding the group on their expedition to the 51st floor. Bet, with his new spiked gloves, seemed more aggressive than usual. Every step was filled with energy, as if he couldn't wait to unleash his strength on the enemies they would face. Tiona was equally enthusiastic, moving swiftly with her twin swords, ready to face any threat that appeared. They moved quickly, traversing the dark corridors of the dungeon with confidence. The other members of the Loki Familia, including Shirou, followed closely, maintaining their formation tightly. It didn't take long before the first threat appeared. Black rhinos, large monsters with thick skin and sharp horns, emerged from the dungeon walls in a narrow corridor. These monsters were known for their incredible physical strength and brutal attacking capabilities. They're coming. Don't let them get close, Finn shouted, directing his spear forward. Bet immediately leaped towards one of the black rhinos with incredible speed, striking it with his new spiked gloves. You think you can block my path? He shouted energetically. The hard horn of the rhino cracked under Bet's punch, and with a series of strikes, he managed to bring the monster down. Tiona wasn't far behind, attacking with her twin swords, slashing the legs of one of the black rhinos with swift and precise strikes. Come on, let's destroy them all, she exclaimed with excitement. While they were fighting the black rhinos, Virgas, monsters capable of shooting acidic liquid, began emerging from the ceiling and walls. Their acid was dangerous, capable of injuring anyone it touched, as well as damaging weapons and armor. Shirou, positioned in the middle of the formation, quickly recognized the threat. Virgas above. Keep your distance and avoid their acid, he shouted as he drew his bow. With full focus, Shirou called upon his black arrows and fired them one by one at the Virgas lurking in the darkness. His black arrows flew swiftly, striking each Virga with precision, making them fall to the ground before they could unleash their acid attack. Great job, Shirou, Lafia called from the rear, impressed by his accuracy. But the threat was far from over. Deformous spiders, large, terrifying monsters with long legs, began crawling along the walls and ceiling. They were notorious for their strong webs, capable of capturing unwary adventurers. Deformous spiders above us, Finn shouted, warning everyone to be alert. Shirou spotted one of the large spiders moving to launch an attack. Without hesitation, he shot another black arrow at the spider, hitting it squarely in the body and causing it to fall to the ground with a loud thud. However, another spider managed to launch its web, quickly shooting its strands toward Tioni, who was at the front line. Shirou acted quickly, gripping Kancho and Bakuya, and calling upon the power of reinforcement to strengthen the blades. Kancho, Bakuya, Shirou shouted as he leaped forward, slashing the incoming web aimed at Tioni with both swords. The web was easily cut by Shirou's swift slash, saving Tioni from danger. Tioni turned and smiled at Shirou. Thanks, Shirou. You arrived just in time. Shirou nodded while remaining vigilant. No problem. We need to stay focused. There are still many of them around us. Finn and Riveria led with calm precision, providing guidance as they continued to advance. Gareth used his massive axe to smash the remaining black rhinos, while Ace quickly cut down any monsters brave enough to come close. The battle in the narrow corridor was intense, but with good teamwork, Loki Familia managed to handle every threat that came their way. Bet seemed to grow more aggressive with every strike, smashing the foes with full force. Tiona and Tioni moved like shadows, attacking with speed beyond the naked eye's ability to follow. Shirou remained in the center, ready to provide support from a distance with his black arrows or engage in close combat with Kancho and Bakuya when necessary. Every attack he made was precise, ensuring that no enemy could get near his companions. After some time, they managed to clear the corridor of the monsters. Heavy breaths could be heard from the members of Loki Familia, but they all felt satisfied with the result. Though the path ahead was still long, they had proven they were ready to face whatever awaited them on the lower floors of the dungeon. Finn raised his hand, signaling for a brief halt. Good job, everyone. We managed to handle this attack well. Let's continue with more caution. Stay alert. Everyone nodded in agreement, and with their spirits still high, they pressed on, drawing ever closer to their destination. Shirou felt the weight on his shoulders growing heavier, but he knew he could handle it. With his friends by his side, he was ready to show his true strength if things got tougher. Loki Familia continued their journey at a fast pace on the 52nd floor. Finn, always vigilant and thinking of the best strategies, ordered his team to avoid unnecessary confrontations with monsters and focus on advancing as quickly as possible. We don't have time to fight every monster we come across, Finn commanded firmly. Stay focused on our goal and avoid battles whenever possible. All the members nodded in agreement, moving swiftly through the dungeon's corridors. Shirou, positioned in the middle of the group, remained alert, ready to respond to whatever might happen. However, no one could predict the sudden danger that appeared from below them. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound echoed from beneath the floor. A giant blast of fire shot up from below, creating a hole in the 52nd floor with tremendous force. A Valgang dragon, one of the most powerful monsters residing on the 58th floor, had unleashed a massive fire blast directly toward them. What is that? Tiona shouted, her eyes wide as she saw the enormous hole suddenly appear beneath them. Raoul, positioned at the rear, didn't realize the danger. Unknowingly, a large web shot toward him, attempting to pull him into the hole created by the fire blast. But before the web could reach him, Lafia quickly moved, pushing Raoul out of harm's way. Raoul, watch out! Lafia yelled, pushing him with all her strength. However, Lafia's action had serious consequences. The web caught her instead, rapidly pulling her into the deep, dark hole. Lafia! Raoul shouted in panic, realizing what had just happened. Seeing Lafia being pulled into the hole, Shirou didn't think twice. He instantly channeled reinforcement magic to his legs, enhancing his muscles for an extraordinary leap. With incredible speed, Shirou jumped into the gaping hole, chasing after Lafia, who was falling rapidly. Lafia, I'm coming! Shirou shouted as he dived downward. In the darkness, Shirou approached the helplessly falling Lafia. With quick movements, he managed to catch Lafia tightly, pulling her into his embrace to shield her from further falling. However, the danger was not over yet. They were still in the path of a potential fire attack from the Valgang dragon below. You're safe with me, Lafia, Shirou declared firmly. With Lafia in his arms, Shirou used his projection ability, creating a powerful anti-fire shield to protect them from any possible fire blasts. The next fire breath from the Valgang dragon hit the shield hard, but Shirou ensured it remained sturdy, shielding them from the deadly heat. Lafia, still shaken, looked at Shirou with eyes full of gratitude. Shirou, thank you, she said in a trembling voice, even as they continued to fall. It's okay, Lafia. I won't let you get hurt, Shirou replied with a voice full of confidence. They continued falling deeper, passing through the lower floors. Finally, with a small explosion below, they landed hard on the 58th floor. However, thanks to Shirou's reinforcement and the projected anti-fire shield, they managed to land safely, albeit slightly shaken. As the dust began to settle, Shirou held Lafia tightly, ensuring she wasn't seriously injured. Are you okay, Lafia? He asked gently, looking at her pale face. Lafia nodded slowly, though still trembling. Yes, I'm fine. Thank you, Shirou. Without you, I would've. No need to thank me, Shirou interrupted softly. It's our duty to protect each other. What's important now is that we find a way back to the others. But before they could plan anything, a loud rumbling sound came from another direction. The Valgang dragon, which had fired from below earlier, now emerged from the darkness, its red eyes glaring at them menacingly. We need to move now, Lafia, Shirou said firmly, preparing himself for the worst. I'll protect you from here. Stay behind me. Lafia nodded, taking a deep breath to calm herself. Together, they had to find a way to survive the looming danger on the 58th floor and find a path back to their friends above. Shirou knew this challenge wouldn't be easy, but he was determined to protect Lafia with all the strength he had. As Shirou and Lafia prepared to face the Valgang dragon emerging from the darkness on the 58th floor, they heard loud sounds from above. Through the hole they had fallen through earlier, Bet, Tiona, Tioni, and Gareth suddenly appeared, their expressions battle-ready. You didn't think we'd let you fight alone, did you? Tiona shouted with a wide grin as she landed with an acrobatic leap, joining the front line. Bet, with incredible speed, dashed forward, attacking the Valgang dragon with his fists, reinforced by spiked gloves. Let's smash them! He roared with enthusiasm, striking the dragon with tremendous force. Tioni quickly followed behind her sister, slashing with her twin swords, moving swiftly to wound the massive legs of the Valgang dragon. Don't let them catch their breath, she yelled, attacking with deadly precision. Gareth, arriving last, immediately demonstrated his immense physical strength. With a booming voice, he grabbed one of the Valgang dragons and, with great power, slammed it into the ground with his bare hands. Take that, you big lizard! Gareth shouted with a deep, confident voice. While her companions fought on the front lines, Lafia prepared her magic at the back, gathering a great amount of magical power. Arc's Ray! She shouted loudly, unleashing a burst of light that pierced through the air and struck one of the Valgang dragons, forcing it to retreat. Shirou, positioned at the back, used this opportunity to provide support from a distance. With a projected magic arrow, he targeted another Valang dragon. Keeping his distance, he concentrated his magic into the arrow ready to be fired. Inferno arrow. Shirou yelled as he fired his arrow toward the mouth of one of the Valang dragons that was preparing to breathe fire. The arrow hit its mark right in the dragon's mouth, causing a massive explosion that blew its face apart, scattering flames in all directions. Another Valang dragon tried to approach, but Shirou quickly switched and prepared his next arrow. Frostbite arrow. With a cold, precise shot, the ice arrow struck one of the Valang dragon's legs, freezing its massive legs and immobilizing it. In the air, another Valang dragon attempted to escape, flying high to avoid the attacks. Shirou aimed his bow upward, this time with a different arrow. Gale arrow. The arrow spiraled with tremendous wind power, hitting the flying dragon hard, breaking its wings and causing it to crash back to the ground with a loud thud. Tiona and Tioni quickly seized the opportunity to attack the fallen dragon, slashing its massive body with their twin swords. Bet launched a flurry of strikes at the dragon frozen by Shirou's frostbite arrow, shattering its icy legs and bringing the beast down. Gareth, with a loud laugh, continued to punch and hold down the Valang dragon he had first slammed, making sure it couldn't get back up. They're not as tough as they think they are, he shouted with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Lafia unleashed her final magic attack, a stronger Arc's Ray, striking the Valang dragon that was trying to get back up after the first hit. The magic beam pierced through the dragon's body, causing it to collapse to the ground, no longer moving. The battle on the 58th floor was fierce, but with incredible teamwork, Loki Familia managed to defeat all the Valang dragons that had appeared. Shirou, even from the back line, played a key role with his long-range magic, ensuring that none of the dragons could launch a fatal attack. After all the dragons had fallen, they all stood in the middle of the battlefield, breathing heavily but satisfied with the outcome. Great job, everyone, Finn said as he arrived on the scene, ensuring everyone was okay. We managed to handle this attack without any losses. Shirou, you really showed your strength this time. Shirou gave a slight smile, sighing in relief. Thank you, Finn. It was all because of our teamwork. Without you all at the front, I couldn't have done it. Lafia, still a bit shaken but smiling with relief, looked at Shirou with deep gratitude. Shirou, you truly saved me. I don't know what to say. Shirou shook his head gently. No need to thank me, Lafia. You did an amazing job, too. We're here to protect each other. Gareth, still chuckling, gave Shirou a hearty pat on the back. You did a good job, kid. You're someone we can rely on in situations like this. Bet, though not saying much, nodded in agreement. Not bad. But next time, don't make me have to jump down a hole just to save you, he said in a teasing tone, though it was clear he acknowledged Shirou's abilities. Tiona and Tioni grinned widely, with Tiona shouting, I knew you were awesome, Shirou. We all knew it. They all shared a small laugh, feeling closer after going through this intense battle together. With their spirits still high, they prepared to continue their journey within the dungeon, getting closer to their goal. However, they also knew that greater challenges might still lie ahead. After the fierce battle on the 58th floor, Finn led Loki Familia toward their current expedition goal, the 59th floor. They all knew that this floor was one of the most dangerous in the dungeon, and the guild's information indicated that it should be filled with biting cold. However, when Finn checked the steps leading down to the 59th floor, he felt something strange. There was no cold greeting them, only an eerie and unnatural silence. This is strange, Finn murmured, his expression serious. He looked around, trying to sense if he had missed something. According to the guild's report, this floor should be cold, but I don't feel anything. We need to stay alert. Gareth nodded, agreeing with Finn's warning. You're right, Finn. If something doesn't match the information, we might be facing something we've never seen before. Finn then turned to the other members of Loki Familia. Everyone, get ready. There might be something unexpected down there. Stay close and stay alert. Let's not get separated. With a cautious spirit, they all began to descend the stairs to the 59th floor. When they arrived, they were greeted by a sight that was completely unexpected. Instead of the icy or cold terrain they had anticipated, the 59th floor was filled with a dense green forest, something that had never been reported before. Strange light filtered from above, giving the area an almost magical atmosphere, but also stirring an unsettling feeling in the adventurers' hearts. This isn't what I imagined, Tiona said in a surprised tone, her eyes scanning the strange forest around them. Tioni nodded, her eyes filled with suspicion. It's too quiet. No monsters in sight, and this doesn't match what we know about this floor. They proceeded cautiously, staying in a tight formation. In the middle of the 59th floor, they saw something striking, a monster resembling a large flower stalk growing from the ground. The creature was consuming magic stones provided by Virgo wandering around the forest. Finn raised his hand, signaling them to stop. Wait, look at that, he whispered to the others, his eyes fixed on the strange monster. Slowly, the large flower began to bloom, its petals opening with a slow yet ominous motion. From within the flower, a figure of a woman with long black hair emerged, connected to the monster by roots that spread from her body. Her face appeared human, but there was something sinister in her gaze. Ace stared at the woman in shock, her eyes widening as the realization began to dawn on her. That is a spirit, she whispered in a voice barely audible, recognizing the figure as something similar to her mother, Arya. However, the woman's form was no longer entirely human. A dark aura surrounded her, indicating she had been corrupted by the dungeon's power. A sudden burst of mad laughter came from the woman, haunting the air around them. Arya. Arya, the voice whispered, calling A's mother's name with a disturbing tone. The mad laughter grew louder, while her empty eyes stared directly at A's. Arya. You are here, Arya. She screamed, filled with madness. The woman laughed again, this time even louder, filling the air with darkness and unimaginable sorrow. A stood still, her body trembling slightly as she heard her name being called. Her emotions were a mix of fear, sadness, and confusion. This can't be, she murmured, still unable to believe what she was seeing. Finn, sensing the tension A's was experiencing, quickly gave an order. Everyone, prepare for battle. We don't know how strong this spirit is, but she's clearly not just an ordinary monster. Bet stepped forward, his fist ready for a fight. Whatever it is, we have to destroy it before it attacks us. He shouted with high spirits. Tiona and Tioni also prepared themselves, though they could feel that something was very wrong with this situation. Ace, are you okay? Tiona asked with a worried tone. Ace simply nodded, trying to calm herself. I'll be fine, she replied, though it was clear she was still shaken by what she had just seen. Shirou, positioned in the middle of the formation, sensed the tension flowing through the entire team. He knew that whatever happened, they had to act quickly before the situation worsened. We need to destroy that flower before it gathers more strength, Shirou spoke firmly, readying an arrow on his bow. I'll support you from the back. Finn nodded in agreement. Ace, if you're not ready, fall back. We'll handle this. But Ace gripped her sword tightly, determination returning to her eyes. No. I will fight. This is a battle I have to face. With that decision, Loki Familia prepared to face the corrupted spirit in front of them. This battle would be a significant test for all of them, especially for Ace, who had to confront the shadow of her past now appearing in a distorted, dark form. As the Virga and the long tendrils of the corrupted spirit began to attack, the tension on the 59th floor rose drastically. The tendrils moved quickly, trying to reach the members of Loki Familia who were dodging the strikes. Finn, with his sharp leadership instincts, immediately sensed that something more dangerous was happening. Reveria. Start chanting. My thumb is twitching. That's a bad sign. Finn commanded with a firm tone, realizing they might be facing more than just a regular physical attack. Reveria, already sensing the tension in the air, immediately began chanting, quickly gathering her magic. She knew something was wrong and had to be ready with defensive spells to protect them. While they all fought against the Virga and the attacking tendrils, the corrupted spirit behind them suddenly began chanting a spell. An eerie, frightening magical chant echoed throughout the floor, startling all the members of Loki Familia. Magic. Tiona shouted, her eyes widening at the sound of the chant. How can a monster use magic like this? Finn, remaining calm despite the worsening situation, quickly gave another order. Everyone, attack the corrupted spirit before she finishes her spell. Hit her with everything we've got. Without hesitation, the supporters aimed their magic swords at the corrupted spirit. Lafia, standing at the back, quickly prepared her magic with a strong resolve. Fusillade Phalerica. She shouted, releasing a powerful magic attack with blazing flames rushing swiftly towards the corrupted spirit. At the same time, Shirou aimed his bow and prepared an inferno arrow in a broken arrow state. He knew that this attack might be the key to stopping the corrupted spirit. Inferno arrow. He shouted, releasing a bright, blazing arrow towards the target. Their combined attacks hit the corrupted spirit hard. However, just before the attacks landed, the large petals of the flower-like monster closed around the woman inside, shielding her from most of the damage. The flames from Shirou's inferno arrow only managed to burn a small part of the petals, not causing any significant impact. Impossible, she managed to withstand all of that, Finn said with a serious expression. But before they could react further, the corrupted spirit finished her chant. Firestorm. She screamed with a voice filled with hatred, unleashing a massive, deadly firestorm. The flames engulfed the entire area, rushing with incredible speed towards Loki Familia. Reveria, who had just finished chanting via Shilheim, quickly created a powerful protective barrier around them. Via Shilheim, she shouted, conjuring a large shield surrounding the team to protect them from the approaching flames. However, as the firestorm struck the barrier, the flames easily penetrated the strong magical protection. Reveria was shocked as she felt the almost unbearable heat of the fire. It can't be. My shield isn't strong enough, Reveria exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. Seeing the danger drawing closer, Shirou stepped forward without hesitation, positioning himself between Reveria and the approaching flames. With a determined look, he began chanting a mantra that was deeply familiar to him. My body is made of blades, Shirou murmured, his voice filled with conviction as he summoned the hidden power within himself. In a loud voice, he called forth Ro Ajax, the legendary shield made of 7 petals. Ro Ajax, he shouted, as the great shield appeared before him, protecting them from the oncoming firestorm. 3 petals of Ro Ajax shattered instantly under the force of the firestorm, causing excruciating pain to surge through Shirou's body. However, he stood firm, ensuring the flames did not reach the others. Rayish looked at Shirou with concerned eyes. "Shirou, you can't hold this on your own," she yelled, seeing the immense burden Shirou was bearing. Despite his body trembling from the pain, Shirou remained focused. I must protect you all," he replied in a hoarse voice, holding the shield with all his strength. But the threat was not over. The corrupted spirit began chanting another spell, one more terrifying than the last. "Meteor swarm!" it cried, causing the sky above them to fill with massive meteors hurtling towards them with deadly speed. Shirou, already enduring unbearable pain from Ro Ajax, knew he could not retreat now. With unwavering determination, he raised Ro Ajax above, ready to face the next attack. "I won't let this destroy us all," Shirou shouted, channeling all his strength into the shield. The large meteors struck Ro Ajax with tremendous force. One by one, the petals of the shield shattered, absorbing the deadly blows. Shirou's body shook violently, the unbearable pain attacking him, but he did not retreat. He knew that if he failed, they would all be annihilated. Finally, with one last explosion, Ro Ajax was completely destroyed, but the meteors were also shattered along with the shield. They all were spared from total destruction, but Shirou fell to his knees, his body filled with unimaginable pain. "Shirou!" Rayish cried out, rushing towards him to help. Ace and the others also moved closer, seeing how hard Shirou had fought to protect them. "You did an incredible thing, Shirou," Fan said with a tone full of appreciation. "Without you, we might not have survived this attack." Shirou tried to smile, though his face was pale from exhaustion and pain. "I just did what I had to do," he replied softly. Even though the corrupted spirit still stood in the distance, laughing with the same madness as before, Loki Familia knew they could not give up now. With Shirou severely wounded, they needed to find a way to defeat this formidable enemy and protect each other from the ever-present threat. Shirou staggered, his body covered in wounds, and blood flowing from various parts of his body. Despite having managed to withstand the corrupted spirit's deadly attack, his body was now in a very weakened state. The supporters of Loki Familia quickly moved to assist him. "Shirou, you need a potion, let me," Raoul said anxiously, trying to hand a potion bottle to Shirou. Rayish, seeing how severe Shirou's condition was, also prepared to cast a healing spell. "Shirou, I'll heal you now. You can't continue like this." But before they could do anything, Shirou weakly yet firmly held up his hand to stop them. "No, wait," he murmured with a raspy voice. He knew there was something more urgent than healing himself at that moment. With blurred vision, Shirou saw the corrupted spirit consuming another magic stone given by Virga. He knew that if the creature recovered and began chanting again, they would not have enough time to stop it. He's going to start again. Shirou struggled to speak, his breath ragged. "We have to stop him now, before he can recover his energy." Despite his body trembling from the immense pain, Shirou gritted his teeth, refusing to give up. With a shaking hand, he reached out and summoned the bow belonging to the heroic spirit Atalanta, a bow filled with legendary power. Ace, standing nearby, realized what Shirou was about to do, but she didn't stop him. She knew Shirou was their only hope to stop the corrupted spirit before it was too late. With heavy breaths, Shirou knocked an arrow on the bow, his gaze fixed on the sky above them. Despite the excruciating pain, he remained focused, channeling the power embedded within the bow. "Phoebus catastrophe," Shirou whispered, his voice filled with deep power. As he drew the bow, green energy began to flow into the arrow, filling it with Atalanta's legendary might. The arrow, brimming with shimmering energy, was fired into the sky at an incredible speed. Moments after reaching its peak, the arrow burst into hundreds, no, thousands, of smaller arrows, all coated in a destructive green energy. "His attack, it's incredible," Fan murmured, watching in awe as the arrows turned into a deadly rain aimed at their enemy. The shower of arrows struck down the Virga around the corrupted spirit, destroying them all in an instant. Not a single one could withstand the deadly assault. But the rain of arrows didn't stop there. The arrows continued towards the flower petals protecting the body of the corrupted spirit, piercing through the previously impenetrable defenses. With a rumbling sound, the petals began to break apart, burning and tearing in various places due to Shirou's attack. The female figure within was revealed once more, now exposed and more vulnerable than before. But the success came at a cost. Shirou, having sacrificed his remaining energy for this attack, could no longer support his body. As he saw the petals crumble, he felt his legs weaken, and his vision began to darken. "We did it," Shirou whispered, his voice barely audible before finally his body gave out, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Rayish immediately ran towards Shirou, worry etched on her face. "Shirou, you can't fall now," she shouted as she began her healing incantation, her hands trembling slightly from the tension. Ace also rushed over, her gaze full of concern. "Shirou, hold on, we're not done yet." Fan, maintaining his composure, looked at the corrupted spirit, now exposed and vulnerable. "This is our chance," he said firmly. "We need to finish the corrupted spirit before it can recover again. Everyone, attack with all your might." With renewed vigor, the members of the Loki Familia prepared to launch their final assault. Though Shirou had sacrificed himself to give them this opportunity, they knew they had to end this fight as quickly as possible to save Shirou and to ensure the corrupted spirit would no longer threaten them. They all advanced with courage and determination, ready to end this battle with victory. However, even on the brink of destruction, the corrupted spirit remained a formidable foe, and they had to give everything they had to defeat it before it was too late. Seeing Shirou fall after unleashing an incredible attack, Finn realized this was their chance to end the battle. With eyes full of resolve, he took a deep breath and focused his power. At that moment, Finn decided to use his legendary ability, Hellfire Gas. Now is the time to end this, Finn muttered, his voice filled with determination. With a force that shook the ground beneath him, Finn activated Hellfire Gas. An intense aura of fury radiated from him, causing his entire body to tremble with an almost uncontrollable energy. With incredible speed, Finn charged forward, cutting through the tendrils of the corrupted spirit that tried to block his path. The tendrils were easily severed, unable to withstand Finn's attacks fueled by rage and power. Nothing will stand in our way, Finn shouted as he surged forward, breaking every tendril that approached. Each swing of his spear destroyed everything in its path. With one swift motion, Finn raised his spear high and hurled it with tremendous force. The spear flew at a speed no ordinary eye could follow, heading straight for the head of the corrupted spirit. The spear struck hard, piercing the corrupted spirit's skull, causing blood and dark energy to splatter around. Is it over? Tiona asked, her eyes still fixed on the body of the corrupted spirit, which appeared limp. However, the face of the corrupted spirit began regenerating rapidly, showing that this creature could not be stopped so easily. Even after Finn's powerful attack, the corrupted spirit still persisted, and their time was running out. Finn gritted his teeth, realizing this wasn't over. I've cleared the way. Bet, Tiona, Tioni, Gareth, now it's your turn. Ace, prepare for the final strike. He commanded firmly. Bet dashed forward at incredible speed, destroying the remaining tendrils that still tried to attack. I'll destroy all of this, he shouted, his fists slamming into the ground and tendrils with brutal force. Tiona and Tioni were not idle either. Let's crush them, Tiona shouted, a wide grin on her face, moving with lightning speed while slicing through the remaining tendrils. Tioni followed with deadly precision, cutting down the tendrils trying to block their path. You won't escape, monster, she shouted as she slashed with fury. Gareth, with immense strength, destroyed the thickest tendrils with his massive axe, clearing the way for the others. The path is clear, Ace, he shouted, directing Ace to advance. With the tendrils now destroyed, Ace saw the path that had been cleared. Without hesitation, she surged forward at the speed of wind, her sword glowing with a powerful wind energy. In her heart, Ace knew this was a battle she had to finish, not just for the Loki Familia, but for herself as well. Lil Raf Aga, Ace shouted with all her might, unleashing a devastating wind attack. Her sword shot straight towards the chest of the corrupted spirit, piercing directly to where the magic stone was located. The wind from the strike was so strong that it tore through the body of the corrupted spirit, causing the remaining dark energy within it to dissipate and scatter in all directions. As A's sword pierced the magic stone, time seemed to stop for a moment. The corrupted spirit's eyes, filled with madness, stared at A's, its voice almost resembling a wail of pain. Arya, whispered the corrupted spirit, its voice now full of anguish, before its body crumbled into dust. The magic stone shattered, releasing its final light before going out forever. With that, the body of the corrupted spirit fell to the ground, no longer moving. The tendrils that had been attacking them disintegrated into fragments, and the once threatening forest now felt silent. Finn breathed a sigh of relief, though his body was still filled with the energy of Hellfire Gas, which was beginning to subside. Well done, Ace. You did it, he said softly, his voice full of appreciation. Ace was silent for a moment, staring at the shattered body of the corrupted spirit. She knew she had done the right thing, but in her heart, there was a mix of emotions, between sadness, relief, and a sense of loss. Yes, it's over, she finally replied, bowing her head slightly to honor the spirit that had been corrupted. Bet, Tiona, Tioni, and Gareth gathered again, all feeling relieved and satisfied with the outcome, even though they knew this battle was not easy. Riveria, who had finished administering emergency care to Shirou, looked at them all with pride. We did it. We all made it through together. Shirou, though still weak, opened his eyes and smiled faintly. Good. You all were amazing, he murmured softly, relieved that they had defeated such a powerful enemy. With the corrupted spirit now defeated, the Loki Familia could feel a sense of relief, even though the challenges they faced were so great. However, they knew that every step in the dungeon was filled with unexpected dangers, and they had to be always ready for whatever lay ahead. But for now, they could savor the victory they had achieved together. Chapter 29. After the exhausting battle against the corrupted spirit, the Loki Familia finally returned to their camp on the 50th floor. Night had fallen, and they all sat around a campfire, feeling the warmth of the flames contrasting with the cold air of the dungeon. Their faces still showed signs of fatigue, but there was also a sense of relief and victory that filled the atmosphere. Shirou, still in the process of recovering, sat with the others around the campfire. He couldn't avoid the attention that was directed toward him. Tonight, Everyone wanted to discuss the battle, especially Shirou's significant contribution to defeating such a powerful enemy. Tiona was the first to break the silence with a wide smile on her face. "Shirou, you were amazing out there. Your attacks. I've never seen anything like that before," she exclaimed with enthusiasm. Shirou gave a slight smile, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. "I just did what I could. Without all of you, I wouldn't have been able to do it alone." Bet, who was usually cynical, nodded in agreement, even though he didn't say much. "You did well, Emiya. Don't be too modest." Riveria, sitting not far from Shirou, looked at him with sparkling eyes. There was a clear admiration on her face. "Shirou, I'm curious about the shield you projected earlier." "Row Ajax. It was so strong, even much stronger than the usual barrier magic I use. Could you tell me more about it?" Shirou gazed at Riveria for a moment before nodding slowly. Row Ajax is a shield owned by Ajax, a hero from the past. According to legend, the shield was made of 7 layers of bull's hide, each layer providing extraordinary protection. Row Ajax is known as a shield that cannot be penetrated by ordinary weapons. Only extremely powerful attacks can break it. Finn, who had been listening closely, nodded with appreciation. No wonder that shield was able to withstand such a powerful attack. "You really brought something extraordinary to the fight, Shirou." Tiona then raised her hand with excitement. "And what about the arrow you shot into the sky earlier?" "That was incredible too. The rain of arrows that destroyed everything in its path. I'm curious, what was that?" Shirou's smile widened a little, feeling more comfortable discussing the legendary weapons he knew. "That was an attack called Phoebus Catastrophe. The arrow I fired belonged to Atalanta, a legendary huntress from the past. Atalanta was known as one of the greatest archers ever. Her attack, Phoebus Catastrophe, could create a deadly rain of arrows from a single shot." Tioni, listening attentively, nodded with admiration. "No wonder it could take down so many enemies at once. You really have a lot of tricks up your sleeve, Shirou." Finn, usually calm and composed, looked at Shirou with deep curiosity. "Shirou, I must say I'm very impressed with your abilities. You can project legendary weapons from past heroes. How do you see or know all these legendary weapons?" Shirou paused for a moment, contemplating Finn's question. He knew that this might lead to a deeper explanation about himself and his abilities, something he wasn't ready to fully share yet. But before he could answer, Finn quickly continued, sensing Shirou's hesitation. "But you don't have to answer that if you feel uncomfortable, Shirou. Every adventurer has their secrets. What's important is that we can trust and work together." Finn smiled warmly, showing that he wouldn't force Shirou to open up more than he wanted to. Shirou smiled gratefully, feeling relieved that Finn understood. "Thank you, Finn. I appreciate that. Maybe one day, I'll tell you everything. But for now, let this be part of our journey together." Riveria looked at Shirou with understanding. "Whenever you're ready, we'll listen, Shirou. But you don't have to rush. The important thing is that we all came back safely." Aze, who had been quiet until now, also gave a short nod to Shirou, indicating that she respected his decision. Tiona then chuckled softly, trying to lighten the mood. "Well, whatever your secret is, Shirou, we're all really lucky to fight alongside you. You made that battle a bit more epic," she said with a big smile. Shirou felt his heart warm with the support and understanding shown by his comrades. "I'm lucky to be here with you all too. Maybe when we return to the Twilight Manor, I'll share more with Loki." Everyone around the campfire nodded in agreement, feeling that even though great challenges awaited them in the future, they had strengthened their bond as a team. That night, in the warmth of the campfire, they all felt a little closer to each other, confident that no matter what came next, they would face it together. That night, after everyone in the Loki Familia camp had fallen asleep, Aze remained awake. Despite her body being tired from the fierce battle against the corrupted spirit, her mind was still filled with curiosity about Shirou. There was something about him that made her want to know more, not just about his power, but also about who he really was. After a while of pondering, Aze decided to leave her tent. The night air on the 50th floor of the dungeon was cold and quiet, but it didn't deter her. She stepped out, and it didn't take long before she found Shirou sitting alone, gazing at the dark ceiling of the dungeon. The dimming campfire illuminated his face softly, creating shadows that added to his mysterious aura. Aze hesitated for a moment before approaching him. "Shirou," she called softly, not wanting to startle him. Shirou turned and gave a faint smile when he saw Aze. "Aze, you're not asleep yet?" he asked, although he could already guess the reason. Aze shook her head slightly. "I couldn't sleep," she replied honestly. She then sat down next to Shirou, also looking up at the dungeon ceiling. "There are so many things I want to ask about your story. Can you tell me a little?" Shirou remained silent for a moment, considering Aze's request. He knew that his story was hard to believe, even for an adventurer like Aze. "My story might be difficult to believe, Aze. I'm not sure you'll understand it." However, Aze looked at Shirou seriously, then gently held his hand. "I will believe whatever you tell me, Shirou," Aze said with a voice full of conviction, her golden eyes shining in the dark. Shirou was surprised by Aze's sincerity. There was no sign of doubt on her face. After a moment, Shirou finally smiled mischievously, feeling that maybe it was time to reveal a bit of the secret he had been keeping. "All right, Aze," Shirou said in a light yet honest tone. I come from another world. Hearing those words, A's eyes widened and her mouth opened slightly. Another world? She asked in a confused voice, trying to process what Shirou had just said. How is that possible? Shirou gave a small smile, seeing A's reaction, who seemed unable to grasp the concept. I know, it sounds strange, even unbelievable. But it's the truth. The world I knew is very different from this one. A's was silent for a moment, trying to connect what she had just heard. Even though it was hard to believe, she knew Shirou wouldn't lie to her. However, before she could respond further, Shirou suddenly looked at her seriously. But A's continued with a slightly flushed face. I also have something to confess. Shirou raised his eyebrows, a little curious about what A's was going to say. Oh? And what is that, A's? A's looked at Shirou with eyes full of honesty and a little embarrassment. I am over 1,000 years old. Those words left Shirou shocked. Wait, what? He exclaimed, almost unable to believe what he had just heard. Seriously? A's nodded slowly, her serious expression unchanged. Yes, I have lived for a very long time, longer than most people can remember. Now it was Shirou's turn to be silent, trying to process this surprising information. Over 1,000 years. He murmured, still not quite sure he heard it correctly. Seeing Shirou's shocked reaction, Ace finally smiled and began to laugh softly. You're surprised, aren't you? She said, trying to hold back her laughter. Shirou, who was usually calm, now looked truly bewildered. This is crazy, he muttered while scratching his head, trying to comprehend the situation. I never expected to hear something like this from anyone. Ace, now feeling a bit more at ease after revealing her secret, looked at Shirou with a gentle smile. We both have stories that are hard to believe, Shirou. Maybe that's why we can understand each other. Shirou, who was initially shocked, finally laughed softly with Ace. Maybe you're right, Ace. This world is indeed full of surprises. They both eventually lay down next to each other, staring at the dark ceiling of the dungeon. Ace, now feeling calmer, glanced at Shirou from the corner of her eye. Maybe we should wait until we're back at Twilight Manor to hear more of the story, Ace said softly, sensing there was much they still had to share with each other. Shirou nodded, agreeing with Ace's suggestion. Yeah, that's a good idea. There's still a lot we need to talk about, but for now, let's just enjoy this piece. With a comfortable silence between them, Shirou and Ace lay side by side, feeling closer to each other after sharing some of their secrets. That night, amidst the darkness and quiet of the dungeon, they both felt like they had found someone they could truly trust, even though their worlds were different. After a long and exhausting journey, Loki Familia and Hephaestus Familia finally arrived at the 18th floor, one of the safe zones in the dungeon. Although this place was safer compared to the other floors, they were not entirely free from problems. On their way here, some of their lower-level members were infected with a dangerous poison from the poison vermis they encountered along the way. Upon reaching the 18th floor, both familias quickly set up camp to give their injured members time to rest and recover. However, many members lay weak, suffering from the rapidly spreading poison in their bodies. Shirou and Lafia, who had some knowledge of medicine and healing magic, immediately tried to help the members who were in pain. Lafia knelt beside one of the members, checking for signs of poison in their body with a worried expression. The poison is very strong, Lafia murmured, placing her hands over one of the victim's wounds and starting to chant a healing spell. We need to reduce its effects until Bet returns with the antidote. Shirou stood nearby, preparing potions and bandages, helping as much as he could. Don't worry, Lafia, Shirou said, handing a bottle of healing potion to her. We can handle this. The important thing is to keep them stable until Bet returns. Lafia nodded, her eyes full of determination. Yes, I'll do my best. With full concentration, Lafia continued her healing chant, making sure her magic had the maximum effect to reduce the pain the victims felt. Elsewhere in the camp, Finn and Gareth carefully monitored the situation. Finn, always calm, kept a watchful eye on everything happening around them. Bet is moving quickly, Finn said, looking toward the exit leading to the surface. He'll be back with the antidote as soon as possible. Meanwhile, we have to make sure nothing else happens here. Gareth nodded in agreement, his hand still gripping the large axe, ready to use it if another threat emerged. We have to stay alert. The 18th floor might be safe, but we can't let our guard down. Nearby, Tiona and Tioni were also busy helping in their own ways, encouraging the injured members and helping distribute the healing potions they had. You all have to hang in there, okay? Tiona said with a cheerful smile to one of the weakened members. They will be back with the antidote soon. Meanwhile, we'll keep you safe. Tioni, standing next to her, added in a serious tone, remember, we are Loki Familia. We won't leave anyone behind. Just hold on a little longer. Shirou continued his tasks calmly, but he couldn't hide the anxiety slowly creeping into his heart. He knew that time was of the essence in this situation. Lafia, how are they? Shirou asked as he checked on another member who was also poisoned. Lafia sighed softly, slightly exhausted after chanting spells repeatedly. They're still holding on, but this poison is tough to handle. I can slow its spread, but without the antidote, we can only delay the inevitable. Hearing that, Shirou glanced towards the dungeon entrance, hoping to see signs of Bet's return. Bet must be moving as fast as he can. We have to trust him. A little while later, the sound of fast footsteps could be heard from the direction of the entrance to the 18th floor. Bet appeared, running at an incredible speed, carrying several bottles of antidote in his hands. His face showed that he had fought hard to return as quickly as possible. "I'm back," Bet shouted loudly, drawing everyone's attention around. Finn quickly moved towards Bet. "Good job, Bet. Hand those antidotes to Shirou and Lafia." Bet promptly handed over the bottles of antidote to Shirou and Lafia, who immediately began administering doses to the members affected by the poison. "Drink this," Shirou said gently as he helped one of the members drink the antidote. "You'll feel better soon." Lafia did the same, ensuring everyone in need received their antidote as quickly as possible. "This will help flush the poison from your body. Hold on, you'll recover soon." Gradually, the effects of the poison began to subside, and the members of Loki Familia, who had previously been in pain, started showing signs of recovery. Faces once filled with suffering now appeared relieved. "Thank you, Bet," Finn said in an appreciative tone. "You arrived just in time." Bet simply nodded, though his expression remained neutral, clearly pleased that his efforts had paid off. Shirou smiled slightly, feeling relieved to see the injured members starting to recover. "You did an amazing job, Lafia," he said, acknowledging her hard work. Lafia blushed shyly. "I just did what I could, but we did it." With all the poison members now recovering, the night on the 18th floor became more peaceful. After Belle, Lilaruka, and Welf began to recover and left the Loki Familia's camp to head to Rivera, the atmosphere around the camp became more relaxed. Tiona, who had seen Belle earlier, was still impressed by the young man's progress. "I really didn't expect Belle to have reached the 18th floor," Tiona said with a smile. "That boy is developing so quickly." Tioni, sitting nearby, nodded while chewing on a piece of fruit. "Yeah, he certainly has an incredible spirit. Not many adventurers can progress that fast." Lafia, who had been listening to the conversation, suddenly looked confused. "Why do you call Belle Argonaut, Tiona? Is that a special nickname?" she asked curiously. Tiona chuckled lightly, happy to share the story. "Oh, you didn't know, Lafia? Belle was nicknamed Argonaut because he defeated a minotaur all by himself. It was such a heroic moment, like the story of the hero Argonaut from the legend. After that event, he leveled up to level 2. Imagine, a beginner adventurer who just started managed to defeat a minotaur and level up that quickly." Hearing this, Lafia was shocked, her eyes widening. "What? Belle is already level 2? And he defeated a minotaur by himself? That's incredible. I didn't expect him to achieve something like that." Tioni, who always enjoyed teasing Lafia, saw the opportunity and smiled mischievously. "Why are you so surprised, Lafia? You've already seen Shirou when he was still level 1 manage to injure Revis, who is level 6. Remember how he protected us that time?" Lafia jolted, her memory flashing back to that tense moment. She clearly remembered Shirou, wearing his assassin mask, shooting Revis with his magic arrow and wounding the powerful enemy with Kansho and Bakuya. All of this was done to save Ace and herself, who were gravely injured after being attacked by Revis. "Yes," Lafia murmured, recalling how Shirou, with his courage and skill, fought Revis without hesitation, despite the vast difference in strength between them. Shirou is truly exceptional, but he's different from Belle. Shirou was already highly trained and had exceptional experience even when he was just level 1. Belle, he's still a beginner. So comparing them, it feels unfair." Tioni smiled, seeing Lafia so serious about this. "Maybe you're right, Lafia. But that's exactly what makes Belle even more impressive, isn't it? Even as a beginner, he has immense potential. You yourself said Shirou was already an expert at level 1, and that's true. But Belle also shows extraordinary determination and courage." Tiona nodded in agreement, her face full of enthusiasm. "Yeah, Lafia. Belle might still be a beginner, but with that kind of spirit, who knows how far he can go. I'm really curious to see what he'll become in the future. Maybe he could become a hero like the original Argonaut." Lafia listened intently, even though her heart still felt that Shirou was incomparable to Belle. However, she couldn't ignore the fact that Belle had accomplished something very impressive for a beginner. "You're right, Tiona," Lafia finally said. "Belle truly shows remarkable bravery. Even as a beginner, he's already doing unimaginable things. I hope he can continue to grow and reach his full potential." Tioni patted Lafia's shoulder gently, smiling warmly. "That's the spirit, Lafia. And you know what? With friends like us by his side, Belle will surely continue to grow into a great adventurer." They all shared a quiet laugh, feeling the warmth of friendship between them. Though they spoke of different people, one thing was clear: both Shirou and Belle were adventurers with great potential and bright futures. That night, at the Loki Familia campsite, everyone felt more confident that with determination, courage, and cooperation, no challenge was too great to face. Whether it was Belle, Shirou, or anyone among them, they all had important roles in this journey, and together, they would continue to move forward against all the obstacles ahead. After some time, as the atmosphere at the Loki Familia camp began to calm down, a group of people suddenly appeared in the distance, approaching the camp. The group seemed to be in a hurry, as if they were looking for someone very important to them. As the group got closer, Shirou, who was standing guard around the campsite, quickly recognized a few familiar faces. Hermes, with the usual sly smile on his face, was leading the group. Beside him, Hestia looked extremely anxious, her eyes filled with worry. Along with them were Asfi and several members of the Takamikazuchi familia, all appearing to be desperately trying to catch up with the group that had left them earlier. As soon as they arrived at the camp, Hestia immediately ran towards Shirou, without hesitation. "Belle, where is Belle?" Hestia shouted anxiously, her eyes searching for the young man she cared about deeply. Shirou looked at Hestia calmly, trying to soothe the worry that was evident on her face. "Don't worry, Hestia," Shirou said in a soft but reassuring voice. "Belle is fine. He's in the city of Rivera with his friends, Wealth and Lily. They are resting and recovering after a tough battle." Hearing this, Hestia sighed in relief, though there was still a hint of concern on her face. "I was so worried about Belle. Thank you, Shirou, for watching over them." Shirou simply gave a small smile, feeling relieved to deliver good news. "No need to thank me. We all just did what needed to be done." Meanwhile, Hermes stepped forward, his cunning smile still on his face. Shirou Emiya, you always seem to be in the right place at the right time," he said, looking at Shirou with a meaningful gaze. "I'm sure Belle is in good hands." Shirou nodded, but as he stood closer to Hermes and Hestia, he suddenly sensed something strange. There was a distinct scent that he could pick up, something different from the usual smells around the dungeon. From Hestia, Shirou could smell a warm hearth aroma that gave him a sense of comfort and protection, a scent vastly different from the damp, cold smells of the dungeon. It was like the scent of home, welcoming someone back after a long journey. Meanwhile, from Hermes, there was a smell similar to bird feathers, perhaps from the messenger birds often seen with him. But more intriguing was another scent that felt similar to the one he had sensed from Seer and Loki, a scent he could only describe as divine. A distinct smell, Shirou murmured to himself, beginning to realize that the people before him were not like ordinary humans. The same scent he had sensed from Seer and Loki made him aware that Hermes and Hestia were also entities far stronger than they appeared. However, Shirou said nothing about his observation. Instead, he simply nodded politely, realizing that those he was facing were not just ordinary gods and goddesses, but very influential beings. Asfi, who stood behind Hermes, looked at Shirou with a hint of curiosity. "You have an incredible ability to be in the right place and help others, Shirou," she said in a more serious tone. "I'm glad we can count on you to look after Belle and the others." Shirou returned Asfi's gaze with a small smile. "Thank you, Asfi. I'm just trying to do my best. After all, in this dungeon, we all need to look out for each other." Hestia, who still appeared slightly anxious, finally smiled more broadly. "I need to see Belle soon." "Thank you again, Shirou. You're a good person," she said sincerely. Shirou only smiled and nodded. "I'll take you to Rivera. Belle will be happy to see you." With that, Shirou led Hestia, Hermes, and the rest of their group toward Rivera, ensuring they could meet Belle and the others safely. As they walked, Shirou's thoughts remained focused on the divine scent he had sensed earlier, a reminder that the world he now inhabited was full of mysteries and powers far beyond his understanding. After making sure Belle was safe in Rivera, Hermes approached Shirou with a meaningful smile on his face. "Shirou, before I go back, could you take me to Finn? I want to discuss a few things with him." Shirou looked at Hermes with attentive eyes. He could already guess where this conversation was headed. "Of course, Hermes," Shirou replied calmly. "I'll take you to Finn." As they began walking together towards Finn's location in the camp, Hermes started speaking in a tone as if they were discussing trivial matters. "You know, Shirou, I've been hearing a lot about you lately," Hermes said while looking up at the dungeon ceiling. "Especially about how you reached level 3 before joining the Loki Familia. That's quite impressive, you know." Shirou gave a small smile, guessing that Hermes must have heard this information from Loki herself, who enjoyed playing with false information to stir things up. "Oh, really? I guess that information might be a bit exaggerated," Shirou responded lightly, trying to avoid any traps Hermes might be setting. Hermes raised an eyebrow, chuckling. "Oh, so you admit that the information might not be entirely accurate?" he asked, his eyes gleaming with sharp curiosity. Shirou held back a smile, realizing that Hermes was trying to extract more information from him. "Well, I can't be sure where the information came from, but I can say that what you heard might be wrong," he answered wisely, giving a response that didn't reveal too much. Hermes nodded with a sly smile, but did not give up. Of course. You're always full of mysteries, Shirou. And I'm sure there are many interesting stories from your expedition to the 59th floor. Finn must have a lot of stories to share. But maybe you could give me a little sneak peek? I'm sure many things happen there, right?" Shirou remained calm, even though he knew Hermes was trying to find out what really happened during their expedition to the 59th floor. The expedition was indeed tough, and we faced many challenges. But Finn is the right person to tell all the details. "I only played a small part there," Shirou replied modestly, still giving a vague answer. Hermes chuckled again, admiring the way Shirou elegantly dodged. "You're really good at dodging, Shirou. I like that. But you know, gods have their own ways of finding out what they want to know." Shirou understood that even though Hermes seemed relaxed, He was actually very serious in his efforts to gather information. But Shirou also knew that trying to lie or give false information to a god was dangerous. I don't doubt that, Hermes, Shirou said honestly. That's why I choose to be honest about what I can talk about, and for other things, I prefer to leave it to Finn. He's more experienced in this. Hermes looked at Shirou with a thoughtful gaze, as if evaluating whether he would continue his attempt to dig deeper. However, after a moment, he just smiled again, this time more softly. You're right, Shirou. Sometimes it's better to wait and hear directly from the primary source. Finn is indeed very reliable. Shirou nodded, relieved that Hermes did not push further. I'm sure Finn will be happy to tell you everything you want to know, Shirou said, glancing toward the camp where Finn was. As they approached Finn's camp, Shirou turned to Hermes and spoke with a bit of humor. You know, Hermes, I think I still have a lot to learn about dealing with gods like you. But I will keep trying to do my best. Hermes smiled widely, nodding with understanding. That's a good attitude, Shirou. And you've been doing very well so far. I'm sure you will continue to impress us all. Shirou smiled back, then guided Hermes to Finn. Let's meet Finn. He will certainly enjoy talking with you. With that, they finally arrived at where Finn was. Hermes and Finn immediately began talking, while Shirou stood a bit behind, aware that although he had managed to avoid difficult questions, he still had to be vigilant. The gods might play by their own rules, but with determination and cleverness, Shirou knew he could face this challenging world. After Shirou escorted Hermes to speak with Finn, he felt relieved to have escaped questions that might have been more complicated than he expected. With the intention of returning to the camp and resting for a moment, Shirou decided to take a quieter path to think over the things that had just happened. However, on the way he spotted a familiar figure, Filvis Chalia. Filvis stood alone under the shadow of a large tree, as if waiting for someone. Seeing her standing there, Shirou decided to greet her. Filvis, Shirou called out gently, approaching the elf girl. Are you looking for Lafia? I can help you find her if you want. Filvis turned, momentarily surprised to see Shirou. She nodded slightly and gave a small smile. Yes, I wanted to meet with Lafia, but I also want to talk to you for a moment, Shirou. Shirou looked at Filvis with curiosity. Of course, Filvis. Is there something you want to ask me? He could sense something deeper behind Filvis' eyes, something that made him feel this conversation would be more serious than usual. Filvis remained silent for a moment, as if searching for the right words. Finally, she spoke carefully. You once told me about a man named Kiritsugu who saved you during that fire tragedy. I want to know more about him. Shirou was silent for a moment. Memories of Kiritsugu, filled with pain and respect, immediately flooding his mind. Kiritsugu was someone who meant a lot to me. He was the one who saved me from the fire that destroyed Fuyuki. He pulled me out of that destruction and gave me a new life. Filvis listened to Shirou with full attention, but when she heard Kiritsugu's name, her expression turned more serious. And where is Kiritsugu now? She asked, her voice soft as if she already knew the answer would be painful. Shirou looked down for a moment before raising his gaze back to Filvis. Kiritsugu has been gone for a long time, he answered calmly, though there was a hint of sadness in his voice. Filvis' eyes widened, clearly shocked by the news. I'm sorry, Shirou, she said, her voice filled with regret. I didn't know. I didn't mean to remind you of that old wound. Shirou smiled faintly, shaking his head. It's all right, Filvis. The memory of Kiritsugu always stays with me, and even though he's gone, I know he still lives on in the principles he passed down to me. Filvis lowered her head for a moment, then spoke with a more raspy voice. I understand that feeling, she said softly. I was saved too, by Lord Dionysus. But I often feel an emptiness inside me. Tell me, Shirou, how do you fill that emptiness? Shirou looked at Filvis, realizing that this question was more than just casual curiosity. Filling the emptiness, he murmured, pondering the question. Filvis, I never thought about filling that emptiness with anything specific. I just try to live my life in line with Kiritsugu's hopes. He always wanted to be a defender of justice, and I'm determined to carry out that hope. Filvis remained silent, listening to Shirou's words. There was something in those words that seemed to touch her heart. She looked at Shirou with deep intensity, as if trying to understand every word he said. Then, suddenly, she let out a small laugh, a laugh that sounded slightly hysterical, but also filled with hidden despair. So, we're the same, aren't we? Filvis said with a bitter smile. We just want to fulfill the wishes of those who saved us. You with Kiritsugu, and me with Lord Dionysus. Shirou remained silent, realizing that Filvis was right in her observation. Maybe we are the same, Filvis, he replied softly, looking at her with deep understanding. But what's important is how we live out that hope. We're not just living for them. We're also living for ourselves. Filvis stared at Shirou for a moment, then sighed deeply. You're right, Shirou. But sometimes I find it hard to find a purpose beyond Lord Dionysus' wishes. You are stronger than me. You have a clear principle. While her voice trailed off, and she looked at the ground with a confused expression. Shirou moved closer to Filvis, gently placing his hand on her shoulder. Philvis, we're all searching for our purpose in life. It's not always easy, and it's not always clear. But you're not alone. We each have our own path, and we can support each other along the way. Philvis looked up at Shirou, their eyes meeting, and in that moment, there was a deep understanding between them. Thank you, Shirou, Philvis said at last, her voice softer and calmer. You're right. We don't have to walk alone. Shirou smiled and nodded. Exactly. We don't have to walk alone. They stood there in silence for a moment, before Philvis gave a small, more genuine smile. I should go find Lafia now, she said, turning to leave. And maybe, next time, we can talk more. Of course, Philvis, Shirou replied, feeling relieved to see her a little more at ease. I'm always here if you need someone to talk to. With that, Philvis walked away, leaving Shirou alone in the quiet forest. However, Shirou didn't feel alone. He knew that many others, like Philvis, were also struggling with their own burdens, and he was determined to help them as much as he could. As a defender of justice, he knew that his duty wasn't just to fight evil, but also to support those who walked difficult paths. After the conversation with Philvis, Shirou decided to gather some cooking utensils that had been used to prepare food and headed toward the waterfall near the campsite. The waterfall was the ideal spot for washing up since its waters were clear and clean. However, as he approached the area, he noticed Lafia standing guard near the path leading to the waterfall. Lafia? Shirou called out, surprised. What are you doing here? Lafia quickly turned around, her face slightly reddening when she saw Shirou approaching. Ah, Shirou, she responded somewhat awkwardly. I'm standing guard here, because right now, the girls are bathing in the waterfall. Shirou immediately understood the situation and stopped in his tracks. Oh, sorry. I didn't know. I was just coming to wash these cooking utensils, he said, lifting the utensils in his hands to show his intention. Lafia gave a small smile, relieved that Shirou didn't take the situation the wrong way. It's all right. If you don't mind, I can wash the cooking utensils later when it's my turn to bathe, she offered kindly. Shirou felt grateful for Lafia's offer. Thank you, Lafia. You're very helpful, he said with a smile. I'll head back to the camp now, so take your time. No rush. Lafia nodded, smiling understandingly. Don't worry, Shirou. I'll take care of it after this. With that, Shirou turned and began walking back toward the camp, leaving Lafia to guard the area. However, on his way back, Shirou suddenly heard the soft and careful footsteps of someone sneaking through the nearby bushes. His instincts immediately told him that something was amiss, and when he looked closer, he saw Hermes sneaking toward the waterfall with a mischievous grin on his face. Behind him, Belle was following with a confused expression, clearly unaware of what was going on. Hermes? Belle? Shirou called out suspiciously, immediately stopping their steps. What are you two doing here? Hermes jumped, startled for a moment, but quickly recovered his mischievous smile. Oh, Shirou, we were just enjoying the beautiful scenery around the waterfall. Right, Belle? Hermes replied casually, though it was clear there was a hidden intention behind his words. Belle, who seemed oblivious to what was really happening, just nodded awkwardly. Yeah? Hermes-sama said there was something interesting to see, he said, still confused. Shirou quickly understood Hermes' true intentions, and without hesitation, he stood in front of both of them, blocking the path to the waterfall. Hermes, I don't know what you're planning, but I can't let you go there now, Shirou said firmly. The female members of the Loki familia are bathing there. You won't be allowed to get close. Upon hearing that, Belle's face immediately turned red as he realized the situation. What? I didn't know. I'm so sorry, Belle exclaimed in a panic, stepping back quickly and bowing deeply in apology. Hermes, on the other hand, simply sighed and gave Shirou an annoyed look. Shirou, you're such a killjoy, he said while spitting to the side, clearly disappointed that his plan had been foiled. A little fun wouldn't hurt you, you know. Shirou remained unaffected by Hermes' comment and stood his ground. This isn't about fun, Hermes. It's about respecting others' privacy. If you want to enjoy the view, there are plenty of other places in the dungeon you can explore, Shirou replied sternly. Belle, still embarrassed, kept apologizing. I really didn't know. I'm so sorry, Shirou-san, he said, feeling deeply guilty for getting involved without understanding the situation. Shirou gently patted Belle on the shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. It's okay, Belle. I know you had no ill intentions. But remember, always be cautious and ask first before following someone, especially if it's Hermes, he said with a slight chuckle, trying to ease Belle's embarrassment. Belle nodded quickly, still looking flustered but relieved that Shirou wasn't angry with him. Hermes, though mildly annoyed, eventually gave up and raised his hands in surrender. All right. You win this time, Shirou. I'll find my fun elsewhere, he said, turning to leave. Come on, Belle. Let's head back before anyone else shows up. Belle reluctantly followed Hermes, still feeling embarrassed. Thank you, Shirou-san, he whispered as they walked away. Shirou let out a long sigh after they left, feeling relieved that he had managed to prevent an unwanted incident. Hermes really needs to be more responsible, he muttered to himself before heading back to camp. Although the incident was small, Shirou felt he had done the right thing. For him, respecting others' privacy and dignity was incredibly important, and he was glad that Belle, even unintentionally, had learned something from the experience. A few days passed quickly, and the lower-level members of the Loki familia who had been injured finally recovered fully. The atmosphere at the camp on the 18th floor lightened, with everyone preparing to head back to the surface. However, before Loki familia departed, Belle Crannel came to say his goodbyes. Shirou and Ace were standing at the edge of the camp when Belle approached them, accompanied by Lily and Welf. Belle's face showed a hint of sadness at the thought of parting, but also a determination to continue his own adventure. Shirou-san, Ace-san, Belle called, drawing their attention. I just wanted to thank you again for everything you did. Without you, my friends, and I might not have made it out of here. Shirou gave a warm smile and gently patted Belle's shoulder. There's no need to thank me, Belle. You did great on your own. You have a lot of potential, and I'm sure you'll continue to grow into a fine adventurer. Ace nodded in agreement, her usually calm face showing a slight smile. Belle, you've become strong. Keep training and never give up. The world is full of challenges, but I believe you can face them. Belle was touched by their words, bowing deeply out of respect. Thank you, Shirou-san, Ace-san. I'll do my best, he said with determined resolve. Lily and Welf also expressed their gratitude to Shirou and Ace. We owe you, Shirou, Welf said seriously. You helped me and my friends when we needed it most. Lily smiled sweetly, her eyes full of gratitude. Yes, thank you so much, Shirou-san. I hope one day we can repay your kindness. Shirou simply smiled and shook his head. We're all in the dungeon together, and helping each other is what we should do. But I'm sure you'll all grow stronger. Take care, Belle. And you too, Lily, Welf. After saying their farewells, Belle, Lily, and Welf headed back towards Riviera, while Loki Familia prepared to continue their journey to the surface. As they started to move, Shirou watched Belle walking away. Safe travels, Belle, he whispered softly before turning his attention back to the tasks at hand. The journey back to the surface went smoothly. On the 17th floor, they encountered the floor boss, Goliath, one of the greatest challenges on that level. However, with their strength and experience, Loki Familia easily defeated Goliath. Finn led the charge with strategic precision, while Bet, Tiona, and Tioni unleashed their full power, crushing Goliath in no time. Good job, everyone, Finn said after the battle. Let's keep moving. We're almost at the surface. Ace wiped the sweat from her brow, looking at the fallen Goliath. This fight feels easier now, she said to Shirou, who stood beside her. Shirou nodded in agreement. Yeah, we've all gotten stronger. And with teamwork like this, nothing can stop us. With high spirits, Loki Familia continued their journey. They moved swiftly and eagerly, and finally, after a long trek, they arrived at Twilight Manor. The grand, imposing building greeted them warmly, giving them a sense of relief after their arduous expedition in the dungeon. Loki, who had been waiting at the entrance with some members who hadn't joined the expedition, leaped in excitement when she saw them return. You're finally back, she cheered with a broad grin. I bet you have some great stories from this trip. Finn nodded, smiling at Loki. That's true. But more importantly, we all made it back safely. This expedition went well thanks to everyone's cooperation. Loki then gave Shirou a meaningful smile. And you, Shirou, I heard you really showed your stuff this time. I can't wait to hear all the stories from this expedition. Shirou gave a faint smile, nodding to Loki. I just did my best, Loki. And I'm sure there's a lot we can discuss later. They all shared a light laugh, happy to have returned home safely. With smiles on their faces, Loki Familia entered Twilight Manor, ready to rest and prepare for the next adventure that was sure to come. After arriving at Twilight Manor and resting for a while, Shirou decided to visit Loki in her room. Something had been weighing on his mind since the expedition, and he knew he needed to talk to Loki, especially about his feelings towards the Familia members. As Shirou entered Loki's room, he saw the goddess lounging in a comfortable chair, looking more relaxed than usual. Loki smiled widely as she saw Shirou walk in. Shirou, you finally came. Loki exclaimed cheerfully. I heard you did an amazing job during the expedition. Thank you so much for protecting the others. Shirou stood at the doorway for a moment, gazing at Loki with thoughtful eyes. There was something urgent he needed to ask, something deeply important for him to understand Loki's true feelings towards her Familia members. Loki, Shirou said quietly, stepping closer. Can I ask you something that might be a bit sensitive? Loki looked at Shirou with slight curiosity, though her smile remained. Of course, Shirou. You can ask me anything, she replied, her tone softer. Shirou took a deep breath before continuing. During my time here, I've seen how you interact with the Familia members. You're always cheerful and full of energy. But I can't help but wonder, do you truly care for them? Or do you just see us as toys? I mean, gods live forever, while our lives are so short compared to yours. Hearing that question, Loki's expression immediately shifted. Her smile faded, and her eyes reflected an emotion rarely seen. There was anger rising inside her, but more than that, there was hurt. Shirou, Loki said, her voice trembling slightly, holding back her rising emotions. Do you really think that? That I see you all as toys? How could you think that after everything we've been through together? Shirou stayed silent, feeling the pressure of Loki's reaction, but he still wanted to hear her honest answer. Loki stood up from her chair, gazing at Shirou seriously, her face full of emotions that were usually hidden behind her playful smile. You're not dolls to me, Shirou. You're my family. Every member of the familia means the world to me. Maybe your lives are shorter compared to ours, but that's exactly why the time I spend with you is so precious. I cherish every moment with you all, and I feel happy to protect you, to help you grow, and to see you achieve your dreams. Shirou's eyes widened upon hearing Loki's words, sensing the sincerity and pain behind them. He hadn't expected her to react so strongly. I didn't mean to hurt you, Loki, Shirou said quietly, lowering his head a bit. I just wanted to make sure we matter to you. Sometimes, it's hard to understand the feelings of a god who lives forever. Loki's gaze softened, though traces of her earlier anger remained in her eyes. I get why you might doubt it, Shirou. But believe me, I truly care about all of you. You're the reason I came down to this world. Without you, an eternal life in heaven wouldn't mean anything to me. Shirou remained silent, listening to Loki. In his mind, he started comparing Loki to the Norse gods in the legends of his world. In those stories, Loki was often portrayed as deceitful and untrustworthy. But the Loki standing before him now was different. He felt that she was genuinely sincere in her feelings toward her familia members. After a brief silence, Shirou finally lifted his head and looked at Loki with sincerity. Thank you, Loki. I feel better hearing it directly from you. And I want you to know that I believe in you. I trust that you care about us, and I respect that. Loki smiled again, this time with a warmer, more genuine smile. That's better, Shirou. And I trust you too. I know you carry a lot of burdens on your shoulders, and I appreciate everything you do to protect the others. Feeling relieved, Shirou nodded. Loki, there's something important I need to tell you. But maybe not right now. I need some time to prepare myself. But I promise, I'll tell you someday. Loki looked at him curiously but nodded with understanding. I won't pressure you, Shirou. You can tell me whenever you're ready. I'll be waiting. Shirou gave a small smile, feeling more at peace after their conversation. Thank you, Loki. I'll keep doing my best for this familia. Loki gently patted his shoulder, showing her affection. And I'll always support you, Shirou. We're family, and family always supports each other. With a lighter heart, Shirou left Loki's room. Though there were still many things he needed to share, particularly about his past and the secrets he kept, Shirou felt that Loki was someone he could trust. And perhaps, one day, he would be ready to open up fully to the goddess who not only led the familia, but truly cared about him. After their deep conversation, Shirou felt a bit more at ease. However, he knew the main reason for visiting Loki's room this time was to update his status after the successful expedition in the dungeon. Calmly, Shirou sat in the prepared chair, while Loki got ready to begin the status update. All right, Shirou, Loki said cheerfully, trying to restore the light atmosphere after their serious talk. Let's see how far you've progressed after this expedition. Shirou nodded, and without much fuss, he pulled up the back of his shirt, revealing his back so Loki could place the status paper. Loki placed her hand on Shirou's back and began the status update using her divine power. Suddenly, she stopped, and her eyes widened in surprise. Huh? Wait a second, Loki mumbled, a bit confused as she looked at the changes on the status paper. She double-checked, making sure she saw it correctly. Then, unable to contain herself, she shouted excitedly, Level up! Shirou, who hadn't yet seen his status, turned slightly with a surprised expression. What? Level up? He asked, astonished, as he hadn't expected his progress to be so rapid. Loki grinned broadly, clearly proud of what she saw. Yes, you heard it right, Shirou. You've leveled up to 4 now. She said excitedly. And look at this, you reached SSS rank again in several of your attributes. You're truly incredible, Shirou. Shirou felt a bit bewildered but also pleased to hear the news. I didn't expect to reach level 4 this soon, he said modestly, though inside he felt proud of his achievement. Now bubbling with excitement, Loki showed Shirou the newly updated status paper. Look at this, Shirou. Your attributes have skyrocketed during that expedition. And now, you have the opportunity to choose development abilities at level 4. Shirou focused on the status paper, carefully reading the details of his progress. He had indeed worked hard, and seeing the results now gave him a sense of satisfaction. Loki continued with enthusiasm. Now you have several options for development abilities. You can pick something that suits your combat style or enhances your unique abilities. So what are you thinking? Shirou pondered for a moment, considering his choices carefully. Each development ability had great potential to strengthen him further, but he wanted to ensure his choice aligned with his goals. Shirou murmured, thinking hard. I want something that can enhance my projection ability, maybe something that boosts my durability or attack power. Is there anything that fits that, Loki? Loki nodded, her face beaming with pride. Of course. There are a few options perfect for you. For instance, there's Forge, which boosts your ability to use or create stronger weapons. Or perhaps Mage, which would further enhance your magic power. You could also choose Strong Body to strengthen your physical endurance in battle. Shirou pondered a bit longer, weighing the options. He knew that his projection and weapon use were vital in combat. Forge seemed like the ideal choice, but Mage could also be highly useful given how often he relied on magic in fights. Finally, after some thought, Shirou made his decision. I think Forge would be the right choice. It'll help me strengthen my weapon projections and make the weapons I use more effective in battle. Loki grinned widely, agreeing with his choice. Great pick, Shirou. Forge will really amplify your unique abilities. With that, the weapons you project will be stronger and more durable. Shirou nodded confidently. Thank you, Loki. I'll make sure to use this ability to its fullest. Loki patted his shoulder proudly. That's the spirit I expect from my best member. You've made great strides, Shirou, and I can't wait to see what you'll achieve next. Shirou smiled warmly, feeling relieved and excited for the challenges ahead. Although his journey was far from over, he knew that with his new abilities, he'd be able to protect those he cared about and continue pursuing his dream of becoming a true defender of justice. Shirou's status. Level 3. Strength, C, 634. SSS, 1342. Endurance, C, 657. SSS, 1490. Dexterity, B, 700. SSS, 1423. Agility, C, 632. SSS, 1234. Magic, B, 721. SSS, 1599. Archer, IH. Magic Resistance, IG. Magic, Magecraft. Skills. Underdog. Reduces Excelia gained when facing weaker opponents, and increases Excelia gained when fighting stronger opponents. After Shirou's status update and word of their achievements spread, Loki decided to throw a grand celebration at Twilight Manor. The atmosphere was filled with joy, laughter, and excitement, especially after the successful expedition and the tremendous progress made by members of the Loki Familia. In the main hall, tables were laden with food and drinks, and the Familia members gathered to celebrate their achievements. Loki, holding a glass of wine, jumped onto one of the tables and called for everyone's attention. Hey everyone, let's celebrate our big victory this time. Loki shouted with a wide grin. Not only did we complete the expedition, but some of us have reached important milestones. The room erupted in cheers. Bet, Tiona, and Tioni, who had just reached level 6, were visibly proud and full of energy. Tiona, especially, was jumping up and down excitedly, unable to contain her joy. I still can't believe we finally hit level 6. Tiona shouted, raising her fist in the air. It's amazing. Tioni smiled, calmer but equally proud. All our hard work has paid off. And the best part is, we did it together. Bet, looking more relaxed than usual, smirked. Oomph, of course I leveled up. There was never any doubt. But it's good to see the rest of you keep up with me, he said, though it was clear he was also proud of his achievement. On the other side of the hall, Shirou was surrounded by fellow Familia members, all congratulating him on reaching level 4. Though not used to being the center of attention, Shirou smiled warmly and humbly accepted their congratulations. Thank you, everyone, Shirou said with a slight bow. I couldn't have achieved this without all of your support. Ace, standing beside Shirou, looked at him with a small smile. You've worked hard, Shirou. You deserve it. Shirou turned to Ace and nodded. Thank you, Ace. But I know this is just the beginning. There's still a lot to do. As the celebration continued, Lafia approached Shirou, her expression slightly uncertain despite the small smile on her face. Shirou-san, I also want to congratulate you on your achievement. You're truly amazing, she said softly. Shirou looked at Lafia with gratitude. Thank you, Lafia. I heard you also made great progress during this expedition. Lafia nodded, but there was a hint of hesitation in her gaze. Actually, I could level up to 4 now too. But I decided to wait, Lafia said quietly. Shirou was a little surprised. Wait? Why did you choose to wait, Lafia? You've worked so hard. Lafia gave a faint smile, though there was some frustration in her expression. I want my magic stat to reach rank S before leveling up. I feel it's important, especially since magic is my main strength. If I can reach rank S in magic, I'll feel more prepared for the next challenges. Shirou nodded in understanding. That's a wise decision, Lafia. You know what's best for yourself, and there's nothing wrong with waiting until you feel truly ready. I'm sure you'll reach rank S soon, and when you do, you'll be even stronger than before. Lafia seemed a bit more relieved, hearing Shirou's support. Thank you, Shirou-san. Your words really give me encouragement. I'll keep training and working toward my goal. Shirou smiled warmly. I believe in you, Lafia. And if you ever need help or support, you know you can always count on all of us. With high spirits and a strong sense of camaraderie, the night was filled with celebration and happiness. Everyone in Loki Familia felt a great sense of accomplishment, but they also knew their journey wasn't over. More challenges lay ahead, and they were ready to face them together as a strong and unbeatable familia. After the celebration ended, the atmosphere in Twilight Manor calmed down. The members of Loki Familia, heavy with both joy and drink, started falling asleep one by one, scattered throughout the main hall and the manor's hallways. As usual, Shirou and Riveria, who remained sober, took on the task of helping those too drunk to walk back to their rooms. Shirou quietly lifted the half-conscious Tiona and helped carry her to her room. Riveria walked beside him, carrying a tipsy Finn, who was grinning widely and mumbling praises about how great their team was. After carefully placing Finn in his bed, Riveria turned to Shirou with a smile. "You really never get drunk, do you, Shirou?" Riveria asked teasingly. Shirou just shook his head with a slight smile. "I prefer to stay clear-headed, especially in situations like this. Besides, someone has to make sure everyone gets back safely," he replied calmly. After a moment of silence as they continued their tasks, Riveria looked at Shirou thoughtfully. "You know, Shirou, if word gets out that you reached level 4 in just 3 months, you'll become an overnight celebrity in Orario. Everyone will be talking about you." Shirou frowned, thinking about it for a moment. He could imagine the pressure he'd face if he suddenly became the center of attention. "That sounds like a nightmare to me, Riveria," Shirou said with a wry smile. "I don't want to live under everyone's spotlight. I'd rather work from the shadows, doing what needs to be done without attracting attention." Riveria chuckled softly at Shirou's answer, then continued. "You always hide your strength, Shirou. Is that a habit of a magus? You seem so used to concealing what you're truly capable of." Shirou was silent for a moment, considering Riveria's question. Magi were indeed known for keeping their powers hidden from ordinary people, guarding the secrets of magic closely. However, he realized that his habit might have more to do with Archer's influence, who always believed that information was power. "Maybe," Shirou finally replied, without revealing much more. "Hiding one's strength can be an advantage in many situations. After all, it's better if the enemy doesn't know everything we can do." Riveria gazed at Shirou for a moment, trying to gauge how much he was willing to share. However, she simply smiled slightly and didn't push him to say more. "You're right, Shirou. In this world, information is indeed a valuable power. But," she paused briefly, looking at Shirou gently, "what about your friends? Do you think they should be left in the dark too?" Shirou fell silent, feeling Riveria's words hit something deep within him. All this time, he had been trying to protect those around him by hiding his strength, but he also knew that trust and cooperation were key to surviving in such a dangerous world. "Maybe you're right, Riveria," Shirou said quietly after a moment. "Maybe I need to be more open with those I trust. My strength shouldn't just be my own secret." Riveria smiled softly, pleased with Shirou's response. "That's what friends are for, Shirou. We're all here to support you, just as you support us. If you're comfortable, let us share that burden with you. That way, your strength becomes our strength too." Shirou reflected for a moment, recognizing the truth in Riveria's words. He nodded, feeling more at peace after the conversation. "I'll think about it, Riveria. Thanks for the advice." Riveria patted Shirou's shoulder warmly. "That's what friends are for, Shirou. We're all here for each other." That night, after finishing their tasks, Shirou returned to his room with a calmer mind. He knew that in the future, there were many things he would need to reveal to his friends in the Loki Familia. But for now, he felt at peace with his decision to gradually open up, starting with the people he trusted the most. With this newfound resolve, Shirou fell asleep with a small smile on his face, ready to face tomorrow with a stronger sense of determination. The next morning, Shirou woke up in his room at Twilight Manor. The soft morning sunlight streamed through the window, filling the room with a comforting warmth. Although his body was refreshed after a night's rest, his mind was still filled with thoughts of the conversation he'd had with Riveria the night before. Shirou sat on the edge of his bed, looking out the window. His thoughts drifted back to the past, to Archer, the future version of himself he had encountered during the Holy Grail War. Archer was someone who always worked alone, choosing to keep his powers hidden because he believed that information was power. He always kept his distance from others, never truly opening up, because he knew that in his world, trust was fragile and could easily be broken. "Archer," Shirou muttered softly, recalling the face that resembled his own, but with eyes full of weariness and cynicism. "You chose to walk alone because you believed it was best, because you couldn't trust anyone but yourself." Shirou sighed deeply, thinking about Archer's fate. Archer, a hero who had saved many people, had ultimately been betrayed by those he had saved. This made him bitter and lose faith in humanity, leading him to choose a path of solitude and darkness. "I can understand why you did that," Shirou continued, speaking as if Archer could hear him. "You were hurt, betrayed by the very people you were supposed to protect. So you decided not to open your heart to anyone anymore. But," Shirou paused for a moment, his eyes shifting to the door of his room, where he knew his friends were starting a new day outside. "But I don't have to follow the same path," Shirou said, this time with more conviction in his voice. "I have comrades I can trust. Riveria, Ace, Tiona, Tioni, even Loki. They've all proven that they care about me, that they're a family who won't abandon me. Shirou was silent for a moment, reflecting on how lucky he was compared to Archer. Even though the world he was in was full of danger, he didn't have to face it alone. He had friends who were always by his side, ready to support him no matter what. Archer may have felt he had to hide his strength because he was always alone, Shirou thought. But I'm different. I have people I can trust who won't betray me. They're my family in this world, and I don't need to hide who I really am from them. Shirou stood up from his bed, feeling his resolve grow stronger. He knew that to protect those he cared about, he would need to be more open and trust his friends. With that trust, they could all become stronger together. Archer, Shirou said, his voice almost like a prayer. You chose your path, but I will choose mine. I won't be alone like you. I will walk alongside those I trust, and I know they'll always be by my side. With that thought, Shirou felt a weight lift from his heart. He was ready to face the day with the knowledge that he didn't have to walk this journey alone, that he had a family who would always be there for him. Shirou then walked to the door, ready to turn a new page in his life in this world. With a smile, he left his room, prepared to face whatever challenges came his way, with his friends by his side and full trust in his heart. That morning, Shirou felt the time had come. After deep reflection, he realized it was finally time to reveal the secrets of his past to Loki Familia, especially to those who had supported him all this time. With determined steps, he headed towards the meeting room in Twilight Manor, where Loki and the core members of the Familia often gathered to discuss strategies and plans. When Shirou entered the room, Loki was lounging in her chair, casually sipping a glass of wine. Upon seeing Shirou, she flashed a mischievous smile, though there was also a hint of concern in her eyes. Ah, Shirou, what brings you here so early? Is there something you want to talk about? Shirou looked at Loki with a strong sense of resolve. Loki, I'm ready. I want to reveal my past. I think it's time to tell you everything. Hearing that, Loki's smile shifted to a more serious expression. She knew Shirou rarely spoke about his origins, so this had to be important. Oh, all right then. This should be interesting. I'll call the others. It didn't take long for Finn, Bet, Gareth, Riveria, Aze, Lafia, Tiona, and Tioni to gather in the room. They sat calmly, though some of them looked curious about what was going to be discussed. Shirou scratched his head, unsure where to begin, despite being the one who had called them. Sensing his hesitation, Riveria gave a gentle smile and said, There's no rush, Shirou. We'll wait for you. Shirou smiled at Riveria's calming words. Feeling more at ease, he began to speak. I've gathered you all to hear about my past before I arrived in Orario. Then, he gestured toward Loki. I didn't tell you on the 50th floor because my story is hard to believe. And Loki can verify the truth of my words because a mortal cannot lie to a god. Loki nodded, intrigued by the direction of the conversation. So, what's this story of yours that you need a god to back up? She asked, her eyes reflecting deep curiosity. Shirou took a deep breath, then let it out slowly. He repeated the words he had once said to Aze on the 50th floor. I come from another world. A world very different from this one. The meeting room fell silent for a moment. Everyone processed the new information they had just heard, except for Aze, who already knew. Shirou himself felt his heart race, waiting for their reactions. Loki was the first to respond. Her eyes widened as she quickly approached Shirou. What? Another world? Do you mean a parallel world, or something? Shirou nodded. Something like that. Do the gods here know about this? Shirou took the opportunity to learn the limits of divine power in this world. Loki scratched her chin, thinking for a moment. While every god has a unique arcanum, I've never heard of one that can affect the boundaries of dimensions. Then, her mischievous smile returned. Did you piss off some god in your world, and they kicked you here? Shirou gave a wry smile and responded with equally shocking information. In my world, the age of gods has ended. No gods walk the earth anymore. I come from the age of humanity. Tiona, unable to contain her surprise, immediately asked, What? How do you fight monsters without the gods' help? Shirou smiled bitterly and explained, There are no monsters. No dwarves. No elves. No other intelligent creatures besides humans. Bet smirked and spoke in a mocking tone. So, you lived peacefully, right? No monsters to attack you at any time. Shirou could only nod, though deep inside, he knew that in his original world, civilians in war zones feared something even worse than monsters. Bombs that could fall from the sky at any moment, destroying everything. Finn raised an eyebrow, asking the most important question on everyone's mind. So, how did you end up in this world? Shirou sighed deeply before answering. In short, it was all because of an artifact called the Holy Grail. An artifact that can grant any wish. Loki looked shocked, her eyes full of curiosity. What's this Holy Grail? She asked, clearly interested in such a powerful object. Shirou began to explain. The Holy Grail is a mystical item at the center of something called the Holy Grail War. In this war, mages summon heroic spirits, the souls of legendary heroes, to fight for control of the Grail. But there's a price. The heroes are sacrificed for the participants' wishes to be fulfilled. Ace, hearing the term heroic spirit, looked confused. Are they like the corrupted spirits we fought on the 59th floor? Shirou shook his head. No, it's different. Heroic spirits are the souls of people who had a significant impact on the world's history. They're summoned to fight as heroes, but they aren't corrupted like the ones we fought. They're legends who live on in human memory. Riveria, listening closely, gazed at Shirou with deep curiosity. Then why did you participate in the Holy Grail War, Shirou? Did you have a wish you wanted granted by the Grail? Shirou shook his head slightly, smiling somewhat wearily as he recalled those days. Actually, I didn't mean to get involved. I was dragged into the war when I accidentally summoned the Servant Saber while being chased by the Servant Lancer. I didn't have a wish that needed the Grail. In fact, I wanted to end the Holy Grail War without any loss of life. Hearing this, Riveria nodded gently, satisfied with Shirou's answer. It aligned with the Shirou she had come to know, someone who always tried to protect others, even in a world that wasn't his own. Gareth, who had been sitting with his arms crossed, asked in a curious tone, Servants? Saber? Lancer? What are they? Shirou took a moment to gather his thoughts, trying to explain the complex concept simply. Servants are heroic spirits, legendary heroes summoned to fight. They're divided into 7 classes: Saber, Lancer, Archer, Rider, Caster, Assassin, and Berserker. Each servant has unique powers based on their legend. They fight as the servants of the mages who summon them, known as masters. Tiona, always full of energy, looked extremely intrigued. Wow, legendary heroes, huh? So, who was Saber, the one you summoned, Shirou? Shirou smiled a little. Usually, servants hide their true identity because if their identity is revealed, their strengths and weaknesses can be figured out from their legend. But I can tell you a little. The Saber I summoned was one of the most famous heroes in my world, King Arthur. But, in my world, he wasn't a man. Saber was a woman. The room went silent again for a moment, processing this astonishing new information. Lafia then asked in a curious tone, what about the other servants? Did you meet other heroes? Shirou nodded, remembering each of the servants he encountered. Yes, there were several. One of them was Berserker, the spirit of the famous hero Heracles, son of the god Zeus. Then there was Caster, a powerful sorceress who was actually Medea, a witch from Greek mythology. And Archer, the legendary first hero, Gilgamesh, son of the goddess Ninsun, who possessed everything in the world. Many of his weapons, I copied. Inside, Shirou hesitated to explain Archer Emiya, the future version of himself, as it would lead to complicated questions. Loki suddenly looked shocked, her eyes widening. Wait. In your world, gods and goddesses could have biological children, like Heracles and Gilgamesh. Shirou nodded, smiling a little at Loki's surprised reaction. Yes, in that era, gods often interacted directly with humans. Some of them had children with humans, like Heracles, who was the son of Zeus. Tioni, leaning back, suddenly asked in a serious tone, So, did you end up here because of someone else's wish for the Holy Grail? Shirou chuckled lightly, shaking his head. No, actually, the Holy Grail in my war malfunctioned. Instead of granting a wish, it created a portal that brought me to this world. Everyone nodded, starting to understand the strange and complicated situation Shirou had gone through. Though unusual, they began to grasp why Shirou hadn't shared much about his past before. After Shirou finished telling his story, all the members of Loki Familia present thanked him for his openness. They understood that sharing this story wasn't easy for him. Loki, who was usually playful and mischievous, suddenly approached and ruffled Shirou's hair gently. Hey, you've been through a lot, haven't you? I can imagine how tough it must have been, not only leaving your world, but also the family and friends you knew there. Shirou was silent for a moment, feeling the warmth of Loki's concern. He knew she was right. Losing his world meant leaving behind the people he cared about, but now, he had new people he could trust. In his heart, Shirou felt certain that he had made the right decision to trust Loki and the members of this familia. They were his family now, and he was no longer alone in this strange world. Chapter 30. That night had arrived, and Shirou stood on the balcony of Twilight Manor, gazing at the softly glowing moon in the night sky. The moonlight lent a serene atmosphere, but his mind was still filled with thoughts after a long day where he had finally revealed his past to the Loki familia. Suddenly, he sensed someone behind him. When he turned, he saw Ace approaching. She looked stunning in a simple white pajama dress, her beauty like a living doll full of elegance. For a moment, Shirou was captivated by the sight of Ace under the moonlight, which added a mysterious aura to her. Shirou, Ace called softly, stopping beside him. I wanted to thank you for opening up about your past this morning. That must not have been easy for you. And now, I want to share my past with you as well. Shirou looked at Ace intently, sensing how important this moment was. In her heart, Ace knew that by revealing her past, she would start relying on Shirou. It could make her feel vulnerable, and she hated feeling weak. But Shirou was an exception. To Ace, Shirou was a hero, someone she believed would save her, just like the hero from her past. Ace began her story, her voice soft but laced with hidden sadness. I was born 1,000 years ago, before the gods descended to the mortal world. Shirou recalled their conversation on the 50th floor when Ace mentioned that she was over 1,000 years old. At that time, Shirou thought Ace was joking, but now he knew she was serious. My father was Albert Waldstein, a hero of that era. Ace continued, glancing at Shirou, knowing he likely wouldn't recognize the name. Ace smiled slightly, understanding. Of course, you wouldn't know him, since you're from another world. Shirou returned her smile with a nod of understanding. Ace then spoke about her mother. My mother was Arya, a wind spirit who aided my father in his struggles. Hearing the name Arya, Shirou immediately recalled the corrupted spirit they had fought on the 59th floor, who had screamed out Arya's name. Now it all began to make sense to Shirou. My birth was something unusual, Ace said, her voice growing quieter. Spirits can't have children. But somehow, I was born, and I spent wonderful times with both my parents. Shirou smiled as he saw Ace's face light up, recalling those precious moments of happiness with her parents. But Ace's happiness didn't last long. Until one day, we were attacked by the black dragon. My father managed to wound it, turning it into the one-eyed black dragon, but he couldn't defeat it completely. My mother, Arya, sealed me in a safe place, while they both met their fate. Ace fell silent for a moment, staring at the night sky, her eyes full of sorrow. I was sealed in that place for 1,000 years before finally being found by the Loki Familia, 8 years ago. Shirou now fully understood why Ace had once said she had lived for more than 1,000 years. While the world changed, Ace remained in darkness, waiting for that moment. Since joining the Loki Familia, I've had only one goal. I've worked hard to become stronger, so I can defeat the one-eyed black dragon, the creature that took my parents. Her voice was filled with determination, but also a deep loneliness. Without hesitation, Shirou stepped closer and gently embraced Ace. Ace, you don't have to bear this burden alone. I promise, we'll do this together. I'll help you defeat the one-eyed black dragon. Ace initially wanted to refuse, feeling that this was a task she had to face alone. But she knew Shirou wasn't someone who just spoke without action. Time and again, Shirou had shown that he was willing to face enemies far stronger than himself to save others. In her heart, Ace spoke to her long-lost father. Father, I found that hero. The hero who will save me. The two of them sat together, enjoying the quiet night on the balcony, under the soft glow of the moon. Shirou and Ace, two souls weighed down by their pasts, were now sharing their burdens. They knew that together, they could face whatever was to come. After sitting in the moonlit silence for a while, Shirou and Ace found comfort in the peacefulness. No words needed to be spoken. Their presence next to one another was enough to soothe their hearts, filled with memories of the past. Ace, who rarely allowed herself to feel comfortable near others, felt different this time. She glanced at Shirou out of the corner of her eye, noticing his face illuminated by the moonlight. Shirou's face was calm, but there was a steadfast resolve that always amazed her. Despite his own secrets and heavy past, Shirou remained strong, someone who would always protect others, just like her father once had. A strange feeling stirred within Ace. Is this what they call comfort? She wondered. She had rarely felt anything like this before. Shirou was different from anyone she had ever met. There was sincerity and strength in him that made Ace feel connected. Unconsciously, Ace stared at Shirou longer, noticing every detail of his face. He always fights selflessly, she thought, her heart starting to beat a little faster. He wasn't just a strong adventurer. There was something deeper about Shirou, something that made her feel safer around him. Sensing Ace's gaze, Shirou turned to her with a gentle smile. Are you okay, Ace? He asked, his voice full of concern. Ace flinched slightly, embarrassed to have been caught staring. Her face reddened slightly, though she tried to hide it. I'm fine. Just thinking, she replied quietly. Shirou nodded, unaware of Ace's nervousness. If something's bothering you, you know I'm always here, right? Shirou said, extending his hand as if to assure her that he would always be by her side. Ace looked at Shirou's hand for a moment, feeling more at peace. Yes, I know, she answered, her voice softer than before. They sat together for a little longer until Ace realized it was getting late. She stood up slowly, brushing back her blonde hair that had been caught by the evening breeze. I should go back to my room. We have a lot to do tomorrow. Shirou smiled, standing up and nodding. Of course, I'll head back too. Good night, Ace. Ace looked at Shirou for a moment, a warm feeling spreading through her heart. Good night, Shirou, she replied softly. As Ace walked away from the balcony, she couldn't resist looking back once more at Shirou, who was still standing there. A new feeling had begun to grow in her heart, a feeling that had slowly blossomed. Shirou, you really are the hero I've been looking for, Ace thought before finally returning to her room, her heart gently racing as she thought of Shirou. The next morning, Shirou was in the kitchen of Twilight Manor, preparing breakfast for the members of the Loki Familia, as usual. He had become accustomed to this routine since joining and enjoyed how cooking could be a peaceful moment before a day full of adventure began. Once everything was ready, he began serving breakfast to the familia members, including Loki, who was already seated at the table with a face full of anticipation. As Shirou placed a plate in front of Loki, the goddess grinned widely. "Hey Shirou, I'm curious, there's a Loki in your world too, right? So how is he? He must be as awesome as I am, right?" Shirou, who had been busy preparing other dishes, paused for a moment. He scratched his head, looking slightly confused by the question. I don't know much about the Loki from my mythology, but what I do know is, he's known as the god of trickery. And, well, he's also responsible for starting Ragnarok, the great destruction of the world." Upon hearing that, Loki, who had been sipping water from her glass, immediately spat out her drink. "What?" she exclaimed, still coughing from the shock. Shirou looked at Loki a bit awkwardly, feeling like he might have answered wrong. But Loki, upon hearing this, quickly recalled her past in Tenkai, the world of the gods. That actually sounds a lot like what I used to do before I descended to Genkai, the mortal world, she thought, trying to stifle a laugh at the memory of her mischievous deeds in the divine realm. After calming down, Loki looked at Shirou with a mischievous grin. "Okay, but at least the Loki in your world is as beautiful as me, right? Come on, Shirou, tell me that the god Loki in your world is just as dazzling." Shirou fell silent for a moment, unsure how to respond. After thinking for a few seconds, he finally replied hesitantly, "I've never met the god Loki in my world. But according to mythology, Loki is depicted as a man." Once again, Loki, who had just recovered from her coughing fit, nearly choked upon hearing the answer. "What? A man?" she shouted in a raspy voice. The atmosphere at the dining table erupted in laughter as the members of Loki Familia couldn't hold back after hearing the conversation. Tioni, and Bet burst out laughing, while Finn and Riverius smiled more politely, trying to suppress their amusement. "Loki is a man. I can't even imagine that," Tiona exclaimed, laughing so hard that tears came out of her eyes. "This is hilarious. Just imagine Loki with a mustache," Bet added, holding his stomach from laughing too hard. Loki, feeling her pride a little shaken, sat there with a slightly irritated look, rubbing her throat. "TSK, a man, huh? Your world's mythology is strange, Shirou. Really strange." Despite her annoyance, a small smile crept onto the corner of her lips. Shirou, although feeling a bit guilty for causing Loki to choke earlier, couldn't help but smile slightly too. That morning, the atmosphere at the dining table was filled with laughter and joy thanks to the unexpected conversation. After breakfast, the mood in the dining hall slowly calmed down. However, before everyone dispersed, Loki and Finn stood up, grabbing the attention of the remaining members at the table. Loki, with her mischievous grin, was clearly about to announce something important. Okay, listen up, everyone," Loki said cheerfully. "We have an important announcement for all of you." Finn continued with his usual calm but serious demeanor. "I received information from Hermes that there's a new rumor about the dungeon. It said there's another entrance to the dungeon that has been hidden all this time." The members of Loki Familia began murmuring amongst themselves, intrigued by the new information. Shirou, sitting in the corner, listened carefully. Loki continued, "This news is really exciting, and after further investigation, the guild has confirmed the information. There's an entrance to the dungeon connected to the city of Melon, a coastal city near the sea. An entrance to the dungeon under the sea," Finn added, casting his gaze around at the now excited members. "We will head there to investigate whether that path is still sealed as history claims." Hearing the words beach and city of Melon, the atmosphere shifted instantly. Many members of Loki Familia seemed enthusiastic, already imagining the new adventure awaiting them in the beautiful seaside city. "Wow, we're going to the beach," Tiona shouted, her eyes shining with excitement. "I've wanted to visit a place like that for a long time." Tioni smiled and said casually, "Looks like this will be a fun mission." However, before everyone got too carried away, Loki burst out laughing and waved her hand to calm them down. Wait. The guild is worried that if the entire Loki Familia leaves Orario, the city might fall into chaos." "So," Loki paused, giving everyone a sly grin. "Only the female members will be going to Melon this time." The room once again filled with cheers and laughter from the female adventurers of Loki Familia, especially Tiona, Tioni, and Lafia, who were laughing joyfully. "Yes, the beach," Tiona shouted, jumping for joy. "I think we'll have a great time in Melon," Tioni added with a sly smile, seeing this as a perfect opportunity to relax by the sea. On the other hand, the male members, like Bet and Gareth, could only sigh in disappointment, feeling left out. "TCH, so we're just staying here?" Bet grumbled, feeling a bit jealous of the beach opportunity given only to the female members. Shirou, listening from the corner, could only smile slightly. Although he wasn't part of the group going, he was happy to see his female companions so enthusiastic about the trip. Loki laughed in satisfaction at everyone's reactions. "All right, get ready. We're heading to Melon tomorrow morning. And for those of you staying in Orario, make sure to keep the city in check. The next morning, Shirou was busy helping the female members of Loki Familia prepare for their trip to Melon. He assisted in packing supplies, ensuring the equipment was in order, and double-checking that nothing was left behind. Even though he wasn't going, Shirou was happy to help his comrades get ready for the journey. While he was checking A's supplies, A suddenly approached, looking hesitant before finally asking, "Shirou," she said softly, "I'm going to miss your cooking during the trip. Could you come with us to Melon?" Shirou was surprised by the request, but before he could answer, Loki, who had been listening nearby, grinned widely. "Oh, Ace. So you want Shirou to join us at the beach? In that case, make sure you're ready to deal with all the guys who'll be jealous of Shirou vacationing surrounded by girls." Shirou smiled awkwardly, feeling caught in an uncomfortable situation. He could already imagine the male members being quite envious if he got to go with the girls. "I don't want to cause any trouble," Shirou finally said. "But don't worry, Ace. I promise, when you get back from Melon, I'll cook anything you want." A's eyes sparkled brightly, clearly happy with Shirou's promise. She was already imagining the delicious dishes he'd prepare for her. "I'll hold you to that, Shirou," she said with a small smile. Loki, still watching them with a mischievous grin, turned to Shirou. "Oh yeah, Shirou, while we're in Melon, don't get too bold and explore the dungeon by yourself. That's an order. You better spend your time relaxing in Orario, doing something less dangerous." Shirou nodded, obediently accepting Loki's command. "I understand. I'll follow your advice, Loki." With the promise to Ace still in his mind and the responsibility to keep things calm in Orario, Shirou smiled as he watched the female members of Loki Familia prepare for their new adventure in the city of Melon. Shirou stood at the gate of Twilight Manor, saying goodbye to the female members of Loki Familia as they ready to depart for Melon. A cheerful and excited Loki was also joining them, ready to lead the investigation mission in the coastal city. "Take care of yourselves," Shirou said with a smile. "And don't forget to have fun while you're there." Ace, Tiona, Tioni, and Lafia all smiled back, waving at him. "We'll miss your cooking, Shirou," Tiona shouted, followed by laughter from the others. Meanwhile, Ace simply nodded, still thinking about Shirou's promise to cook when they returned. Jokingly, Loki added, "And remember, Shirou, don't get too busy causing trouble in the dungeon. Take it easy for once. You need some rest too." Shirou chuckled and nodded. "All right, Loki. Safe travels." After the female members of Loki Familia had left, Shirou decided to take a walk around Orario, pondering how he should spend his time during this break. Normally, he preferred being involved in adventures or helping others, but this time, he planned to try relaxing as Loki had suggested. As he walked through the bustling market, Shirou unexpectedly ran into Seer, who was busy shopping. As soon as he saw her, the familiar scent that always accompanied Seer, like winter flowers with a divine touch, wafted toward Shirou. Although he still harbored suspicions about Seer's true identity, he couldn't ignore the strong sense that there was more to this seemingly ordinary waitress. "Shirou. It's been a while," Seer said with her usual warm smile. Without hesitation, she handed him her shopping basket, as if it had become a routine. "You can help me carry this, right?" Shirou smiled, taking the basket obediently. "Sorry, Seer. I haven't been around much lately. I've been busy helping my familia." Seer nodded, her smile growing warmer. "That's all right, Shirou. I understand. But you're on break now, right? How about spending the day with me?" Shirou was a little surprised by the sudden invitation, but he couldn't refuse Seer's kindness. With a small smile, he said, "Sure, I can help with whatever you need today." With that, Shirou accompanied Seer around the market, carrying her groceries while trying to hide his curiosity about who this girl really was, always surrounded by an aura of divinity. After finishing their shopping, Shirou and Seer walked toward the hostess of fertility, carrying bags full of fresh ingredients they had bought at the market. The streets of Orario were bustling, filled with the activity of both locals and adventurers, but Shirou felt at peace, enjoying the calm moments, something that was rare for him. As soon as they arrived at the hostess of fertility, the heavy wooden doors of the restaurant swung open, inviting them into the warmth of the always lively place, filled with laughter and the chatter of customers. As Shirou stepped inside with Seer, he was immediately greeted by Anya, Chloe, and Ryu, who seemed happy to see him after his long absence. "Hey, look who's here," Anya called out with a big grin on her face. "Shirou, long time no see. Where have you been?" Chloe, with her usual sly smile, added, "Yeah, we almost thought you'd forgotten about this place, Shirou. Busy with your adventures, huh?" Ryu, typically more composed and wise, greeted him with a polite nod. "Welcome back, Shirou. It's been a while." Slightly embarrassed by the warm welcome, Shirou quickly explained, "I'm sorry, everyone. I haven't been here much lately. I've been busy helping my familia with a lot of tasks." Ryu frowned slightly, curious. "So, why do you have free time now? You're usually always busy." Shirou smiled, relieved to share the news. "Actually, I'm on break now. I won't be going into the dungeon for a while, so I have some time to relax and do other things." Hearing this, Seer smiled softly, happy that Shirou could finally rest. But then, an idea popped into Shirou's head, something he had missed for a long time. "By the way, since I'm on break, I was thinking, how about I help with cooking here for a while? It's been a long time since I last cooked at the hostess of fertility. Chloe raised an eyebrow and looked at Shiro with a playful expression. So, on your break, you choose to work again? Don't you know how to relax? Shiro laughed and shook his head. It's not like that. I really enjoy cooking, and it's been a while since I've seen you all here. Spending my break cooking with you sounds like a great way to enjoy it. Anya, always full of energy, laughed heartily. Haha. I'm sure Mamma Mia would be thrilled if you came back to work here, Shiro. Besides, the customers love the food you make. Hearing that, Ria smiled softly, agreeing with Shiro's idea. That's true. Your presence in the kitchen always adds a special touch. I think Mamma Mia would be very happy to have your help again, especially when the restaurant gets busy. Seer, who had been quietly listening to the conversation with a gentle smile, nodded in agreement. I agree. Shiro, your cooking is always special. And we'd all be happy to see you back in the kitchen. Feeling his passion reignited, even though this was supposed to be a vacation, Shiro couldn't help but look forward to it. Working in the kitchen of the hostess of fertility had always been something he enjoyed, and being able to cook alongside his old friends made his break feel even more meaningful. In that case, I'll talk to Mamma Mia later, Shiro said, smiling enthusiastically. I'm ready to help anytime. With the warm and friendly atmosphere between them, Shiro felt at ease. This break might not involve dangerous adventures or dungeon exploration, but returning to a familiar place and doing something he loved, like cooking with the people he cherished, was the perfect way to enjoy his time off. Chapter 31. After discussing his intention to help during his holiday, Shiro went straight to see Mamma Mia in the kitchen of the hostess of fertility. Mamma Mia, with her large figure and stern yet kind personality, was inspecting the ingredients for that evening's meal when Shiro entered. Mamma Mia, may I help in the kitchen during my holiday? Shiro asked respectfully, though his voice carried enthusiasm. I have some free time, and I'd like to cook here again. Mamma Mia eyed Shiro with her sharp gaze, but there was a smile behind her tough expression. It's been a while since you helped out, boy, she said in her deep voice, though warmth was present. If you're serious, I won't refuse your help. This place can get pretty busy, and extra hands in the kitchen are always welcome. Shiro smiled in relief and nodded. Thank you, Mamma Mia. I'll do my best. Mamma Mia gave him a brief nod before returning to her tasks, granting Shiro permission to start whenever he was ready. Not long after, Seer approached Shiro with a measuring tape in hand. Shiro glanced at the tool with mild confusion and turned to Seer. What's the measuring tape for, Seer? He asked curiously. Seer smiled gently, her eyes sparkling with her usual mischievousness. Oh, this? It's for your uniform, of course, she replied cheerfully. You've become an unofficial member of the hostess of fertility, so it's about time you got a waiter uniform too. Shiro instantly felt his face heat up, blushing with embarrassment. Waiter uniform? He couldn't picture himself wearing the same outfit as the waitresses. On top of that, Seer was standing close to him, carefully measuring his shoulders, making him feel even more flustered. The familiar scent of winter flowers that always accompanied Seer, mixed with a subtle divine aura he had long suspected, filled the air. You'll look great in that uniform, Shiro, Seer teased, though her expression remained calm and focused as she jotted down his measurements. Just then, Anya joined them, her usual energetic smile lighting up her face. Haha, I can already imagine Shiro in that uniform. You'll totally rock it, she said, making Shiro feel even more nervous. He responded with a small laugh, though his face remained slightly red. I'm not sure that's a good idea, he muttered shyly. Even Ria, usually more composed, agreed with Anya, smiling softly. Indeed, Shiro. I think you'd look quite nice in the uniform, she said gently, her calm tone making Shiro even more uneasy. Internally, Shiro couldn't shake his embarrassment and confusion. Do I really have to wear a waiter uniform? He thought, but seeing Seer's soft smile and the support from Anya and Rio, he felt it would be impossible to refuse. The soothing winter fragrance from Seer and the warmth of his friends at the hostess of fertility made Shiro feel more at ease, despite the odd situation. All right, Shiro finally said with a small smile. I'll wear the uniform if I have to. Just don't laugh at me when I put it on. Laughter filled the room, and Shiro realized that while this wasn't the kind of holiday he had imagined, being here with them made him feel comfortable and accepted. After a busy day helping in the kitchen at the hostess of fertility, Shiro decided to return to Twilight Manor. The night air in Orario was cool as he walked through the now quiet streets of the city. Fatigue slowly crept over him, but he felt content after spending his time productively in the kitchen with his friends. When Shiro arrived at Twilight Manor, the place was already calm. Most of the Loki Familia members who lived in the manor had gone to bed, resting after a long day. As Shiro walked through the dark halls towards his own room, he noticed a bright light coming from one of the rooms along the corridor. It was Finn's office. Shiro paused in front of the slightly open door and peeked inside. The soft glow from an oil lamp on the desk illuminated the room, which was cluttered with scattered documents and maps. Amidst the chaos, Finn Dame, their captain, who was usually full of energy and leadership, was fast asleep in his chair, his head resting on the desk with a document stuck to his cheek. Shiro smiled slightly at the sight. Despite Finn's strong and unyielding demeanor in front of the Familia, it was clear he worked tirelessly behind the scenes. Shirou understood the heavy burden Finn carried as their captain, and this moment reminded him that even someone as strong as Finn needed rest. Without making a sound, Shirou raised his hand and quietly projected a warm blanket. It materialized in his hand, light and soft. Carefully, Shirou draped the blanket over Finn's sleeping form, gently covering him to ensure the captain wouldn't catch a chill while he slept in his office. "Thank you for your hard work, Finn," Shirou whispered softly, his voice barely audible in the quiet night. Even though Finn couldn't hear him, Shirou felt it was important to express his gratitude to the captain who always tried to protect them all. After making sure Finn was comfortably covered, Shirou stepped back, making sure not to make any noise that could wake him from his peaceful sleep. Silently, he closed the door, leaving the dim light inside. Shirou continued his way to his room, a sense of calm washing over him. Even though today hadn't involved a dangerous adventure or dungeon exploration, he felt satisfied having helped his friends, both at the Hostess of Fertility and here at Twilight Manor. As he laid down in his bed, Shirou knew that tomorrow would bring new challenges and adventures. But for tonight, he could sleep peacefully, feeling content. The mornings at Twilight Manor always started quietly and orderly, but in the kitchen, Shirou was already busy at dawn. As usual, he woke up early to prepare breakfast for the remaining members of the Loki familia in the manor. His hands worked swiftly, preparing various dishes: toast, warm soup, roasted meat, and fresh fruits, ensuring that everyone who came to the dining table that morning would enjoy a healthy and delicious meal. One by one, familia members began to fill the dining hall, including Gareth, who sat at the table with a satisfied smile on his face. As usual, Gareth ate heartily, enjoying every bite of Shirou's cooking. "You always make great food, Shirou," Gareth said with gratitude in his voice as he chewed. After a few more bites, he looked at Shirou with curiosity. "So, what are you doing during this holiday? You're not going to the dungeon, right?" Shirou, who was preparing additional dishes in the kitchen, turned and smiled. "No, I'm not going to the dungeon," he replied, bringing a plate of roasted meat to the table. "I've been spending my time helping out at the Hostess of Fertility. I've been cooking there almost every day." Hearing that, Gareth burst out laughing, nearly choking on his food. "Huh. I should have guessed. You really can't stay away from work, can you? Even during your holiday, you find excuses to keep working. You're a real workaholic, Shirou." Shirou just smiled sheepishly, scratching his head. "I don't feel like that. I just enjoy cooking, and spending time there with them is fun. Besides, it's better than just sitting around." Finn, who had finished his breakfast, listened to the conversation and chuckled. "In that case, how about we visit the Hostess of Fertility tonight? We could be your customers, and you can show off your cooking skills." Finn smiled, clearly pleased with the idea. Bet, who was lounging in his chair with a smirk on his face, couldn't resist teasing. "Humph, if that's the case, Shirou, you'll be serving me tonight. Make sure you're ready, because I'll give you plenty of orders." Shirou chuckled at Bet's joke but responded confidently. "I'll be ready. Order whatever you want, and I'll make it." Gareth, still chuckling, slapped the table. "This'll be fun. We're all coming tonight. You've made a promise, Shirou. Don't let us down." Shirou nodded, his eyes shining with excitement. "I'll be waiting for you all there. Make sure you come hungry because I'll be preparing some delicious dishes for everyone." The dining room filled with laughter and banter about how they would test Shirou later that night. Shirou was delighted to see how enthusiastic they were. Even though it was just simple kitchen work, for him, making others happy through his cooking was something he always cherished. With that, Shirou continued his work, preparing the rest of the breakfast for everyone while looking forward to the evening at the Hostess of Fertility with his familia friends. After finishing breakfast at Twilight Manor, Shirou bid farewell to the familia members who remained there and then headed towards the Hostess of Fertility. The morning air in Orario was still fresh, and the sunlight slowly warmed the city streets. Shirou enjoyed the peace as he walked, ready to help at the restaurant once again. Upon arriving at the Hostess of Fertility, Shirou found that, as usual, Ria had arrived earlier. The elf girl always came in ahead of the others to ensure that all the preparations were smoothly handled before the restaurant opened. When Shirou entered, he saw Ria sweeping the floor with quick but methodical movements. "Morning, Rio," greeted Shirou with a smile. Ria turned and gave a brief nod. "Morning, Shirou. I'm glad you're here early as usual." Though her voice was flat, Shirou knew it was her way of expressing appreciation. Without saying much more, Shirou quickly joined Rio in tidying up the restaurant. He started by arranging the tables, ensuring the chairs were neatly placed, and then cleaning up the kitchen area to prepare the ingredients that would be used later. Together, they worked in comfortable silence, appreciating each other's work rhythm. Before long, the other servers began to arrive one by one. Anya showed up, jogging energetically as always, followed by Chloe, who came in with a more relaxed but enthusiastic step. They both immediately joined in to help organize the restaurant, adding to the bustling atmosphere that was gradually forming. "Shirou, Ryu, ready for tonight?" Anya shouted with a bright smile. "I heard we're expecting some special customers." Shirou chuckled and nodded. "Yes, members of the Loki familia will be dining here tonight, so we have to prepare the best dishes." However, unusually, Seer was later than usual. When she finally arrived, everyone noticed right away because she was carrying a small bag. Seer smiled meaningfully as she approached Shirou with the bag in her hand. Sorry, I'm a bit late, Seer said in a relaxed tone, her eyes sparkling mischievously. But I have a good reason this time. Shirou looked at the small bag Seer was holding with curiosity. What's that? He asked. Seer grinned wider and handed him the bag. It's your uniform. The one I took measurements for yesterday. Now you're officially part of the Hostess of Fertility, Shirou. Shirou was surprised, feeling his face heat up a little as he accepted the bag. He opened it to find a new server uniform tailored to his size. Although he had suspected this would happen, actually seeing the uniform in his hands made him a bit nervous. However, he couldn't help but let a small smile cross his face. Thanks, Seer, Shirou replied politely. I'll go change now. Seer nodded, smiling excitedly. You can change in the upstairs room. It'll fit you perfectly. Shirou then went upstairs to the small room he had been using as his temporary living space when he first arrived in Orario. The room wasn't large, just a small bed, a simple table, and an old wardrobe, but it always made him feel comfortable. Seeing the room again, Shirou felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He remembered how much Seer had helped him in the beginning, even providing him with a place to stay when he had no idea where to go. Seer really helped me a lot when I first got here, Shirou thought with a small smile, recalling how lost he had been when he first arrived in Orario. The Hostess of Fertility had become his refuge, and now, this small room, though simple, made him feel at home. After a moment of reflection, Shirou changed into the new server uniform Seer had given him. Although it felt a bit awkward at first, he eventually got comfortable in it. Not bad, he muttered softly, looking at his reflection in the small mirror in the room. I thought this would feel stranger. With a smile on his face, Shirou went back downstairs, ready to start his day in his new role as a server at the Hostess of Fertility. Shirou descended the stairs from the upper floor, wearing his new green server uniform. As soon as he reached the bottom, he immediately noticed that all the other servers, Anya, Chloe, Ryo, and Seer, were trying to stifle their laughter, their wide smiles and gazes fixed on him. Seeing their reactions, Shirou felt a bit awkward. Hesitantly, he asked, Do I look weird? Seer, standing closest to him, giggled softly, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Not weird, Shirou, but that green uniform really contrasts with your red hair. You look unique. Seer's face lit up as she said this, while the other servers found it harder to contain their laughter. Shirou blushed at the comment, unsure of what to say. He stood awkwardly in the middle of the room, feeling like the center of attention, which he didn't want. Anya, always full of energy, suddenly came up from behind with an apron. In a quick motion, she tied the apron around Shirou's waist. There, now you're complete, she exclaimed cheerfully. Then, with a sly smile, she patted Shirou on the back and said, Now, try saying this. Welcome, esteemed customer, with enthusiasm. Shirou frowned slightly, feeling very awkward about the request. However, he knew they wouldn't stop until he did it. In a quiet voice and somewhat stiff tone, Shirou tried, Welcome, esteemed customer. The reaction from the other servers was immediate. Chloe burst into laughter, while Anya laughed so hard she nearly fell over. Even Ryo, who was usually calm and composed, smiled gently, chuckling softly at how stiff and awkward Shirou sounded as he tried to say the line. Seeing everyone laugh, Shirou could only scratch his head in embarrassment. I think I'm better suited to the kitchen. Lucky for me, I don't have to serve customers directly, he mumbled with a small smile, trying to ease his own awkwardness. But Ryo, with her soft smile, said, If you want to learn how to be a server, maybe Seer can be a good example. Ryo glanced towards Seer, who immediately put on a proud expression. Hearing the challenge, Seer puffed out her chest and raised her chin confidently. Of course, I can teach you how to be the perfect server. Just watch how I do it every day. You'll be a pro in no time, Shirou, she said with enthusiasm. Shirou could only give a small smile, feeling even more awkward with all the sudden attention. I think I'll need a lot of practice to get to your level, Seer, he replied, trying to go along with the light-hearted atmosphere they had created. Anya, still laughing, patted Shirou's shoulder firmly. Don't worry, Shirou. You may be stiff now, but we'll get you used to it. Who knows, one day you might be the most famous server here. Shirou could only smile and shake his head, feeling that they were all just teasing him. However, despite feeling a little embarrassed, he also felt a warmth in his heart from sharing such light moments with his fellow servers. Though being a server might not be his natural talent, Shirou felt fortunate to have friends who supported and cheered him on every step of the way. Shirou worked tirelessly in the kitchen of the Hostess of Fertility as night fell. The restaurant was filled with the sound of chatter and laughter from customers enjoying their food and drinks, while in the kitchen, Shirou continued preparing dish after dish with care. The warmth of the stove and the fragrant aroma of cooking filled the air, and for Shirou, this was where he felt at ease, even amidst the busyness. While Shirou was checking the boiling pot of soup, Seer suddenly appeared in the kitchen with news that instantly made Shirou alert. Shirou, your friends from the Loki Familia have arrived. They're sitting at the front table, Seer said, smiling meaningfully. Shirou took a deep breath. He had expected them to come, but the thought of serving them in this green uniform still felt awkward. All right, I'll head out there, Shirou replied, though he felt a little nervous. As he stepped out of the kitchen, he saw Finn, Gareth, Bet, and Raoul sitting together at one of the tables. They looked relaxed, But as soon as they saw Shiro approaching, all eyes were on him. Mamma Mia, watching from the kitchen corner, laughed heartily. Huh. You're going to serve them yourself, right? I'll handle the cooking, Shiro. You go to their table and serve them. This is your chance. Shiro had no choice. Swallowing his awkwardness, he walked over to the table. When he arrived in front of them, he repeated the phrase he had practiced so hard, though his voice was stiff and a little shaky. Welcome, esteemed customers. The reaction from the 4 members of the Loki familia was immediate. Finn smiled broadly while Gareth burst into loud laughter. Raoul covered his mouth with his hand, trying to stifle his laughter but failing. The loudest laugh came from Bet, who nearly choked on his drink when he saw Shiro in the bright green uniform and apron, awkwardly delivering the greeting. Haha. Oh man, you really did it. Bet exclaimed, still laughing heartily. Who would have thought you'd end up as a server here? Finn wiped away tears from the corner of his eyes, still laughing. You look great, Shiro. That uniform suits you, but your delivery was pretty stiff. You need more practice. Shiro could only smile sheepishly, though he felt a bit more at ease after seeing them all laugh. The atmosphere became much more relaxed, and he started feeling more comfortable being around them, even in that uniform. Suddenly, with his trademark grin, Bet patted the bench next to him. Come on, sit here, Shiro. Don't just serve us, join us for food and drinks. Shiro hesitated for a moment, but eventually agreed. He sat down beside Bet as the other servers started bringing food and drinks to their table. The atmosphere grew more lively as they began enjoying their meal together, sharing jokes and drinking. Shiro himself didn't usually drink much alcohol, but this time he joined in, though without any intention of getting drunk. As the night wore on, Finn, Gareth, Bet, and Raoul began to show signs of getting drunk. Their laughter became louder, their conversations looser, and they started talking more freely about various topics. Shiro, who due to Avalon, the relic within him, could never really get drunk since his body automatically purified the toxins from the alcohol, remained alert and clear-headed. He listened attentively to their conversation, though he was sometimes surprised by what they said. You know, Shiro, Gareth said, his voice heavy with alcohol, you're really part of us now. We all rely on you, and you're always reliable. Shiro smiled warmly at the words. Thank you, Gareth. I just do what I can to help. Finn, smiling with a slightly flushed face from the alcohol, added, You should know, Shiro. We all appreciate what you've done, not just in battle, but also in moments like these. You're important to us. The night passed with laughter, light conversations, and a warm sense of camaraderie. Even though Shiro didn't get drunk like the others, he still felt happy to spend time with his friends. Although he was a newer member of the Loki familia, moments like these made him feel fully accepted within the familia. As the night deepened, the atmosphere at the table grew rowdier, especially as most of the Loki familia members, except for Shiro, had gotten quite drunk. Empty glasses littered the table, and loud laughter echoed through their conversations. Although Shiro remained unaffected by the alcohol thanks to Avalon, he still enjoyed the light-hearted atmosphere, listening closely to their talk. Over time, the conversation shifted. After discussing adventures and battles, they moved on to more personal topics, like women. So, Finn, Gareth suddenly asked, his voice slurred from alcohol, What's your plan? You're a Palum hero. You must have thought about marrying a Palum, right? Finn, who was already a bit tipsy, gave a faint smile. Marriage, huh? He muttered, staring into his glass. I'm still looking for the right woman. Haven't found anyone that truly convinces me yet. Bet, who had been laughing and making sarcastic remarks all along, grinned widely. Oh yeah? So you're saying that Tioni, who's had a crush on you for a long time, isn't a good match? She'll be so happy to hear that. Finn let out a long sigh. That's not the issue. I'm a hero for my people, the Palum, who have been in decline for a long time. If I marry someone, I want to make sure she's a Palum too. Not just to protect my image, but also to ensure my child continues the Palum bloodline and keeps the hope of our race alive. Gareth listened seriously, despite being a little drunk. But then Finn turned his attention to Raoul, who was sitting awkwardly in the corner of the table. What about you, Raoul? You and Aki seem close. Do you have feelings for her? Finn asked, with a slightly teasing tone. Raoul jolted in surprise, his face turning red. He stammered, trying to explain. Emi? No, we're just friends. Nothing more than that. He replied, flustered. Gareth laughed loudly, pounding the table. Haha. You always say that, Raoul. But you and Aki have been friends for a long time, haven't you? Your relationship doesn't seem to be progressing. Maybe you should start being bolder. Raoul could only laugh awkwardly, desperately trying to steer the attention away from himself. He glanced at Bet, attempting to change the subject. What about you, Bet? You've liked Ace for a long time. How's that going? Bet, already somewhat drunk, grinned arrogantly. Huh, you think I'm interested in just any girl? I only like strong women. Like Ace, he replied confidently. Finn smiled faintly, looking at Bet with a teasing glint in his eye. Oh, didn't she already reject you? He said playfully. Gareth laughed again, clearly enjoying the moment. Yeah, Bet. You were flat out rejected by Ace. Bet snorted, leaning back in his chair. TCH. Ace is an amazing woman, but I don't have time for silly things like that. Gareth, still keen on teasing Bet, then said, "Well, what about Line? I've noticed she often looks at you. It seems like she likes you." At the mention of Line, Bet snorted even louder. "Line? I'm not interested in weaklings. I like strong women, ones who can defend themselves. So no, I'm not interested." The conversation about love and relationships continued, filled with jokes and teasing. Shiro, who wasn't drunk, just smiled softly as he listened, enjoying the banter between them. He knew that even though they teased each other often, there was a deep sense of respect and friendship beneath it all. Shiro sat quietly, savoring the lively atmosphere around the table. The laughter and chatter of his friends echoed through the room, while he felt at peace in the simplicity of the moment. For Shiro, tonight was a rare chance to truly relax, far from the pressures of battle or the heavy responsibilities he usually faced. However, amidst his quietness, Bet, half-drunk, glanced at Shiro with a mischievous grin. "Hey, Shiro," Bet said with a raspy voice from the alcohol, "you look so calm. Have you fallen in love with someone from the Loki familia?" The question caught Shiro off guard. He coughed slightly, almost choking on the drink he had just taken. His face flushed as he tried to answer, "Well, I haven't fallen in love, but maybe. I have a little crush." Hearing this, Gareth, already intrigued by the topic, raised his eyebrows in curiosity. "Oh, so who is it? Lafia or Ace? You seem pretty close to them." Shiro smiled awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. But before he could think any further, Finn joined the conversation with a teasing look. "Or maybe it's not someone in the familia. How about one of your co-workers at the Hostess of Fertility?" Finn teased with a meaningful smile, though he was holding back from mentioning Riveria, not wanting to expose her feelings in public. Several faces flashed in Shiro's mind. Lafia, with her kindness and patience, had always helped him adapt when he first joined the Loki familia. She was always calm and understanding, making Shiro feel at ease. Then there was Ace, her face illuminated by the moonlight that night, a mysterious yet powerful figure. Riveria also came to mind, especially when he remembered how embarrassed she had been when he accidentally touched her ear during their magecraft training. Even Seer, with her gentle smile, who had always been there for him when he first arrived in Orario, welcoming him into this new world with open arms. After thinking through all of this, Shiro let out a soft sigh and said, "If I'm being honest, I do have a small crush, but it might be on more than one person." That statement immediately set the table into a burst of laughter. Gareth pounded the table, nearly spilling his drink from laughing too hard. Bet laughed loudly, his eyes gleaming mischievously. Finn also chuckled, enjoying the rare moment where Shiro was caught in such an awkward situation. "Huh. Shiro, turns out you're a guy with a broad taste." Bet teased, laughing boisterously. "How many girls do you like, huh?" Shiro could only smile awkwardly, feeling cornered by all the questions. But before the laughter could die down, Finn suddenly looked at him seriously, though still smiling. "So, Shiro, if one day, a few of them confess their feelings to you, who would you choose?" The question left Shiro silent. He didn't want to hurt anyone's feelings, especially not those he respected and cared for. Choosing one meant disappointing the others, and just the thought of it weighed heavily on his heart. After a few moments of contemplation, Shiro answered softly but resolutely, "If that happens, I'll accept the one who confesses their feelings to me first." The laughter at the table grew even louder. Gareth clapped Finn on the back, while Raoul and Bet nearly fell off their chairs from laughing too much. "Haha. That's such a safe answer, Shiro." "So cowardly," Bet exclaimed, still laughing. "You don't want to break anyone's heart, so you just go with the first one. What a coward." Even though they were teasing him, Shiro knew this was the best way to diffuse the situation without hurting anyone's feelings. He smiled faintly, though his heart was still filled with uncertainty about the future and the growing complexities of his emotions. For now, he could enjoy this moment with his friends, without having to worry about the matters of the heart that might come later. Chapter 32. The night grew late, and the members of the Loki familia sitting at the table with Shiro were heavily drunk. Finn, Bet, Raoul, and Gareth, usually full of energy and discipline, were now unable to control themselves after drinking so much. Their laughter had faded into incoherent murmurs, and their movements became uncoordinated. After ensuring they were done drinking, Shiro decided to pay for their orders. He walked toward the counter where Seer stood, her usual friendly smile playing on her lips, though there was a mischievous glint in her eyes. Shiro pulled out a coin pouch from his pocket, ready to settle the bill for the night. "I'll pay for them," Shiro said politely. However, Seer just chuckled softly, her eyes teasing. "Oh, there's no need. Mama Mia said that as long as you're working here, they can eat and drink for free. So, consider it part of your job bonus." After a brief pause, Seer added with a playful tone, "And, yes, I overheard your conversation earlier. You're such a coward, Shiro." Shiro's face immediately flushed at her words. He knew Seer was teasing him about the answer he'd given to his friends earlier regarding his feelings. Defensively, he replied, "Eavesdropping isn't good, Seer." Seer merely shrugged, still with that sly smile. "Me? Eavesdropping? I have no idea what you're talking about, Shiro." Her tone was dripping with feigned innocence, making Shiro even more embarrassed. Not wanting to drag the conversation any further, Shiro sighed and gave a small smile. Thank you, Seer, he said before turning back to his friends, who were still staggering at the table. The night weighed on, and a new task awaited Shirou, getting his drunken friends back to Twilight Manor. He quickly took action. Bet, who was completely wasted, needed help walking, so Shirou deftly slung Bet's arm over his left shoulder. Raoul, who wasn't much better, was supported on his right. Gareth, who seemed to handle his drink better, wasn't as affected. Casually, he lifted the small Finn onto his shoulder as if carrying no burden at all. Let's get them home, Gareth said with a wide grin, even though he was a bit drunk. The walk back to Twilight Manor was lively. Bet and Raoul, barely able to walk straight, began singing off-key songs about adventurers. They tried to sing the lyrics, but they were garbled and out of tune. Finn, slung over Gareth's shoulder, hummed along even though his eyes were half closed. Shirou couldn't help but smile as he listened to their nonsensical singing. Oi, Shirou. Bet slurred, his eyes nearly shut. You gotta sing too. Raoul joined in, his voice barely audible through his drunken laughter. Yeah, Shirou. Sing. Shirou chuckled softly, shaking his head while continuing to support them. Maybe next time, you two are too drunk to even hear my singing right now. Finally, after a journey filled with laughter and noise, they arrived at Twilight Manor. Shirou carefully guided Bet and Raoul to their rooms, ensuring they were safely lying in their beds before gently closing the doors. Meanwhile, Gareth effortlessly placed Finn in his bed, making sure their captain slept comfortably. After all his friends were tucked into their respective rooms, Shirou sighed with relief. The long night was over, and although exhausting, he felt satisfied knowing he had taken care of his friends. With a small smile on his face, Shirou headed to his own room. Once he lay down on his bed, he closed his eyes and drifted off, ready to face a new day. That morning, as usual, Shirou arrived early at the Hostess of Fertility. The morning air was still cool, and the streets of Orario were fairly quiet. But as Shirou entered the restaurant, something was different from the usual routine. Aside from Ryu, who was there as always, calmly sweeping the floor, Shirou noticed there was someone else in the kitchen, something that never happened this early. As Shirou stepped closer, he saw Sears standing by the stove, busy stirring something in a pan. Steam rose in thin wisps from whatever she was cooking, and a strange aroma wafted from the kitchen. Sears seemed very focused on her task, unaware of Shirou's arrival. With a small smile, Shirou greeted from the kitchen door. Good morning, Sear. What are you doing in the kitchen this early? Sear jumped at the sound of his voice, nearly dropping the wooden spoon she was holding. Her face turned slightly red from the surprise, but she tried to maintain her composure. Oh, Shirou, you startled me. I'm just making a morning meal. Ryu, hearing the conversation from the front room, glanced toward the kitchen with a small smile on her face. Sear always prepares meals for Belle whenever he heads to the dungeon, Ryu said in a calm, but clearly teasing tone. Upon hearing that, Sear's face grew even redder, this time from embarrassment. Ryu, you didn't have to tell him that. She responded, half upset, though it was obvious she was flustered. She turned back to the pan, trying to hide her embarrassment by focusing on her cooking. Shirou couldn't help but smile. A meal for Belle, huh? He said, stepping closer to the kitchen. Can I try some? Sear glanced at him quickly, a little hesitant, but eventually handed him a small piece of what she was cooking. Sure, but don't expect too much. I'm not as good in the kitchen as you are. Shirou took the bite Sear offered and tasted it. As soon as the food touched his tongue, Shirou immediately realized something was off. The flavor was strange, an unbalanced mix of ingredients that should have complemented each other but instead clashed. His face tried to stay neutral, but it was clear he was struggling to swallow the food. Sear, noticing his reaction, began to look worried. How is it? It's good, right? She asked, though she was clearly beginning to sense that something was wrong. Shirou swallowed with difficulty and then asked cautiously, Sear, did you follow the recipe? Sear looked offended, her eyebrows raised. Of course, I followed the recipe. I just did a little improvising here and there. Her tone was firm, as if she was convinced her improvisations couldn't possibly be wrong. Shirou let out a long sigh and placed the meal on the table. Sear, why don't you try it yourself? He said with a slight smile. I'm sure you'll understand. Sear hesitated but eventually took a bite of her own cooking. As soon as the taste hit her tongue, her expression changed. Her eyes widened slightly, and her face slowly crinkled, even though she tried to remain composed. It's not bad, she said softly, though her face clearly showed she was struggling to like it. It's good, right? Shirou couldn't hold back his laughter anymore. Sear, don't force yourself. It does taste weird. You know it. Sear sighed and set her spoon down. Okay, maybe I did improvise too much, she admitted, blushing with embarrassment. Shirou smiled, rolling up his sleeves. Well then, let me show you how to cook properly, without too much improvising. Sear looked at him for a moment, then gave a shy smile. Alright, I give up. Teach me, Shirou. With that, Shirou took over the kitchen and began giving Sear basic instructions on how to cook properly. He showed her how to measure ingredients accurately, how to balance flavors, and when to stop improvising with a recipe. Meanwhile, Ryu remained at the front of the restaurant, occasionally glancing toward the kitchen with a gentle smile, watching the interaction between Shirou and Seer with warmth in her heart. After demonstrating the proper way to cook, Shirou handed things over to Seer. "Now it's your turn," he said with a patient smile, giving her space to practice what she had just learned. Seer, a little nervous, nodded and started working. However, not long after she started, small mistakes began to happen. Seer looked awkward as she poured the ingredients, and at one point, she even spilled too much salt into the mixture. "Oh no," she exclaimed, her eyes widening as she realized her mistake. Shirou calmly stepped closer. "It's okay, Seer. We can fix this," he said reassuringly, helping her reduce the excess salt and offering advice on how to balance the flavor. As Seer tried again, she got distracted while frying, causing the pan to start smoking because the oil got too hot. "Oh no, I forgot." She quickly lifted the pan, but some of the food spilled onto the floor. Her face turned red with embarrassment, but Shirou just chuckled softly and said, "You can do it, just stay focused. Don't worry too much." With incredible patience, Shirou helped Seer correct her small mistakes, showing her how to calmly handle each issue. They worked together, and although Seer kept making errors, Shirou never lost his patience, ensuring that Seer learned from every step. Finally, after several attempts and corrections, Seer managed to finish a meal for Belle. Although not perfect, it tasted much better than her previous attempts. Seer, tasting her creation, looked surprised. Did I actually succeed?" She seemed unable to believe her own cooking. Shirou smiled at her reaction. "You did great, Seer. It tastes good." Seer looked at Shirou with gratitude, her face beaming. "Thank you so much, Shirou. Without you, I would never have been able to cook something edible." Shirou, as usual, smiled humbly. "No problem. I just showed you the way, you did the rest yourself." Still smiling, Seer prepared to deliver the meal to Belle. "I'm going to take this to him now. Thanks again, Shirou," she said, waving as she left. After Seer left, Ryu, who had been quietly observing from a distance, walked over to Shirou. "Thank you, Shirou," Ryu said sincerely. "Seer has tried cooking so many times before, and I was often the victim who had to taste her failed dishes." Shirou smiled awkwardly at that, imagining what Ryu had endured with Seer's strange cooking experiments. "You must have suffered a lot," he muttered, unable to stifle a small laugh. "But at least now, Seer is starting to learn how to cook properly." Ryu nodded, her face calm but with a small smile at the corner of her lips. "Yes, hopefully after this, I won't have to taste her dangerous experiments anymore." Shirou chuckled softly, feeling relieved that he could help. Even though it was something as simple as cooking, he was happy to make someone's day better, whether it was Seer, who now felt more confident, or Ryu, who would no longer have to be the victim of failed meals. That night, after the last customers had left the hostess of fertility, the restaurant became much quieter. Shirou and the other staff decided to relax at one of the tables, enjoying a break after a long day. The faint smell of leftover food still lingered in the air, but now the atmosphere was much more laid back. Everyone looked tired, but content after a productive day. Seer, who was sitting next to Shirou, looked at him with a gentle smile. "Thank you again, Shirou," she said sincerely. "This time, Belle actually said the meal I made was good. He didn't have to pretend anymore." Her face radiated simple happiness, as if her success in cooking had given her more confidence. Shirou smiled softly at that. "Well, that's because you followed the recipe carefully and were more cautious while cooking. If you keep practicing like this, your cooking will only get better." Seer chuckled at Shirou's compliment, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Maybe I'll keep asking for your help. You'll have to teach me to cook during your days off. How about that?" Shirou nodded happily. "Of course, I'd love to teach you." For Shirou, helping others with something as simple as cooking was one way he could spread kindness, and watching Seer improve in the kitchen made him feel fulfilled. Anya, who had been listening to the conversation from across the table, suddenly added a teasing comment. "You know, Shirou, Seer's had a crush on Belle for a long time. Aren't you worried that another guy might steal her away?" she said with a playful tone. Seer, who had been calm up to that point, immediately blushed upon hearing that, imagining the possibility of Shirou and Belle competing for her. "Hey, Anya, why would you say something like that?" she replied, clearly feeling awkward with the sudden topic. Shirou, usually composed, also felt a bit of awkwardness creeping in. Initially, he was a bit uncomfortable with the subject, but after thinking for a moment, he realized that Belle was a good person, someone honest and sincere. "Actually, if Belle is the one you like, Seer, I'm more than happy to help the two of you get closer," he said sincerely. Seer was stunned by Shirou's words. She stared at him with wide eyes, as if she couldn't believe what she had just heard. "What? You are not jealous?" she asked in confusion, still trying to process his response. Shirou, realizing that he couldn't lie to Seer, especially if she really was a goddess, as he suspected, just smiled, trying to give an ambiguous answer. "I just want to see the people around me happy," he said, avoiding a direct response. Seer frowned slightly, looking a bit annoyed. "Umph, so you're not jealous at all? Maybe my charm really can't compare to A's or Lafia, huh?" I overheard your conversation yesterday. Her tone carried a hint of irritation, but still had a playful edge. Seer's words shocked everyone at the table. Chloe, sitting not far from them, immediately turned towards Shirou with narrowed eyes full of curiosity. Wait. Since when did you get close to Thousand Elf Lafia and Sword Princess Ace? Chloe asked, her voice a mix of suspicion and strong curiosity. Shirou, now feeling cornered, blushed with embarrassment. It's not what you think, he said awkwardly, scratching his head. Lafia is my mentor. She helped me a lot when I first joined the Loki Familia. And Ace, well, she just likes my cooking, that's all. Anya, not wanting to miss out on teasing Shirou, burst into laughter. Haha, so you charm women with your cooking, huh? No wonder they're all close to you, she said, her tone full of playful mockery. Shirou could only sigh, smiling awkwardly while trying to stay calm amid all the teasing. Even though the conversation made him a bit embarrassed, he was happy to spend a relaxing time like this with his friends, even if they didn't stop teasing him. As the night grew late, the atmosphere at the Hostess of Fertility remained warm and full of laughter. Seer, still not satisfied with the light-hearted conversation, pulled out a deck of cards from her apron pocket and placed it on the table. How about we play cards? She asked with a playful grin. Lenoir, sitting across from her, frowned. Huh, playing cards with Seer? You must be kidding. You always win. Lenoir clearly showed her reluctance to play, remembering Seer's reputation in card games. Shirou, seated in the middle of them, looked at the cards with curiosity. I've never seen cards like these before, he said honestly. Seer's smile widened, and her eyes gleamed with a hint of mischief. Oh, you've never played? I'll explain the rules. It's a simple game, similar to ones you might have played before. She then explained the game's rules in detail, and Shirou realized that it was quite similar to poker from his world, with just some minor changes in names and cultural adaptations for Orario. After Seer finished explaining, they started the first game so Shirou could get used to the rules and flow. However, as the game progressed, it became increasingly clear to Shirou that Seer had an unseen advantage. She seemed to easily read the emotions of the other players, perhaps part of her divine powers, which gave her a significant edge. Whenever someone was nervous, doubtful, or confident, Seer always seemed to know, making her almost impossible to beat. However, Shirou wasn't going to lose so easily. He calmed himself, then discreetly used self-hypnosis, imagining the world he always held close in his heart, the world of swords. By entering this mental state, Shirou concealed his emotions and masked any signs that Seer could read. His face remained calm, expressionless, like the shadow of a warrior in control of the battlefield. They continued the game, but this time, Seer began to show signs of confusion. Shirou was difficult to read. Every time Seer tried to gauge Shirou's movements, she couldn't sense anything. No nervousness, no overconfidence, no hints. Even stranger for Shirou was that he began to notice Seer's distinct scent, the fragrance of winter flowers he always sensed, changing with her mood. When Seer held a good hand, the flower's aroma bloomed, sweet and fragrant. But when she had a bad hand or lacked confidence, the scent withered, like a stressed flower. Using this observation, combined with his self-hypnosis, Shirou gradually took control of the game. Seer, who usually dominated every card game, began to lose repeatedly. Everyone at the table, including Lenoir, Anya, and Chloe, started to notice this surprising turn of events. When Shirou defeated Seer for the first time, everyone was shocked. Seer stared at him in disbelief, though she tried to maintain a smile. It must be beginner's luck, she said, though her voice carried a slight hint of frustration. They continued playing several more rounds, but no matter how hard Seer tried, Shirou kept winning, again and again. Anya, amazed by what she was witnessing, leaned forward and asked Shirou, Hey Shirou, how did you beat Seer? Got any special tricks? Shirou, not wanting to reveal his secret, stammered for a moment. Maybe I just got lucky, he replied awkwardly, unsure of what else to say. However, Seer, who had already lost several times, just smiled and waved her hand. No need to answer, Shirou, she said sweetly, but with a deeper meaning. A man full of mystery is much more attractive to women, you know. Then she laughed, bringing the cheerful mood back to the table. Seer's laughter echoed through the room, while Shirou could only smile awkwardly, realizing that even though he had won the game, he could never truly escape Seer's charm and playfulness. The other staff members joined in the laughter, feeling that the night had truly been filled with unexpected card games and little secrets shared among them. After several rounds of card games filled with jokes and laughter, the atmosphere at the Hostess of Fertility began to calm down. The night had grown late, and the remaining staff and patrons began showing signs of fatigue. Shirou gathered the cards on the table, smiling softly, feeling content with the warmth and surprises of the evening. It looks like it's time for me to head out, Shirou said gently, standing up from his seat. He glanced at the remaining staff, including Seer, Anya, Chloe, and Ryu, who were starting to clean up the restaurant. Seer, sitting beside him, smiled and waved cheerfully. Take care on your way home, Shirou. And don't forget, you still owe me some cooking lessons. she said playfully, though there was a hint of seriousness behind her words. Shirou chuckled lightly. I won't forget, Seer. We'll continue later. Anya, who was cleaning a table behind them, turned and grinned widely. Don't fall asleep on the way, Shirou. Next time, I want to see that cooking trick of yours that makes all the girls fall for you. Shirou just shook his head, smiling, knowing that Anya was only joking, though her words always had a half-serious tone. Chloe, standing not far from Anya, added jokingly, if you've got any secret tricks, make sure to teach us too. Ryu, usually quieter, simply smiled softly while glancing at Shirou. Good night, Shirou. See you tomorrow. After saying goodbye to everyone, Shirou took his coat from the hook near the door and put it on. The night air in Orario might be cold, but Shirou felt warmed by the connections he had made that night. As he opened the door to the restaurant, the cold night breeze greeted him, but Shirou carefully closed the door behind him, not wanting to disturb the stillness of the night. The streets of Orario at night were usually full of life, but now, there was only calm. The street lamps flickered in the distance, casting soft shadows along the stone pavement. Shirou walked calmly toward Twilight Manor, enjoying the rare tranquility of the night. His thoughts wandered, reflecting on the events of the day, from teaching Seer how to cook to the unexpected card game victory. That night, he felt more connected to the people around him, even with their teasing and playful jokes. When Shirou finally reached Twilight Manor, the grand building stood before him, towering majestically, though shrouded in the shadows of the night. Most of the Loki Familia members were already asleep inside, preparing for a new day of adventures tomorrow. Shirou let out a long sigh, feeling a warmth spread through his heart. Though his world was different from the one he came from, he knew that this place, Twilight Manor, and his friends in the Loki Familia had become an important part of his life. With a peaceful heart, Shirou opened the door and entered the manor, ready to rest and face a new day. Chapter 33. After several days had passed, Shirou continued to spend his time at the Hostess of Fertility, helping in the kitchen and serving customers. His presence became more familiar to the waitstaff and regular patrons. The time he spent with Seer not only helped him feel more connected to this new world, but also allowed Seer to hone her cooking skills. Now, Seer was becoming more adept at cooking without much help from Shirou, though she occasionally still asked for advice or small tips. One afternoon, when the restaurant was quiet and only a few customers remained, Shirou noticed Seer busily tidying up the kitchen after preparing some orders. Leaning against the kitchen counter, he smiled and decided to ask something he had been curious about for a while. Seer, he called gently, catching her attention. She turned to him with a curious look. I've been wondering, what is it that you like about Belle? The question made Seer pause for a moment, but a soft smile soon appeared on her face. She seemed to reflect for a while before answering, her eyes distant. Belle, he's honest and sincere. Even though he's weak, he always tries hard, never giving up. His kindness makes others want to protect him. That's what I like about him. Shirou nodded, understanding her feelings. He does seem like a good person, he commented sincerely. But after a brief pause, Seer added in a quieter voice, almost whispering, but I know. Belle likes someone else. Her expression shifted slightly, a mix of awkwardness and calmness crossing her face. Sensing the tension in the air, Shirou tried to lighten the mood with a joke. Well, if Belle ever rejects you, you can come to me. I'll lend you my shoulder to cry on, he said with a playful smile, hoping to make Seer laugh. Seer immediately chuckled, but there was a mischievous glint in her eyes. Shirou, you're really a sly man. Taking advantage of a girl's vulnerability to win her heart? You think I didn't notice your intentions? She teased, pointing at him with a playful grin. Shirou blushed, caught off guard by Seer's words. That wasn't my intention. He stammered, his face growing redder. I was just joking. Seer laughed harder at Shirou's flustered reaction. Of course you were, Shirou. But be careful. Jokes like that can be dangerous, she said teasingly, still smiling with playful mischief. Shirou could only smile awkwardly, unsure of what to say next. Despite the slightly heated atmosphere caused by the teasing, the conversation made them both feel closer to each other. Shirou realized that, although Seer had a gentle and kind-hearted side, she also had a hidden strength behind her cheerful smile. Even though he felt a bit awkward, the talk brought them closer, both as friends and colleagues at the Hostess of Fertility. That evening, Finn arrived at the Hostess of Fertility, his face calm, but carrying a sense of urgency. As he entered the restaurant, the waitstaff still on duty immediately noticed his presence. Shirou, who was in the kitchen, saw Finn and knew there must be something important to discuss. Finn approached Shirou with steady steps and, without hesitation, spoke directly. Shirou, get ready. You and the other male members of the Loki Familia will be heading to Melon. Loki needs our help there. Shirou nodded seriously, understanding that this wasn't an ordinary trip. Melon, a coastal city famous for its port and trade, had an entrance to an underwater dungeon. If the Loki Familia needed assistance there, it meant the situation was quite serious. I'll head back to Twilight Manor to pack right away, Shirou replied firmly, preparing to leave his duties at the hostess of fertility that night. Mama Mia, who had been observing the conversation from behind the counter, wiped her hands with a cloth and walked over. With a deep but kind voice, she said, "In that case, you can go now, Shirou. Don't worry about the work here. We'll take care of everything." Seer, standing nearby, stepped forward with a gentle smile on her face. "Shirou, whenever you want to come back and work here, the door's always open for you," she said sincerely. Her eyes shone with warmth, as usual, though there was a hint of concern behind her words, as if she knew Shirou's journey to Melon might not be easy. Anya, overhearing the conversation, couldn't contain her laughter. "Haha, Seer's just happy because her workload gets lighter when you're around, Shirou," she said with a wide grin, trying to lighten the slightly tense atmosphere with her usual jokes. Chloe and Ryu, who were tidying up tables, waved their hands. "Take care, Shirou," Ryu said with a soft yet warm smile. Chloe, with her usual mischievous look, added, "Don't forget to bring back souvenirs." Shirou couldn't help but smile at the jokes and support from the waitstaff. Even though he had only worked with them for a few days, he already felt very close to the atmosphere at the hostess of fertility. "I'll be back as soon as I can," he replied, bidding farewell to them. After saying his goodbyes to everyone in the restaurant, Shirou quickly put on his coat and prepared to return to Twilight Manor. As he walked out, he felt a heaviness in his heart, leaving a place that had become like a second home to him. But he knew that the mission in Melon was a priority, and the Loki Familia needed his help. With a final smile to those still inside, Shirou stepped out of the hostess of fertility and headed toward Twilight Manor, ready to pack and face the challenges that lay ahead. The next day, before they set off for Melon, Finn gathered all the male members of the Loki Familia who would be joining the mission. They assembled in the strategy room at Twilight Manor, and the tension in the air was palpable. Everyone looked serious, aware that this mission was no ordinary task. Shirou, Gareth, Bet, and the others waited for further instructions from Finn, who was reading a letter of importance. Finn lifted his gaze from the letter and began to speak. "I've just received news from Loki through this letter," Finn said in a firm yet calm tone, holding the letter in his hand. All eyes were on him, waiting for further explanation. "It's regarding the situation in Melon, where our female members are currently stationed." Shirou, standing among the others, listened intently to Finn. There was a growing sense of worry within him, especially knowing that Ace, Tiona, Tioni, and the other female members of the Loki Familia were there without them. According to the report Loki received, the women of the Loki Familia have discovered something unexpected beneath the sea around Melon. Finn continued, his voice clear in the otherwise silent room. "They found the presence of Viola monsters swimming under the sea. This is highly unusual, as Violas shouldn't be in the ocean, let alone swimming." Upon hearing that, several of the male members exchanged anxious glances. Violas were man-eating plant monsters, typically found in dungeons, not open waters. Their presence in the sea could spell serious trouble. But that's not all. Finn continued, his tone becoming more serious. "There has been a confrontation between members of the Loki Familia and the Kali Familia. As some of you may know, Kali Familia is a group of adventurers led by Kali, a war goddess. They are notorious for their brutal strength, and the information we've received indicates that Kali Familia has 2 level 6 fighters." Shirou felt the tension in the room rise. A level 6 fighter was no ordinary opponent. They were among the elite, extremely dangerous, and facing 2 of them in a single conflict could mean a very difficult battle. The 2 level 6 fighters from Kali Familia are Argana and Bak, twin Amazons known for their cruelty and combat prowess. They've been causing significant trouble for our female members over there, and Loki is requesting our assistance to strengthen the defenses in Melon and ensure the situation doesn't escalate further. Finn closed the letter and looked at everyone in the room. "This won't be an easy mission. You must be prepared to face monsters under the sea and a potential confrontation with the Kali Familia." The atmosphere grew even more tense, but there was a sense of resolve and determination radiating from each member of the Loki Familia. They all knew they had to protect their female comrades in Melon and ensure the situation didn't spiral out of control. Gareth, always calm under pressure, let out a heavy sigh. "Viola's under the sea, and the Kali Familia? This won't be easy." Bet, though appearing relaxed, nodded in agreement. Sounds more interesting. I've been itching for a fight with those Kali Familia guys for a while now." There was a spark of excitement in his eyes, even though the situation was quite serious. Shirou, on the other hand, reflected for a moment. He felt the tension from the news about the Violas and the Kali Familia, but he also felt confident that they wouldn't let this situation drag on. After all, he and the others were there to support, and he would do whatever it took to protect his friends. "All right," Finn finally said. "We will depart as soon as everyone is ready. Make sure to bring all the supplies and weapons you need. We must be prepared for whatever awaits us in Melon." With that command, all the members of the Loki Familia present quickly began moving to prepare themselves. Shirou excused himself to return to his room, gathering the weapons and equipment he would need for the journey. In his heart, He felt a deep sense of responsibility to ensure the safety of his friends in Melon, especially after hearing about the dangers that awaited them. Once all preparations were completed and supplies were neatly organized, the group of male members from the Loki Familia, including Shirou, Finn, Gareth, and Bet, set off for Melon by horse-drawn carriage. The journey would take several hours, and they needed to move quickly as the situation in Melon was becoming more urgent. The carriage clattered along the cobblestone roads outside of Orario, passing through the now peaceful countryside. The cool morning air gradually warmed as the sun rose, but the adventurers inside the carriage remained focused, their minds filled with thoughts of the challenges awaiting them. Shirou sat in the carriage, gazing out the window, lost in thought. Around him, there was light conversation among his comrades, though most of them seemed just as tense as Shirou. Finn, seated across from him, was busy checking the map and occasionally talking with Gareth about their plan once they arrived in Melon. Viola's under the sea, Gareth muttered, frowning. It doesn't make any sense. Have they evolved? Or is something luring them out of the dungeon? Finn nodded, his expression serious. That's what we're going to investigate. And on top of that, we can't underestimate the threat posed by the Cali Familia. On the other side of the carriage, Bet sat with a relaxed posture in the corner, impatiently kicking the seat in front of him. I hope we can start fighting as soon as we arrive. I'm sick of sitting around, he said sharply, his eyes narrowing with anticipation. Though Shirou was still somewhat worried, he felt calmer hearing the conversation among his comrades. He realized that they had faced many dangerous situations before, and this time would be no different. Even though the threats posed by the Violas and the Cali Familia were serious, he knew they would face them with courage and the right strategy. During the journey, the scenery gradually shifted from sprawling green fields to a more hilly terrain, indicating that they were nearing the coast of Melon. A cool sea breeze began to brush their faces through the carriage windows. The sky slowly turned a golden orange as the sun began to set on the western horizon. By late afternoon, they finally arrived in Melon. The port city looked beautiful from a distance, surrounded by calm blue waters. Across the harbor, they could see large ships docked and smaller boats sailing back and forth, carrying seafood and goods. However, beneath the tranquility, there was a sense that something unusual was happening. As soon as the carriage stopped, Finn was the first to step out, followed by the other members. Shirou exited the carriage and took a deep breath of the salty sea air. The setting sun cast a golden-orange hue on the surface of the water, creating a stunning reflection that enveloped the port city. Though it appeared peaceful on the surface, Shirou could feel the tension in the air. We've arrived, Finn said, surveying the area. We don't have much time. We need to meet with the other members of the Loki Familia and assess the situation. Shirou nodded, and they began walking towards the city center, where they would meet the female members of the Loki Familia. Although they had arrived in Melon, the real challenge was just about to begin. Shirou knew that the underwater battle, the Viola's monsters, and the confrontation with the Cali Familia would be a difficult test for them all. But with his comrades by his side, Shirou was ready to face whatever lay ahead. With a sharp and determined gaze, Finn led the group to a strategic position. Upon reaching Melon, after evaluating the situation and the location of the ongoing battle, he quickly ordered the male members of the Loki Familia to gather on the rooftop of one of the tallest buildings in the city, a place that offered a wide view of the battlefield below. We'll take over from here, Finn commanded as Gareth unfurled the flag bearing the jester symbol, representing the Loki Familia. The flag would signify their presence in this battle, boosting the morale of their comrades already engaged in the fight. The male members quickly gathered, weapons ready, prepared for combat. From the rooftop, Shirou, Gareth, Bet, and the others had a clear view of the situation below. The Loki Familia seemed to be surrounded by a large number of opponents, most of whom were Amazons, fierce fighters from the Cali Familia. They fought with brutal force, relentlessly attacking, forcing the female members of the Loki Familia to defend with all their might. Finn observed the scene closely. He spotted Riveria, encircled by a group of Amazons trying to overwhelm her. Without hesitation, Finn gave a loud command. Attack! Let's help them now. At his order, the male members of the Loki Familia leaped from the rooftop with incredible speed and precision. Bet moved at lightning speed, immediately engaging the nearest enemy. Meanwhile, Finn himself targeted the group of Amazons surrounding Riveria. He sprinted towards her, spear in hand, ready to strike. Although cornered, Riveria remained calm. However, the overwhelming number of enemies made it difficult for her to focus her magical powers. When Finn arrived, he struck down the Amazons with deadly precision. With a single sweep of his spear, Finn knocked several fighters unconscious in an instant. Are you all right, Riveria? He asked, his voice steady despite the chaos around them. Riveria nodded, her breathing still controlled, though she looked tired. I'm fine. But Lafia, she's been taken to a cave near the edge of the city by the Amazons. Hearing this, Finn immediately took action. Gareth, Shirou, head to the cave and find Lafia. Make sure she's safe. Finn ordered, his tone firm but confident. Gareth, always ready for swift action, nodded without hesitation. Let's go, Shirou. We need to move quickly. With determined steps, Gareth and Shirou hurried in the direction Riveria had indicated, making their way through the battlefield still raging around them. Shirou felt the pressure mounting, but his determination to save Lafia kept him focused. Along the way, they encountered several enemies trying to block their path, but with Gareth's immense strength and Shirou's agility, they managed to push back their attackers with little difficulty. Shirou knew that time was of the essence. Lafia might be in danger, and he wouldn't let his comrades suffer because of their delay. When they reached the location, Gareth didn't hesitate to act. With one powerful blow, he smashed through the roof of the cave, creating a large hole big enough for him to leap through. Rocks scattered as Gareth landed in the middle of the cave with a loud crash, standing tall like an unmovable stone pillar. Around him, the Amazons guarding Lafia were startled by his sudden appearance. "Come on, who dares face me?" Gareth's voice echoed throughout the cave, filled with confidence. Without waiting for a response, a few bold Amazons rushed at him, but Gareth easily fended them off one by one. With fists as hard as steel and impenetrable defense, Gareth blocked their attacks like they were nothing more than a gentle breeze. One by one, the Amazons fell, unable to withstand the strength of the legendary dwarf. While Gareth dealt with the enemies, Shirou moved swiftly and quietly around the cave. In a dark corner, he spotted Lafia, tied up and cornered, a worried expression on her face. Seeing an opening, Shirou snuck up behind the remaining Amazons, approaching Lafia without drawing attention. Quickly, he began untying the ropes binding her hands and feet. As soon as she was free, Lafia looked up at Shirou, her eyes filled with relief. "Shirou," she exclaimed, her voice full of gratitude and joy. "You came to save me." Shirou smiled, looking gently at Lafia. "Of course, I wouldn't leave a princess in danger," he replied lightly, trying to brighten the mood despite the tense situation. He glanced over at Gareth, who was still easily handling the Amazons. Every attack from the enemy seemed ineffective against the large and powerful dwarf. Seeing how relaxed Gareth was while handling the horde, Shirou turned back to Lafia with a slight smile. "While Gareth's enjoying the fight, I guess I'll be the one rescuing the princess this time," he joked, though there was a seriousness beneath his words. Lafia blushed immediately at Shirou's words, her face flushing even in the dim light of the cave. Although embarrassed, she felt a warmth in her heart, and without saying much, she let Shirou carry her. Shirou lifted her effortlessly in a princess carry, causing Lafia's heartbeat to quicken. As she held onto Shirou's chest, Lafia felt safe and protected. "Thank you, Shirou," she whispered softly, her voice filled with meaning. Shirou gave a warm smile, looking at Lafia gently. "Don't worry, Lafia. I'll get you out of here," he said calmly, though he knew they needed to hurry before the Amazons regrouped and launched another attack. With Lafia in his arms, Shirou carefully but quickly made his way out of the cave, remaining alert as they moved. In the background, Gareth's laughter could be heard as he continued fighting the enemies. Despite the ongoing danger, Shirou felt reassured knowing that Gareth's strength was buying them enough time to get Lafia to safety. As they emerged from the cave and distanced themselves from the battle, Lafia continued holding onto Shirou tightly, feeling calm despite the intensity of the fight they had just escaped. Shirou knew they still had many challenges ahead, but for now, the priority was ensuring Lafia's safety. Once they were safely outside, Shirou gently set Lafia down. He released her softly, and Lafia stood beside him, her face still flushed with embarrassment. Despite her shyness, a gentle smile remained on her lips. The atmosphere around them was calmer now, though there was still tension in the distance where the battle raged on. "Are you all right?" Shirou asked, making sure Lafia was truly safe. Lafia nodded slowly. "Yes, thank you, Shirou." Though her voice was quiet, there was warmth in her words, as if she had just gone through something deeply meaningful. Shirou then glanced towards the beach that stretched out in front of them. "How about we walk along the shore while checking the surroundings?" he suggested, feeling that they still needed to stay alert even though the situation seemed to be settling. Lafia nodded in agreement. "That sounds like a good idea." She began walking beside Shirou, her steps soft and calm. Together, they strolled along, slowly moving away from the cave they had just left. The beach that night was stunning. The full moon's light reflected off the calm sea, creating a peaceful scene. The waves gently lapped at the shore, bringing a sense of calm after the earlier tension. The white sand sparkled under the moonlight, and the cool night breeze brushed against their faces softly. As they continued walking, Shirou glanced towards the ocean and noticed something that caught his attention. In the distance, above the water, was a long, shimmering path, an icy bridge that seemed to stretch from the shore to a ship at sea. "That's Riveria's ice magic, isn't it?" Shirou murmured, impressed by such powerful magic. Lafia looked in the direction Shirou pointed and nodded. "Yes, that's Riveria's magic. She created an ice path over the sea." She gazed at the ship in the distance, her eyes observing something closely. "Tioni is probably fighting Argana on that ship," Lafia added, her voice filled with concern as she thought of the ongoing battle between their comrades and the Kali Familia. Hearing this, Shirou immediately prepared to go and help. In that case, I need to head there and assist them, he said firmly, his fists clenched as he readied himself for action. But before Shirou could move, he felt a gentle touch on his hand. Lafia had softly grasped his hand, stopping him in his tracks. Wait, Shirou, she said in a soft but confident voice. Shirou looked at Lafia, confused, but when he followed her gaze, he understood. Finn, their sharp and calculated captain, was running across the ice path Riveria had created, quickly making his way to the ship. It seemed Finn was already ready to assist Tioni against Argana, and with his bravery and intelligence, Shirou knew Finn would be able to handle the situation. He's already on the move, Lafia said calmly, her eyes still focused on Finn's figure in the distance. There's no need to worry. Finn will take care of the fight. Shirou exhaled in relief, his tense shoulders relaxing slightly. You're right. Finn's already there, he said, realizing there was no need to rush to the ship. With the tension easing, Shirou turned back to Lafia. So what should we do now? He asked, though in his heart, he felt more at ease with Lafia by his side. Lafia smiled gently, a faint blush still coloring her cheeks. We could continue walking along the beach. Maybe enjoy some peace before we return, she suggested softly. It seemed she was cherishing this moment, wanting to prolong the time she spent with Shirou. Shirou smiled warmly and nodded. All right, let's keep walking. The two of them continued along the beach, accompanied by the gentle sound of the waves and the moonlight illuminating the night. Despite the great battle taking place, for a moment, they felt a rare sense of peace amidst the chaos. They walked side by side along the shore, with the soft sound of the waves breaking at the edge and the moonlight shimmering on the water's surface. In the peaceful silence, Shirou glanced at Lafia, smiling slightly before gently asking, So, Lafia, are you enjoying the walk in Melon? Lafia turned to him, a sweet smile on her face. Melon is truly beautiful, she said softly. Earlier, we had a swim in the ocean before all this chaos started. Her expression shifted slightly as she recalled something, and she added with amusement, Oh, and you know what? It turns out Ace can't swim at all. Shirou raised his eyebrows, a bit surprised. Really? Ace can't swim. Lafia giggled, continuing her story. Yeah, it was so funny. Apparently, she has a childhood trauma. Riveria once dropped her into a pool because Ace called her an old witch. Since then, she's been afraid of water. Lafia laughed at the memory, her smile growing even brighter. Shirou listened intently, grinning. The image of Ace, so strong in battle but helpless in the water, left him intrigued. I never would have guessed Ace had a weakness like that, he said, shaking his head with a small smile. Lafia's eyes sparkled as she continued. Oh, and when we were swimming earlier, we were all wearing bikinis. Ace was in a white bikini that suited her perfectly. She looked so beautiful. Lafia's voice was filled with admiration as she praised Ace, as if she was sharing something truly special. Hearing that, Shirou grinned mischievously, and before he fully realized what he was saying, the words slipped out of his mouth. Well then, I bet Lafia looked just as beautiful in a bikini. Lafia, initially shocked by Shirou's comment, immediately turned bright red. Her face flushed deeply, and without thinking twice, she shouted, Shirou, you pervert. Her eyes glared at him, though she couldn't hide the small smile behind her mock anger. Shirou, realizing what he had just said, froze, unable to respond. His face turned red, and he felt awkward, unsure of how to fix the situation. I didn't mean it like that. I just meant to. He stammered, trying to explain but only digging himself deeper into embarrassment. Lafia, who had been pretending to be angry, suddenly burst out laughing at Shirou's panicked and awkward expression. Ha, you're so funny, Shirou, she said, laughing while covering her mouth to hold it back. Don't worry, I was only joking. Shirou, still feeling embarrassed, managed a small smile, relieved that Lafia wasn't truly offended. After Lafia's laughter died down, she gently took Shirou's hand. Come on, let's explore the city further. There's still so much to see in Melon tonight. Her voice was soft and warm again, with a bright smile returning to her face. Shirou, still a bit flustered, nodded and followed Lafia's lead. They walked together along the beach and headed towards the part of the city still glowing with twinkling lights. The night felt so peaceful, as if for a moment, they could forget all the tension and danger they had just faced. Chapter 34. After walking along the beach for a while, Shirou and Lafia finally reached a busier part of the city, though still marked by the remnants of battle. In the distance, they saw Bet fighting against a group of Amazons. Bet looked like an unstoppable storm, taking down his enemies with incredible speed and strength. One after another, the Amazons fell to the ground, unable to match his power and agility. Among them was Phryne Jamil, known as one of the strongest fighters of the Ishtar Familia, lying helpless and no longer a threat. Lafia smiled faintly as she watched the scene unfold. It seems Bet doesn't need our help, she remarked, glancing at Shirou. He's more than enough to handle his enemies on his own. Shirou, observing the battle from afar, felt the same. Bet appeared overwhelmingly dominant in the fight, and it seemed that none of the Amazons stood a chance. Yeah, you're right, Shirou agreed with a nod. Bet can definitely take care of himself. With that, Lafia gently tugged on Shirou's arm, guiding him away from the fight. They continued their walk, leaving Bet's battle behind and enjoying the peaceful night in the city of Melon. Although some areas remained tense, in other parts of the city, things seemed much calmer. The streetlights illuminated the paths, giving the night a warm glow. Even though the sound of the waves could still be heard in the distance, the city's atmosphere brought a sense of peace. As they walked side by side, Shirou couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt rising within him. Is this really okay? He muttered to himself quietly. We're just casually walking here while the others are still fighting? Lafia, overhearing his soft words, turned to him with a gentle smile. Shirou, don't be too hard on yourself, she said soothingly. If we see any of our comrades in trouble, we'll definitely help them. But for now, everyone seems to be doing fine. She reassured him in a calm tone, trying to ease his guilt. Shirou pondered for a moment, then nodded slowly. You're right, Lafia, he replied, a small smile returning to his face. It seems like the others don't need our help. Finn, Gareth, and Bet are handling their enemies easily. He felt a bit relieved knowing that his more experienced companions could manage the situation without much difficulty. Lafia nodded in agreement, her soft smile still present. Yes, they'll be just fine. We just need to trust them. The two of them continued walking, appreciating the beauty of Melon at night. The sound of the battle faded into the distance, leaving behind the peace they now felt as they walked together. Even though they felt a sense of responsibility to help their friends, they both understood that, for now, everyone was playing their part well. They just needed to wait for the right moment to act, and until then, they could enjoy each other's company in this serene city. As the night deepened, the warmth between Shirou and Lafia kept them moving side by side, as if time had stopped, allowing them to enjoy the quiet amid the chaos they had just experienced. As they walked further through the calming streets, Lafia suddenly spotted a crowd in the distance. Her eyes lit up with curiosity, and without hesitation, she excitedly tugged on Shirou's arm. Come on, Shirou. Look over there. It seems like something interesting is happening, she exclaimed with rare enthusiasm. Shirou, surprised by Lafia's gentle pull, followed without resistance. He smiled, amused by her excitement. They walked toward the crowd, and as they got closer, it became clear that it was a lively night market. Bright lights twinkled above the market stalls, creating a vibrant and colorful scene under the night sky of Melon. The sounds of laughter, cheerful chatter, and vendors calling out to potential buyers filled the air, making the atmosphere lively and fun. Lafia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she saw the wide variety of goods displayed throughout the night market. There were all kinds of food, trinkets, toys, and unique items from all over Orario and beyond. Shirou, look at this. And that, she exclaimed repeatedly, pointing out the various things that caught her attention. Shirou smiled warmly, watching how happy Lafia was. You're like a kid in a candy store, he teased gently, but it was clear he was glad to see her relaxed and enjoying the moment. After walking around for a while, Lafia suggested they try some of the local foods being sold there. They sampled a variety of sweet and savory treats, from caramel-drizzled toast to spicy grilled meat. Each bite made Lafia smile widely, and Shirou enjoyed the food as well, though he was more focused on how much fun Lafia seemed to be having. As they walked further, Lafia spotted a stall selling traditional Amazon masks. The masks were intricately carved and decorated with elaborate patterns, often used in festivals or rituals by Amazon tribes. I want to try one of these, Lafia said excitedly. She carefully picked up one of the masks and tried it on with a delighted grin. Then, with a deeper voice, Lafia mimicked Shirou, trying to sound more mysterious. I'm just a passing adventurer being chased by enemies. That's why I hide my face, she said dramatically, holding the mask with flair. Shirou couldn't hold back his laughter. A small chuckle escaped his lips, reminding him of a moment from the past. Ha ha, that's exactly what I said back near Rivera, he recalled, remembering when he had to conceal his identity from Lafia on the 18th floor of the dungeon. Back then, Lafia didn't recognize Shirou in his disguise, and he had to make up an excuse to hide his face from the elf girl. Lafia removed the mask, her eyes shining with laughter as she remembered the incident. Yes, you sounded so mysterious back then. I even thought you were some villain sneaking among us. Shirou smiled wider, relieved that they could now laugh together about what had once been such a tense situation. Turns out, I was just a regular adventurer, he said with a shrug, making Lafia laugh again. The two of them continued walking through the night market, trying new things and enjoying the warmth of each other's company. The night in Melon felt increasingly peaceful, and amid the laughter and jokes, Shirou realized that this was a very precious moment. A simple moment in the midst of an adventurer's challenging life, where they could feel free from pressure and responsibility for a while. As they enjoyed the lively atmosphere of the night market, Shirou suddenly remembered something important. In his mind, he recalled the promise he had made to his co-workers at the Hostess of Fertility. They had jokingly asked him to bring back souvenirs when he left for Melon, and Shirou realized he hadn't bought anything for them yet. I just remembered. I need to find some souvenirs for my friends at the Hostess of Fertility, Shirou said, smiling a little as he glanced at Lafia. Hearing that, Lafia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Souvenirs? I'll help you find them, she responded eagerly. She seemed thrilled to help Shirou, and without waiting for an answer, Lafia grabbed Shirou's arm and energetically led him around the night market with enthusiasm. They began exploring every corner of the market, visiting various stalls selling all sorts of items. Lafia, who appeared very excited, kept pointing out different items she thought would make good souvenirs. What about this, Shirou? Lafia asked, pointing to a small stone carving. Shirou smiled, but shook his head. It's nice, but I don't think it's quite right for them. They continued browsing, searching for the perfect item. Lafia kept eagerly looking around and showing him different things, from small jewelry and wooden statues to colorful fabrics unique to Melon. Although many items were beautiful and interesting, Shirou still didn't feel like any of them were the right souvenir for the restaurant where he worked. This is harder than I thought, Lafia said with a small smile. Shirou nodded. Yeah, I want something they can display at the Hostess of Fertility. Something that will remind them of this city. After some time searching, they finally came across a stall selling intricately carved wooden miniatures of ships. The small ships were crafted with great detail, capturing the charm of Melon, a port city famous for its connection to the sea. Shirou stopped in front of the stall, his eyes drawn to one particularly beautiful miniature ship. The wood was finely carved, complete with small sails billowing in the wind, making it look almost alive. This is it, Shirou said with a satisfied smile. I think this is perfect for the Hostess of Fertility. Lafia, standing beside him, nodded in agreement. Yes, this is perfect. The miniature ship really represents Melon, and it'll look great in the restaurant. She looked happy that they had finally found something suitable. Shirou decided to buy the miniature ship. The vendor carefully wrapped the miniature in a sturdy wooden box to keep it safe during the journey back to Orario. Shirou smiled contentedly, glad that he could keep his promise and bring back a meaningful souvenir for his friends. Thanks for helping me find it, Lafia, Shirou said as he carried the wooden box with the miniature ship inside. Lafia smiled sweetly, happy to have helped. Of course, Shirou. I'm glad I could help, and I'm sure they'll love this. With the miniature ship in hand, they continued their walk through the night market, feeling satisfied that their souvenir mission was complete. The night in Melon kept treating them to its calm and peaceful atmosphere, making their journey all the more memorable. As the night grew later and the market began to quiet down, Shirou and Lafia decided to leave. Even though the market was still alive with twinkling lights, they felt content with their little adventure in Melon. With the wooden ship safely secured in its box, they made their way toward their lodging. Lafia, still full of energy, smiled brightly as she led the way. I know the way. Aaron has already been booked by Loki Familia. I'll show you, Shirou, she said with her usual enthusiasm. Shirou, walking beside her, could only smile at Lafia's boundless energy. He was happy that she still had so much vitality after everything they had gone through that day. Carefully holding the box with the souvenir, he followed Lafia as she confidently showed the way. As they walked through a few alleys and narrow paths, they suddenly came across a breathtaking view. In front of them stretched a beach illuminated by the light of the moon. The full moon shone brightly in the sky, its reflection shimmering on the calm water, creating an almost magical scene. Gentle waves rolled onto the shore, producing a soothing sound that seemed to invite them to pause for a moment. Lafia, captivated by the beauty of the scene, stopped and gazed at the ocean in awe. It's so beautiful, she whispered softly, her voice almost like a breath, as if afraid to disturb the peacefulness of the night. After a few moments of admiring the view, she found a spot by the side of the road that looked out over the beach. Let's sit here for a while, Shirou, she said, sitting down on the flat surface, her eyes still fixed on the ocean. Shirou, equally mesmerized by the scene, nodded and followed Lafia. He sat beside her, carefully placing the wooden box next to him. They both sat in silence for a few moments, simply enjoying the soothing sound of the waves and the moonlit night. A cool sea breeze blew gently, carrying the refreshing scent of salt water. The atmosphere of the night was so peaceful, as if time had stopped for a moment to give them a break after all their adventures. Though they were both adventurers accustomed to danger and battles, moments like this were rare, times when they could sit together without worrying about what would come next. This feels so different, Shirou said quietly, breaking the silence. After everything that's happened, being able to sit here and enjoy the night, it feels like a dream. Lafia turned to him, a small smile on her face. Yes, I feel the same way. Usually, we're always busy with missions or training. But tonight, it's so peaceful. She looked back at the ocean, her eyes once again captivated by the beauty of nature before her. I'm glad I can spend time like this with you, Shirou, she added, her tone sincere and gentle. Shirou smiled at Lafia's words. I'm glad I can spend time with you too, Lafia, he replied, his voice warm and honest. They fell into a comfortable silence again, enjoying the beautiful night. Even though they knew they still had to return to the inn and face a new day tomorrow, for now, they let themselves be absorbed in the tranquility of the night, sitting side by side with the moonlit beach before them. Amid the challenges of life as adventurers, simple moments like this were the most precious. As they sat in this peaceful quiet, admiring the stunning view before them, Lafia suddenly spoke softly. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Since we spent time together like this, she said, her voice gentle in the cool night breeze. Shirou turned to Lafia, reflecting on her words. He gave a small smile and nodded. Yes, it's been a while, he replied. I think the last time we were together like this was when you were my mentor. Back then, I had just joined Loki Familia, and you helped me adjust. Lafia chuckled softly, her smile reflecting the sweet memories passing through her mind. Yes, I remember that, she said, her smile widening. I was so eager back then, trying to help and buy you equipment. I remember buying you a bow, arrows, and armor. But her smile slowly faded, and a slight sadness began to creep into her voice. But it turns out you didn't need any of that. You could project them yourself. I didn't know about your ability back then. Shirou listened carefully, noticing how Lafia's mood shifted with the memory. There was a hint of guilt in her expression, as if she felt her efforts had been in vain. She lowered her head slightly, not wanting to show her disappointment, but Shirou could sense it. Lafia, Shirou said gently, trying to ease the mood. Your kindness meant a lot to me back then. Even though I could project weapons, the gear you bought me was never useless. He smiled warmly, hoping to reassure her. I still keep the bow, arrows, and armor you bought for me. They're all neatly stored in my room. Every time I see them, I'm reminded of how much you cared for me. Hearing Shirou's words, Lafia slowly began to smile again. Her eyes lit up once more, and the sadness that had crossed her face started to disappear. Really? You still keep them? She asked, feeling a bit relieved. I thought you might have forgotten about them or thrown them away. Shirou shook his head firmly. Of course not. I'd never forget your kindness, Lafia. His smile grew warmer, hoping that his words would fully dispel any doubts in Lafia's heart. Lafia laughed softly again, this time with a more cheerful tone. Well then, you could use that equipment again if you ever want to pretend to be weak, like when we first met, she joked, giving Shirou a more playful look. Shirou laughed at the joke. Pretend to be weak, huh? That might be an interesting plan, he replied playfully, though they both knew he couldn't hide his strength from the other members of Loki Familia anymore. They both laughed again, the previously heavy mood lifting into something much lighter. Lafia looked more cheerful, and Shirou felt relieved to have brought her smile back. They sat together in comfortable silence once more, enjoying the peaceful night as if nothing else mattered besides their time together. Check the illustration at p.a.t.r.e.o.n.c.o.m/Rayish. As they sat enjoying the calm and peaceful night, with the cool sea breeze gently blowing, Lafia suddenly looked up at the sky, her eyes fixed on the bright moon above them. Without thinking much, she said, "Isn't the moon so beautiful?" Shirou, who had been absorbed in the view, suddenly froze at her words. Cold sweat started forming on his forehead, and his mind began racing. In Japanese culture, the phrase "Tsuki ga Kirai, Disu ni," which means the moon is so beautiful, is often used as a subtle way to confess love, a poetic expression of deep feelings without directly saying, "I love you." Shirou never expected this expression to reach another world, especially coming from an elf like Lafia. For a moment, he was speechless. Shirou's thoughts swirled, trying to make sense of the situation. Lafia kept gazing at the moon, unaware of how stiff and awkward Shirou had become beside her. Noticing something was off, Lafia turned to Shirou, confused, and called out to him. "Shirou? What's wrong?" Shirou took a deep breath, trying to calm his nerves. Lafia's words had shaken him, and he suddenly remembered a promise he once made to himself. He would accept the feelings of whoever first confessed their love to him. Was this the moment? Lafia, the cute, cheerful elf who was always so kind to him, had just said words that, in Shirou's culture, were an indirect love confession. In his mind, Shirou thought about how lucky he would be if Lafia truly had feelings for him. Lafia was someone who always made him feel comfortable with her presence. He recalled the moments when Lafia smiled, her blue eyes sparkling with joy, and her face often blushing with embarrassment when they joked around. Deep down, Shirou thought that if Lafia did love him, he would be incredibly fortunate. Gathering his courage, Shirou finally spoke. In a quiet, slightly trembling voice, he said, "I could die happy." Lafia, hearing this, was immediately confused. Her expression changed, and she looked at Shirou with a puzzled gaze. "What do you mean, Shirou?" she asked with a small laugh, not quite grasping the true meaning behind his words. At that moment, Shirou realized Lafia wasn't confessing her love at all. She didn't understand the connotation of the phrase, and perhaps she was simply stating that the moon was beautiful, with no other intention. Realizing his misunderstanding, Shirou felt his face flush with embarrassment. He went silent, feeling extremely awkward and self-conscious. "It's nothing," Shirou stammered, trying to hide his nervousness. He forced a smile despite his embarrassment. "I was just too captivated by the night." Lafia laughed again, this time more brightly. "You're so strange, Shirou," she said, still puzzled but not dwelling on Shirou's previous words. For Lafia, the night was indeed beautiful and peaceful, with no deeper meaning behind it. While Shirou tried hard to calm himself, he could only manage a wry smile, attempting to cover up the growing embarrassment within him. Lafia might not have realized what had just happened, but Shirou learned one thing: not all expressions carry the same meaning in different worlds. Even though the misunderstanding occurred, he still felt relieved to be with Lafia, even without the love confession he had suspected. As the night grew later, the bright moonlight gradually began to fade, leaving the beach in a dimmer atmosphere. Still feeling a bit awkward from his misunderstanding with Lafia, Shirou decided it was time to head back to the inn. He stood up slowly and looked at Lafia, who was still sitting and enjoying the night breeze. "Let's go back." "It's getting late," he said gently, offering his hand to help Lafia up. Lafia smiled and softly took Shirou's hand. "Thank you," she said as she stood, gazing at Shirou with a look full of gratitude. After that, they walked side by side, continuing their journey back to the inn that had been prepared for the members of Loki Familia. The cool night air, accompanied only by the gentle sound of the waves, followed them as they walked. As they walked, Shirou could still feel the lingering embarrassment in his heart from the earlier misunderstanding. Lafia had never meant to confess her feelings, and Shirou had foolishly misinterpreted her remark about the moon. He tried hard to forget about it, but his face still flushed slightly whenever he thought about it. Not wanting to make things more awkward, he kept his embarrassment to himself, trying to act normal in front of Lafia. After a few minutes, they finally arrived at the inn. Most of the Loki Familia members were already asleep, except for a few who were still on guard or quietly enjoying the last moments of the night. The inn itself was quiet, with the hallway lights dimmed, creating a peaceful atmosphere. In front of their respective doors, Lafia turned to Shirou and smiled again. "Thank you, Shirou. I really enjoyed tonight," she said softly, her voice warm and calming, which helped ease Shirou's nerves. Shirou smiled back, even though he still felt a bit awkward inside. "I did too, Lafia. Thanks for keeping me company." They exchanged glances briefly before Lafia wished him good night and went into her room. Shirou stood in front of his own door for a moment, letting out a long sigh, trying to calm the mixed feelings swirling inside him. Then he entered his room. As soon as the door closed behind him, he threw himself onto the bed. His face turned beet red as he recalled the misunderstanding that had made him feel so embarrassed. Frustrated and embarrassed, Shirou buried his head into the pillow. "Idiot. Why did I say that?" He muttered to himself, annoyed at his own foolishness. He covered his face with both hands, trying hard to forget the earlier incident, but the embarrassment continued to haunt him. Finally, after a few minutes, Shirou began to calm down and let out another deep breath. He removed his hands from his face, trying to relax his mind. Just forget it. Tomorrow's a new day, he told himself, though he knew deep down that the event would likely linger in his thoughts for a while. But for now, he decided to sleep and prepare himself for the next day. Chapter 35. The next morning, Shirou woke up feeling more at peace after a long night of reflection. The soft morning sunlight streamed through his window, waking him gently with its warm rays. Still a bit groggy, Shirou sat on the edge of his bed, rubbing his face to shake off the last remnants of sleep, and then his mind immediately went to something important. Without thinking twice, he bent down and checked the souvenir box he had carefully placed under his bed. The wooden miniature ship he had bought at the night market the day before was still there, safely stored in its wooden box. Shirou felt relieved that the item was secure, considering how important the promise he had made to his friends at the Hostess of Fertility was. He smiled a little, carefully closing the box and sliding it back under the bed. After that, Shirou got up and prepared himself for a new day. He dressed quickly and left his room, walking down the quiet corridor. In one corner of the room, he saw Raoul, who had just woken up, still looking a little sleepy and yawning widely. "Morning, Raoul," Shirou greeted him cheerfully as he approached. "How long is this inn booked for by Loki Familia?" he asked, a bit curious since he didn't know how long they would stay in Melon. Raoul, still a bit drowsy, scratched his head before answering. "Usually, when we have missions outside the city, Finn books the inn until we're fully ready to return," he said, yawning again. "So we can stay here as long as the mission isn't finished." Hearing that, Shirou felt relieved. He knew that the mission might still take some time, but at least he didn't have to rush back. Most importantly, the souvenir box he had stored under his bed was safe and wouldn't be disturbed by anyone. This gave him a sense of peace of mind. "Thanks, Raoul," Shirou said with a smile, then continued on his way out of the inn. He felt more refreshed after a good night's sleep, and his energy for the day ahead returned. As soon as he stepped outside the inn, Shirou was greeted by a stunning view. The sun was rising over the horizon, casting golden rays across the calm sea. The dark sky was now transitioning to a light blue with shades of orange, creating a beautiful scene before his eyes. A gentle sea breeze blew, carrying a refreshing salty aroma. Shirou stood by the beach, admiring the view with awe. The sunrise over Melon's beach felt incredibly peaceful, as if it were the perfect start to a new day. He felt the sea breeze brush against his face, and for a moment, All the burdens and worries he had vanished. This moment gave him the chance to think and prepare for whatever lay ahead. With a small smile on his face, Shirou enjoyed the beauty of the sunrise, letting the calmness of the morning wash over him completely. As Shirou savored the peaceful morning view at Melon Beach, he heard soft footsteps approaching behind him. When he turned around, he saw Ace walking toward him quietly. Her golden hair gleamed in the morning sunlight, and the gentle sea breeze made her appear even more graceful. She stopped beside Shirou, and for a few moments, they simply enjoyed the beauty of the morning together. "Good morning, Shirou," Ace said in her soft voice. She gazed at the horizon, looking calm, though there was a hint of warmth behind her usually composed expression. "It's been a while since we last met." Shirou, finding that statement strange, smiled a little and glanced at Ace. "A while? We've only been apart for a week." Ace, he responded playfully, not expecting Ace to feel that their time apart had been so long. Unbeknownst to Shirou, Ace whispered quietly, so softly it was almost inaudible, "But that's already too long for me." Those words were spoken only to herself, and her gaze remained focused on the ocean in front of them, though inside, she felt a subtle longing that hadn't yet been voiced. Shirou, who didn't hear Ace whisper, continued with a light question. "So, Ace, did you enjoy your time in Melon?" he asked, curious about her impressions of the time spent there. Ace was silent for a moment, her expression a little puzzled. Her first thoughts went back to the previous night when she had been in a battle against the Amazon of Cali Familia. But then she remembered the earlier days when the female members of Loki Familia had enjoyed swimming and relaxing on the beach. "Yes, I suppose I enjoyed some of it," Ace finally replied, but there was a hint of uncertainty in her tone. Shirou, having learned from Lafia that Ace had a bit of trouble with swimming, grinned mischievously. "Oh, so you enjoyed the vacation, even though Lafia told me you can't swim?" he teased, looking at Ace with a playful gaze. Ace's face instantly flushed at Shirou's words. I've been trying to learn," Ace said, her voice a little embarrassed. "Tiona taught me yesterday, but I still sank." Her face reddened even more as she admitted her failure in learning to swim. Shirou stifled a small laugh at that, then in a serious but friendly tone, he said, "Well then, if we have time before heading back, how about I teach you how to swim?" The offer sounded sincere, and Shirou thought this could be a good opportunity to help Ace overcome her fear of water. Hearing Shirou's offer, Ace's eyes lit up, though she tried to hide it by staying calm. Ace, who was usually composed and unshaken, now felt a spark of excitement inside her. You teach me?" she asked, her voice filled with hope, though there was a hint of shyness. Shirou nodded, smiling warmly. "Of course. I'm sure you'll learn quickly," he reassured Ace, feeling confident that he could help her overcome her fear. However, Ace, still embarrassed about her inability to swim, lowered her head for a moment before saying, "But could we do it in a quiet place? I don't want anyone to see me sinking." Her voice was soft, and her face was still red. Ace didn't want others to witness her struggling, especially with something she had feared since childhood. Shirou's smile widened at the request. "Of course, we can find a quiet spot around here," he said gently. He understood Ace's feelings and wanted to make her feel comfortable. In her heart, Ace felt overjoyed, even though she didn't show it clearly. The thought of spending time alone with Shirou made her heart race, and although she was still embarrassed about her weakness, a sense of happiness flowed through her. Ace felt that this was a chance to get closer to Shirou, something she had been looking forward to for a long time. The two of them stood there, enjoying the rest of the beautiful morning on Melon Beach, while planning their swimming session. Inside, Ace's heart continued to beat fast, imagining the time she would spend with Shirou, hoping it would become an unforgettable moment between the two of them. As Shirou and Ace stood on the beach, enjoying the peaceful beauty of the morning, they suddenly heard a cheerful voice from the direction of the inn. The voice broke the silence with an enthusiastic call. "Hey, Shirou. Ace. Breakfast is ready." It was Tiona's voice, waving at them from afar, calling them both back to the inn. Shirou and Ace glanced at each other before sharing a small smile. "Looks like it's time to eat," Shirou said with a slight grin as they both walked toward the inn, following Tiona, who had already turned and was walking ahead of them. When they entered the dining room inside the inn, the atmosphere was warm and full of camaraderie. The other members of Loki Familia had already gathered around the long table, waiting for breakfast. The morning meal that had been prepared smelled inviting, filling the room with delicious aromas that made Shirou's stomach rumble a little. In the middle of the room, Lafia, already seated on one side of the table, waved in their direction. "Shirou. Ace. Sit here," Lafia called with a cheerful smile, pointing to an empty spot next to her. Shirou, still feeling a bit awkward from the misunderstanding yesterday, swallowed and walked toward the spot Lafia indicated. He sat next to her, trying to act normal, though his face flushed slightly as he recalled how he had misinterpreted Lafia's comment about the moon. Ace sat beside Shirou, her face remaining calm and cool as usual, but there was a warmth behind her usually quiet demeanor. Once everyone had taken their seats, they began to enjoy the breakfast that had been served. The morning meal consisted of fresh bread, fruits, roasted meat, and a warm soup that comforted their stomachs after a long night. The dining room was filled with cheerful chatter among the members of Loki Familia, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie. Shirou, though still feeling a little shy, joined the conversation, occasionally glancing at Lafia and Ace beside him, enjoying the comfort of being near them. Luffy, sitting next to Shirou, would occasionally glance his way with a small smile, seemingly unaware of his nervousness. Meanwhile, Ace quietly enjoyed her breakfast, though there was a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes about their promise to practice swimming later. The three of them sat side by side, relishing the peaceful morning and the delicious breakfast. After breakfast ended and the dining room quieted down, Finn stood up in the center of the room. With a commanding posture and a focused gaze, he drew the attention of all the Loki Familia members. All eyes turned to him, ready to listen to the announcement he was about to make. "All right, everyone. We'll be holding a briefing now," Finn said in a firm but calm tone. "As you know, we've inspected the entrance to the dungeon located beneath the sea. According to the report from Tiona and Tioni, the Leviathan seal is still in perfect condition." Tiona and Tioni, seated at the side of the table, nodded in unison. "Yes, we both dove down and checked the seal. There were no cracks or damages at all," Tiona explained, recalling their dive to the ocean floor to examine the long mysterious seal. Tioni added, "The seal remains intact, just as we expected. It seems that this isn't the entrance Hermes mentioned." Finn nodded calmly, as if he had anticipated this outcome. "Exactly. Hermes' information suggests there's another entrance to the dungeon, and this isn't the one." He paused for a moment, letting the information sink in for everyone. Hearing this, Bet sighed in frustration. "So we have to start searching somewhere else again? This is a waste of time," he complained impatiently, leaning back in his chair, clearly displeased with the slow progress. However, Finn ignored Bet's complaints and remained composed. Before Bet could continue, Riveria stepped forward, addressing a more pressing issue. "There's a bigger problem we need to discuss," Riveria said, her voice firm yet elegant. "We've discovered evidence that the Velas, the monsters swimming in the Melon Sea, didn't appear naturally. They were smuggled in from outside." The room fell silent for a moment as everyone's attention turned to Riveria. After further investigation, she continued, "It turns out that the guild in Melon is involved in large-scale corruption, allowing the smuggling of these Velas." Riveria's expression showed clear discontent, making it evident that the situation was far more serious than initially thought. Loki, who had been quietly listening until now, finally spoke up. With a sly yet attentive smile, she said, "Well, it seems we have business with the god Njord, who resides here in Melon. I'll handle that conversation directly. Not only that, but we also need to talk to Goddess Kali after our fight yesterday. I'm sure she knows more about this smuggling operation." Hearing the names Njord and Kali, the atmosphere in the dining room grew even more serious. Finn nodded, appreciating Loki's decision. "All right, with that, we'll continue this investigation. Riveria, keep up your investigation. Tioni, you two can help by checking the surrounding areas in more detail." All members of Loki Familia understood their respective responsibilities. Shirou, who had been listening intently, sensed the gravity of the situation. The mission in Melon was far more complex than he had anticipated, and it seemed a large conspiracy was unfolding behind the scenes. After discussing the Leviathan seal, Finn continued the briefing by addressing the battles from the previous day. Everyone present listened seriously, knowing that the incident had involved several important confrontations. "Now, let's talk about our confrontation with Kali Familia yesterday," Finn began with a firm tone. "That battle wasn't easy, especially since we were not only facing them, but also dealing with surprises from various other parties involved." Finn proceeded to recount the sequence of events during the battle experienced by the female members of Loki Familia. "Yesterday, Lafia was kidnapped by Bak, one of the strong fighters from Kali Familia," Finn explained. This forced Tiona and Tioni to face direct threats, with each having to engage in a duel. Tiona fought back, while Tioni faced off against Argana, Batch's sister. Tiona and Tioni, sitting at the table, bowed their heads slightly as Finn continued. "You both did your best, but I want to remind you, don't act on your own like that again. If we don't work together, the risk of injury or even losing members becomes much higher." The Amazon sisters nodded, accepting the advice from their captain. Finn then mentioned that Ace had come to assist. During the fight, Tiona was helped by Ace, who arrived and helped defeat Bak, he added. Before Finn could continue, Ace raised her hand to add another detail. "Actually, on my way, I was stopped by members of Ishtar Familia, one of them being Phryne," Ace said, her voice calm despite mentioning the powerful opponent who briefly held her back. Hearing Phryne's name, Bet immediately burst into laughter. "Haha, I took care of her last night. They didn't even stand a chance," Bet said arrogantly, recalling how easily he defeated Phryne and the other Amazons from Ishtar Familia. Finn simply nodded and made a note. "All right, we need to keep an eye on Ishtar Familia. It seems they are also involved in this conflict." The mood in the room grew even more serious as they realized more parties were involved than they initially thought. Finn then continued his account, this time discussing his own involvement in the fight. "I stepped in to help Tioni against Argana," he said, though he appeared to downplay his role. However, Tioni quickly interrupted with enthusiasm. "Oh, don't be so modest, Captain. You defeated Argana with a single punch," Tioni said, her eyes shining with admiration, while the others chuckled at how quickly Finn ended the fight. Finn scratched his head a little awkwardly. "I just did what was necessary," he said, trying not to make it sound like a big accomplishment, though it was clear he had done more than enough. Shirou, who had been listening closely the entire time, tensed slightly when Finn began mentioning his name. And finally, Shirou and Gareth successfully rescued Lafia from the Amazons, Finn said, glancing at both of them. Gareth, known for his loud and hearty laugh, immediately let out a deep chuckle. Haha. Yeah, I took care of the Amazons there, while Shirou got Lafia out safely before things got worse, he explained, proud of how they handled the situation. Aze, sitting beside Shirou, suddenly looked worried. She turned to Lafia with concern in her eyes. Lafia, you're not hurt, are you? She asked softly, wanting to make sure her friend was all right after being kidnapped. Lafia, sitting across from them, blushed immediately. She felt a bit shy with all the attention on her, especially since the memory of that night was still fresh in her mind. I am fine. No one was hurt, she replied quickly, though her eyes darted toward Shirou sitting beside her. Her face reddened even more as she recalled the night when Shirou saved her, and afterward, they took a peaceful walk together while the others were still fighting. Shirou, remembering that night as well, gave a small smile, feeling a little awkward thinking about how they had enjoyed a calm moment while everyone else was still battling. The two had shared a rare moment of peace, but now, in the middle of a serious briefing, they felt a bit embarrassed reflecting on how relaxed their time had been compared to the chaos around them. With all the reports finished, Finn wrapped up the discussion firmly. We need to stay alert. Our mission isn't over yet, and there's still much to be done in Melon before we return to Orario. After all the reports were given and the discussion about the previous day's incidents had concluded, Finn stood at the center of the room, looking around at the members of Loki Familia. With a calm yet authoritative demeanor, he delivered the meeting's closing remarks. All right, everyone. For now, we'll end this meeting. You've all worked hard, so you have free time to relax today, Finn said with a relieved tone. A small smile appeared on his face, signaling that this was a rare opportunity for them to unwind in the middle of their important mission. Some members of Loki Familia cheered happily upon hearing this announcement. The tired faces, which had been filled with the tension of battle, looked a little more relaxed at the thought of getting some rest and enjoying the beautiful city of Melon. However, the excitement didn't last long. Before anyone could react further, Loki stepped forward with her usual laid-back style and a mischievous smile on her face. Hey, wait a minute. You can't relax just yet, she called out, halting the brief joy that had filled the room. The room fell silent, and all eyes turned to Loki, who seemed excited about her next plan. Before you enjoy your free time, there's a little business we need to take care of first, she continued, placing her hands confidently on her hips. We've got a meeting with Njord, the fishing god who lives here in Melon, and also with Callie, the small fry we beat yesterday. You can't relax until you accompany me to meet them. A few members of Loki Familia groaned softly, though they were used to Loki suddenly interrupting plans with unexpected tasks. Tiona, who had been ready to relax, sighed and joked, looks like our plans to chill will have to wait. Tioni grinned and patted Tiona's shoulder. You know Loki always has something extra planned at the end, she replied with a small laugh. Shirou, sitting next to Lafia and Aze, also sensed the change in the atmosphere. He looked at Loki with a slightly awkward smile but wasn't too surprised. He knew that when a god like Loki was involved, there was always a bigger agenda to follow before they could truly relax. We'll meet Njord first, Loki continued. He might have more information about the situation in Melon, especially regarding the smuggling of the violas. After that, we'll deal with Callie. I'm sure she has more to explain after yesterday's fight. Finn, remaining calm despite Loki interrupting his announcement, simply nodded. All right, follow Loki's orders. We'll handle these meetings before we can truly rest, he said, refocusing everyone's attention on the tasks still ahead. Although some members felt disappointed that their relaxation was postponed, they all understood the importance of the mission. After all, Njord and Callie played crucial roles in the mystery surrounding Melon, and these meetings could provide the answers they needed. With that, the members began preparing themselves, setting aside their fatigue for the time being, and followed Loki and Finn's lead toward the meetings that would bring them closer to uncovering the truth. Chapter 36. Not long after leaving the inn, Loki and the members of Loki Familia arrived at a restaurant in Melon, the arranged meeting place with two important gods. Njord, the god responsible for the city of Melon, and Callie, the war goddess they had just faced in battle, were already waiting there. As Loki spotted the two, a sly smile crossed her face. Ah, looks like I don't need to hold two separate meetings, she said with a satisfied tone. Inside the restaurant, the three gods sat at a round table tucked in the corner. Njord, with his brown hair and an expression full of regret, sat quietly, while Callie, smaller and more aggressive in appearance, leaned back casually, eyeing Loki with interest. Loki looked pleased, even though she knew this meeting wasn't just a simple formality. Meanwhile, the members of Loki Familia stayed outside the restaurant, giving the gods space to talk privately. As soon as they sat down, Loki quickly started the conversation in a relaxed but firm tone. All right, Njord, let's begin with the question that's been on my mind, Loki said, staring sharply at Njord. You're the god responsible for Melon. The city is under your care. But why did you smuggle violas into the sea? Njord, who had been calm until now, lowered his gaze. A clear expression of guilt appeared on his face. I know, Loki, he said in a low voice. I should have taken better care of this city. But the Veelas I let into the sea preferred to eat other monsters rather than attacking humans. It made it safer for the fishermen to work without worrying about being attacked by more dangerous monsters. Loki let out a long sigh, her face showing deep disappointment. You really didn't think this through, did you? She said coldly. Don't you realize, Jord, that Veelas are monsters that can reproduce rapidly? Worse, unlike most other monsters, Veelas can be controlled by members of Evelis. Her voice sharpened, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. Jord bowed his head even lower, his guilt even more evident. I didn't think the problem would escalate this far. I just wanted to protect the fishermen and the townspeople from the danger of other monsters, he said quietly, his voice filled with regret. I focused too much on a short-term solution without considering the long-term risks. Loki stared at Jord for a moment, deep in thought. After a few seconds of silence, she shifted her gaze, now more serious. So, I want to know where you got these Veelas from. Who brought them here? Loki asked, her voice calmer, though the tension between them remained. Jord took a long breath before answering. A while ago, I met someone who seemed to know a lot about the underground water channels connecting Orario and Melon. He offered to smuggle the Veelas into those canals. At first, I hesitated. But after hearing how the Veelas could control the population of sea monsters, I agreed to accept the offer. Loki listened carefully, not surprised but still on alert. Someone, you say? She asked sharply. Do you know who this person was? Were they part of Evelis? Jord shook his head slowly. I'm not sure. He didn't mention his affiliation directly, but from the way he spoke, I sensed something was off. At the time, I was too focused on the short-term results and didn't dig deeper into who he really was, he replied, bowing his head again as he became more aware of his mistake. Loki, listening to all of this, looked unsatisfied. So you have no clue who he is? She pressed, hoping Jord could provide more information. But Jord could only shake his head. I truly don't know who he was, only that he was from Orario and had extensive knowledge about the secret canals connecting this city to Orario. The atmosphere grew even more tense after this confession. Loki, who had been calm earlier, now wore a more serious expression. Callie, who had been silent and observing the whole time, finally chuckled, seemingly amused by the drama unfolding before her. Looks like the city has more secrets than we thought, she said with a sarcastic tone. Loki snorted, her eyes still fixed on Jord, though it was clear she hadn't ignored Callie's remark. We need to investigate these canals and find out who offered the Veelas. But for now, Jord, I want you to stop dealing with these monsters. This is already dangerous enough. Jord simply nodded, fully aware of his mistake. I'll make sure no more Veelas enter the sea around Melon, he promised, his voice heavy with guilt. After listening to Jord's confession, Loki quickly turned her attention to Callie, sitting across from her. With a sharp and suspicious gaze, Loki wasted no time getting to the question that had been bothering her. Now it's your turn, Callie, she said in a more serious tone. Why did you attack my female members, especially Tiona and Tioni? Callie, the small but dangerous goddess of war, merely smiled smugly, as if the question was nothing more than a joke to her. What's wrong with that? Argana and Back were Tiona and Tioni's seniors back when they were part of the Callie Familia, she replied lightly. Her smile indicated that she had no regrets about her actions, as if she was even proud of pitting them against each other in battle. Hearing this, Loki leaned forward, staring more intently at Callie. With one finger extended, she pressed it firmly toward Callie as if issuing a warning. Listen, Callie, they're both part of my Familia now. Don't try anything funny again. Tiona and Tioni are no longer in the Callie Familia, and you'd better remember that, Loki said firmly, making it clear there was no tolerance for interfering with her Familia's members. Callie, unfazed by Loki's warning, merely shrugged and leaned back further into her chair, still looking relaxed and confident. Calm down, Loki. We just wanted to settle some old scores. But honestly, you already know, right? This isn't just about the past, Callie said mysteriously, with a wicked smile still on her face. Seeing Callie remain calm, Loki frowned, sensing something bigger was happening. What do you mean? Does this have something to do with Ishtar Familia? Loki asked, now suspecting a broader conspiracy. Callie chuckled softly, pleased that Loki was starting to suspect the right thing. Yes, in fact, we're working with Ishtar, Callie answered, glancing out the window. Ishtar has big plans to take down Freya. While she's busy dealing with her biggest rival, we're here to distract you and your Familia. Upon hearing this revelation, Loki's gaze sharpened. She knew Ishtar had long disliked Freya, but this alliance clearly posed more risks than she had anticipated. Ishtar wanting to take down Freya? That's nothing new, Loki muttered thoughtfully, her hand touching her chin. But how does she think she can win against Freya? Ishtar doesn't have any members strong enough to rival those in Freya Familia. Callie's smile widened, as if she was waiting for Loki to reach the correct conclusion. Exactly, Loki. Ishtar knows she can't face Freya with normal strength. That's why she has a secret weapon. Something that might give her a chance to go up against the strongest goddess in Orario, Callie revealed with a mysterious tone, clearly enjoying Loki's growing confusion. Loki sat upright, feeling a sense of unease creeping into her mind. A secret weapon? What does she have? Loki pressed, now even more suspicious of Ishtar's grand plan. However, Callie merely shrugged, pretending not to know more than what she had already said. That's something you'll have to find out on your own. I don't want to spoil Ishtar's surprise, Callie replied with a small laugh, treating the entire conflict as if it were just a game to her. Loki stared at Callie sharply, unimpressed by her casual attitude. But now, more than ever, Loki knew that the situation was far more complex than she initially thought. Something big was happening, and Ishtar was clearly not just an ordinary rival. If she had a secret weapon to use against Freya, it meant a far more serious threat was brewing beneath the surface. We'll investigate this further, Loki said decisively, though she knew this was only the beginning of something much larger. You can tell Ishtar we won't just stand by and do nothing. After the intense conversation at the restaurant, Loki stood up from her seat, ready to leave. Before stepping out, she turned once more toward Callie, her expression firm. Remember, Callie, I don't want to see your familia members fighting with mine again, especially Argana, who still seems bloodthirsty, Loki warned. Callie, who had remained calm and relaxed throughout, let out a long sigh. They're useless now, she replied indifferently, as if what happened to her members no longer mattered to her. A small, cynical smile played on her lips. Curious about Callie's calm demeanor, Loki glanced outside through the restaurant window. She saw Finn, who seemed to be in an uncomfortable situation. Argana, the Amazon who had just been defeated, was aggressively flirting with Finn. Meanwhile, Tione stood between them, trying to block Argana, though she couldn't hide her jealousy. Finn could only shake his head, clearly confused about what to do, though he maintained his usual calm demeanor. Amazon. Loki muttered to herself. Callie, noticing Loki's gaze, grinned and commented as if it were a normal occurrence. You know, Loki, Amazons are always attracted to men who defeat them. It's in their nature. Callie seemed satisfied with the small chaos happening outside. On the other side, Gareth was busy as well. He was surrounded by several Amazons who kept chasing after him, despite his efforts to evade them with heavy steps and loud laughter. The Amazons were clearly drawn to Gareth's strength, known as a formidable warrior. However, Gareth could only grumble as he walked faster, trying to escape from them. Meanwhile, Shirou, sitting on a bench outside with Lafia, was completely ignored by the nearby Amazons. Unlike Finn and Gareth, who were the center of attention, Shirou was left alone, likely due to his more passive role in the battle against Callie Familia. Lafia, sitting next to Shirou, noticed the situation and smiled slightly. She leaned closer to Shirou and whispered softly but playfully, "You're lucky, Shirou. We ran off that night. Otherwise, you might be chased like them too." Hearing Lafia's teasing, Shirou blushed and fell silent for a moment, his thoughts drifting back to the night when they both fled after saving Lafia. On one hand, he felt grateful for avoiding an awkward situation like Finn and Gareth's, but on the other, he was also relieved that his quieter role had kept him out of the aggressive Amazon's attention. With a small smile on his face, Shirou looked at Lafia. "Yeah, I guess I was lucky that night," he replied softly, though deep down, he knew he preferred being in a peaceful situation with Lafia rather than caught up in the chaos and confusion of flirtations and drama. Seeing her members being relentlessly teased by the Amazons of Callie Familia, Loki began losing her patience. With a sharp look directed at Callie, she crossed her arms and said, "Hey, Callie, that's enough. Get your members out of here before they cause more trouble." Callie, seemingly unconcerned, merely shrugged. However, with a lazy nod, she called out to her members. "All right, you lot, let's go," she said flatly, though a mischievous smile still lingered on her face. As the Amazons of Callie Familia began to leave, Argana, unable to resist one last tease, turned toward Finn and, with a playful smile on her face, blew him a kiss. Finn, accustomed to all forms of teasing and antics, awkwardly dodged it, shaking his head, clearly uninterested in Argana's antics. Once Callie Familia had finally left, Loki quickly gathered all her members for a short briefing. "Okay, gather around for a bit," she called out in her typical cheerful tone, even though she knew her members were tired and eager to relax. As the members of Loki Familia gathered, Loki could sense their energy starting to wane. It was clear they wanted a vacation and to enjoy the rest of their time in Melon without having to think about battles or other problems. Noticing their holiday spirit, Loki gave a sly smile. "I know you're all itching to relax," she teased her members. "So, I have a surprise for you. I'm going to rent a big ship, and we're going to sail out on the sea. How's that sound?" Upon hearing the announcement, the atmosphere shifted immediately. Tiona, who loved the idea of sailing, cheered with excitement. "Wow, this is going to be fun," she exclaimed, her face lighting up as she eagerly imagined the thrilling adventure aboard the ship. However, before the excitement could rise further, Loki quickly added, her sly grin widening. "But hold on. The ship we rented isn't just for relaxing." She paused, letting their curiosity grow before continuing in a mysterious tone. "Those who join the voyage will also be fishing and exterminating Veelas in the sea." Tiona's cheerful expression quickly turned to one of surprise, followed by the rest of Loki Familia as they began to realize this trip might not be as relaxing as they had hoped. "What? Exterminating Veelas?" Tiona exclaimed, though despite the surprise, her adventurous spirit never wavered. "Well, that sounds fun too." Meanwhile, Shirou, standing next to Lafia, could only smile slightly. He knew that with Loki's plans, there was always an element of surprise that drew them into a new adventure. Lafia, who had initially hoped to relax in Melon, looked a bit anxious. The exterminating Violas? She whispered softly, though she knew that in Loki Familia, no one ever truly got a complete vacation. Loki just laughed at their reactions. Come on, get ready. You can relax after we deal with a few sea monsters, she said, waving her hand as she led the group to prepare for their voyage. Finn and Reveria stepped forward, approaching Loki and the others who were getting ready to sail. With his usual calm yet firm demeanor, Finn addressed everyone. Sorry, we won't be joining the voyage this time, he said. Reveria and I need to help the guild handle some corruption issues they're facing. There's a lot that needs to be sorted out. Reveria, standing beside Finn, added, it might not be done in a day, but we need to ensure everything is in order. Hopefully you can enjoy your time without any problems. Her expression remained serious, but her tone conveyed trust in her companions. The other members who also wanted to relax bid their farewells. Loki, with her sly grin, waved them off. All right, leave the sea adventure to us. You take care of the politics on land, and we'll handle the sea monsters. And so, Loki led the remaining members to the harbor. Bet, Lafia, Aze, Shirou, Gareth, Tiona, and Tioni followed behind her. When they arrived at the harbor, Loki proudly pointed to a large, sturdy-looking fishing boat that seemed ready for their voyage. Behold, our ship, she exclaimed enthusiastically, ushering everyone aboard. As they began boarding the ship, the members of Loki Familia admired the size and condition of the vessel. Tiona jumped around excitedly, inspecting every corner of the boat, while Ace stood on the deck, enjoying the gentle sea breeze. Shirou, who had never been on a ship like this before, was visibly impressed by the large fishing boat. However, once everyone was on board, Loki seemed momentarily confused. She looked around and asked with a slightly awkward tone, wait a minute, who's going to captain the ship? Bet, standing nearby, grumbled in annoyance. You should have rented the ship with a captain. This is a waste of time. His expression showed his displeasure, though he remained on board without any intention of leaving. Gareth, known for his laid-back nature, offered with a hearty laugh. Well, if no one else wants to, I can captain the ship. How about that? I'm sure I can handle it. Tioni, looking a bit doubtful, glanced at Gareth skeptically. Do you have any experience sailing, Gareth? She asked, a bit concerned about his sudden offer. Gareth laughed loudly, patting his stomach. First time, of course. But I'm sure it's not that hard. We just need to follow the wind and keep the ship balanced, right? He joked, as if steering a ship was as simple as walking down a road. Loki rolled her eyes in disbelief, but then stepped forward with her signature dramatic flair. Standing at the front of the ship, she struck a dramatic pose, raising her arms high and shouting, "Ship, set sail." The atmosphere became lively as Gareth stepped up to the helm, ready to try his hand at being the ship's captain. Although some members had their doubts, everyone couldn't help but laugh and feel the growing excitement. With Loki leading in her typical fashion, their sea adventure had just begun. With Loki at the helm, their ocean journey officially started. Shirou, standing near the deck, was assigned to pull up the anchor. With his battle-trained strength from fighting in the dungeon, he quickly hauled up the anchor's chain. Once the anchor was raised, the ship began to move slowly, gradually leaving the dock and setting out into the vast ocean. However, problems soon arose. The ship swayed heavily from side to side, forcing some of the Loki Familia members to grab onto something to avoid falling. Gareth, who had taken the role of captain, was struggling to control the wheel. Whoa, the ship is off balance, he yelled, trying to steer, though it was clear he wasn't used to handling such a large vessel. Tioni and Tiona held back their laughter, watching Gareth panic while trying to steer. Tioni, who had been skeptical from the start, shook her head. I figured this would happen, she muttered, while Tiona seemed more entertained than worried. After a few more rough sways, Gareth finally started to get the hang of it. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he grinned with satisfaction as the ship began to sail more smoothly. See, I told you I could handle it, he said proudly, though some of the others still seemed doubtful. Meanwhile, Loki was busy with her next plan. She carried a large bag filled with magic stones, which would later be used as bait to lure the Violas, the sea monsters they were after. With an eager smile, she placed the bag safely on the deck, ready for use once they reached the open sea. Elsewhere on the ship, Shirou stood near the deck with Aze and Lafia, enjoying the sea breeze gently brushing against their faces. The fresh air and the vast ocean view gave them a sense of peace after all the tension of their battles on land. Shirou gazed out at the calm sea, occasionally glancing at Aze and Lafia, who were also soaking in the moment. But the peace didn't last long. Loki, with a mischievous grin, approached the three of them carrying 3 large fishing rods. Hey, you 3, don't just stand there enjoying the view. It's time to work. This is your golden chance to catch some sea monsters, she said, handing each of them a fishing rod. Shirou accepted the rod with a slightly puzzled look. Catching sea monsters with a fishing rod? He asked, staring at the rod in his hand, trying to imagine how a large monster could be caught with such a simple tool. Aze, more accustomed to wielding a sword than a fishing rod, took hers without saying much. Meanwhile, Lafia held the rod cautiously, looking awkward but willing to give it a try. Will this really work? She asked, uncertain. Loki, brimming with confidence, just laughed. Of course. You'll see soon enough. These waters are full of surprises. With the ship now sailing steadily, they headed further into the deeper part of the sea. The sound of waves crashing against the sides of the boat was calming, while the sea breeze brought a refreshing chill. As they waited, they began preparing for their fishing adventure, though in their hearts, they all wondered what kind of sea monsters they would soon be facing. Chapter 37. After the ship reached the midpoint of the sea they were headed for, the wind grew stronger, and the water appeared darker and deeper. Loki led the group in beginning this unusual fishing process. On the deck, everyone was busy preparing their fishing rods. However, instead of using regular bait like worms, they used magic stones, enchanted stones capable of attracting monsters like the Violas. Shirou, Ace, Lafia, and the others watched as Loki carefully attached a magic stone to her fishing line. Unlike ordinary bait, they had to use nails to poke a hole through the magical stone first to attach it to the hook. It wasn't an easy task since the magic stones glittered and felt dense in their hands. Be careful when attaching it, and make sure nothing falls off before it's time, Loki said with a smile, keeping an eye on how they attached their bait. Once the magic stones were securely fastened, Loki was the first to cast her line into the sea. With her usual dramatic flair, she swung the line through the air and excitedly yelled, "Hee-ho! Let's catch some sea monsters." Seeing Loki's enthusiasm, the others followed suit. Tiona cast her line with excitement, while Ace and Lafia, more composed, calmly tossed their lines into the deep sea. Shirou, more accustomed to physical combat, had the fishing rod in his hand and carefully cast his line as well. With their lines now submerged in the water, everyone began to wait cautiously, watching the seemingly calm ocean. Despite the peaceful scene, tension hung in the air. None of them knew how large the sea monsters they might face could be or what would happen when the Violas bit into the magical bait. Shirou, more familiar with fighting enemies on land or in dungeons, looked a bit uneasy. He walked over to Loki, who was still enthusiastically holding her fishing rod, and asked, "Loki, what if the monster that bites the bait is too big and pulls you into the sea? Are you prepared for that kind of monster?" His expression showed genuine concern. Hearing Shirou's question, Loki chuckled and patted him on the shoulder casually. "Don't worry, Shirou. If a monster drags me into the sea, I'll count on you to save me. How about that? Ready to be a sea hero too?" she said, half joking but with a glimmer of seriousness in her eyes. Shirou gave a small smile, though the worry remained. "All right, then. I'll be ready if something happens," he replied, trying to stay calm despite knowing that fighting on the sea would be vastly different from what he was used to on land. Everyone waited in suspense, gripping their rods tightly, anticipating the moment when the sea monsters would finally emerge. The ship sailed quietly in the middle of the ocean, but they all knew this calm was only temporary. After waiting with mounting anticipation for some time, the mood on the ship began to shift. Initially, all the members of the Loki familia were eager to catch a large sea monster or a Violas, but as time passed, there was no sign of any monster emerging from the depths. The sea breeze blew gently, and only the sound of the waves could be heard, but there was no significant movement from their fishing lines. Bet, the most impatient among them, let out a long yawn. He began to grow bored with the waiting and lack of results. "This is boring," he grumbled, abandoning his fishing rod and walking to the edge of the ship, leaning with his arms crossed. "We're here to fight monsters, not sit around staring at the ocean." Seeing Bet's reaction, Loki brushed it off with a sly grin. "Hey, fishing requires patience. It's part of the experience," she said, trying to keep the spirits up. "Sometimes the best results come when you least expect them." But before Loki could finish her words, Lafia, standing near the edge of the ship, suddenly felt a tug on her line. Her face immediately tensed as she realized something heavy was pulling her rod. "In my line. Something's pulling it," she cried, her voice filled with surprise and anxiety. Ace, standing beside Lafia, swiftly moved to help. With quick reflexes, she grabbed. "Don't worry, I've got you," Ace said calmly, her muscles tensing as they worked together to reel in the catch. Everyone on the ship watched with anticipation, thinking this might be the moment they'd been waiting for. Perhaps a Violas or some other sea monster had finally taken the bait. However, when they pulled the line aboard, what surfaced wasn't a terrifying sea monster or a Violas. Instead, they found an enormous salmon, far larger than any ordinary fish they had ever seen. The fish flopped onto the deck, its bright silver scales shimmering in the light. Loki, who had been eagerly hoping for something more dramatic, immediately cursed while placing her hands on her hips. "Oh, come on. We used a magic stone as bait, and all we caught was an ordinary salmon," she said, clearly disappointed. It was obvious she had expected more from this fishing adventure. At the same time, Shirou smiled slightly as he looked at the large fish. "Well, even if it's not a monster, at least we caught something. And a salmon this big. We could cook it later when we get back to shore," he said with a nod, already imagining the various dishes he could prepare with the fish. Hearing Shirou's words, Ace suddenly felt her appetite stirred. Her eyes gleamed slightly as she imagined the delicious meal Shirou would cook. "Salmon, that sounds tasty," she said quietly, looking forward to the chance to taste Shirou's cooking. Shirou carefully placed the large fish into the icebox on the ship, ensuring it stayed fresh until they returned. Once everything was ready, he returned to his fishing spot, this time with renewed hope. Though they hadn't caught a monster, At least they'd received a gift from the sea. The others refocused on their fishing lines, though their spirits were different now. Some, like Bet, still seemed uninterested, but others, like Ace and Lafia, appeared more optimistic about what might come. The ship continued to sail calmly in the middle of the sea, and they all waited to see what other surprises might emerge from beneath the surface. After a while of sailing through the calm waters, the atmosphere shifted again when Tiona's line suddenly pulled with great force. Tiona's eyes lit up with excitement. Finally, something's biting, she shouted, gripping the fishing rod tightly and pulling with all her strength. However, the pull from the creature on the other end was much stronger than she had anticipated. Despite Tiona's efforts to reel it in, the combination of the creature's power and her own force caused the rod to suddenly snap in the middle. The sharp crack echoed through the air, surprising everyone on the ship. Refusing to accept defeat, Tiona quickly sprang into action. Without thinking twice, she leaped off the ship, diving into the sea with a huge splash. "I'll catch up myself," she shouted enthusiastically. Not wanting to be left behind and finding her twin sister's actions too exciting to miss, Tiona laughed loudly. "Wait for me, Tiona," she said, jumping into the sea as well, following her sister. Loki, watching the whole scene unfold from the deck, was stunned. "Hey, you're supposed to be fishing, not swimming," she yelled in a panic, unable to believe what was happening. She stared in confusion at the water while the two Amazons swam and dived eagerly, chasing something unseen. But before Loki could continue her protests, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a large Viola's flower head emerged from the surface of the sea, as if trying to escape from Tiona and Tione's pursuit. The massive flower floated on the water, creating large ripples around it. Shirou, who had been calmly standing watch on the ship, reacted immediately. With swift precision, he projected his trusty black bow and summoned an inferno arrow. Without hesitation, he aimed the flaming arrow at the Viola's head that had surfaced. "Inferno arrow!" he shouted, releasing the arrow, which shot through the air with great speed. The fiery arrow flew straight towards the Viola's flower head, and within moments, it pierced the creature, setting it ablaze with roaring flames. The Violas exploded into ash, scattering black dust across the surface of the sea, disappearing without a trace. Witnessing the quick and unexpected turn of events, Loki was left speechless. "What the?" she exclaimed in shock. This was far from what she had imagined their fishing adventure would be like. Fishing for sea monsters with rods? Sure. But now they'd ended up with a fiery explosion in the middle of the ocean. On the other side of the ship, Bet, who had been watching the thrilling actions of Tiona, Tione, and Shirou, began to feel his fighting spirit ignite. With a wild grin, he shrugged off his shirt and tossed it onto the deck. "Well, if that's how it's going, I'm in," he said, before leaping off the ship and diving into the sea, ready to hunt Violas beneath the water. Loki, now sitting on the deck, could only slap her forehead and let out a long sigh. Maybe this could count as fishing, she muttered wearily, though she had never imagined there would be so much dramatic action during this trip. Meanwhile, Shirou, still holding his bow, smiled slightly as he watched his friends enthusiastically battle in the middle of the sea. What was supposed to be a simple adventure had turned into a monster hunt far more thrilling than they had anticipated. Seeing the growing commotion, Gareth, who had been quietly steering the ship, started to feel his own excitement rise. With a hearty laugh, he let go of the wheel and grabbed a bag full of magic stones. With his strong hands, he scattered the stones into the sea, like someone feeding fish in a pond. It didn't take long for a swarm of sea monsters and Violas to emerge from the depths, drawn by the magic energy radiating from the stones. The water around the ship began to churn, signaling their arrival. The ship rocked more violently, surrounded by ferocious creatures ready to attack. Gareth laughed heartily at the chaos he had unleashed. "Haha. Now this is a real adventure," he shouted joyfully, using his bare hands to strike the monsters approaching the ship. Each blow from Gareth sent the creatures flying back into the sea, his incredible strength making him seem like a giant amidst the tumultuous waters. On the other side of the ship, Ace stood with her sword drawn, her usual calm demeanor unchanged. Every time a sea monster or Violas neared, she swiftly cut them down, one by one. Her movements were quick, precise, and lethal, like a raging storm among the waves. In the midst of the battle, Ace glanced at Shirou and Lafia. "Shirou, focus on archery. Lafia, start your spell. Let's finish them quickly," she said firmly. Shirou, already holding his bow, nodded seriously. "Got it." He summoned Inferno Arrow, his black bow glowing with magical fire, ready to be released. Calmly, he drew his bow, targeting the monsters attempting to flee or attack from a distance. His arrows flew with pinpoint accuracy, striking the monsters and setting them ablaze, causing them to vanish in an instant. Meanwhile, Lafia began chanting a long spell. With her staff in hand, she closed her eyes, focusing on the magical energy gathering around her. The Ark's Ray spell was ready to be unleashed. With a single motion, Lafia directed her staff forward, and a powerful burst of magical energy shot from its tip. The ray of energy struck the approaching monsters, obliterating them in a flash. Loki, who had initially been so excited to lead this fishing adventure, was now hiding behind the ship's cockpit. Her eyes were wide with shock, unable to believe the chaos unfolding around her. "What is this? I just wanted to fish for sea monsters, not destroy my ship," She cried out, panicking as she thought about the repair costs piling up from the ship's damage due to the monster attacks and intense battles on deck. Meanwhile, Gareth continued fighting off the approaching monsters, his punches landing with resounding force. Ace kept slashing with her sword tirelessly, and Lafia unleashed her spells one after another. Shirou, with remarkable calm, continued shooting at the monsters trying to escape or attack from a distance. His inferno arrows exploded upon contact, incinerating the enemies into ash. The once peaceful ship had now become a battlefield in the middle of the sea. Yet, despite the chaos, the coordination between the members of the Loki Familia allowed them to regain control of the situation, even though the challenges they faced were far beyond their original expectations. The battle at sea raged on, but it was no longer the uncontrolled frenzy it had been before. Now, the Loki Familia members were more organized, coordinating each move to maximize their strength against the monsters continuously emerging from the ocean depths. The ship began to sail in a circular pattern, moving slowly while fending off wave after wave of monster attacks. Bet, Tiona, and Tioni were still in the water, swimming agilely amidst the growing waves. Despite being in the sea, they showed no signs of fatigue or hesitation. Every time a sea monster or Veal approached, they swiftly dealt with it. Tiona and Tioni used their raw strength to smash and drown the monsters, while Bet swam with incredible speed, ambushing any creature that dared approach the ship. These monsters aren't even strong enough to make me take them seriously, Bet growled as he punched a Vealus, sending it flying back into the sea. On the ship, Gareth, holding the helm, continued to keep the vessel steady. Not only was he focused on steering, but he also occasionally fended off monsters trying to approach from the side. With a single powerful swing, Gareth could fend off the creatures without losing his balance. Huh? You think you can damage my ship? Not that easily. He shouted with a booming laugh, fully enjoying the challenge with unwavering enthusiasm. At the back of the ship, Ace stood firm, guarding Shirou and Lafia's position. Whenever a monster got too close, Ace swiftly slashed with her sword, cutting down the enemies before they could reach her companions. Shirou, standing next to Lafia, held his bow with intense focus. He continuously projected magical arrows and shot Inferno arrow toward the monsters in the distance. Each arrow flew with perfect accuracy, destroying the targets with a powerful explosion of fire. Next to Shirou, Lafia was still concentrating on her spell casting. Using Arc's Ray, she unleashed a powerful beam of energy, taking down the monsters attempting to approach from all sides. With each successful spell, their attacks became more coordinated and effective. Meanwhile, inside the cockpit, Loki hid nervously. She sat in the corner, hugging her knees, and prayed to any god who might listen. Please, anyone. I don't care which god, just don't let the ship sink. I don't want to deal with repair costs, or worse, she muttered in despair. Occasionally, Loki peeked out through a small window, watching the battle on deck and in the sea with a pounding heart. It wasn't the monsters that frightened her, but the thought of how much it would cost if the ship was damaged or sank. Amidst all this action, the ship continued to sail slowly in circles, battling waves of monster attacks. They managed to keep the ship stable while Bet, Tiona, and Tioni continued to fend off the monsters in the water. Gareth remained at the helm, ensuring the ship stayed on course, while Ace protected Shirou and Lafia, who kept firing long-range attacks. Despite the challenge being far greater than they had anticipated, their solid coordination allowed them to handle the situation well. Slowly but surely, the monsters began to retreat, disappearing back into the depths of the sea, seemingly giving up against the combined might of the Loki Familia. After hours of fighting, the ship finally began its return to the harbor. However, its condition was completely wrecked. The sails, which had once stood tall, were now charred in places due to explosions and monster attacks. The hull was riddled with holes from impacts and attacks by the Vealas and other sea monsters. The wooden structure was cracked, and the ship looked as though it had been through a battle far more intense than a mere fishing trip. As soon as the ship docked, Loki was the first to disembark, her expression growing more frustrated. She looked at the wrecked ship and sighed deeply. This is a disaster, she muttered in frustration, gazing at the extensive damage. Folding her arms across her chest, she turned to face her Familia members as they disembarked one by one. If this keeps up, I'm going to cut all of your pay to cover the damages. She threatened, half joking but with a hint of seriousness in her tone. However, the threat didn't seem to intimidate the members of Loki Familia. Bet, who had already made it to the harbor, just laughed loudly, clearly pleased with the action-packed experience they had just had. Pay? Who cares? That fight was way more fun than I expected. He exclaimed with a wide grin, as if the state of the ship didn't bother him at all. Tiona and Tioni agreed with Bet, laughing in satisfaction, enjoying the thrill of the adventure. Even though they returned with a battered ship, their spirits remained high, happy to have fought sea monsters firsthand. Gareth, who was the last to disembark, patted Bet on the shoulder while laughing. I agree. That experience was worth more than anything. It's not every day we get to fish. I mean, fight monsters in the middle of the sea, he said, making Tiona and Tioni laugh even more. While Loki rolled her eyes, feeling exhausted by her Familia's reactions, she shook her head and walked toward the ship's owner. All right, I have to sort this mess out. Otherwise, we'll all be stuck paying for a new ship, She grumbled as she headed towards the owner who was already waiting at the dock. Loki prepared herself for a negotiation she was clearly not looking forward to. As Loki busied herself with negotiations, Shirou, who had also just disembarked, remembered the large salmon they had caught earlier. He walked to the back of the ship and found the fish still resting in a box of ice, which had nearly melted due to the heat of the battle. Shirou smiled slightly, feeling satisfied that at least they had a real catch to show for the trip, even if it wasn't a giant sea monster. Carefully, Shirou picked up the salmon and placed it in a prepared bag. "At least we have something for dinner tonight," he muttered softly, a faint smile on his face. Even though their journey had turned into a high-octane adventure rather than a simple fishing trip, he felt they had something to take home as a keepsake. After safely storing the fish, Shirou stood on the dock, gazing out at the calm sea. The sea breeze blew gently, and despite their ship being heavily damaged, he felt that this experience had been truly valuable. After a long and exhausting negotiation with the shipowner, Loki finally managed to pay the compensation for the damage they caused. Still showing remnants of frustration on her face, Loki rejoined her familia members, who were already waiting at the harbor. Despite the day's challenges, they all seemed excited and satisfied with the adventure they had just experienced. As the sun began to set and the sky turned a golden orange, they all walked together toward the inn. The evening felt more relaxed compared to earlier. Walking calmly at the back, Shirou carried a bag containing the large salmon they had caught in the open sea. Despite the chaos of the day, Shirou smiled slightly, thinking about his plan to cook something special. Upon arriving at the inn, Shirou headed straight to the kitchen. After placing the salmon on the kitchen counter, he began preparing his cooking tools. "Today we'll make salmon sashimi," he muttered to himself while examining the large fish before him. He started imagining how he would prepare the dish, slicing the fish with perfect precision to create delicious sashimi pieces. While Shirou was busy in the kitchen, Lafia entered and offered to help. "Shirou, I can help. What should I do?" she asked eagerly. Though Lafia was more skilled in magic than cooking, she still wanted to assist Shirou in preparing the meal. Shirou smiled at Lafia. "Thanks, Lafia. You can help by prepping the other ingredients, like washing the vegetables and organizing the utensils. And don't forget to set the plates for the sashimi." Lafia nodded enthusiastically and immediately got to work, washing the vegetables and preparing the plates with care. Even though her tasks were simple, she performed them meticulously, wanting everything to be perfect. Not long after, Ace came into the kitchen. She offered to help as well, even though her skills were more suited to combat than cooking. "What can I help with?" Ace asked in her calm tone, though a hint of curiosity gleamed in her eyes. Realizing they were short on a few ingredients, Shirou asked Ace to go buy some additional supplies from the market. "Ace, can you help me by getting some extra ingredients? We need soy sauce, ginger, and a few fresh vegetables for garnish," he said, handing her a small list of items to buy. Ace nodded without hesitation. "All right, I'll be back soon," she replied briefly before leaving. She quickly headed out of the inn and made her way to the market, walking with a swift but composed pace. While Ace was gone, Shirou continued preparing the salmon. With a sharp knife in hand, he began slicing the fish with precision, creating smooth and perfect pieces of sashimi. Each slice looked soft and glistening, showcasing the freshness of the fish they had caught straight from the sea. Lafia, working alongside Shirou, occasionally glanced at the sashimi slices with admiration. "The cuts are so neat." "You're really skilled at this, Shirou," she said as she continued cleaning the plates and setting the table. Shirou smiled slightly as he kept working. "It's all about patience and attention to detail," he replied, staying focused on the fish in front of him. With their teamwork, the kitchen buzzed with quiet, harmonious activity. Shirou knew that tonight, they would enjoy a delicious meal after a day full of challenges at sea. After a while, Ace returned from the market with the ingredients Shirou had requested. Efficiently, she handed over the soy sauce, ginger, and fresh vegetables she had bought. "Here are all the ingredients you needed," Ace said as she placed them on the kitchen counter. She appeared calm, but her curiosity about the preparations was evident in her eyes. Shirou smiled and thanked her. "Thanks, Ace. This is perfect," he said. He quickly moved on to the final stage of preparation, making the sauce for the sashimi. With careful movements, he mixed the soy sauce with some freshly grated ginger and a few other seasonings to create a sauce with a distinct flavor. "This sauce will balance the taste of the salmon," he explained, knowing that most of them probably hadn't tried a dish like this before. Once the sauce was ready, Shirou began arranging the salmon sashimi on a beautiful large plate, carefully placing the slices to make them look appetizing. The tender salmon slices gleamed under the kitchen lights, showcasing their freshness. Beside the sashimi, he prepared warm white rice as a complement, along with fresh vegetable all the Loki familiar. When everything was ready, Shirou carried the plates to the dining area of the inn, where several members of the Loki familia were already waiting. As soon as Ace, Tioni, and the others saw the dish, their eyes lit up in admiration. Ace, who usually didn't show much emotion, seemed particularly excited this time. "This looks delicious," she said, taking her seat at the table. Shirou smiled, proud of his work. "This is sashimi, a traditional dish from Japan, my homeland," he explained as he placed the sashimi and rice in front of them. "Sashimi is typically served with a sauce made from soy sauce and ginger, like the one I've prepared here." You can dip the sashimi slices into the sauce before eating. Ace didn't wait long. She picked up a slice of sashimi, dipped it in the sauce, and popped it into her mouth. As she chewed, her eyes sparkled. It's amazing, she said seriously, clearly savoring every bite. Tiona, sitting beside Ace, also tried it for the first time. This is my first time eating a dish like this, she said with bright eyes as she tasted the sashimi. The texture is so soft, and the sauce really complements the fish. Shirou chuckled at their enthusiasm. It's one of the more popular dishes in my homeland. Sashimi is a way to serve fresh fish without cooking it, and simple seasonings like soy sauce and ginger help highlight the fish's natural flavor, he explained, proud to introduce Japanese culinary traditions to his new friends. Not wanting to be left out, Tioni tried the sashimi with a curious expression. I've never eaten uncooked fish before, but this is really good. It tastes fresh and delicate, she said, surprised at how much she enjoyed the dish. That night, they all ate heartily, enjoying the catch of the sea transformed into a delicious meal by Shirou's cooking skills. The atmosphere in the dining room felt warm and familiar, filled with laughter and conversations about their day's adventures at sea. Despite the exhausting battle against the Violas and sea monsters, the shared dinner became the perfect conclusion to their action-packed day. After a delightful meal filled with laughter, the inn's atmosphere began to quiet down. One by one, the members of the Loki familia started to feel tired after the long day. Their stomachs were full, and their energy was running low after the adventure at sea and the battles with the sea monsters earlier. Shirou, who had been the center of attention that evening thanks to his cooking, felt relieved seeing everyone enjoy his food. But now, his body was starting to feel heavy, and his mind was filled with the desire to rest. After a brief chat with the others, Shirou excused himself and headed back to his room. He walked quietly down the inn's hallway, the sounds of laughter and conversation from the dining room fading behind him. When he reached his room, Shirou gently opened the door and stepped into the quiet space. The room was simple, with a bed, a small table, and a window that looked out into the night. A cool evening breeze drifted through the window, adding to the cozy feel of the room. Shirou set down the bag he usually carried beside the table and began removing his outer clothes. His body ached after such a long day fishing, fighting Violas, and cooking for the whole familia. He caught his reflection in the mirror and smiled slightly, recalling the day's events. Despite the challenges, it had ended with beautiful memories. After getting ready for bed, Shirou walked over to the bed and sat on the edge, staring up at the dark ceiling. The faint sound of waves crashing outside the window reminded him of their sea adventure. So much happened today, he thought to himself. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, feeling the exhaustion settle into his body. Slowly, Shirou lay down on the soft mattress. His body immediately relaxed, sinking into the comfort and warmth. His eyes gradually closed as his mind drifted toward sleep. The images of their sea adventure, his friends' laughter, and their smiles while enjoying dinner filled his thoughts as he finally drifted off. In the stillness of the night, Shirou slept soundly, ready to face a new day with renewed energy. Chapter 38. As dawn broke and soft morning light filtered into his room, Shirou sensed something strange. There was a subtle movement near him, right beside the bed. Even though he was only half awake, his body instinctively reacted. He could feel someone standing very close to him. Slowly, Shirou peeked through his still half-closed eyes. Directly in front of him, he saw long blonde hair shimmering in the early morning light. It was Ace, standing calmly near his bed, looking at him with an expression that was hard to read. Ace seemed unaware that Shirou was already awake and appeared to be quietly watching his sleeping face. Although surprised, Shirou remained calm. In a soft voice, he called out, "Ace." Ace was startled immediately, her golden eyes widening slightly, and her face flushed with embarrassment. "Shirou, sorry." She blurted out hurriedly, her voice awkward and rushed. She took a few steps back, looking confused about how to explain the situation. "I came into your room early, and I didn't ask for permission. I didn't mean to disturb you," she continued, sounding apologetic. Now sitting up in bed, Shirou simply smiled calmly. He looked at Ace, standing before him, looking so beautiful in a simple white one-piece dress that radiated a gentle charm. Despite her embarrassment, Ace kept her gaze fixed on Shirou, her eyes filled with determination, as if there was something important she wanted to say. With a slight blush, Ace slowly explained, I want to ask for your help. Yesterday you said you could teach me how to swim, right?" Ace lowered her head for a moment before continuing, "I want to learn before the others wake up. I don't want anyone to know that I still can't swim." Seeing how serious Ace was, Shirou could only offer her a gentle smile. Ace's firm demeanor in battle, but her shyness in simple matters like this, made her even more endearing. Shirou nodded slowly, still sitting on his bed, and said, "Of course, Ace. I'll help you learn how to swim. We can go now before anyone else wakes up." Ace, who usually appeared calm and quiet, gave a small, relieved smile. "Thank you, Shirou," she said briefly, but her voice carried a deep sincerity. Shirou got out of bed and began to get ready. Inside, he felt happy seeing this more human and gentle side of Ace. Although they had fought many battles together, this moment felt different, more personal, more intimate. As they prepared to head to the beach in the early morning, Shirou couldn't help but smile. This was another side of their adventure, a peaceful moment that brought them closer. Shirou quickly prepared a simple meal of sandwiches for the two of them. He gathered ingredients from the inn's kitchen and skillfully made nutritious sandwiches for a light breakfast after their swimming practice. Once he finished, he wrapped them neatly and handed them to Ace. Ace quietly tucked the meal into her small bag. "Thank you, Shirou," she said sincerely while securing the bag on her shoulder. With everything ready, they both prepared to sneak out of the inn without waking the other members of the Loki familia, who were still sound asleep. As soon as they stepped outside, the morning air felt fresh, cool with a hint of sea breeze carrying the scent of salt and dew. Shirou walked beside Ace, feeling calm amidst the quiet beginning of the day. As they walked, he occasionally glanced at Ace beside him. Her long blonde hair swayed in the morning breeze, gleaming in the light of the rising sun. The sight made Shirou smile slightly, feeling lucky to witness such a beautiful and peaceful moment. As they continued down the path leading to the beach, Shirou gently asked, "Which beach are we heading to?" Ace turned to him and pointed toward a forest ahead of them. "Beyond that forest is a small beach. It's rarely visited, so no one will see us," she replied calmly. Shirou nodded, understanding Ace's intent. The hidden beach sounded perfect for swimming practice without worrying about prying eyes. The two of them continued their journey, crossing the winding path that led into the forest Ace had indicated. The trees around them grew denser, creating a quiet, secluded atmosphere. As they neared their destination, the sound of waves gradually became clearer, growing louder as they approached the small hidden beach beyond the forest. The beach was peaceful and remote, with soft white sand stretching along the shoreline and gentle waves lapping at the edge. It was the perfect place, far from any noise and curious onlookers. Shirou smiled, feeling ready to help Ace learn to swim in such a serene setting. After arriving at the hidden beach, Shirou and Ace chose a spot near a large rock to set down their belongings and the meal they had brought. The beach was quiet, with only the soft sound of waves breaking in the distance. After organizing their things, Ace, without hesitation, began removing the white one-piece dress she was wearing, leaving Shirou in shock. Caught off guard, Shirou immediately turned away, his face turning red. "Hey Ace, what are you doing?" he asked, slightly panicked, his voice trembling as he didn't know how to react. His mind was filled with confusion, thinking he shouldn't be witnessing this. However, Ace, already aware of Shirou's reaction, simply gave a small smile, as calm as ever. "It's okay, Shirou. I'm wearing a bikini underneath," she explained in a soft but reassuring voice. There was no hint of embarrassment in her tone. She simply saw it as preparation for swimming. Slowly, Shirou mustered the courage to look back at Ace, and at that moment, he saw her already dressed in a white bikini that perfectly accentuated her athletic figure. Her long blonde hair was left loose, gleaming in the soft morning sunlight. In his heart, Shirou recalled what Lafia had once said about Ace. It was true, Ace looked incredibly beautiful in that white bikini, even more than he had imagined. But Ace didn't seem to notice Shirou's admiration. She simply looked at him, puzzled, as she saw Shirou frozen in place, not saying a word. "Shirou? Don't you need to change too?" she asked innocently, not understanding why Shirou was so captivated. Snapping out of his daze, Shirou quickly cleared his throat, trying to regain his composure. "Oh, right? Of course. I'll change now," he replied hastily, feeling a bit embarrassed after being caught off guard by Ace. He grabbed his swimsuit from his bag and prepared to change, though his mind was still a little distracted by the earlier scene. With the beach deserted and just the two of them there, the atmosphere felt peaceful, although there was a hint of awkwardness from what had just happened. After Shirou changed into his swim trunks, he returned to the beach, where Ace was patiently waiting. The ocean stretched out before them, with gentle waves softly washing over the white sand. Ace stood quietly at the water's edge, though her face showed a hint of nervousness, a rare sight for someone as strong and fearless as her. Shirou approached her with a gentle smile. "So, how much can you swim so far?" he asked in an understanding tone, wanting to know where to start in teaching her. Ace, usually calm and reserved, now seemed a bit shy. She lowered her head slightly before answering in a quiet voice, I can't swim at all, actually." Her face turned a little red, clearly uncomfortable admitting such a simple weakness, especially considering how skilled she was in battle. Shirou nodded with a warm smile, not judging her at all. "That's okay, we can start from the basics. Let's try learning how to float first. The sea here is shallow, so it's safe." With a calm invitation, Shirou walked towards the water, gesturing for Ace to follow him. They began by slowly walking into the shallow water, helping Ace get used to the feeling of being in the ocean. However, as they reached slightly deeper water, Ace suddenly began to panic. The rising water made her feel uneasy, and without thinking, she quickly grabbed and clung tightly to Shirou's waist. Her grip was strong, as if she feared drowning, even though the water wasn't deep. Ace, usually so confident, now seemed vulnerable and anxious. Shirou, though surprised by Ace's sudden reaction, remained calm. He could feel how tightly Ace was holding him, her soft body pressed against his waist, and how fast her heart was beating. But Shirou knew this wasn't the time to dwell on those thoughts. He calmed himself, resisting the physical sensations of their closeness, and focused on how to comfort Ace. In a soothing voice, Shirou said, "Ace, it's okay. I'm here. You won't drown. I promise I'll help you." He gently placed his hand on Ace's back, offering support and reassurance, making sure she felt safe. We'll stay in the shallow water for now. Take it slow, okay? Ace, still frightened, began to feel the calming effect of Shirou's words. Her grip loosened slightly, but she stayed close to him, feeling safer with him nearby. Sorry. I panicked, she muttered softly, clearly embarrassed by her unusual reaction. Shirou just smiled gently. It's okay. Everyone needs time to learn. Let's take it slow. With great patience, he continued guiding Ace, helping her feel more comfortable in the water. Even though there were some awkward moments when Ace held him tightly, Shirou remained professional and focused on helping her overcome her fear. They spent time in the water under the warm morning sun, slowly but surely. Shirou patiently taught Ace, and Ace gradually began to feel more at ease. Shirou carefully demonstrated how to float. With slow, deliberate movements, he lay back on the calm seawater, letting his body float comfortably. See, Ace? You just need to relax and let the water support you, he said, showing her how to control her breathing to stay calm. Ace, still standing in the water with uncertainty, watched Shirou closely. Although she was highly skilled in battle and everything related to swords, swimming made her feel helpless. But she didn't want to give up. With newfound determination, Ace tried to mimic what Shirou had done. She began to lie back in the water, trying to relax her muscles and let the water hold her up as Shirou had demonstrated. However, as the seconds passed, panic began to creep in. Despite the shallow water, Ace felt as if she might sink. Her heartbeat quickened, and her survival instincts took over, causing her body to move uncontrollably. Without thinking, she quickly gave up and, once again, wrapped her arms tightly around Shirou's waist, clinging to him just like before. Shirou, who had been doing his best to stay calm, now found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. His face reddened as he felt Ace's body so close to his. Although he wanted to remain focused as a patient teacher, the situation was becoming harder for him. The softness of Ace and his arms stirred feelings he struggled to suppress. Ace. His voice trembled slightly, but he tried to steady himself. You have to stay calm. Don't panic. I'm right here. You won't sink. His words were soft, even though his own heart was racing faster than usual. Ace, still holding on to Shirou, slowly loosened her grip a little. Sorry. I don't know why I always panic, she whispered, her face showing embarrassment. She wasn't used to feeling powerless, and this situation was new to her. Shirou smiled, though his face was still a little flushed. It's okay, Ace. It's natural. It takes time to get used to it, and I'll help you. Yet, deep down, Shirou was struggling to control the emotions brought on by their physical closeness. He didn't want to make Ace uncomfortable, but he couldn't avoid how his body reacted. Despite the awkward atmosphere, Shirou patiently continued his lesson. They tried multiple times, and every time Ace panicked, Shirou was there to calm her down and provide a sense of safety. Although it was challenging, Shirou kept reminding himself that this was part of the training, and he genuinely wanted Ace to learn how to swim. With great patience, Shirou kept teaching Ace how to float. Each time he carefully demonstrated the steps, Ace would try to follow, but her panic always set in, causing her to fail and end up clinging tightly to Shirou. This happened repeatedly until Ace started feeling more and more frustrated. In her last embrace, a few tears appeared at the corners of her eyes, though she tried to hide them. I'm sorry, Shirou. She whispered softly, her voice filled with regret. I'm being a burden, and it seems like I can't learn how to swim. I always panic. She raised her head slightly, looking frustrated at her inability to overcome her fear of the water despite trying so hard. Shirou, sensing Ace's sadness, responded gently. Ace, you don't need to feel bad. Learning something new is never easy, and I'm here to help you. He softly stroked her back, trying to comfort her. Don't worry, I'll keep teaching you until you can swim. We'll do this together, okay? His words were full of sincerity, wanting to ensure Ace didn't feel too discouraged. However, in the middle of their conversation, Shirou suddenly had an idea that might help. How about we try something different? He said, his eyes lighting up. You could use Ariel, your wind magic. Maybe that could help you float on the water. Ace looked up with a doubtful expression, still remembering her earlier struggles. But she appreciated Shirou's effort and decided to give it a try. With a slightly gloomy face, Ace slowly released her grip on Shirou and took a small step back. All right, I'll try, she said, though her tone was uncertain. She activated her wind magic, Ariel, which immediately responded to her call. A gentle breeze began swirling around Ace's body, forming an elegant, delicate vortex. However, what was meant to help ended up making things worse. The wind created by Ariel caused the surrounding water to spin faster, and instead of making Ace float, the wind actually pulled her down more quickly. In an instant, Ace sank back into the water. Ace. Shirou called out anxiously, moving quickly to help her. He dove in and swiftly grabbed Ace's hand, pulling her out of the water before she could sink deeper. Ace coughed, taking deep breaths after being lifted to the surface. Despite her soaked face and visible disappointment, she couldn't help but let out a small laugh. Looks like. Ariel wasn't much help either, she muttered with a bit of humor, despite still feeling awkward. Shirou, who was also wet, smiled sheepishly. Yeah, maybe Ariel is better suited for battle than swimming, he joked lightly. But it's okay, we'll find another way. Don't give up, Ace. I'm here for you. Hearing Shirou's words, Ace started to feel a bit better. Even though the situation was somewhat embarrassing for her, Shirou's support made her feel more at ease. Ace gave a small, shy smile, though she still looked a little flustered. Thank you, Shirou. I'll keep trying, in my own way. Shirou looked at Ace with concern after the near-drowning incident. Even though Ace had tried using Aerial, the outcome wasn't what they had hoped for. But Shirou wasn't ready to give up yet. He knew Ace had extraordinary abilities with her wind magic, so there might be another way to use it. With a gentle but curious tone, Shirou asked, Ace, can you control where the wind goes? I mean, not all over your body, but just in specific areas. Ace nodded slightly as she thought about Aerial's abilities. Yes, I usually use Aerial all over my body to increase my speed. Sometimes I focus it on my sword to strengthen my attacks, or on my legs to jump higher. Hearing her explanation, an idea popped into Shirou's mind. He smiled and said, how about you try using Aerial only on your legs, but this time on the surface of the water? Maybe you can balance yourself on top of the water. While it wasn't a conventional swimming technique, Shirou hoped it might help Ace feel more confident in the water. Ace stared at Shirou for a moment, contemplating, then nodded. All right, I'll give it a try, she said. She looked calm, though there was still a hint of hesitation after the earlier mishap. Ace closed her eyes briefly, focusing her power, and then directed the wind only to her legs. Wind started swirling around Ace's legs, and in an instant, she began bouncing on top of the water, as if she were gliding across it. Every time her feet touched the surface, Ace bounced back up lightly, lifted by the wind from Aerial. Her movements were so graceful and quick, it looked like she was dancing across the calm waves. Shirou could only watch in awe, amazed by how Ace effortlessly controlled the wind to hop across the water. Even though this wasn't the swimming technique he had envisioned, he couldn't help but be impressed by Ace's skill. After a few jumps, Ace gently landed in front of Shirou, the wind around her legs gradually dissipating. Although she didn't look entirely satisfied, a small smile appeared on her face. Well? She asked, though she already knew the answer. Shirou, with a sheepish smile, scratched his head awkwardly. That was impressive, but I don't think we can count it as swimming, he joked, trying to hold back his laughter. Ace, who usually didn't react to jokes, chuckled softly this time, feeling a bit relieved. Yeah, I suppose I still have to learn how to swim the more traditional way, she said in a more relaxed tone, feeling that even though she hadn't succeeded in swimming, they had at least had some fun. Shirou smiled wider, happy to see Ace more relaxed. It's okay, we'll keep trying. You did something amazing with Aerial. It just takes a little time to get used to the water, he said, encouraging Ace to keep learning. Shirou watched closely every time Ace used Aerial, noticing that the wind she generated was too strong, causing her to lose control and stability while trying to swim. After a few attempts, he thought maybe Aerial could be adjusted to be gentler so as not to disrupt Ace's balance in the water. Ace, Shirou said softly, thinking, I think Aerial is too strong for swimming. How about trying to release a smaller wind? Just enough to keep you afloat on the water. Ace, still confused, looked at Shirou. A smaller wind? I usually use Aerial to defeat enemies with full power. I've never tried using it more gently, she said, her tone reflecting her confusion. To her, Aerial had always been a powerful weapon, not a tool to help her float. Shirou smiled, trying to boost Ace's confidence. Try imagining a gentle breeze, like the soft wind of spring. Maybe we can call it Little Aerial. If you can create a small, gentle wind, it might help you float without too much force. Ace was silent for a moment, considering Shirou's suggestion. Though hesitant, she trusted his words. With determination in her heart, Ace stood in the water, letting her body feel the cold sea around her. As her feet slowly lost contact with the bottom, she closed her eyes, trying to imagine a soft breeze, like the one she remembered from her mother, Aria, the wind spirit. She focused, feeling the wind flow gently from within her, but this time not for attacking. Slowly, a light and gentle vortex of wind formed around her body. The wind was strong enough to support Ace's body on the water without making her lose balance. For a few moments, she managed to float on the surface, the soft wind working perfectly. Shirou watched in amazement. Look, you did it. You can do it, Ace. He cheered enthusiastically, excited to see their experiment succeed. However, as Ace realized what was happening and became too conscious of her position, her concentration wavered. The wind around her weakened, and before she could regain control, her body slowly began sinking into the water. Ace coughed a little as the water touched her face, and she quickly stood back up in the shallow water. I almost did it, she muttered, looking at Shirou with a mix of relief and frustration. Shirou smiled widely, though he knew Ace might feel disappointed that it wasn't perfect. You've made great progress, Ace. It just takes a little more practice, and you'll be able to control it perfectly. You've already figured it out. Now you just need more practice to make it stable. Ace, who was usually calm and composed, gave a small smile, feeling that despite the setbacks, she could still continue her efforts. Thank you, Shirou. I'll keep trying until I can really do it, she said, her eyes shining with newfound determination. This practice, though simple, made Ace feel more connected with herself, and especially with Shirou, who continued to support her without hesitation. Slowly and patiently, Ace started to get used to using Little Aerial. The gentle wind swirling around her legs helped her float on the water's surface without losing her balance. For the first time, she felt confident in her ability to control her magic more delicately and not rely too much on full power. With each passing second, her confidence grew, and a small smile appeared on her face. Shirou, watching closely, smiled proudly. "You're doing it, Ace. See? You can float now," he said, his voice filled with pride. Feeling more confident, Ace began moving slowly toward the deeper part of the sea, wanting to test the limits of her ability with little Ariel. However, just moments after she ventured further, a large wave suddenly appeared, bigger than any before. The wave hit Ace without warning, catching her off guard and causing her to lose control. In an instant, Ace was submerged under the water. Little Ariel, which had been stable, now became wild due to her panic. The once gentle wind turned into a strong vortex, creating small waves that spun Ace around in the water, further losing control over herself. Seeing what was happening, Shirou reacted immediately. Without hesitation, he dove into the water, swimming quickly toward Ace, who was starting to sink into the vortex created by little Ariel. With skill and calmness, he reached Ace and grabbed her helpless body. Ace appeared unconscious, the panic that had been on her face now gone, replaced by a frightening stillness. With all his strength, Shirou pulled Ace to the surface, lifting her out of the water. He swam to the shore, carrying the unconscious Ace onto the sand. Shirou carefully laid her down, checking her breathing, but there were no signs that Ace was breathing. With deep anxiety, Shirou began performing CPR on Ace, pressing her chest in a steady rhythm. But still, there was no sign of breath. Feeling increasingly desperate, Shirou knew what he had to do. Without hesitation, he lowered his head and gave her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, providing artificial breaths to get air flowing back into Ace's lungs. After a few rounds of breaths, Ace finally began to react. Her body moved slightly, and she coughed, expelling water from her lungs. Her golden eyes slowly opened, still dazed. She gasped for air, but she was regaining consciousness. Shirou, still beside her, breathed a sigh of relief. "Ace, you're safe now," Shirou said with a voice full of relief. Though his body was still wet and his heart raced with the anxiety from earlier, he smiled faintly, seeing Ace finally awake. Ace, still confused by what had happened, slowly sat up with Shirou's help. After a moment, she began to remember what had occurred, and her face flushed as she realized that Shirou had saved her and had performed mouth-to-mouth. She looked at Shirou with a mix of gratitude and embarrassment. "Thank you, Shirou." "I don't know what to say," she whispered softly, trying to steady her still labored breathing. Shirou gave a warm smile, though he felt awkward. "It's all right, Ace. The important thing is that you're safe," he replied briefly, not wanting to make Ace more embarrassed by discussing what had just happened. The two of them sat on the beach, surrounded by the peaceful sea that was gradually calming, enjoying the moment despite the lingering awkwardness between them. Though relieved that Ace had regained consciousness, Shirou felt uncomfortable about what had just happened. He looked down slightly, staring at the sand beneath him before finally speaking in a soft tone. "Sorry. I guess I ended up taking your first kiss, even if it was an emergency. But, well, maybe it doesn't count." Hearing Shirou's words, Ace's face instantly turned red. But unexpectedly, she shook her head gently, a faint smile on her face. "No, it still counts as a kiss," she replied in a soft but firm voice. Those words left Shirou even more surprised. He hadn't expected Ace to respond like that. But before he could think further, Ace added with a slight teasing tone, "Besides, that was my second kiss." Shirou fell silent, confusion filling his mind. He knew Ace wasn't someone close to many people, especially men. "Your second? You've kissed before?" he asked, his tone full of disbelief. In his mind, Ace always seemed like someone highly independent and focused on fighting, so he never imagined she had experienced something like that. Ace gave a small smile, this time looking like she was keeping a secret. In her heart, she recalled the moment when Shirou had passed out in the dungeon after his battle with Revis, and how she had to give him an elixir mouth-to-mouth to save him. Ace didn't want to reveal that now, so she only responded briefly, "Yes, it was my second kiss. But now we're even." Shirou, still confused, couldn't understand. "Even?" he asked, trying to grasp the meaning of Ace's words. Ace smiled wider, this time with a hint of teasing in her gaze. "Because I did it first, we're even now," she said, leaving Shirou even more bewildered. Shirou looked at Ace, feeling like he was missing something, but he didn't know exactly what. Ace's soft smile and calm demeanor left Shirou even more puzzled. In his heart, he wondered what Ace's words truly meant, but at the same time, he felt that this might be a mystery he would understand only with time. Finally, Shirou just scratched his head awkwardly, still not fully comprehending what had happened. But seeing Ace's sincere smile, he chose not to dwell on it too much. "All right, then we're even," Shirou replied, though inside he still felt there was something he didn't quite get. They both sat in silence for a moment, letting the cool ocean breeze blow between them, bringing a sense of calm after the awkward yet memorable incident. Author note: the first illustration poll has ended with the following results. Ace giving an elixir to Shirou mouth-to-mouth, 67%. Shirou touching Riveria's ear, 13%. Shirou using Ro Ajax to protect against a corrupted spirit attack, 20%. With a total of 15 votes. You can check out the sketch of A's giving an elixir to Shirou at patreon.com/Rayish. Chapter 39. After a while, Shirou and A's decided to dry off from the seawater that had soaked their bodies. They both grabbed towels from the bags they brought, preparing to dry themselves off before changing into fresh clothes. The morning beach air felt warm, helping their clothes dry faster. As Ace searched for her towel in her bag, she accidentally spotted the lunchbox Shirou had prepared earlier. It was still neatly wrapped, waiting to be eaten after they finished their swimming practice. "Shirou, is this the lunch?" Ace asked, taking out the box and looking at it curiously. Shirou, who was also drying his hair with a towel, turned toward Ace and nodded. "Yeah, I made it this morning. Maybe we should eat after we change clothes," he suggested, remembering that they were both still wet and not entirely clean. However, before Ace could respond, a loud growl echoed, a sound loud enough to make Ace freeze for a moment, her face slowly turning red. It was the sound of A's stomach, and she couldn't hide her embarrassment. Shirou, noticing A's expression, smiled slightly, holding back a laugh. "It seems your stomach has a different opinion," he teased gently, trying to lighten the mood. "How about we eat first before changing clothes? There's no harm in filling our stomachs first." Still embarrassed by the growl, Ace slowly nodded with a small smile, happy that Shirou didn't make her feel more awkward. Enthusiastically, she opened the lunchbox Shirou had brought, revealing several neatly cut sandwiches inside. With nimble hands, Ace divided the sandwiches in half, making sure they each got an equal portion. "This is for you, Shirou," she said, handing half of the sandwiches to him. Shirou accepted the sandwich with a smile. "Thanks, Ace. I hope you like it," he said, though he knew that Ace always enjoyed the food he made. The two of them sat by the beach, enjoying the sandwiches. A gentle breeze from the sea brushed against their faces, creating a peaceful and calm atmosphere. Ace, who was usually quiet and reserved, seemed more relaxed this time, savoring each bite of the sandwich Shirou had made. "This is good," Ace said honestly, her voice soft but full of satisfaction. Her face showed how much she appreciated the simple meal. Shirou smiled, happy to see Ace enjoying the breakfast he made. "I'm glad you like it. Take your time, we're not in a hurry." They enjoyed the moment in peace, even though earlier there had been many moments of nervousness and awkwardness. Now, they were focused on the calm togetherness by the beach, enjoying breakfast under the morning sun. As Shirou enjoyed the sandwich he made, he couldn't help but smile as he watched Ace enjoy his cooking. Every bite seemed to bring her more satisfaction, and that sight made Shirou happy. For him, seeing others enjoy the food he made always brought simple joy. However, without realizing it, Shirou's gaze slowly drifted from A's face. His eyes were drawn to A's body, still wet from the sea. Her wet swimsuit made her skin glisten under the morning sun. Droplets of water trickled down her skin, making it harder for Shirou to look away. Although he didn't intend to stare for long, his eyes seemed unable to turn away. In the midst of his daydream, A's voice suddenly snapped him back. "Shirou," A said in a calm tone, seemingly unaware that Shirou had been lost in thought. "When we go back to the inn later, just tell them we went for a morning walk, okay? I don't want them to know we were practicing swimming." A's soft voice immediately broke Shirou's focus. He stammered, jolting out of his thoughts. "Ah, yeah? Sure, a morning walk," he quickly replied, his voice a bit shaky from the surprise. His face felt hot, and he hoped Ace hadn't noticed that he hadn't been paying full attention to what she had said earlier. Ace, on the other hand, simply nodded calmly, seemingly unaware of Shirou's confusion. She continued eating quietly, not realizing that Shirou had momentarily been caught up in his own thoughts. Shirou, now realizing how obvious his earlier reaction had been, felt slightly embarrassed. He tried to refocus on the sandwich in his hand, trying to calm his racing heart. Inside, he hoped Ace wouldn't dwell on his strange reaction. Ace finished her breakfast first, savoring the last bite of the sandwich Shirou had made. With a full stomach, she felt more energized. She stood up and took her towel and clothes, heading behind a large rock nearby. She chose that spot to change into something more comfortable. After ensuring she was hidden, she began to remove her wet bikini and put on her one-piece dress, which always made her look graceful. After a few minutes, Ace returned from behind the rock, now dressed in dry, comfortable clothing, her blonde hair flowing freely in the morning sun. Seeing Shirou still waiting, she gave him a small smile. "Now it's your turn," she said calmly, handing him the towel he had left behind. Shirou, now feeling more relaxed after the earlier incident, nodded and took his clothes to the same spot behind the rock. As he changed out of his wet clothes into a dry and comfortable outfit, he thought about how pleasant the morning had been with Ace, despite the moments of awkwardness. He quickly changed and returned to the spot where they had been sitting earlier. When Shirou finished and came back, Ace was already packing up their belongings. The bag was neatly packed, and the remnants of their breakfast were carefully stored away. Ace stood elegantly, ready to head back to the inn. "You're quick," Shirou said with admiration, noticing how swiftly Ace had packed everything. Ace just gave a small smile. "We're done here, so we should head back," she replied, starting to walk. Shirou quickly caught up, walking side by side with her. They both walked calmly, making their way back through the quiet, green forest. The morning in the forest felt peaceful, with only the sound of the wind rustling the leaves and the chirping of birds waking from their slumber. During the walk back, they didn't talk much. However, there was a comfort in the silence. Shirou and Ace walked side by side, enjoying the tranquility that could only be found in a place like this, far from the hustle and bustle of the inn and the adventures in the dungeon. Every step they took was accompanied by the sunlight filtering through the trees, casting beautiful shadows along the path. On their way back to the inn, the calm forest atmosphere made the conversation between Ace and Shirou feel warmer and more personal. Ace, who was usually quiet, broke the silence with a soft tone. "Thank you, Shirou," she said suddenly, looking at him with a small smile. "I've never been able to swim before. But thanks to you, I feel like I'm making progress." Shirou smiled humbly, feeling undeserving of such praise. "I only helped a little, Ace. Most of it is because of your own effort, and of course, thanks to little Ariel helping you float," he replied, trying to convey that her progress was mostly due to her own hard work. However, Ace shook her head. "Even so, I still can't control little Ariel steadily. To really swim, I still need help," she said seriously. Then she looked at Shirou with her soft, glowing golden eyes. "Will you stay with me and help while we're still in Melon? I want to keep practicing." Shirou was taken aback for a moment, but a wide smile spread across his face. "Of course, Ace. I'd be happy to help," he said with confidence. For him, helping Ace wasn't a burden, but something he enjoyed, especially knowing how important it was to her. Ace, who rarely expressed much emotion, smiled a little wider this time, showing genuine gratitude. "Thank you, Shirou. Sorry if I'm troubling you for the next few mornings," she added, slightly worried that her request might burden him. Shirou immediately shook his head. "Not at all, Ace. It's not a bother. I'm glad to help," he replied sincerely, making sure she didn't feel bad about it. With that, they continued their walk home, their steps feeling lighter. Their bond grew closer, and even though they were practicing something as simple as swimming, these moments brought them even closer together. When they arrived at the inn, Ace and Shirou casually walked toward the entrance. The morning air was still fresh, and they were both ready to face the day after their time at the beach. However, shortly after stepping inside, Tiona's cheerful voice rang out nearby. "Hey, where did you two come from?" she asked excitedly, noticing that they had already been active that morning. Ace, usually calm, suddenly felt nervous. "We just got back from a morning walk," she quickly replied, hoping it would be enough to explain their outing. She tried to keep her face composed, though inside she was worried. If Tiona knew they were actually practicing swimming, she'd definitely get curious and want to join. Ace wasn't ready to reveal that to anyone yet. Tiona looked at them with enthusiasm. "Wow, a morning walk. I want to join tomorrow. It sounds fun," she exclaimed with a big smile. Ace felt her panic rising. Tiona's enthusiasm would surely lead her to insist on coming along, and her secret swimming practice with Shirou might be exposed. Her eyes darted quickly to Shirou, hoping he could help her find an excuse. But before Shirou could say anything, another voice chimed in from behind. "Ha, Tiona? Up early? That's impossible," said Tioni, appearing with a playful grin. "You always have a hard time waking up early, Tiona. So don't pretend you can join." Ace felt a huge wave of relief wash over her. Hearing Tioni's casual remark made her think that her secret might still be safe. She took a deep breath to calm herself and turned to Tiona, who still looked excited. "You should just rest, Tiona. I don't want to disturb your sleep." "A morning walk can wait," she said in a calm tone, though her heart was still pounding, afraid of being found out. Tiona looked confused for a moment, but then burst out laughing. "Yeah, you're right. I do have trouble waking up early," she admitted, giving up easily. "But next time, I'm definitely coming, okay?" Ace just smiled, relieved that the situation didn't get more complicated. Shirou, seeing the look of relief on Ace's face, could only smile softly behind her. They had managed to keep the secret for now, at least until Ace felt more confident in her swimming skills. As they walked away, out of earshot of Tiona and Tioni, Shirou felt both relieved and a bit amused by the earlier situation. He glanced at Ace and jokingly said, "Looks like we got lucky that Tiona doesn't wake up early. Otherwise, our secret would have been out." A small smile crossed his face as he realized they had managed to keep their swimming lessons a secret. Ace gave a faint smile at Shirou's joke, but inside, she felt something else. "I'm still too embarrassed to be seen by the others, sinking so many times," she said, lowering her head a little, trying to hide her embarrassment. However, deep down, Ace also felt happy that this situation gave her more time alone with Shirou. These practice sessions not only helped her improve, but also gave her a chance to grow closer to Shirou, something she quietly cherished. As they continued their conversation, from the corner of their eyes, they saw Finn descending the stairs from the inn's second floor. With his usual steady steps and friendly smile, Finn approached them. Shirou took the opportunity to ask, "Finn, how long do you think we'll be staying in Melon?" His curiosity piqued, wanting to know how much time he had left to help Ace practice. Finn paused for a moment and answered casually, "Riveria, and I should finish our business in about 3 days. So, we'll have time until then. Consider it a chance to enjoy a little vacation." Finn smiled, clearly pleased that they could relax after the many battles they had faced. Once Finn continued on and disappeared from sight, Shirou turned to Ace and whispered, 3 more days, so we don't have much time left for swimming practice." There was a serious tone in his voice, showing how much he truly wanted Ace to succeed in the short time they had. Ace nodded with determination, though a hint of worry showed in her eyes. "I'll work hard, Shirou. I know I can do it," she replied in a soft but spirited voice. For Ace, it wasn't just about improving her swimming skills, but also about proving that she could overcome her weaknesses, especially in front of Shirou. For the next 3 days, Ace and Shirou followed the same routine. Every dawn, before sunrise, they woke up earlier than the other members of the Loki Familia and quietly left the inn. Ace, who was usually calm and quiet, seemed more energetic each morning, and Shirou noticed this with a small smile. They always walked together along a path to a secluded beach that was rarely visited by others. The lush forest and fresh morning air accompanied them on their way to the training spot. These moments became unspoken times when they felt closer to each other, even without much conversation. The peaceful mornings and the silence between them made every step feel warm. Once they arrived at the beach, Shirou patiently taught Ace step by step. On the first day, Ace struggled to control little Ariel, causing her to lose balance and sink back into the water often. However, each time Ace sank, Shirou was always nearby, making sure she was okay and encouraging her not to give up. On the second day, Ace started to show more significant progress. Although she still sank occasionally, she was able to float longer with the help of little Ariel. Small smiles would appear on Ace's face each time she managed to float without Shirou's help. Shirou, on the other hand, was pleased to see Ace's progress, feeling proud of her hard work. By the third day, when their time in Melon was almost up, Ace was finally able to swim more steadily. Although she still used little Ariel for assistance, she began to understand how to control the magic more smoothly. Each time she succeeded, her golden eyes shone with excitement, and Shirou always smiled proudly as he watched her improve. They spent those mornings together, watching the sunrise over the sea after their training. Ace, who initially felt embarrassed about her inability to swim, now seemed more confident, especially because Shirou was always by her side, giving her the support she needed. After their swimming practice was over and they had changed clothes, Ace and Shirou began walking back to the inn. The bright morning sky and the sound of the waves behind them created a peaceful atmosphere. During the walk, Ace seemed happier than usual. With a bright smile, she enthusiastically talked about her progress in swimming. "Today, I floated for more than 10 minutes," she said, her voice full of pride. Her face glowed like a child who had just overcome a big challenge. Even though Shirou had already seen her floating during practice, he smiled softly and said, "Congratulations, Ace. That's an amazing achievement." Those simple words made Ace beam even brighter. To her, Shirou's congratulations held deep meaning, especially since she had worked so hard to reach that progress. However, after a moment, Ace's smile began to fade slightly. Her thoughts turned to the reality that this was their last day in Melon, which meant it was also the last day they would practice swimming together. "It's a shame. Today's our last day swimming here," Ace said quietly, her voice tinged with sadness. Seeing Ace's expression turn sad, Shirou couldn't bear it. He smiled gently and turned to her. "Don't worry, Ace," he said warmly. "We can keep practicing when we get back to Orario. If you still want to learn, I'd be happy to teach you anytime." As soon as Ace heard those words, her expression changed instantly. Her eyes lit up with joy, and without thinking, she jumped with excitement. "Really?" she exclaimed, unable to hide her happiness. Without realizing it, she grabbed Shirou's hand, overwhelmed with excitement. Ace rarely showed such strong emotions, but in that moment, it was clear how much their time together meant to her. Shirou, surprised for a moment by Ace holding his hand, smiled afterward. Seeing Ace so happy made him feel good. "Of course," he replied. "We can continue whenever you want." They continued their walk back to the inn with warm feelings in their hearts, sharing small laughs along the way. As they walked along the path toward the inn, Ace suddenly turned to Shirou and asked with curiosity, "Where will we practice swimming when we get back to Orario?" Her eyes sparkled, showing how serious she was about their plans after leaving Melon. Shirou, who hadn't considered that before, paused for a moment. With a confused look, he asked, "Is there a swimming pool in Orario?" He genuinely didn't know of any place suitable for swimming practice in a big city like Orario. The area was filled with dungeons, dangerous places, and gatherings of adventurers, but a swimming pool had never crossed his mind. Hearing that question, Ace shook her head slightly and said, I'm still too embarrassed to learn in a public place," her voice softer this time. There was a deep reluctance to be seen by many people while she was still struggling to learn swimming, especially since she was Ace Wallenstein, the sword princess known for her strength and invincibility in battle. Seeing A's discomfort, Shirou started to think hard. Where could they find a place that offered privacy but was also safe? It wasn't easy to find such a place in Orario, which was bustling with activity. As Shirou was still searching for a solution, A suddenly had an idea. How about the 25th floor of the dungeon? A suggested confidently. That floor is known as the Water City. There's plenty of water there, and it's not too crowded with adventurers. Shirou furrowed his brow, thinking about the suggestion. The 25th floor? A dungeon? While the place might be ideal for swimming practice, one big problem came to mind immediately. What if monsters show up while we're training? He asked, slightly worried. However, Ace didn't seem at all bothered by Shirou's concerns. With confidence, she puffed out her chest and calmly said, "Don't worry. I can handle the monsters myself." Her tone was serious, and her face showed an unshakable determination. Seeing Ace so confident made Shirou smile slightly. Of course, this was the Sword Princess, the one who had defeated many monsters in the dungeon, even the strongest ones. He knew Ace wouldn't have any trouble dealing with whatever threats might arise on the 25th floor. All right, Shirou finally agreed, though a small part of him still felt a bit worried. We can try training there later. With enthusiasm, Ace nodded. Deep down, she felt excited to continue her swimming lessons, especially since Shirou would still be by her side. Upon arriving back at the inn, Ace and Shirou noticed Lafia busy loading things into a horse-drawn carriage parked in front. A thin sheen of sweat glistened on her forehead as she moved several large bags into the cart. Seeing this made Ace feel like something was off. Lafia, what are you doing? Ace asked curiously, approaching her quickly. Shirou followed behind, looking confused by what was happening. Lafia turned around as she placed a large bag onto the cart. Her face looked a bit tired, but she managed a small smile. Captain Finn just announced that we're leaving for Orario this morning, Lafia explained, wiping the sweat from her brow. Everyone's been told, and we'll be leaving soon. Ace and Shirou stood there, momentarily stunned. Neither of them had packed or prepared at all. Panic began to show on Ace's face. What? This morning? I haven't packed yet, Ace said, her voice slightly panicked. She looked nervous as she thought of her things, still scattered in her room. Shirou also felt a wave of panic, realizing they had spent the morning at the beach, unaware of how little time they had left before departure. I haven't packed either, he muttered, trying to stay calm. Seeing their confusion, Lafia smiled mischievously and, in a teasing tone, looked at Shirou. This is all your fault, Shirou. You distracted Ace and made her forget we had to leave soon, she said with a hint of mock irritation, clearly just teasing him. Ace, hearing that, immediately felt guilty. Her face flushed, and she quickly responded, No, it's not Shirou's fault. I'm the one who asked him to go out early, she said shyly, trying to defend Shirou, who hadn't done anything wrong. Ace's face turned red, clearly feeling a bit embarrassed. Lafia just laughed softly, but behind her laughter, there was a small hint of jealousy she couldn't quite hide. Humph, if I had known, I would have wanted to join too, she mumbled quietly, pouting slightly as she looked at Shirou. Her expression showed that she felt a little envious that Ace and Shirou had spent time alone together without inviting her. Shirou, noticing the situation, smiled slightly and felt a bit guilty for not involving Lafia. Sorry, Lafia. Next time, we'll definitely invite you, he said, trying to cheer her up. Ace, still feeling shy, nodded in agreement. Yes, Lafia. I'm sorry, she added in a soft voice. Still pouting, Lafia suddenly looked at Ace with hopeful eyes. Ace, let's do a pinky promise, she pleaded, holding out her pinky toward Ace. Lafia's eyes sparkled, hoping that this promise would bind them to include her next time. Ace, not used to such requests, smiled gently. Without hesitation, she stroked Lafia's head affectionately. All right, I promise, she said as she linked her pinky with Lafia's. The touch felt meaningful, and the simple promise made Lafia beam, her small bout of jealousy melting away for a moment. However, Lafia wasn't finished. Bravely, she then turned to Shirou, her smile turning a bit shy. Now it's your turn, Shirou, she said quietly, holding out her pinky to him. Her face turned red as she spoke, but she still wanted the same promise from him. Shirou was taken aback. He wasn't used to this sort of thing, and his hand hesitated slightly. But seeing Lafia's blushing, hopeful face, he finally extended his pinky and linked it with hers. All right, I promise too, he said with a small smile. But before the promise was fully made, Shirou leaned in slightly toward Lafia's ear and whispered softly. Didn't we already spend time together alone during the night market? His whisper reminded Lafia of the time they had spent together at the night market in Melon a few days ago. Hearing his whisper, Lafia's face turned even redder. Realizing that Shirou remembered their time at the night market, Lafia became flustered. That was different, she replied quickly, her voice filled with embarrassment, as she hastily pulled her hand back. Shirou chuckled softly at her reaction, while Ace just watched them with a faint smile, not fully understanding what was happening, but feeling happy to see her two friends getting along so well. Lafia, having finished packing her things, turned to Ace with a gentle smile. Ace, I'm done packing. If you want, I can help you pack your stuff, she offered, full of consideration. She knew that Ace and Shirou might not have had time to pack because of their morning activities. Shirou, hearing the offer, also felt the urge to help. I can help too. After all, I don't have much to pack myself, he said kindly, hoping to lighten the load for both Ace and Lafia. However, Lafia, sensing an opportunity to tease Shirou after being teased earlier, gave him a playful glance. Wait a minute, she said with a mischievous smile. Ace and I are girls. Do you really want to come into our room? Are you planning to peek at Ace's privacy? Her question was delivered with a teasing tone, making Shirou feel awkward. Ace, who usually wasn't very reactive to such things, immediately felt the need to defend Shirou. With a calm expression, she replied, Shirou isn't that kind of person, Lafia. He's not a peeping Tom. Her words were simple but filled with conviction, surprising Lafia with how firmly Ace defended him. Despite Ace's defense, Shirou couldn't help but feel a little guilty. His mind flashed back to moments during their swimming lessons. Although unintentional, he recalled how often he found himself looking at Ace's body during their training, especially when Ace struggled and needed his help. Those small moments made him feel somewhat embarrassed now. With his cheeks slightly flushed, Shirou suddenly felt uncomfortable. Well, I'll go pack my stuff first, he said, scratching the back of his head, trying to steer the conversation away from the embarrassing topic. After awkwardly excusing himself, he quickly walked to his room to avoid further discussion about the matter. Lafia laughed softly at his reaction, while Ace still seemed confused about what was really going on. Shirou tried to distract himself from his embarrassment by focusing on the one thing he could control, packing his things. Skillfully, he began folding and putting his clothes into his bag, neatly organizing each item. After everything was packed, Shirou remembered something important. He crouched down and retrieved a souvenir box he had kept under his bed all this time. The box contained a small wooden ship miniature that he had bought at the night market with Lafia a few days earlier. Though simple, the souvenir held special meaning for him, as a memento of Melon and as a promise to his friends at the Hostess of Fertility. Carefully, he held the box in his right hand, feeling relieved that everything was ready. After slinging his bag over his shoulder and holding the souvenir box, Shirou headed outside to the luggage cart in front of the inn. He placed his bag and box among the other belongings, making sure they were secure for the journey home. Then, Shirou boarded one of the passenger carriages prepared for the trip. He sat comfortably inside, feeling relieved that all the preparations were done. Time passed, and the other members of the Loki familia also climbed into their respective carriages. The sound of small conversations and footsteps filled the morning air. A few moments later, from the front, Finn's authoritative voice called out, "Is everyone ready? We'll be departing soon," he announced, signaling that their long journey back to Orario was about to begin. The sound of carriage wheels began to roll over the cobblestone road, and slowly, the convoy of carriages started moving away from Melon, carrying them back to the city where their next adventure awaited. Chapter 40. Second illustration is already finished. You can check out the illustration of Ace giving an elixir to Shirou at patreon.com/Rayish. Upon arriving at Twilight Manor, the atmosphere felt familiar and calm after the long journey from Melon. Shirou stepped down from the carriage, gazing at the grand building that had been his home since joining the Loki familia. The air in Orario was different, with a breeze carrying the unique scent of a bustling city full of adventure. With steady steps, Shirou walked toward the supply wagon at the back of the convoy. He swiftly retrieved his bag and the souvenir box he had guarded throughout the trip. Both items felt light in his hands, but the box carried an emotional weight for Shirou, a keepsake from Melon and a promise to his friends at the Hostess of Fertility. Shirou carried his belongings into Twilight Manor, walking through the long hallways he knew so well. Every corner of the place exuded a sense of peace and comfort, a place he now called home. When he reached the door to his room, he opened it quietly and stepped inside. In the simple yet tidy room, Shirou placed his bag near the small table in the corner. Then, with great care, he set the souvenir box on the table. He gazed at it for a moment, smiling as memories of the night market in Melon and the cherished moments he experienced there resurfaced. Feeling relieved after unpacking, Shirou sat at the edge of his bed, enjoying the quiet. Although the trip to Melon had ended, he knew that new adventures and challenges awaited him in Orario. For now, though, he simply wanted to rest and bask in the comfort of his room at Twilight Manor. After resting for a bit, Shirou's eyes wandered toward the window. He slowly stood up and walked over, pulling back the thin curtain. Outside, the sun hung low in the sky, casting a soft golden light over Orario. The day was still young, and the city's warm atmosphere seemed to beckon him to venture out and enjoy the afternoon. As he gazed outside, Shirou remembered something important he wanted to do. The souvenir he had brought from Melon, a beautiful wooden ship model, still sat on his table. From the start, he had intended to give it to his friends at the Hostess of Fertility, as a token of appreciation for always welcoming him so warmly. With renewed determination, Shirou decided that now was the perfect time to deliver the gift. He walked over to the table, carefully picked up the wooden box containing the ship model, and held it gently. A soft smile played on his lips as he imagined how Seer, Anya, and the others would react when they saw the gift. After ensuring the box was secure in his hands, Shirou left his room and made his way down the halls of Twilight Manor. He descended the stairs with light steps, his spirits lifted by the thought of seeing the people who had supported him. When he reached the front door, he stepped out onto the streets of Orario, which were still bustling with people going about their daily activities. On his way to the Hostess of Fertility, Shirou felt a sense of joy, knowing he would soon be sharing a memory from Melon with those who had provided him with a sense of belonging in the city. That afternoon, he walked with a spring in his step, eager to deliver the carefully chosen souvenir. Shirou pushed open the door to the Hostess of Fertility, and the soft ringing of the bell overhead welcomed him inside. The usual lively chatter of the customers and the cheerful laughter of the waitstaff filled the restaurant. As Shirou stepped in, Seer, standing behind the counter, immediately noticed him. With a wide smile, she greeted, "Shirou, welcome back. It's been a while." The other waitresses, including Anya, Chloe, and Ryu, also turned to look his way, some waving or smiling warmly. They were all familiar with Shirou's presence, as he often helped out, especially in the kitchen. However, this time, something different caught Seer's attention, the wooden box Shirou was carrying. "What is that you're holding, Shirou?" Seer asked, her eyes filled with curiosity as she stepped closer. Her gaze was fixed on the wooden box he held carefully in his hands. Shirou smiled mysteriously, enjoying the growing curiosity on Seer's face and the other waitress's expressions. "This is a souvenir from Melon," he replied, slowly placing the box on the nearby table. All the waitresses, including Seer, gathered around with heightened interest. When Shirou opened the box, inside was a beautiful wooden model ship, crafted with delicate precision. The ship was so intricately carved, it seemed as if it could actually sail if placed in water. Chloe was the first to approach, her eyes shining as she admired the model. "Oh, Shirou, you really brought a souvenir," she said happily, followed by a small laugh. "I was only joking when I asked for one." Shirou grinned at their reactions. "I remembered you said you wanted one," he replied playfully. "So I thought, why not?" Seer gazed at the ship in admiration, then turned to Shirou with a look of sincere gratitude. "It's beautiful, Shirou. Thank you so much," she said warmly. Even Ryu, usually more reserved, gave a small nod of appreciation, while Anya excitedly marveled at the ship's intricate details. In the warm and joyful atmosphere, Shirou felt glad to have brought a piece of melon back for them. To him, it was more than just a souvenir. It was a way to show how much he valued the friendship and support his friends at the Hostess of Fertility had given him. Ryu, admiring the ship model with a look of appreciation, spoke up. "This ship is truly beautiful. Maybe we can display it in the restaurant after getting Mama Mia's approval," she suggested in her gentle yet firm tone. Seer, standing beside Ryu, smiled brightly. "I'm sure Mama Mia would agree," she said confidently. "After all, it's a gift from Shirou, and we rarely have decorations with a story behind them." Meanwhile, Anya, ever cheerful, joined the conversation. She looked at Shirou with curiosity. "Why did you choose a ship, Shirou? Did you go sailing in Melon?" she asked excitedly, her expression showing clear interest, as if she was imagining Shirou out on the ocean. Shirou smiled and nodded slowly, replying honestly. "Yes, I went on a boat there," he said, then added with a lighter tone, "and we went fishing." Though his words sounded casual, he couldn't help but recall how chaotic and dangerous that fishing trip had been. The memory of Gareth clumsily steering the boat, Tiona and Tioni diving into the sea to chase Violas, and the chaos when sea monsters started appearing almost made Shirou laugh to himself. It was far from a simple fishing trip. It had been a battle on the water. But he chose not to share that part, just smiling to himself and keeping the funny story to himself. Anya, unaware of all the chaos, simply giggled and remarked, "Boats and fishing, huh? Sounds like a fun trip." Shirou just nodded, smiling broadly, letting them think it was a pleasant experience, even though he knew how hectic it had been trying to keep the boat from sinking during the sea monster attack. Initially, Shirou walked toward the kitchen, intending to help out as usual. He always felt comfortable in the kitchen at the Hostess of Fertility, where he often cooked alongside his friends. But before he could go any further, Seer gently stopped him with a soft smile. "Shirou, this time, just sit at one of the customer tables. Let us take care of you," she said in a kind but firm tone. A little surprised, Shirou could only nod and follow Seer's request. He then chose a seat at one of the tables usually occupied by customers. It felt a bit strange to be on the receiving end of the service, but there was something warm about the atmosphere, as if his friends wanted to give him something special. As Shirou sat, Seer quickly headed to the kitchen, taking over the cooking duties. From the kitchen, the faint sounds of clattering pots and pans could be heard, signaling the busy activity inside. Ryu, who was standing not far from Shirou's table, approached and spoke quietly. Seer has gotten much better at cooking since you last taught her, she said. While you were in Melon, she continued practicing. She even tried out new recipes. Hearing this, Shirou smiled with pride. He was glad to hear about Seer's progress in cooking. Shortly after, Seer returned from the kitchen, carrying the dish she had prepared. She placed it in front of Shirou with eager anticipation. Here it is. Try it and tell me what you think, Seer said, her eyes sparkling as she waited for Shirou's verdict. With enthusiasm, Shirou began tasting the dish. It was different from before, more refined, more balanced, and more delicious. After a few bites, Shirou looked over at Seer and said sincerely, "This is much better than your cooking before. You've really improved a lot." Seer smiled broadly, pleased with the compliment. However, unable to resist a little teasing, she added, "Well, of course, I was taught by a great teacher." A mischievous smile appeared on her face, causing Shirou to blush slightly at the joke. After finishing the meal Seer had prepared, Shirou placed his fork and spoon on the plate with a satisfied smile. The dish had exceeded his expectations, and he was genuinely impressed with how much Seer had improved in cooking. With good intentions, Shirou stood up from his seat and walked over to Seer, intending to pay for the meal he had just enjoyed. "Seer, thank you so much for the food. I'd like to pay for this meal," Shirou said, reaching into his pocket, looking for some valise to pay. But Seer immediately raised her hand, declining Shirou's offer to pay. With a wide smile, she said, "No need, Shirou. The meal is free for you today." Shirou was a bit surprised to hear that. "But I didn't even work today," he protested, feeling uncomfortable about receiving a free meal without contributing. Seer only smiled with a playful look, her eyes full of mischief. "Well then," she said, leaning forward slightly, "don't forget to make up for it by helping in the kitchen when you have free time. That should be enough, right?" Shirou chuckled at Seer's response. He knew there was no point in arguing with her about this. The mischievous grin on her face showed that she had planned this from the start. With sincere gratitude, Shirou nodded. "All right, I'll help out in the kitchen later." "Thank you, Seer." He then gave a small bow as a sign of thanks before saying goodbye. As Shirou walked out of the Hostess of Fertility, he felt a warm feeling inside. This place wasn't just a restaurant for him. It was a second home that always welcomed him with smiles and laughter. Shirou made his way toward the gates of Twilight Manor under the calm night sky, the moon softly shining over Orario. After spending time at the Hostess of Fertility, he felt at peace, but as he approached the gates, he crossed paths with Bet, who had just returned as well. Bet's expression looked more irritated than usual, though Shirou knew Bet often appeared angry. A bit curious, Shirou approached Bet and asked, "What's wrong, Bet? You seem more annoyed than usual." He knew Bet often acted this way, but tonight, something was different in his expression. Bet snorted, not interested in giving a long explanation. With a sarcastic tone, he replied briefly, "The little rookie is getting cocky." Shirou raised an eyebrow. "You mean Belle?" he asked, slightly surprised. Bet continued with a grumble, "Yeah, that kid. Got into a fight with some members of Apollo Familia at the bar earlier. Acting all high and mighty now, just because he leveled up." Shirou listened calmly, though inside, he was a bit confused. Belle wasn't the type to cause trouble, especially not by getting into a public fight. Belle's usual polite nature made it hard to imagine what could have sparked the altercation. Bet didn't offer much detail, just grumbling as usual, but the information was enough to make Shirou wonder. Belle got into a fight. Shirou thought to himself, still finding it hard to believe. Even though Belle had grown significantly since the beginning, he was still a quiet person who didn't like causing trouble. There had to be something deeper that caused this. As Bet stormed into Twilight Manor, his face full of frustration, Shirou paused for a moment, gazing at the gate and the dark night sky. He thought about Belle. The young man had a kind heart, but Orario was tough. Shirou sensed that something bigger was happening around Belle, and he might need to figure out what was going on soon. After passing through the gate of Twilight Manor, Shirou calmly walked down the familiar corridors. The lights along the hallway illuminated his path, creating a peaceful yet slightly mysterious atmosphere in the large house. After a long day, he felt tired, and his mind kept returning to the information he had heard from Bet about Belle. When he arrived at his room, Shirou took a deep breath before turning the handle and stepping inside. The atmosphere in the room was quiet and peaceful, offering the comfort he always sought after completing various missions and adventures in Orario. Shirou placed his bag on the small table in the corner of the room. Then, he sat on the edge of the bed, letting his body relax slightly with his hands resting on his knees. His eyes glanced out the window, where the night sky appeared vast and calming. Though his body felt weary, his mind kept spinning. The news about Belle and the fight with Apollo Familia earlier wouldn't leave his thoughts. Shirou knew Belle wasn't the type to start a fight without reason. Something felt off about what Bet had said. However, Shirou decided not to dwell on it too much for now. He stood up, walked over to the table next to the bed, and grabbed the water bottle sitting there. As he drank, he let his thoughts drift to simpler things, his meeting with friends at the Hostess of Fertility, Seer's smile, and Anya's laughter. Those memories brought him a bit of peace amidst the chaos of being an adventurer. After drinking, Shirou sat back down on the bed and slowly laid down. Exhaustion began to take over his body, and though his mind was still filled with questions, his eyes started to feel heavy. Wrapped in the warmth of his blanket, he closed his eyes, hoping tomorrow would bring the answers he sought. In the quiet of his room, under the softly glowing night sky, Shirou finally allowed himself to rest. The next morning, after enjoying a simple yet delicious breakfast at Twilight Manor, Shirou was preparing for his daily routine. However, before he could decide what to do, a messenger from Loki approached him, informing him that Loki had summoned him to her room. A bit confused, Shirou nodded and followed the messenger, wondering what Loki wanted this morning. Upon arriving at Loki's door, Shirou sensed something different. As soon as he entered, Loki was already waiting for him, wearing a mischievous smile. Before Shirou could say a word, Loki suddenly approached him quickly. Without warning, Loki started feeling Shirou's body, pressing on his shoulders, arms, chest, and even his back as if she were measuring something. Shirou was caught off guard, his body stiff from Loki's sudden and direct behavior. "Hey, what are you doing, Loki?" Shirou asked, confused and a bit awkward. But Loki just chuckled, ignoring Shirou's protest. "Relax, Shirou. I'm just taking your measurements," she replied with enthusiasm. "I'm thinking about how you'll look at the big event. You need the right outfit." Quickly, Loki headed to a large wardrobe in the corner of the room, pulling out several tuxedos in various colors and designs. Shirou could only stand there, speechless, unsure of what was going on. "Try this one," Loki ordered, handing over the first tuxedo. Still bewildered, Shirou had no choice but to obey. He tried on each tuxedo, one by one, while Loki carefully observed every detail, inspecting how the clothes fit on Shirou. Too loose. This one's too tight," Loki muttered, frowning as she continued matching different tuxedos. Finally, after several attempts, Loki found one that fit perfectly, an elegant black tuxedo with a sharp cut that made Shirou look more mature and dignified. This is the one," Loki exclaimed with a satisfied grin. "You look like someone ready to attend a formal event in style." Shirou looked at his reflection in the large mirror in the room, feeling a bit awkward in the new tuxedo. "Is this for something important?" he asked, adjusting the collar, which felt a bit tight. Loki gave a mysterious smile and said, "You'll find out soon. But trust me, you're going to need this very soon." Still not fully understanding Loki's intentions, Shirou could only nod and follow the goddess's lead. One thing was certain, whatever Loki was planning, it would definitely involve something big and exciting. Loki grinned mischievously as she looked at Shirou, who still appeared somewhat awkward in his new tuxedo. With her hands on her hips, she asked, "Shirou, have you ever been to a party before?" Shirou thought for a moment before answering. "I've been to parties, but not the kind you're thinking of. Back then, I wore a yukata, not a tuxedo," he said with a smile, recalling his past in Japan, where the parties he attended were more traditional, with a relaxed atmosphere and cultural attire. Loki nodded but raised an eyebrow, showing she wasn't fully satisfied. "So, you've never danced at a formal party?" she asked, noticing Shirou shake his head slightly in response. Loki immediately clapped her hands with excitement. This will be fun," she said enthusiastically. Without warning, she grabbed Shirou's hand quickly. "Let's try it." With a bit of force, Loki pulled Shirou into a dancing position. However, there was one small issue, their height difference. Loki, being quite petite, had to stretch her arms to reach Shirou. Meanwhile, Shirou, being taller, awkwardly had to lower his body to match her dancing movements. As they attempted to spin slowly in Loki's room, both quickly realized how awkward the situation was. Loki, trying to lead the dance, often had to pull Shirou's hand too hard, making their movements look stiff and unnatural. On the other hand, Shirou struggled not to step on Loki's feet. "This is a bit awkward, isn't it?" Shirou said, trying to hide his laughter, though he clearly felt uncomfortable with the obvious height difference. Loki burst into laughter, realizing how ridiculous their attempt was. "Oh my gods, I forgot how tall you are," she said, releasing Shirou's hand with a giggle. "Looks like we'll need a better dance partner for you." Shirou sighed in relief, smiling slightly, while Loki still laughed. "Well, at least I tried," Shirou said, rubbing the back of his neck with embarrassment. Loki playfully patted Shirou on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, you'll be fine. You just need a bit of practice with someone more your size." As Shirou and Loki were awkwardly attempting to dance, the door suddenly opened, and Aze entered with her usual calm steps. Her clear eyes observed the scene in front of her. Shirou clumsily dancing with Loki, their hands intertwined, but their movements stiff and awkward. Aze raised an eyebrow, looking slightly confused. "What are you two doing?" Aze asked softly but with curiosity, gazing at Shirou, who looked embarrassed, and Loki, who was giggling. Loki, amused by the situation, glanced at Aze with a calculating look. In an instant, an idea popped into her head. With Aze's tall and graceful figure, she seemed far more suited to be Shirou's dance partner. However, As a goddess fiercely protective of A's, Loki hesitated briefly to let her beloved warrior dance with Shirou. After all, A's was her favorite, and Loki always felt jealous when she saw A's getting close to anyone, especially Shirou, who had grown closer to her recently. But seeing A's curiosity and interest, Loki finally relented with a long sigh. All right, she said, releasing Shirou's hand. Ace, why don't you help Shirou learn how to dance? You two seem like a better match. Ace, though a bit surprised by the request, nodded calmly. Shirou, on the other hand, grew more nervous than before. He had already felt awkward dancing with Loki, and now he had to dance with Ace, someone he respected and admired deeply. The two stood facing each other. Ace looked beautiful with a shy smile, while Shirou tried to control his nerves. As Shirou slowly reached for Ace's hand and carefully placed his other hand on her waist, they both instantly felt awkward. Their movements were slow and stiff, even more so than when Shirou danced with Loki. Their feet barely moved in sync, often stepping out of time, and they frequently came close to stepping on each other's toes. Ace, known as a master swordswoman, found this situation strange. Dancing seemed more difficult for her than fighting monsters in the dungeon. Sorry, Ace whispered softly after accidentally stepping on Shirou's foot. Shirou smiled nervously. It's okay. I'm not very good at dancing either. Loki, watching from the side, stifled her laughter. Oh my gods, you two, she murmured. While she found the situation amusing, part of her felt relieved that the dance between Shirou and Ace was more awkward than hers with Shirou. Though their dance was far from perfect, there was something sweet about their effort. Shirou and Ace continued to try, despite smiling awkwardly every time they made a mistake. They might not have been dancing gracefully, but a connection was forming between them in the quiet moments and the shared smiles. And for that moment, despite the clumsiness, they enjoyed it in their own way. As Shirou and Ace continued their still awkward dance, Ace gazed at Shirou in silence. Her golden eyes traced the black tuxedo Shirou was wearing, and curiosity filled her mind. In the midst of the dance, she gently asked, Shirou, are you going to attend the party later? Shirou was slightly startled by her question, but nodded with a small smile. Yes, I think so. Loki made me wear this tuxedo, so I guess it's for the party. However, in his heart, Shirou started feeling a bit of doubt. Big parties were not something he was used to attending. Ace, appearing calm as usual, continued, I've been to many parties before. Loki often brings me, and there, many gods and goddesses come with their most prized familia members. She spoke in a flat tone, as if it wasn't a big deal to her, though her eyes reflected memories of past parties. Hearing that many gods and goddesses would be there, Shirou began to feel nervous. He knew how much attention the gods paid to events like that, and as someone who preferred working behind the scenes, he didn't feel comfortable being in the spotlight. Shirou started to doubt his decision to attend the event. After several more awkward dance attempts, they finally stopped. Shirou thanked Ace for the short dance, even though they both knew how awkward the situation had been. But as their dance ended, Shirou turned to face Loki, who had been watching them the whole time with mischievous eyes full of curiosity. With newfound resolve, Shirou approached Loki and spoke calmly. Loki, I don't think I need to go to that party. Loki, who had been relaxed moments earlier, suddenly widened her eyes, staring at Shirou with a questioning gaze. What? She asked, her tone sharper than usual. Why don't you want to go? Her voice didn't sound angry, but it was clear she wanted to know the real reason behind Shirou's request. Loki rarely let her familia members skip important parties, especially those meant to showcase her pride to other familias. With all of Shirou's potential, he was certainly one of the members worth showing off, but his hesitation piqued her curiosity. Shirou looked at Loki with visible worry on his face. He took a deep breath and spoke honestly. My reason is simple. I'm still hiding my true status. Officially, to the public, I'm still considered a level 1 adventurer, even though I've already reached level 4. Loki listened intently, nodding while recalling just how extraordinary Shirou was. He had reached level 4 in only 3 months, something that had never happened before. In fact, Shirou had experienced a double level up, going from level 1 to level 3, a feat unheard of in Orario. Ah, that's right, Loki muttered with a small grin. You are special. You leveled up too quickly, and if anyone notices, they might start getting suspicious. But Loki didn't give up easily. She continued in a cheerful tone. But don't worry, parties like this aren't always filled with strong adventurers. Sometimes, gods and goddesses bring beginners who are still level 1. So even if you say you're still level 1, no one will suspect anything. Shirou scratched his head, still feeling uncomfortable with the idea. That's not the main issue, he said hesitantly. I just don't want to draw too much attention. If I go with you to the party, especially as a member of the Loki familia, one of the strongest familias in Orario, other gods and goddesses will definitely be curious about me. And honestly, I don't want to be the center of attention. Loki immediately narrowed her eyes, sensing something behind Shirou's words. In a more serious tone, she asked, Is this because you don't trust the other gods and goddesses? Are you worried they'll dig deeper into who you really are? Shirou looked at Loki with an honest expression and sighed. It's not that. I trust you, Loki. I also trust Hestia and Mayak because I know them. But with the other gods and goddesses, I'm not entirely sure. There's something that just doesn't feel right in my heart. Loki listened silently, understanding the reason behind Shirou's unease. The world was indeed full of intrigue among the gods, and Shirou knew that his unique identity could cause problems if it was discovered by the wrong people. Loki realized that Shirou wasn't doubting her, but rather relying on the survival instincts he had developed since arriving in this world. Loki started feeling a deep curiosity about Shirou. She realized that Shirou had a much stronger wariness toward gods and goddesses compared to most humans in this world. Loki wondered if it had something to do with Shirou's experiences in his previous world. You're far more paranoid about gods than most humans here. Do you have any interesting stories about the gods in your old world? She asked, her tone filled with curiosity. Ace, who was nearby, also seemed interested. I'd like to hear it too, she said softly but attentively. Shirou paused for a moment, thinking about what to say. Not all the gods in my world were bad. Many of them blessed humans. They brought rain, made crops flourish, and granted good fortune. But there was also a darker side to them. Hearing this, Loki grinned as she leaned back in her chair. All right, I'm curious. What was the dark side? She asked, folding her arms. Shirou sighed deeply before starting his story. One of the most famous was Zeus. He's also known here, but in my world, he wasn't just famous for his power, but for his habit of forcing himself on women, both mortal and goddesses. Shirou paused for a moment, watching the shock on Loki and A's faces. In the Greek mythology of my world, Zeus had many demigod children from those encounters. Most of those children were abandoned. They had to live on their own, facing a harsh world without any support from their father. Shirou continued, his voice slightly bitter as he recounted the well-known myth from his world. Loki gaped at him. Zeus was like that in your world? She asked, surprised by what she had just heard. The Zeus I know here is a pervert, but he's never forced himself on anyone. No matter how bad he is, Zeus here knows his limits. Shirou nodded slowly. That's why I'm a little more cautious. The gods in my world had immense power, but they could also be selfish and not care about the consequences of their actions toward humans. Loki nodded, beginning to understand where Shirou's hesitation came from. I get it now. The gods here aren't all good, but I can assure you, we're not as bad as those stories you've heard, she said in a softer tone. But still, I understand why you'd want to keep your distance. After thinking for a moment, Loki smiled and glanced at Ace. All right then, I'll have Ace accompany me to the party like usual. You don't have to worry about it, Shirou. Ace nodded calmly, while Shirou felt a bit relieved. Thank you, Loki. I think that's the better option, Shirou replied with a slight smile. Though still cautious, he knew that at least Loki understood his feelings. The second illustration poll has ended with the following results. Shirou touched Riveria's elven ear, 53%. Riveria is blindfolded while Shirou tests her sensitivity to prana, 7%. Riveria, without clothes, faces away from Shirou to have her magic circuit opened, 40%. With a total of 15 votes. You can check it out on Patreon.com/Rayish. Chapter 41. Loki, who was lounging casually, looked at Ace with curiosity. By the way, why did you come to my room earlier? She asked, fiddling with her fingers. Ace pulled an envelope from inside her clothing and handed it to Loki. I received this letter for you while I was out earlier, Ace replied in her calm voice. Loki's eyes lit up. She immediately recognized the letter as an official invitation to the upcoming party. Oh, so this is the party invitation, she muttered, quickly opening the envelope. Seeing this, Shirou felt it was time to return the tuxedo he was wearing. He tugged at the collar of his tuxedo and politely said, in that case, I'll return this tuxedo. I don't think I'll be wearing it. However, Loki waved her hand dismissively, ignoring Shirou's intent. No need, that tuxedo is for you. Just keep it, she said with a sly smile. Who knows, you might change your mind or need a tux for another event. Shirou nodded slowly, slightly surprised but also grateful. All right, thank you, he said before deciding to take his leave. Ace and Shirou then excused themselves to leave Loki's room. As they walked out, Ace suddenly spoke in a softer tone. I still feel embarrassed because I'm not good at dancing, she admitted, blushing slightly. Would you help me practice? I want to get better for the upcoming party. Shirou turned to Ace and smiled gently. Of course, even though I'm not very good myself, we can learn together, he said. Though he was just as awkward at dancing, Ace's desire to improve made him want to help. Ace smiled brightly, clearly pleased. Her eyes glanced at the tuxedo Shirou was wearing, and with a more enthusiastic tone, she said, in that case, I'll go change my clothes first. Wait a moment, okay? Shirou nodded as he watched Ace walk away to change. Deep down, Shirou felt something pleasant about their time together, even in a simple situation like practicing dancing. After a while, Ace returned wearing a stunning light green gown with an open back, highlighting her elegance. A necklace with an emerald pendant adorned her neck, shimmering softly in the room's light. Shirou gazed at her, mesmerized by Ai's beauty. It took him a few seconds to realize and say, Ace, you look incredible. But we're just practicing dancing. You didn't have to dress like this. However, Ace simply shook her head with a faint smile. No, Shirou. You look handsome in that tuxedo, so at least I want to match you while we dance, she said earnestly. Shirou, not used to such compliments, especially from Ace, felt his face heat up. He blushed slightly and cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment. Thank you. So, where should we practice? He asked, trying to shift his focus away from A's beauty. Ace thought for a moment. She clearly didn't want anyone else to see them practicing, especially if they were still awkward. How about the library? She suggested. There's plenty of space, and it's probably quieter. We can practice in peace. Shirou nodded in agreement. That's a great idea. Maybe we could even find a book on dancing there, he said with a smile. With that decision, the two of them headed to the Twilight Manor Library, ready to continue their dance lesson in a more private and peaceful setting. Shirou and Ace quietly made their way through the corridors of Twilight Manor, trying not to draw any attention. They wanted to ensure that no one saw them, especially since they were about to practice dancing, something they were both hesitant to do in front of the other familiar members. Their steps were silent, though nervousness lingered between them. Once they arrived at the library, they stood in the middle of the spacious and quiet room. Tall bookshelves filled with thick books surrounded them, but the atmosphere felt calm, far from the hustle and bustle outside. Shirou and Ace exchanged glances, both unsure of how to start. Ace looked around at the bookshelves and then spoke in a calm tone. Maybe we can find a book that teaches us how to dance. Shirou nodded in agreement. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's try looking, he said as he began scanning the nearby shelves. The two of them started searching, carefully examining the rows of books. However, after several minutes, they didn't find any book on dancing. Most of the books in the library were about magic, history, or battle strategies. Shirou sighed after reading the title of yet another book that had nothing to do with dancing. It doesn't seem like we'll find any books on dancing here, he said, turning to Ace. Ace looked slightly disappointed, but she quickly turned to Shirou and said, maybe we can just try it ourselves. Dancing without the help of a book. Shirou was silent for a moment, then smiled slightly. All right, he said, extending his hand to Ace, signaling that they should give it a try. With a little hesitation, Ace placed her hand in Shirou's. They returned to their dance position as before, with Shirou's hand on Ace's waist and Ace's hand on Shirou's shoulder. Slowly, they started moving. As expected, they danced awkwardly. Shirou felt stiff as he stepped, and Ace, though graceful in battle, still struggled to find her rhythm in dancing. They kept trying, repeatedly taking awkward steps and exchanging slightly embarrassed smiles. Even though their dance was far from perfect, there was something enjoyable about being together. They might not have been skilled, but at least they were learning together, without pressure or distractions from anyone else. As Shirou and Ace were awkwardly dancing, they were suddenly interrupted by a voice from behind them. What are you two doing here? The voice was firm but gentle, startling them both. They immediately stopped and turned toward the voice. It was Riveria, who had quietly been observing them in the library. She squinted her eyes, taking in the matching outfits of Ace and Shirou. Though her face remained calm, a small pang of jealousy crept into her heart. This library is not a place for dancing, Riveria said calmly, but with a hint of warning. She stepped closer, her gaze sharp but caring. Ace, feeling embarrassed at being caught, quickly explained. We were just practicing dancing for the upcoming party, she said, her voice a little nervous. I was too shy to practice in front of others, so I thought it would be better to do it here. Riveria stared at them for a moment before pulling Shirou's hand away from Ace. In that case, let me teach you, she said with a more serious tone, as if issuing a challenge without saying it outright. Without waiting for a response, Riveria took Shirou's hand and began dancing with him. Her movements were far more graceful, confident, and every step she took with Shirou was smooth and natural. Riveria demonstrated expert dance techniques, making Shirou appear more fluid, though he was slightly surprised by the drastic shift in the atmosphere. Ace, unaware of the hidden motives behind Riveria's actions, simply stood and watched in admiration. You're amazing, Riveria, she said, clapping lightly, genuinely impressed by Riveria's elegant movements that made dancing seem effortless. Meanwhile, Riveria felt a sense of satisfaction, having shown that she was more suited to dance with Shirou. However, she kept her expression calm and poised, hiding her deeper feelings toward Shirou. When their dance ended, Shirou felt a bit awkward. Riveria gave a slight smile as she let go of his hand. That's how you dance properly, she said, glancing at Ace, as if reminding her that as her mentor, she could teach more than just magic and battle strategy. Not wanting to give up, Ace quickly took Shirou's hand again. She looked at Riveria with hopeful eyes and said, Riveria, please teach us the right way to dance. We want to do it well for the party. Riveria restrained herself from showing any jealousy and remained composed. She approached them and began adjusting Shirou and A's hand positions and posture. "Shirou, place your hand here, more relaxed but still firm," she said, adjusting Shirou's hand on A's waist. Then she gently corrected A's posture. "A's, don't hold your shoulders too stiffly. Follow the rhythm softly." With patience, Riveria gave instructions and monitored their every movement. Slowly but surely, A's and Shirou's steps became more in sync, and their dance became smoother. They started to find their rhythm, and what had previously been awkward now began to feel more natural. However, deep inside, Riveria's jealousy continued to grow. She watched Shirou now dancing more fluidly with A's, and while she knew that A's was her student and she wanted the best for her, she couldn't suppress the uncomfortable feeling. "I have to maintain my composure, even if it hurts to see him dancing with another woman. Even if it's A's," Riveria thought, trying to suppress her emotions. When their dance ended, Shirou smiled and turned to Riveria. "Thank you so much, Riveria. Thanks to you, we're doing much better." Riveria looked away slightly, trying to hide her feelings. "You'll need to practice harder to be more polished for the party," she said in a neutral tone, before deciding to leave the library. "I'll be going now. You can continue on your own," she said as she walked out, leaving Shirou and A's standing in the middle of the room. A smiled softly, feeling lucky that Riveria had taken the time to teach them, even though she was usually so busy. "Riveria is really kind to take the time for us," she said, her voice sounding relieved. Shirou nodded in agreement. "Yeah, she was a big help. I didn't think we'd improve this quickly," he said as he glanced around the now quiet room after Riveria's departure. Suddenly, an idea popped into Shirou's mind. "I have something that might make this moment more enjoyable," he said, raising his hand and beginning to project an object. With the soft glow of his magic, an old gramophone started to materialize in his hands. The gramophone looked antique, with a record placed on top, as if it had been pulled straight from the past. Ace looked at the gramophone with curiosity. "What is that, Shirou? I've never seen anything like it," she said, her eyes wide with wonder. Shirou smiled slightly and placed the gramophone on a table, winding the record. "This is a device from my old world, from the city I lived in, Fuyuki. I used to try and repair broken gramophones like this. I decided to project one now," he explained as he set it in motion. As the record began to spin, the soft sounds of classical music filled the room. The melody floated through the air, creating a serene and nostalgic atmosphere. Ace was captivated, her ears picking up the unfamiliar but beautiful tune. "This song? It's wonderful," she murmured, gazing at Shirou in admiration. Shirou turned to her, smiling warmly. "This is music from my old world. I thought it might help us dance better," he said. Then, he extended his hand to Ace. "Would you like to dance with me again?" he asked gently. Ace nodded, her eyes sparkling. "Of course," she said, slowly taking Shirou's hand. They began dancing again, but this time, accompanied by the music from the gramophone Shirou had projected. Their steps became more in sync with the melody, as if the music transported them to another world. Ace felt calmer now, and her movements were smoother. She followed Shirou's lead more easily as the soft music surrounded them. Shirou guided her carefully, feeling more confident with the rhythm accompanying them. "This music, it makes everything feel different," Ace whispered softly, her voice nearly drowned out by the beautiful notes from the gramophone. "I feel like I'm floating." Shirou smiled at her words. "Music has that kind of power," he replied, twirling Ace gently. "I'm glad you like it." Ace could only smile, her heart at peace, far from the chaos of battle training or daily tasks. The dance was no longer just about learning steps, but about savoring the moment together, something simple yet deeply meaningful for both of them. In the corner of the room, the gramophone continued to play, as if keeping the rhythm of their dance, which now felt smoother and more natural. In an instant, the quiet library transformed into a space full of warmth and togetherness, just for the two of them. As Ace enjoyed dancing with Shirou to the music from the gramophone, a sudden warmth enveloped her heart. The slow steps and the soft rhythm reminded her of her childhood. Back then, her mother, Aria, often sang lullabies to her before bed. The memory of her mother's gentle voice filled her mind, bringing back a sense of peace and tranquility she hadn't felt in a long time. Unknowingly, Ace activated her magic, little Ariel. A soft wind surrounded her, lifting her slightly off the library floor. Shirou, initially surprised by Ace floating, quickly adapted. He remained calm and adjusted his steps, following both the rhythm and A's movement in the air. They continued dancing, as if they were dancing on clouds. Shirou carefully spun Ace, who now floated around him, while the wind from little Ariel carried them in graceful turns. Ace looked like a free wind spirit, and Shirou followed her movements in perfect harmony. The dance ended as Ace floated back into Shirou's arms, her body slowly descending from the air. Their faces were so close, just inches apart. They stood in silence for a moment, gazing at each other, enjoying the closeness. Shirou could feel A's breath, and both their hearts began to race. For a few seconds, time seemed to stop. They just stood there, trapped in an intimate and peaceful atmosphere, as if the world around them no longer existed. However, a sense of awkwardness eventually arose in Shirou's heart. His face started to flush, and shyly, he released Ace from his embrace. Ace, also feeling a bit bashful, gave a soft smile, realizing just how special the moment they had shared was. Shirou, still blushing from the closeness, tried to shift the focus by starting a conversation. Ace, just now, did you use little Ariel to dance? It's the first time I've seen it used like that, he said, his voice a bit awkward but full of admiration. Ace smiled gently and nodded slowly. Yes, I activated it without realizing it. Actually, while we were dancing, I was reminded of my mother, Aria, who used to sing to me when I was little. Those songs always made me feel calm, and I guess that's why little Ariel activated on its own, Ace explained, her eyes drifting slightly as she recalled the sweet memories with her mother. Feeling the warmth of the moment, Shirou decided to tease her a bit. It seems like little Ariel is quite versatile, huh? Besides helping you float in water, now it can be used for dancing too, he said playfully. Ace chuckled softly, a rare laugh from the usually quiet sword princess. I never thought of it that way, she replied, her gaze soft but cheerful. But, did you find it difficult to dance with me while I was floating? Ace suddenly asked, a bit worried that her ability had made the dance harder for him. Shirou quickly shook his head, smiling warmly. Not at all. Even if you floated higher, I'd still be able to dance with you, Shirou added, his voice filled with a confidence that made Ace feel at ease. Ace looked at Shirou with a soft smile, feeling comforted by his words. You always know how to make me feel better, Ace whispered softly, her voice almost lost in the quiet of the library. Shirou, still a bit flustered, could only smile in response, knowing that this moment was precious for both of them. Ace smiled softly, gazing at Shirou with gratitude. Thank you, Shirou. Thanks to you. I'm ready to dance tonight, she said, her tone more confident than before. While Shirou felt relieved seeing Ace happy, a sudden unease crept into his heart. Although he had decided not to attend the party, the thought of Ace dancing with someone else made him a little anxious. But Shirou quickly pushed the thought away. It's none of my business, he muttered to himself, trying to calm down. With a small smile, Shirou replied, You're welcome, Ace. I hope your dance goes smoothly tonight. They both said their goodbyes, filled with mutual appreciation. After parting ways, Shirou walked back to his room. When he reached the door, he noticed a letter had fallen from the door frame. Curious, Shirou picked it up and opened it. The contents of the letter were short but clear. Come to the warehouse at the edge of the Twilight Manor garden tonight. Shirou immediately recognized the handwriting. This must be from Riveria, he thought. Shirou had taught Riveria magecraft in that warehouse several times before, so it wasn't unusual for her to send a secret message like this. Shirou began to wonder what they would be learning tonight. Feeling curious, Shirou neatly folded the letter and began preparing for the night. There was something important about the invitation, and he knew Riveria wouldn't send a message without a pressing reason. Chapter 42. Riveria stepped out of the library, her mind still filled with the image of Ace and Shirou dancing together. The feeling she had while watching them was strange, a mixture of happiness for seeing her student, Ace, so joyful, and a jealousy she couldn't shake. Riveria rarely experienced emotions like this, and it made her uneasy. As one of the leaders of the Loki Familia, Riveria always felt the heavy weight of responsibility on her shoulders. She was a respected figure, a mentor to many Familia members, and a wise leader. Yet, when it came to Shirou, her feelings were hard to control. Sometimes, she felt her status as a mentor and leader prevented her from getting closer to Shirou than just a colleague or teacher. How could someone like her, who always prioritized duty above all else, let personal feelings interfere with her responsibilities? With a calm step, Riveria walked through the halls of Twilight Manor. On the way, she ran into Loki, who was as cheerful as usual. Hey, Riveria. What are you doing here? Spying on your students dancing, huh? Loki teased, winking playfully and grinning widely. Riveria let out a small sigh, brushing off her awkwardness. I was just making sure they were preparing properly, she answered flatly, though deep down she knew Loki could probably sense her unease. Loki chuckled, but then her expression turned more serious. Speaking of tonight's party. You know Shirou isn't coming, right? It's just Ace who's going with me. Shirou decided to stay back at the manor, Loki explained. Riveria felt a bit surprised to hear that, although she tried to hide her emotional reaction in front of Loki. Shirou wasn't going to the party? Why wasn't he going? Riveria began to feel a mix of emotions stirring again. On one hand, she felt relieved that Shirou wouldn't be there, so she wouldn't have to see him attract the attention of other goddesses. But on the other hand, she also felt anxious. What was Shirou's reason for not attending? Oh, I see, Riveria replied briefly, trying not to reveal her true feelings. Loki, known for her sharp sense of others' emotions, simply gave a sly smile. Don't worry too much, Riveria. He probably has his own reasons. Besides, this could be a good opportunity for Ace. Let her enjoy her night, Loki added in a teasing tone before continuing on her way. Riveria watched Loki's figure disappear down the hall, her thoughts drifting back to Shirou. The mixed emotions she felt only made her more confused. It was as though there was a wall preventing her from getting closer to Shirou, a wall she had built herself, her duties as a mentor and leader. But deep in her heart, Riveria knew that these feelings were becoming harder to ignore. With a heavier step, Riveria continued walking, hoping to calm the storm inside her heart. Riveria slowly made her way to her room, her mind still swirling with a blend of emotions. Once inside, she walked over to the desk where the training board Shirou had given her rested. Riveria gently held the board, her fingers tracing the engraved words Shirou had written. "I'm grateful to have met you." Those words always warmed her heart. Shirou wasn't just someone guiding her, there was something deeper she now felt. Every time Shirou taught her magecraft, there was a closeness she had never experienced before, a comfort that was hard to explain. In every moment with Shirou, Riveria felt like she could be a young girl again, far from the weight of her responsibilities as one of Loki Familia's leaders. Smiling softly, Riveria let her thoughts drift to all the fond memories she shared with Shirou. How Shirou patiently showed her the ways of magecraft, always supporting her when she struggled, and how he made her feel special, even though Riveria often hid her true feelings. Riveria sighed deeply, and in her heart, she finally made a decision. All this time, she had kept her distance. In public, she had to maintain her image as a strict leader, not allowing her personal feelings to interfere with her duties. But in the warehouse, in the place where it was just her and Shirou, she could let herself be more free. There, she didn't need to think about her status as a mentor or leader. She could simply be herself, a woman enjoying her time with Shirou. With her resolve firm, Riveria sat at her desk, took out a piece of paper, and began writing a short message. The message was simple but clear: "Meet me at the warehouse tonight." She knew Shirou would understand its meaning. In that warehouse, they could continue their magecraft lessons, but more importantly, Riveria knew that in that space, she could feel free from the constraints of formality. After writing the letter, Riveria carefully folded it and placed it into an envelope. With a calm demeanor, she left her room and walked toward Shirou's quarters. When she arrived at his door, Riveria gently slid the letter underneath, hoping Shirou would find it. Riveria stood for a moment in front of the door, feeling a small flutter in her chest. Despite being a wise and strong leader, in moments like this, she felt like an ordinary woman waiting for a response from someone she cared about. After a few seconds, Riveria smiled softly, then turned and walked back to her room, anticipating their meeting that night in the warehouse. Riveria stood in front of her mirror, her hands gently smoothing her long green hair. Her thoughts couldn't escape the image of Aze and Shirou dancing together in the library earlier. Aze, in her light green dress and emerald necklace, had looked so perfect with Shirou in his black tuxedo. Even though Riveria tried to suppress her jealousy, it still lingered in her heart. "Aze always looks beautiful," she murmured softly, staring at her reflection in the mirror. But there was a feeling inside her she couldn't ignore. Riveria knew that she, too, could appear beautiful and graceful, though she usually preferred a simpler, more formal look. This time, she didn't want to just be the respected leader or the student learning from Shirou. Tonight, in the secret place they shared, she wanted Shirou to see her as a woman. Not wanting to be outdone by Aze, Riveria opened her wardrobe and selected her best dress. The emerald green gown, matching her hair and eyes, was perfect. Its cut was graceful yet simple, highlighting her natural elegance without being over the top. She added a few sparkling accessories, a simple necklace that accentuated the purity of her look, and silver earrings that dangled elegantly. Once she finished getting ready, Riveria looked in the mirror again, ensuring everything was perfect. Her usually stern face now appeared softer, with a slight touch of makeup enhancing her beauty. The dress fit perfectly on her slender figure, giving off an aura of grace and strength at the same time. Riveria smiled slightly at herself. She could already imagine Shirou's surprised expression when he met her at the warehouse later. Shirou likely wouldn't expect the woman he usually taught magecraft to appear so different like this. In her heart, Riveria hoped that tonight could become something more than just another magecraft lesson. Although she wouldn't express her feelings outright, she wanted Shirou to start seeing her from a different perspective, not just as a respected leader or as a student being taught, but as a woman trying to catch his attention. Taking a deep breath, Riveria felt ready. She took a light coat to wear over her gown and calmly stepped out of her room. Tonight, she would let Shirou see a side of herself that she had always kept hidden, a side she reserved for someone special. Riveria arrived at the warehouse early, well before the time she had arranged with Shirou. Carefully, she glanced around to make sure no one was watching. The warehouse was their usual spot for magecraft training, but tonight, she wanted the atmosphere to feel different. Here, she wouldn't just be a student learning, but also a woman trying to captivate the man she liked. Once inside, Riveria began tidying up the room. She moved some equipment into the corners to make more space and create a cozier environment. The moonlight streaming through a small window above added a soft, natural glow, but it wasn't enough. She reached for some candles from a nearby shelf and lit them, placing them in the corners to create a warmer, more romantic atmosphere. The gentle fragrance of the floral perfume she brought filled the room, adding to the serene yet intimate ambience. After all the preparations were complete, Riveria stood for a moment, taking in her surroundings. The warehouse, usually filled with equipment and books, now felt more intimate. The air, filled with the scent of flowers and the soft glow of candlelight, gave off the romantic mood she wanted. But as everything was said, her earlier resolve began to waver. Riveria took a deep breath. Nervousness suddenly crept in. What am I doing? She thought. I'm not a young girl anymore. Why am I doing this? Even though she was an elf with a long life, love and romantic feelings were not something she often experienced. This was the first time she had truly fallen in love, and she couldn't avoid the nervousness that came with it. Various thoughts started swirling in her mind. What if Shirou didn't see her the way she hoped? What if Shirou only saw her as a leader, a respected mentor, but nothing more? What if Shirou still felt tied to people from his past? Reveria bit her lower lip, starting to overthink. I've never done anything like this before, she whispered quietly. What will Shirou think when he sees me like this? Am I pushing myself too much? Her face flushed a bit as she considered all the possibilities. She was someone who was always calm and in control of every situation, but tonight, everything felt different. Yet, in the midst of her nervousness, Reveria tried to calm herself. Shirou was always patient and kind, someone who had never treated her with anything less than respect. She was sure that whatever happened tonight, Shirou would still respect her feelings. Even so, this newfound love brought an odd sense of uncertainty, a feeling she rarely experienced in her long life. While waiting for Shirou to arrive, Reveria sat in the corner of the room, trying to steady her breathing and calm the nervousness that still lingered in her mind. Tonight, even though her heart was full of doubt and anxiety, she was determined to show a side of herself she had kept hidden for so long. And even though this love was new, Reveria knew this was her chance to open her heart to Shirou. Shirou stepped into the warehouse, his eyes immediately falling on Reveria, who stood gracefully in the center of the room. The dim candlelight reflected softly off the emerald green gown that hugged her figure perfectly, while the scent of floral perfume filled the room, enhancing her mature charm. For a few seconds, Shirou could only stand there, mesmerized by the elegance of Reveria, so different from how he usually saw her. Reveria, he said softly, his eyes still locked on her. Why are you dressed so beautifully? Reveria, who had initially been pleased to see Shirou's reaction, suddenly felt her heart race faster. Inside, she panicked. Shirou looked so surprised, and she didn't want him to know the real reason she had dressed like this. Reveria didn't want Shirou to know that she was jealous of seeing Age dressed beautifully, capturing his attention earlier. She also didn't want to seem vulnerable in front of Shirou, the man she had admired and respected for so long. Shirou, confused by Reveria's reaction, tried to read her expression. Reveria was usually so calm and composed, but this time, something was different. She seemed to pause, as if thinking about what to say. Quickly, Reveria cleared her throat to calm herself. An idea suddenly crossed her mind, and with a soft smile on her face, she said, I felt bad seeing you miss the party. So, I thought, why don't we have a little party here? Just the two of us. Shirou smiled at Reveria's response, amused by her attempt to make up for the party he missed. However, as he realized that he was only dressed casually, he felt a bit out of place. Standing in front of Reveria, who looked so elegant and beautiful, he seemed mismatched. But then, a thought crossed his mind. Wait a moment, Shirou said with a smile. In an instant, using his magecraft, Shirou projected the tuxedo he had tried on in Loki's room earlier. The outfit appeared on him perfectly, making him look far more suited to stand beside Reveria. Reveria gazed at Shirou in admiration. How could a man who was usually so humble and simple suddenly transform into someone so elegant, wearing a tuxedo that fit him perfectly? Though she still felt a bit nervous inside, Reveria couldn't hold back her smile. Now, they looked well-matched, like a couple ready to attend a grand ball together. Shirou stepped closer to Reveria and said softly, If this is our party, then I'd be honored to dance with you, Lady Reveria. Reveria smiled, blushing slightly at the title. Tonight, even though they were just in a simple warehouse, it felt special. And for the first time, Reveria sensed that this wasn't just about lessons or her status as a leader and student, but about two hearts sharing a beautiful moment together. Shirou smiled, and with a simple hand gesture, he projected an old gramophone before them. The vintage music player looked antique but perfect in its details, and in an instant, soft music began to fill the room. Reveria, used to the world of magic, was surprised and asked as she approached the gramophone, Is this a magical device? Shirou shook his head gently, still smiling. No, it's not magic. Although I projected it using magecraft, this gramophone is just technology from the world I came from. He stepped closer to the gramophone, showing how the needle spun over the record, producing music from the black disc mounted on it. Reveria stared in awe, trying to understand how such a device could create music without magic. To her, it seemed like a different kind of magic, but still held its own kind of wonder. The world you once lived in, it's truly remarkable. Technology like this, without magic, feels like something magical to me. Shirou simply smiled at her comment. To Reveria, a world without magic might seem strange and unimaginable, but to Shirou, technology was how humans dealt with their world without mystical forces. I'm glad you like it, he said softly. The soft music continued to flow from the gramophone, filling the room with a peaceful, romantic atmosphere. Seeing Reveria enchanted by the music, Shirou then looked at her more seriously and extended his hand toward her. Then, may I have the pleasure of dancing with you again? Reveria looked up from the gramophone, and for a moment, her heart fluttered. Seeing Shirou, hand outstretched toward her, dressed in a tuxedo, made him appear more mature and charismatic. Without hesitation, Riveria placed her hand in Shirou's, then smiled gently, of course. I'd love to. They began to dance to the flowing music from the gramophone. This time, their steps were much smoother than before, thanks to Riveria having taught them the proper techniques. But here, the atmosphere was different. There was no ace to accompany them, no pressure or need to perform perfectly in front of others. It was just the two of them, dancing in soft silence, with the music as the only witness to the moment. Shirou felt how gracefully Riveria moved in his arms. Though she was taller and carried an air of authority, Riveria seemed so gentle and delicate in this moment. Every movement they made felt as if it was guided by the wind, accompanied by the calming notes of the classical music. In her heart, Riveria knew that tonight was special. She had never imagined that she, a noble high elf princess and one of the leaders of the Loki Familia, would experience a moment like this with a young man from another world. Yet at the same time, she felt fortunate to have opened her heart to this man. With Shirou, she felt she could let go of all burdens, all expectations, and just be a woman. As they continued to dance, Shirou and Riveria allowed themselves to be swept away by the moment. Every step they took, every touch of their hands, only deepened the connection that had grown between them. Riveria continued to enjoy her closeness to Shirou as they danced, her eyes never leaving the face of the man who moved so softly with her. Inside, warm feelings mixed with affection stirred, something she rarely experienced. Her green eyes occasionally met Shirou's, and each time they did, her heart beat faster. With her heart racing, Riveria finally gathered the courage to ask, though she hesitated, Shirou, do you enjoy dancing with me, or with Ace more? Her voice was soft, but the subtle tension in her tone was impossible to hide. Upon hearing the question, Shirou paused for a moment, his movements while dancing becoming slightly stiff. The question confused him, and he didn't know how to respond. He pondered his answer, but in that brief moment, Riveria could sense the stiffness in Shirou's body. That reaction alone was enough to make her heart ache. Riveria held her breath. Deep down, she knew that Shirou might not choose her. After all, Ace was a young, beautiful girl, full of energy, and without realizing it, Riveria began to feel inferior. Her desire to hear a reassuring answer had now turned into a fear that the answer wouldn't be her. Before Shirou could open his mouth to respond, Riveria quickly forced herself to laugh softly, though her heart was aching. Ah, I was just joking, she said quickly, as if brushing off her own question. No need to answer. You can enjoy dancing with anyone, there's no need for comparisons. The soft smile on her face appeared calm, but behind that smile, a sense of regret slowly crept into her heart. Shirou, unaware of Riveria's internal struggle, assumed the woman before him was playfully teasing him, displaying her usual mature charm. He smiled slightly, feeling no need to dwell on the question any further. Of course, dancing with you is also very enjoyable, he finally replied, unaware that Riveria had hoped for more than just a polite response. They continued dancing in silence. Though their steps remained graceful, Riveria now felt slightly uneasy inside. She didn't want to appear weak, especially not in front of Shirou, but the feelings she had long suppressed were now beginning to take over her thoughts. However, she chose to hide it all, maintaining her mature and elegant demeanor in front of Shirou. Although Shirou didn't notice the subtle shift in Riveria's mood, the moment felt heavier for her. On one hand, she longed to grow closer to Shirou, but on the other, she felt she couldn't compete with the feelings Shirou might have for Ace. In that instant, however, Riveria realized that, despite the difficulty, she would continue to cherish her relationship with Shirou without forcing anything. Deep down, Riveria preferred to keep Shirou close by her side, even if only as a friend and student, rather than jeopardize everything with feelings she wasn't sure would be reciprocated. After they finished dancing, Riveria seemed reluctant for their time together to end. With a gentle motion, she spread out a carpet in the middle of the room, creating a more intimate and comfortable atmosphere. Shirou watched her with mild confusion but, without much thought, followed Riveria's lead and sat down on the carpet. As Riveria sat close to him, Shirou sensed something different. Usually, Riveria exuded an aura of grace and authority, but this time, she felt warmer, more familiar. Her demeanor was more relaxed, and there was a subtle warmth that Shirou hadn't felt from her before. It made him slightly uneasy, but he smiled, appreciating the closeness of the moment. In her heart, Riveria had made a decision. She realized that her feelings for Shirou might not be fully returned yet, but she wasn't ready to give up. For her, if she couldn't win Shirou's heart through status or power, she would try by becoming closer, more intimate. She didn't want to miss this opportunity, especially after seeing how Ace and Shirou were growing closer. In her mind, Riveria knew she had to act before her feelings slipped too far out of reach. Riveria gazed at Shirou gently, and after a comfortable silence, she began speaking softly. Shirou, I want to know more about you, she said. You've told me about the world you come from, but I want to know more deeply. About your past, about what you experienced before coming here. The question surprised Shirou for a moment. Rarely did anyone ask him about his past in such depth. Riveria's face showed sincerity, and Shirou knew she wasn't just asking for a simple story. There was something deeper behind her request, a desire to truly understand him. Well, I was nobody in my world, Shirou said humbly. I was just an orphan saved by someone named Emiya after a great tragedy. He taught me many things, and that was the beginning of my journey. Riveria listened attentively. Every word Shirou spoke, she absorbed, as if trying to understand his entire life through his story. Kiritsugu? Riveria repeated. Was he the one who taught you how to fight? Shirou smiled softly, recalling his childhood. Not how to fight. Kiritsugu taught me about life, about ideals, about how to become a hero, but he carried a heavy burden in his own life. I wanted to continue his dream, even though I know it's not easy. Riveria looked at Shirou more deeply, her feelings for the man in front of her growing stronger. A hero, huh? She murmured, absorbing Shirou's words. It seems you've already become a hero here too, Shirou. Many of us rely on you. Ah, I don't think I'm worthy of being called it yet, Shirou replied modestly. But I'll keep doing my best. Seeing Shirou's sincerity and humility, Riveria felt even closer to him. In the midst of their conversation, she became more certain that her heart had fallen for Shirou. However, Riveria maintained her composure, hiding the emotion swelling within her heart. Even so, Riveria continued softly, you've done incredible things, even in the short time you've been here. Everyone sees you as someone they can depend on. Shirou could only smile awkwardly at the compliment, but his heart was touched. He knew Riveria didn't often express her feelings, and hearing such words from her meant a lot. Maybe you can become the hero you speak of, Riveria added with a quiet smile. But I know that even heroes need someone by their side. You don't have to face everything alone, Shirou. Riveria's words left Shirou momentarily speechless. He knew that behind her gentle words, there was a deeper meaning. A feeling Riveria was trying to convey, even though she hadn't said it outright. I understand, Riveria, Shirou replied softly. Thank you. I appreciate everything you've said. Sometimes I do feel alone with all these burdens, but knowing there are people like you I can rely on, it makes me stronger. Riveria gave a small, satisfied smile at his response, though deep down she hoped to be more than just a friend. But for now, being close to Shirou, sharing moments like these, was more than enough for her. Their conversation flowed quietly, and that night, on the simple carpet in the middle of the quiet warehouse, two connected hearts gradually grew closer. Though Riveria hadn't fully revealed her feelings, she felt that this step was the beginning of something bigger, and she was ready to embark on that journey with Shirou, even if it was slow. Chapter 43. Riveria sat calmly in front of Shirou, recalling the beautiful sound that had emerged from the gramophone he had just projected. The device felt so foreign to her, yet at the same time, it was mesmerizing. Curious, Riveria asked, Shirou, that gramophone. Does your world have many devices like that? Has technology there developed that far? Shirou scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, knowing that the technology in his world far surpassed what could be understood in Orario. Actually, the gramophone could be considered old-fashioned in my world. It's just a tool used to play music with a method that's long been abandoned. Hearing the word old-fashioned, Riveria was surprised. Old-fashioned? But it sounded so beautiful, and it seemed quite advanced. You're saying that device is no longer used? Shirou smiled and nodded. Yes, in my world, gramophones are no longer widely used. People there have much more advanced tools for listening to music. In fact, there are electronic devices that can store thousands of songs in one small device. Riveria listened with amazement, trying to imagine Shirou's world, full of technology so different from what existed in Orario. Thousands of songs in a small device? You don't need discs to play them? She asked, astonished. Shirou chuckled. Yes, that's right. Discs like that are no longer used. Technology has even advanced to the point where music can be played directly from the air without any cables or physical connection. But things like that are too complex for me to project using Magecraft. I can project a gramophone because it's simple enough, but modern electronic devices have thousands, even millions, of tiny components that make them almost impossible to recreate with magic. Riveria was astonished. So, even though you can project weapons and tools from your world, there are limits to certain technologies? Shirou nodded, still impressed by his own explanation of his world's technology. Exactly. Electronics are very complicated, even for me. My world has devices that can visualize moving images, like living pictures in the air, without any physical object. They call it television, and those devices are far beyond what I can do with magic. Riveria gazed at Shirou with admiration, imagining how advanced Shirou's world must be. That sounds like magic itself. In your world, does everyone use such tools? Shirou nodded again. Yes, most people have access to technology like that. Communication, entertainment, even daily life are made easier with all kinds of advanced tools. Riveria sat quietly for a moment, letting all the information sink in. A world where technology can replace magic. It seems your world is far more advanced in many ways, Shirou. I can't imagine living like that. Shirou smiled, looking at Riveria gently. Maybe so, but Orario also has its own uniqueness and strength. The magic here is much more real, more connected to nature and forces that we, in my world, could never achieve. Even I'm still amazed by many things in this world. Riveria smiled, feeling that despite the advanced technology Shirou had described, their world had something equally valuable. Riveria, her curiosity deepening, asked, so what about magi in your world? If your world is so advanced with technology, how do they use Magecraft? Isn't there a conflict between magic and technology? Shirou paused for a moment before answering. Magecraft in my world is a bit different. There, the power of magecraft comes from something called mystery. The greater the mystery, the stronger the magecraft. However, mystery fades if something similar can be achieved through technology. So, the power of magecraft has been weakening as technology advances. Riveria looked confused. Mystery? What do you mean? How can the power of magecraft weaken just because of technology? Seeing her confusion, Shirou patiently explained, mystery is essentially a wonder that can't be explained. The harder something is to understand in the world, the stronger that power becomes. When technology emerges that can explain or replicate that power, the mystery fades because people no longer see it as a wonder. For example, flight magic used to be very powerful because no one could do it. But after airplanes were invented, flight magic became weaker. Riveria stared at him with increasing curiosity. Airplanes? What are airplanes? Shirou smiled, pleased by her interest. Airplanes are winged vehicles used to fly in the sky. They can carry many people or goods and are used for long-distance travel quickly. With airplanes, people can fly from one place to another without using magic. Riveria listened to this explanation with amazement. So, airplanes are technology that replaces flight magic? In our world, only with magic can someone do something like that. But in your world, anyone can fly using an airplane? Shirou nodded. Yes, anyone can board an airplane and fly anywhere. And because it's become so common, flight magic has lost much of its power. That's why magi have to keep their powers a secret. If their magic becomes known to the public and becomes commonplace, it will weaken and lose its strength. Riveria listened in awe, trying to imagine how technology like that could change the world and magic. So, in other words, the more common a wonder becomes, the weaker the power behind it? Shirou nodded. Exactly. That's why magi in my world always keep their abilities hidden. They don't want technology or ordinary people to realize their wonders because that would make their power weaker. Riveria was silent for a moment, processing the information. For her, magic was a natural force that was real and powerful, irreplaceable by anything. But in Shirou's world, technology had advanced to the point where it could rival or even surpass magic. I never imagined such a thing could happen. Magic and technology, your world must be very different from ours. Shirou smiled softly, realizing that while his world and Orario were vastly different, each had its own wonders. Yes, our worlds are different. But even so, there are many things here that I've never seen in my world. Even in his previous world, Shirou had never encountered elves like Riveria. Riveria smiled gently, sharing in the admiration for both Shirou's world and how different their lives were. It seems both your world and ours have their own kinds of magic. Riveria gazed at Shirou with curiosity. What about the other magi? Do they have powers like yours? She asked, her eyes sparkling as she imagined Shirou's world filled with magic users possibly even stronger than him. Shirou smiled faintly, then shook his head honestly. Actually, I'm just a novice magus. Compared to other magi, I don't know much. They're probably far more skilled in various fields of magecraft that I haven't mastered. Riveria was shocked by Shirou's statement. A novice. She couldn't hide her surprise. How could Shirou, who possessed such incredible power, especially during battles against powerful monsters, claim to be a novice? Then, what can stronger magi do? You're so remarkable, I can't even imagine the power of a true expert in magecraft. Shirou smiled awkwardly and tried to be humble. Actually, my strength is quite specific. I specialize in projection and a few other techniques, but beyond that, I don't have a broad range of magecraft abilities. Other magi could probably teach you more about the more general fields of magecraft. Riveria, usually calm and composed, suddenly held Shirou's hand gently. Her touch was warm, and her gaze revealed deep sincerity. I don't care about other magecraft experts, Shirou. I would rather learn magecraft from you than anyone else. To me, what you've taught me is far more valuable, she said in a soft voice full of conviction. Shirou could feel the warmth radiating from Riveria's hand. He noticed how her eyes appeared softer and more beautiful than usual. Her always elegant face now showed a rarely seen side, a tender side of a woman harboring feelings. This made Shirou blush, unsure of what to say. The moment felt special, and for a while, they both sat in silence, basking in the warmth of the connection they had just discovered. Shirou realized that even though he still felt inadequate as a magus, Riveria didn't see him that way. To Riveria, what Shirou had given her was much more than just lessons in magecraft. Riveria felt a surge of courage within her. Gently, she stroked Shirou's hand that was still in her grasp, and then looked deeply into his eyes. What else can you project besides the powerful weapons you've shown, like the Ro Ajax shield or Atalantis bow? She asked in a teasing tone, one she rarely ever used. Shirou, not used to such attention and gentleness, blushed. Riveria, usually serious, now appeared so soft and closer than ever before. Her little tease made Shirou flustered, but he tried to stay composed. Seeing Riveria watching him with full attention, he began to explain patiently. Those weapons are not ordinary weapons, Shirou said slowly. They are called noble phantasms. They are the legendary embodiments of weapons or items tied to the heroic feats of heroic spirits. Noble phantasms aren't just powerful weapons, but symbols of the hero's achievements in history or mythology. Riveria gazed at Shirou with eyes full of curiosity. So, each noble phantasm has an extraordinary history and power? That must be very difficult to project, she murmured as she continued to stroke Shirou's hand gently, as if savoring every touch. Shirou gave a small smile, still feeling awkward with Riveria's tender and attentive touch. Yes, a noble phantasm is a manifestation of a hero's soul. It's not just about its power, but also the history, memories, and inner strength of the hero who wielded it. Every time I project one, I have to feel and understand the story behind it. Only then can I recreate it properly, he explained. Hearing this, Riveria grew even more impressed. So, every time you use one of those weapons, you carry part of their history and soul with you? She asked, gazing at Shirou with growing respect and fascination. Shirou nodded slightly, still feeling a bit shy under Riveria's intense gaze. Yes, you could say that. That's why I can only project weapons I truly understand. Each projection is a part of me connected to their souls. Riveria smiled gently. That's incredible, Shirou. You're not just a magus, but a bearer of the history of legendary heroes. Shirou could only smile awkwardly, feeling honored, but also a little embarrassed by Riveria's praise. Riveria sat up straight, her gaze still focused as she continued to look at Shirou, her curiosity not yet satisfied. Besides weapons and shields, can you project other kinds of noble phantasms? She asked softly, clearly eager to know more. Shirou thought for a moment, trying to recall the various noble phantasms he had projected. Slowly, he withdrew his hand from Riveria's grasp. Although Riveria felt the loss of the warmth from his hand, she remained patient, waiting eagerly with her eyes still fixed on Shirou, curious to see what he would show next. Honestly, I have an affinity for swords. Anything that isn't a sword consumes more prana, Shirou explained while looking at her. Weapons that aren't swords feel less natural to me. Riveria nodded, understanding Shirou's limitations while comparing them to her own elemental affinity. She thought that perhaps her affinity was ice or fire, something that aligned with the magic she often used. With a calm voice and full concentration, Shirou chanted his signature spell, Trace, on. A faint light enveloped his hand as a noble phantasm began to form. However, instead of a sword or shield, what appeared in his hand this time was a book. Riveria was surprised. Is that a book? She asked curiously, her eyes fixed on the mysterious book now in Shirou's hand. Shirou smiled slightly and explained, this book is a noble phantasm belonging to a heroic spirit named Shakespeare. He was a legendary writer in my world, and his book isn't an ordinary weapon. With it, he can create extremely realistic illusions, as if the stories within the book become reality. Riveria gazed at the book in awe. So, it's not a physical weapon, but something that can manipulate reality? Make illusions come to life? She asked in amazement, though she couldn't help but think about how extraordinary such a power must be. Shirou nodded. Yes, that's its power. The illusions it creates can affect the minds and emotions of those trapped within them. It can even make them feel as if they are truly living within the story. Riveria was captivated by the possibilities presented by this noble phantasm. Fascinating, she murmured. Something that can change reality through the power of storytelling. It must be an incredible ability if used correctly. Shirou smiled, hearing Riveria's admiration. Although he was more accustomed to physical weapons, he knew that noble phantasms like Shakespeare's were no less powerful. Yes, even though it's not something I use often, its power is quite dangerous in the right hands. After that, Shirou sat on the carpet, and Riveria felt this was the perfect moment to express her feelings, far from the gaze of others. In this storage room, she could be her true self, without the burden of being a leader who must always appear strong and dignified. With her heart trembling from both tension and deepening feelings, she slowly lay down and gently rested her head on Shirou's lap. Shirou, Riveria's voice was soft, almost like a whisper. Could you use Shakespeare's noble phantasm on me? I want to experience it. Her green eyes looked directly at Shirou's face, and he blushed at the sight of Riveria's calm and beautiful face resting on his lap. Hearing the request, Shirou felt worried. But I've never used it before. I'm not sure what the effects might be, he said anxiously. He didn't want anything bad to happen to Riveria, especially with a noble phantasm he wasn't fully familiar with. However, Riveria looked at him with deep trust. I believe in you, Riveria said with a soft smile, her face so close that Shirou could feel the warmth of her breath. I'm willing to accept whatever you do to me. Those words took Shirou by surprise. There was something ambiguous in her statement that made his heart race even faster. He swallowed hard and tried to remain calm. All right, he finally replied, steeling himself to fulfill Riveria's request. With slightly trembling hands, Shirou activated the noble phantasm. First folio, he said softly. As he spoke the name, a magical aura enveloped Riveria. Slowly, her eyes closed, and she fell soundly asleep on Shirou's lap. Her graceful face looked so peaceful, as if wrapped in a gentle dream. Shirou, now in an awkward position, could only sit quietly, watching over Riveria. His gaze lingered on her beautiful face, realizing how calm and serene the elven woman looked as she slept. Amid his nervousness and awkwardness, his eyes unintentionally wandered downward, catching sight of the subtle curves of Riveria's dress, particularly the faint glimpse of her neckline. Shirou quickly averted his gaze, feeling it was inappropriate to look any longer. His face flushed as he tried to maintain his composure and keep his thoughts clear. However, being in such a situation made his heart race, especially because this was Riveria, someone he deeply respected, and now, he was slowly realizing, might have special feelings for him. In the silence, Shirou could only hope that Riveria was having a pleasant dream under the effects of first folio, while he himself struggled to remain calm in this intimate moment. In her deep sleep, Riveria entered a dream world that was unfamiliar yet felt incredibly real. Without realizing it, she found herself trapped in the story of Romeo and Juliet, a tale she had never heard or read before. In the dream, Riveria played the role of Juliet, a young girl pure and full of love, while the role of Romeo was taken by Shirou, the man who had quietly filled a space in her heart. Although unaware that this story came from another world, Riveria merged seamlessly with the role of Juliet. Every emotion and storyline touched her deeply. In her dream, Romeo and Juliet, she and Shirou, were caught in a complicated and challenging love story. Their families were at odds, and the love they felt had to be kept secret, hidden under the constant threat of danger. Shirou, as Romeo in the dream, displayed the same gentleness and bravery that Riveria knew in the real world. Every glance, smile, and embrace she received from him in the dream deepened her affection for him. She fell in love with Shirou all over again, but this time through the lens of a tragic love they couldn't escape. In moments that seemed etched into her memory, Riveria felt how Romeo fought for their love with all his courage and sacrifice. Every meeting was filled with promises of deep and sincere love, which only strengthened Riveria's feelings for Shirou. She felt a surge of uncontrollable love, as if playing Juliet had awakened her true feelings for Shirou. However, like the original story, the dream didn't end happily. In the most heartbreaking moment, Romeo drank poison, believing that Juliet was dead. Riveria, as Juliet, awoke from her false slumber only to find that the man she loved had died before her. Overwhelming sorrow filled her soul. Riveria's tears flowed as she held Shirou's lifeless body in the dream, mourning the painful loss. The grief felt so real that Riveria began to cry in her sleep. Her once peaceful face changed, with tears slowly trickling down her cheeks. Meanwhile, Shirou in the real world noticed the change in Riveria, who was still resting on his lap. He saw the tears falling from the corners of her eyes, and his worry grew. Unaware of the tragic story Riveria was experiencing in her dream, Shirou could only watch her with concern, trying to soothe the woman who had grown so close to him. Inside the dream, Riveria continued to cry, feeling the deep loss after losing Romeo, Shirou, in their final embrace. In the real world, Shirou grew anxious seeing Riveria crying in her sleep without stopping. Not knowing what was happening in her dream, Shirou acted instinctively. Gently, he stroked Riveria's soft green hair, hoping that his touch would calm her. Her hair felt like silk in his hands, shimmering softly in the dim light of the room. Slowly, the warmth of Shirou's gentle touch began to reach Riveria within her dream. In her subconscious, as she held the lifeless body of Romeo, played by Shirou, she suddenly felt a warmth seeping into her sorrow. When Romeo, who had died from poison, should have remained lifeless, he unexpectedly stirred. Gently, the resurrected Romeo reached out and lovingly stroked Juliet, Riveria's, hair. Riveria, who had been overwhelmed by grief, was both shocked and overjoyed to see Romeo come back to life. Her heavy sobs in the dream turned into a bright smile. A warm feeling flooded her heart, like a comforting embrace, and she looked at Romeo with pure love. In the real world, the smile that had formed on Riveria's lips was unmistakable. Her tears stopped flowing, and her face now radiated peace and happiness. Shirou, noticing the change, felt relieved. He continued to softly stroke Riveria's hair, smiling slightly as he watched her peaceful expression. He didn't know what was happening in her dream, but seeing her smile brought a sense of calm to his heart. Not wanting to wake Riveria, Shirou decided to remain in his seated position. Carefully, he projected a small pillow behind his back to lean on comfortably. Shirou adjusted his breathing and then quietly closed his eyes, continuing to gently stroke Riveria's hair as she slept on his lap. The atmosphere in the storage room grew quiet, with Riveria smiling in her sleep, feeling the warmth of love both in her dream and in the real world. Chapter 44. In the quiet of the night, Riveria slowly awoke from her sleep. The soft moonlight filtered through the small gaps in the warehouse walls, illuminating Shirou's sleeping face in front of her. As Riveria opened her eyes, the first thing she noticed was the warmth she still felt from Shirou's lap, where she had been resting. She smiled softly, realizing Shirou was still there, sitting in the same position. His eyes were closed tightly, his breathing steady and calm. Riveria understood that Shirou had chosen to sleep sitting up just so she could rest comfortably on his lap. Riveria's heart was still filled with the love and happiness that lingered from the dream she had just experienced, a dream where she played Juliet and Shirou was Romeo, who had risen from the dead just for her. Though it was only a dream, the love she felt remained very real, deeply rooted in her heart. Seeing Shirou's peaceful, calm face, Riveria felt a gentle urge within her. Unable to resist, she lowered her head and tenderly kissed Shirou on the forehead. The touch of her lips was so light, like a soft night breeze, as if afraid to wake him from his sleep. "Never leave my side, my Romeo," she whispered softly, her voice barely audible amid the gentle night wind. Those words came from the deepest part of her heart, feelings she had long suppressed. After kissing Shiro's forehead, Riveria gazed at his face again with a sense of peace. The love she had carefully hidden was now slowly growing stronger. Not wanting to disturb his sleep, Riveria resumed resting, still leaning on Shiro's lap, feeling safe and comfortable beside him. A small smile lingered on her face as she drifted back into sleep, feeling warmth in her heart as she lay on the lap of the man she loved. With a calm and loving heart, Riveria continued her dream, hoping that one day her feelings for Shiro would be returned. Shiro woke up to the gentle rays of sunlight sneaking through the warehouse window. The morning sun began to peek in, filling the room with its warm light. As Shiro opened his eyes, he felt warmth on his lap. Looking down, he saw Riveria still sound asleep with a peaceful expression and a small smile on her lips. Riveria looked so serene, even in her sleep. The elegant green gown she had worn the night before still draped her gracefully, making her look as though she were dreaming in a beautiful fairy tale. Shiro, seeing this sight, felt torn. He wanted to wake Riveria, but he didn't want to do it abruptly or rudely. He wanted to be as gentle as he had been last night when calming her. Gently, Shiro began stroking Riveria's long green hair. His fingers glided through her soft strands, trying to wake her with a soothing touch. He remembered how his touch last night had made her smile and sleep more soundly. However, instead of waking, Riveria only smiled wider in her sleep. Her face looked even more peaceful, and her steady breathing signaled how comfortable she was resting on Shiro's lap. Rather than waking up, she seemed to sink deeper into her sleep, as though feeling safe and protected. Shiro began to feel a bit confused. How can I wake her without disturbing her peaceful sleep? He thought. He knew Riveria rarely showed this vulnerable side to anyone, especially in such an informal setting. He weighed his options. If he called her name softly, perhaps she would wake more gently. Or if he let her sleep a little longer, they would lose more of the morning. But what if Riveria needed more rest? Finally, Shiro took a deep breath and gently whispered, "Riveria, it's morning." His voice was soft, like a gentle breeze. He continued to stroke her hair softly, hoping his touch and voice would be enough to wake her without startling her. But Riveria only stirred slightly, murmuring in her sleep, as if reluctant to wake up. Shiro smiled faintly, not having the heart to wake her more forcefully. After a few moments, he decided to try again, this time a little louder. "Riveria, it's morning," he said, a bit more clearly. At last, Riveria's eyelids began to flutter open. Her green eyes gazed softly as they adjusted to the morning light filtering into the warehouse. She looked momentarily confused before realizing her position, still resting on Shiro's lap. A warm smile spread across her face when she realized who was with her. "Good morning," she said softly, her voice still filled with warmth from her sleep. "Good morning," Shiro replied, smiling. "Sorry if I woke you." Riveria shook her head gently. "No, you woke me up so softly. I didn't even realize I'd slept so long." Shiro just smiled, relieved that he had managed to wake her gently. The morning sunlight bathed them both, bringing a new warmth that wrapped the moment in peace. Riveria felt the warmth from Shiro's hand, still softly stroking her hair. In her heart, she wanted to savor this moment a little longer, enjoying the rare chance to forget her responsibilities. But the sunlight streaming through the window reminded her that morning had come, and with it, her role as one of the leaders of the Loki Familia. With a bit of reluctance, Riveria began to rise from her comfortable position on Shiro's lap. She sat up straight, and as her gaze fell on the beautiful gown she was still wearing, a sudden sense of embarrassment washed over her. The gown was a symbol of the intimate moment they had shared the night before, and Riveria knew that if she returned to the manor wearing it, many questions would arise from the people of Twilight Manor. Riveria realized she couldn't return to the manor like this. With a calm face and a slightly shy smile, she decided to ask Shiro for help. "Shiro," she said gently, glancing at the gown she was wearing, "I just realized. I'm still wearing this dress." She looked at him with a slightly troubled expression. "Could you please get my change of clothes from my room?" Shiro, unaware of Riveria's dilemma until that moment, quickly nodded. "Of course. Where can I find them?" Riveria pulled out the key to her room from beneath her gown and showed it to Shiro. "Here's the key. My change of clothes is behind the door of my room. You just need to get it." However, as Shiro reached for the key, Riveria quickly pulled it back with a sly smile. "Wait," she teased. "Actually, you don't need this key, do you? With your abilities, you could project a copy of my room key anytime. Isn't that right?" Shiro chuckled, acknowledging Riveria's words. "Yeah, I can," he replied, a bit awkwardly, still unaware of the hidden meaning behind her playful comment. Feeling a bit more confident, Riveria smiled softly. With a rare playful tone, she looked at Shiro and said, "You know, that means you could enter my room anytime if you wanted to." Shiro was startled by her remark. His face turned red instantly. "I wouldn't enter without permission," he quickly replied, stammering. His face flushed as he tried to process Riveria's sudden familiarity. Riveria simply laughed softly, amused by how flustered Shiro had become. Inside, she felt a little more at ease. At least, her teasing had managed to break the tension within her. "I know," she said with a smile, "I was just joking." Finally, Shiro carefully accepted the key from Riveria, promising to return quickly with the clothes she requested. As he left the warehouse, Riveria watched his figure slowly disappear behind the door, a small smile still on her face. Shirou tiptoed into Riveria's room with great care, ensuring he made no noise that might attract attention, especially given Riveria's status as one of the respected leaders of the Loki familia. As the door to her room opened, a soft, unique scent greeted him, the soothing, cool aroma characteristic of Riveria's high-elf nature. The fragrance was gentle, calm, and seemed to embody her graceful and peaceful presence. As soon as Shirou entered the room, he didn't want to linger. His eyes immediately focused on Riveria's change of clothes hanging behind the door. Feeling a bit awkward handling a woman's personal clothes, especially someone he respected as much as Riveria, he quickly grabbed them. However, before leaving, Shirou's gaze was drawn to something familiar on Riveria's bed, a wooden board he had used to teach her magecraft. It was neatly placed there, and Shirou paused for a moment, looking at the board with fond memories. He recalled the weeks they spent together in that very room, with Riveria diligently learning magecraft techniques from him, despite already being the most powerful mage in Orario. What touched him the most was that Riveria had kept the board even after their lessons were over. It wasn't just the board itself, but the moments they shared together that seemed to hold deep meaning for her. So she still kept it. Shirou thought, smiling softly. Riveria always appeared strong and mature on the outside, but seeing how she took care of something as simple as a wooden board made him realize that beneath her elegant exterior was a gentle and thoughtful side. With Riveria's clothes in hand, Shirou stepped out of the room. Before closing the door, he glanced back at the wooden board, feeling an unspoken bond between him and Riveria growing stronger. In his heart, he silently promised that he would always be there for Riveria, just as he had been before, perhaps as more than just a friend. As Shirou carefully closed Riveria's door and turned around, he was startled to see Lafia standing not far away, her eyes wide with surprise. Lafia, usually cheerful, now looked shocked and confused as she saw Shirou coming out of Riveria's room with her clothes in hand. Her face turned red, and her expression filled with suspicion, as if imagining various scenarios of what could have happened inside Riveria's room. What were you doing in there, Shirou? Lafia stammered, her voice shaky but clearly tinged with jealousy and anger. You couldn't have. Panicking, Shirou raised his hands, trying to calm Lafia, who was getting more and more upset. He half-lied to avoid further misunderstandings. It's not what you think. Riveria just asked me to grab her change of clothes because, her dress got dirty while we were training magecraft yesterday. That's all, really. Shirou explained, stumbling over his words, trying to appear as calm as possible. But Lafia wasn't entirely convinced by Shirou's explanation. She squinted at him and then gave a mischievous smirk, as if she didn't fully believe him. Are you sure, Shirou? You're not being a peeping Tom, are you? Lafia teased, covering her smile with her hand. Although she tried to joke, there was an unmistakable hint of jealousy in her tone. Shirou could only give a wry smile at her words. He knew it wouldn't be easy to convince Lafia, especially in a situation like this. I'm serious, Lafia. Nothing strange happened. I was just helping, that's all, he replied, still a little nervous. Lafia, half believing him, finally sighed. All right then, but I'll ask Riveria about this later. We'll see if your story holds up, she said teasingly, although a bit more relaxed now. Shirou chuckled softly. You can ask her if you want, but I'm sure Riveria will confirm what I said, he replied, trying to maintain his calm, though he was slightly worried about what Riveria might say if Lafia actually asked her. With Riveria's clothes in hand, Shirou carefully made his way back to the warehouse, where Riveria was patiently waiting. When he arrived, Riveria smiled softly and thanked him. Thank you, Shirou. You're always so reliable, Riveria said as she accepted the clothes from Shirou. As Shirou prepared to excuse himself so Riveria could change in private, she suddenly stopped him with a calm but slightly playful tone. No need to leave, Shirou. Just turn your back. I won't take long, Riveria said, catching Shirou off guard, but he obediently followed her request. With his back turned to her, Shirou felt his heart race slightly, aware of how close they were. To distract himself from his nerves, Shirou decided to tell Riveria something more serious. Riveria, he began cautiously, I ran into Lafia earlier when I left your room. She saw me, and I think she misunderstood. If she asks you later, could you explain that I was just grabbing your clothes because your dress got dirty from our magecraft training? Riveria, who was changing behind him, initially agreed without thinking too much. However, in a teasing tone, she added something that made Shirou a little nervous. What if I let Lafia keep her misunderstanding, Shirou? That might be more interesting, she said, holding back a small laugh. Shirou paused for a moment before responding, giving a wry smile even though Riveria couldn't see his face. In that case, I'll be seen as a peeping Tom and a pervert, Shirou replied jokingly. Hearing this, Riveria finally laughed softly, her tone light and warm. All right. I'll explain to Lafia. I just wanted to see your reaction, she said playfully, still chuckling. Shirou could only smile, feeling slightly relieved, yet still impressed by how different and warm Riveria could be in private moments like this. While Riveria continued changing, Shirou, with his back turned, couldn't help but imagine how she looked. Her beauty in that elegant gown from the night before lingered in his mind, making him feel slightly uneasy. To distract his imagination from running wild, Shirou decided to speak, trying to steer the conversation towards something lighter. "Riveria," Shirou called out, breaking the silence. "Last night, when you were asleep, I saw you crying. I'm curious, what were you dreaming about?" Riveria, still adjusting her clothes, smiled upon hearing Shirou's question. I dreamt about something you might find familiar. Have you ever heard the story of Romeo and Juliet?" Shirou was surprised to hear that name. "Of course, I've heard of it. It's one of Shakespeare's famous works. Though I've never fully read it, I know the gist." Riveria paused briefly, recalling her dream with a smile. "In my dream, it felt like I was inside that story. I could feel the deep sadness and love between them. But..." Riveria purposely left out the fact that she was Juliet and Shirou was Romeo in her dream. That was too embarrassing to reveal. Though Shirou didn't know the details of the dream, he could understand from her story that it might have been a tragic one. He already knew how Romeo and Juliet ended tragically, so it made sense why Riveria had cried. "I understand why you cried in your sleep," he said gently. "It's a sad story, isn't it?" Riveria smiled, but inside, she remembered how her dream had ended happily, thanks to Shirou's comforting touch. Even though the original story was a tragedy, in her dream, Romeo, Shirou, had come back to life, making everything better. Without mentioning the happy twist in her dream, Riveria simply replied, "Yes, the story is touching. But there's something beautiful in their love." Shirou noticed Riveria's smile and said, "It seems like you really like that story." Riveria nodded, still smiling. "It's not just the story. I like Romeo. He's a man full of love, willing to sacrifice everything for the woman he loves. A man like that is ideal to me." Shirou was slightly taken aback by Riveria's admiration for Romeo. Not realizing that she was indirectly talking about him, Shirou felt a little jealous of the fictional character. However, he could only smile and respond politely, unaware of Riveria's true feelings hidden behind her words. After a few moments, Riveria finally said, "I'm done changing." Hearing this, Shirou turned around and saw Riveria back in her usual elegant green cloak, which gracefully covered her entire body. It was quite different from the stunning dress she had worn the previous night, which had revealed a more feminine and alluring side of Riveria. Riveria stepped closer and invited Shirou to return to Twilight Manor. "Let's head back. It's getting late," she said softly, yet her voice regained its usual grace and dignity. As they walked side by side back to Twilight Manor, Shirou could sense the stark contrast in Riveria's demeanor. Last night, she had shown a more open, playful, and caring side, but now, she had returned to her elegant and honorable self, the respected leader that everyone in Loki Familia admired. Upon reaching her room, Riveria paused briefly, glancing around to make sure no one else was watching. With a slight smile on her lips, she quietly said, "Thank you for a lovely night." Her ambiguous and soft tone made Shirou's face flush instantly. Her words could easily be misunderstood, and Shirou couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Before Shirou could respond, Riveria smiled slightly and quickly made her way to her room, leaving Shirou standing there, still red-faced. He could only sigh, giving a wry smile as he headed back to his own room, reflecting on the intimate moments from the night before with mixed emotions. After putting away the beautiful gown she had worn the night before, Riveria walked toward her bed with slow steps. Upon reaching it, she couldn't hold back the rush of emotions that hit her. Without thinking, Riveria leapt onto the bed and buried her face in the pillow, as if trying to hide all her embarrassment. In the quiet of her room, Riveria replayed the events of the previous night in her mind. With her heart racing, she recalled how daringly she had presented herself so elegantly and, more than that, how boldly she had flirted with Shirou. "What have I done?" she murmured, her face red beneath the pillow. In her daily life, Riveria always carried herself with strictness and grace, far from the attitude she had shown the night before. However, despite her embarrassment, there was a subtle sense of satisfaction. She vividly remembered Shirou's awestruck reaction to her beauty, the way his face turned red each time she teased him, and the gentle touch of his hand when he softly stroked her hair. Every moment felt etched in her memory. In it, Shirou had become Romeo, the hero of a love story that made her heart race. Even in reality, she felt the same warmth whenever she was with Shirou. She relived the feeling, thinking about how, in her dream, Shirou had revived the beautiful moment, the moment where they should have parted in tragedy, but it had turned into a happy ending. "I really am falling in love with him," she whispered softly, her voice almost lost within the pillow she hugged tightly. Chapter 45. Meanwhile, Shirou sat in his room, replaying the events of the previous day in his mind. Lying on the bed, his gaze wandered to the ceiling, lost in the vivid memories. First, he recalled how close he had been to Riveria the previous night. Moments when her mature beauty and graceful demeanor appeared different than usual. She wasn't just the respected leader of the Loki Familia, but a woman who had suddenly become so warm and close. The beauty he always saw in her stood out even more that night, making Shirou feel nervous. How Riveria lay on his lap, teasing him lightly with playful words, and the meaningful smile on her face, all of it seemed to tell Shirou that there might be something deeper she was feeling. However, despite everything, Shirou couldn't forget his dance with Ace. While they danced together, he felt a sweet awkwardness, a closeness that arose without them realizing it. How Ace looked so beautiful in her green dress, how she tried to learn how to dance, and the moment little Ariel lifted her off the ground. There was a brief moment when their faces nearly touched, a moment that made Shirou's heart race. In those seconds, he felt a connection that went beyond comradeship. Shirou closed his eyes, his face reddening as his thoughts drifted further. Could it be that both women were interested in him? He felt embarrassed thinking about it. Since arriving in Orario, he had always been focused on his missions and challenges, never expecting any attention from them. But seeing how Ace and Riveria had been behaving recently, Shirou began to wonder, could there be something more? Could they possibly? Shirou murmured in his mind, growing more flustered at his own thoughts. He wasn't used to receiving this kind of attention, and he didn't know how to respond. But one thing was clear, both women had left a strong impression on his heart. Then, Shirou shifted his thoughts to another important figure in his life, Lafia, the brown-haired elf who always brought him comfort and peace. Lafia's smile, filled with warmth and gentleness, always managed to ease any awkwardness in their conversations. He remembered their walk together in Melon, enjoying the calm evening, accompanied by the sound of the waves and the beautiful view of the beach. How Lafia enthusiastically talked about small things, keeping him company as they strolled through the city. All of it felt so natural, as if they had known each other for a long time. There was one moment during that walk that stood out clearly in Shirou's memory. At one point, Lafia suddenly said, "Isn't the moon beautiful tonight?" A simple statement that made Shirou freeze. In his mind, Shirou immediately recalled the expression from his own world, "Suki ga kirai desu eni," a phrase used to confess love in Japan. His face turned red, thinking Lafia was expressing her feelings for him. But when Shirou awkwardly responded, "I could die happy," Lafia only laughed in confusion, unaware of Shirou's misunderstanding. It was then Shirou realized he had misinterpreted Lafia's words, and embarrassment swept over him. Now, as Shirou reflected on that moment, he feared misreading other people's feelings again. He worried whether he might also be misunderstanding the attention Ace and Riveria were giving him. Was it just friendly concern, or was there something more? The comfort he always felt with Lafia, the warmth Ace gave, and the mature allure of Riveria, all these feelings swirled in Shirou's mind. He feared making the same mistake as with Lafia, afraid of assuming too quickly that they might share the same feelings. I don't want to make another mistake, Shirou thought, filled with uncertainty about how to interpret A's and Riveria's signals. Sometimes, feelings can be misunderstood, and Shirou didn't want to risk making things awkward with them because of a misunderstanding. Shirou sighed deeply, staring out the window of his room at Twilight Manor. His mind was tangled with confusion and mixed emotions. Although some recent events left him feeling a little flattered, he couldn't shake the deep sense of embarrassment and doubt. With a heart full of uncertainty, Shirou began contemplating the slim possibility that Ace, Riveria, and Lafia might all have special feelings for him. In his mind, each of them had a unique personality and charm that was undeniable. Ace, with her incredible bravery and simple yet captivating beauty, always showed genuine care. Every time they were together, Shirou felt a connection with her, especially since they had started swimming practice together in Melon. Those moments, filled with laughter and awkwardness, had brought them closer. However, behind Ace's sweet smile, Shirou couldn't fully tell if she saw him only as a training partner or something more. Then there was Riveria. Full of charisma and maturity, Riveria had shown a softer and warmer side that few others ever saw. While teaching her magecraft, Shirou had witnessed how a usually strict leader could open her heart. Their recent moment together in the storeroom felt so intimate, where Riveria shyly revealed a more feminine, even teasing side. Shirou was captivated by her beauty and the gentleness she rarely displayed, but he couldn't be sure if that was just her way of expressing gratitude for his help or if it was something deeper. And finally, there was Lafia, who always made him feel at ease. Lafia was someone who constantly supported him, with her sweet smile and gentle attention. Their walk together in Melon felt so natural, though occasionally tinged with awkwardness. Even though Shirou had once misunderstood Lafia's words about the moon, that moment still lingered in his thoughts. Lafia had a sincere and honest side that made Shirou always want to protect her. However, despite feeling connected to each of them, Shirou didn't want to ignore the emotions that were beginning to grow. He couldn't decide, and that left him anxious. Each of them held a special place in his heart, and Shirou knew that if he chose one, there was a strong chance someone would be hurt. And that was the last thing he wanted to happen. That's why. "I'll wait," Shirou murmured quietly to himself, making up his mind. "I'll wait for the first one to confess their feelings to me." Yet behind that decision, Shirou felt a pang of guilt. He realized that waiting for one of them to confess meant he was leaving their feelings in limbo. He didn't want to leave them guessing or make them think that he was unaware of the signs they might have already shown. This all feels so complicated, Shirou thought. I don't want to hurt them, but I also don't know who to choose. With uncertainty weighing on him, Shirou knew that whatever decision he made would affect his relationships with the three women. And that was a heavy burden to bear, especially since he didn't want anyone to get hurt in the end. Shirou sat at the edge of his bed, his thoughts drifting back to his past, more specifically to Tosaka Rin. The love he had once felt for her seemed far simpler compared to the confusion he was experiencing now. Back then, everything had centered around one person, Rin. Despite the complications of the Holy Grail War, their relationship had felt much easier to understand. Shirou recalled how he had confessed his feelings to Rin, without much hesitation or doubt. He had simply spoken from the heart, following what he felt. Although his relationship with Rin was marked by battles and sacrifices, they had always understood each other. There wasn't the same complex confusion he was feeling now with Ace, Riveria, and Lafia. However, the longer Shirou thought about Rin, the deeper his worries grew. How was Rin doing now? Was she okay? Did she miss him? Or perhaps, was she crying when she thought of him? These questions haunted Shirou, but he also knew one thing for sure. Rin was not the kind of person to let herself be consumed by sadness. Rin was strong, independent, and intelligent. She wouldn't let Shirou's departure ruin her life. Yet, despite this, Shirou couldn't shake the thought that Rin might be struggling, living her life alone without him by her side. Shirou knew that if Rin could hear his thoughts right now, she would tell him to move forward. Don't dwell on the past, Shirou, she would likely say. Rin would never want him to keep brooding over things that couldn't be changed. She would push him to focus on the present, on the people right in front of him. Taking a deep breath, Shirou tried to calm his mind. He knew he couldn't remain trapped in the shadows of his past with Rin. The world he was in now was entirely different, and while he would always have fond memories of Rin, he had to move forward. Maybe it's true, Shirou muttered to himself. If Rin knew I was still thinking about this, she'd definitely be angry and tell me to live my life. It's not fair to me or to the people here. With that thought, Shirou resolved to steady his heart. He knew that the world he was in now demanded his full focus and attention, especially when it came to his relationships with Ace, Riveria, and Lafia. Although his past with Rin still held meaning for him, Shirou knew he had to embrace the reality that his life now was different, and maybe it was time to truly open his heart to a new future in this new world. It's not easy to move on, he thought. But if Rin can do it, so can I. Shirou left his room, his mind still filled with confusion about how to handle the three women who might be interested in him, Ace, Riveria, and Lafia. For now, he decided to keep some distance and let the status quo remain, not wanting to hurt any of them or disrupt the bonds they had formed. As Shirou walked toward the dining hall, he saw Ace sitting there in casual clothes. A small smile crossed his face as he approached her and sat down beside her. "Morning, Ace," he greeted her. "Did you enjoy the party yesterday?" Ace turned toward Shirou and gave a small nod. "The party was okay. I accompanied Loki to the party at Apollo Familia's mansion," she said in her usual flat tone, but there was a hint of hesitation in her voice. Shirou nodded, trying to stay casual. "Wow, that sounds fun. There must have been a lot of gods and goddesses there, right?" Ace nodded again, but this time, there was something that made her blush slightly. "I also danced with Belle," she said quietly. Hearing Belle's name, Shirou smiled. He had known Belle for a while and knew how much the young man admired Ace. "Oh, really? How was it dancing with him?" Ace hesitated for a moment, then her eyes looked slightly embarrassed. "Actually, when I danced with him, I remembered how we danced before," Ace said, glancing at Shirou. And, without meaning to, little Ariel activated. Shirou almost laughed at that. He could imagine Belle being unprepared for A's wind magic suddenly flaring up. "So, what happened to Belle?" Ace lowered her head a bit, and a small, shy smile appeared on her face. He was surprised, then fell, she said softly. Shirou tried to hold back his laughter, though he felt a bit sorry for Belle having to deal with A's overwhelming magical strength. "I can imagine his face when that happened," Shirou said with a small chuckle. A smiled faintly, relieved that Shirou didn't seem bothered by the incident. "I didn't mean to make him fall," she said softly, with a tone of slight regret. Shirou shook his head. "I'm sure Belle is fine. He was probably just surprised, but I'm sure he still enjoyed dancing with you." Ace smiled a little wider this time. "I hope so," she replied quietly. But deep down, there was a warm feeling as she recalled how different she had felt while dancing with Shirou, something much more intimate than her dance with Belle. Then, A's expression turned serious, her eyes hardening slightly as she began to speak. "There's something more important than the party last night," she said. Shirou, noticing the change in A's tone, turned his full attention to her. "Apollo has challenged Hestia to a war game." Shirou frowned and asked, "War game? What's that?" Ace calmly explained, "A war game is a large-scale battle between familias. It usually happens when there's a major conflict, and it's often approved by the guild. Both sides fight in a predetermined scenario, like castle sieges or duels. The winning side usually gains some form of power or rights over the losing side." Hearing that, Shirou began to understand, but then he furrowed his brow even more deeply. "But why is Apollo challenging Hestia? What does he want?" Ace continued calmly, though there was a hint of tension in her voice. "Apollo wants to take Belle from the Hestia familia. He's obsessed with him." Shirou was shocked. "Take Belle? Can he really do that?" Ace nodded slowly. "In a war game, the winning familia can gain the right to recruit members from the losing familia. So, if Hestia loses, Belle could be forced to join the Apollo familia." Shirou started to feel anxious. He knew how important Belle was to Hestia and how strong their bond was. But Hestia familia only has one member, right? Just Belle. And Apollo familia, they're much bigger and stronger than her familia. Ace nodded in agreement. "That's what worries me. Apollo has many members, and they're all more experienced. Belle may be strong, but he's only at level 2. Facing such a large familia in a war game is nearly impossible." Shirou sighed deeply, feeling the weight of the situation. So, what happened? Hestia wouldn't agree to such an unfair fight. Ace gave a faint smile. Exactly. Hestia refused the challenge. Shirou felt a bit of relief, though the worry still lingered in his heart. So, the war game won't happen? Ace shook her head gently. At least for now. But I'm not sure Apollo will give up that easily. He's really obsessed with Belle. Shirou pondered the situation for a moment. Apollo Familia was powerful, and even though Hestia had refused, Shirou knew Apollo could still try other ways to get Belle. I hope Belle will be all right, Shirou murmured, though he knew this problem might not be over yet. After Shirou finished his breakfast, the atmosphere in Twilight Manor suddenly changed when Tiona burst into the room, panting. Important news, she shouted. All eyes turned to her, sensing something urgent. What happened, Tiona? Asked Finn, while Shirou and Ace also looked at her intently. Apollo Familia, they've surrounded Hestia Familia. Tiona answered seriously, her face full of concern. Shirou and Ace immediately stood up from their seats. We have to go help them, Shirou said, feeling a growing sense of responsibility to help Belle and Hestia. But before they could move, Finn raised his hand, signaling them to stop. Wait, he commanded firmly. You two need to stay here. Ace, who had great respect for Finn, obeyed without question, though her eyes showed her worry for Belle. However, Shirou couldn't accept the order so easily. Frustration and anger started to burn inside him. What do you mean, we have to stay? Shirou asked with objection in his voice. If we have the power to help, why should we just stand by? Finn was slightly surprised by Shirou's direct challenge to his orders. He recognized that, even though Shirou was a new member of Loki Familia, his desire to protect others was incredibly strong. But Finn remained calm, and after a few seconds of thought, he explained in a firm yet patient voice. You need to understand something, Shirou, Finn said, looking straight into his eyes. Loki Familia and Freya Familia are the strongest in Orario. We can't just interfere with the affairs of weaker familias. This rule has been in place since the era of Zeus and Hera Familia to prevent tyranny. If we get involved now, it could be seen as an abuse of power. Shirou clenched his fists tightly, still feeling upset and dissatisfied. To him, the power he had gained, the levels he had reached, weren't meant for sitting idly by while others suffered. Belle was his friend, and Hestia was a kind goddess. How could he let them face this situation without helping? Shirou looked at Finn and said in a low but determined voice, I didn't fight all this time and grow stronger just to sit still while the people I care about are in danger. Finn gazed deeply at Shirou, admiring the spirit within him. I understand how you feel, Finn said in a softer tone. But there are times when we have to choose when to get involved and when to hold back. Believe me, Hestia Familia needs to face this challenge on their own. If we step in, it could change everything and potentially make things worse. Shirou stood silently, his gaze blank as he pondered Finn's words. Deep down, he knew Finn was right, but the feeling of helplessness made him more restless. Even though Finn had tried to calm Shirou, a deep worry still rumbled inside Shirou's heart. Every word Finn said about rules and limits felt true, but Shirou's instinct to protect others, especially Belle, kept urging him forward. His heart was conflicted between his duty as a member of Loki Familia and his instinct to save others, regardless of the consequences. Shirou began to think, if I weren't a member of Loki Familia, would I be free to act? That thought only deepened his frustration. He highly valued his new friends in Loki Familia, but this burden was pressing down on his heart. He didn't want to cause them trouble, but at the same time, he couldn't allow Belle to face danger alone. With a sudden surge of resolve, Shirou looked at Finn seriously and said, No one will know if a member of Loki Familia was involved, if they can't see my identity. Before Finn could respond, Shirou closed his eyes for a moment and silently cast a spell. Trace on. A faint light surrounded him, and in an instant, Shirou projected Hassan ibn Sabah's mask and a black cloak that completely concealed his identity. With incredible speed, he activated presence concealment, a technique that made him nearly invisible. Silently, Shirou leaped out of the room's window with such speed and agility that, within seconds, he had vanished into the shadows of the buildings. Ace, seeing Shirou's actions, immediately wanted to follow him. Shirou, she called out, but her step was halted by Finn. Don't, Finn said, raising his hand to stop her. Let him go. But Finn calmly shook his head. I'm sure he'll keep his identity hidden. We've seen for ourselves he's more than capable of that. Ace stared at the now empty window, her heart filled with worry. However, she knew Finn was right. Shirou had a unique ability and was highly skilled in stealth, just like when he first joined Loki Familia. Still, Ace's heart couldn't rest easy. Meanwhile, Shirou sped across the rooftops with incredible speed, slipping into the shadows without a sound. In the darkness, he was no longer Shirou Emiya, a member of Loki Familia. He was a nameless figure, a shadow assassin, ready to protect Belle without breaking the rules that bound him.